Before ascending to become the world's foremost empress, the girl had a recurring dream in which she encountered the same boy each year. She instructed the boy in the art of cultivation, and in return, he aided her in salvaging the nation. Yet, each time, the boy would quietly vanish without a trace. Even with the prowess of an empress, one would still be unable to find any trace of the boy's existence throughout the world. As the most gifted disciple of the Taoist sect in this generation, you find yourself ensnared by dreams, wandering through that realm like a specter. Though it is but a dream, everything can be seen distinctly and remembered vividly. Such a vivid dream. The sensation of warm water's moisture. Previous dreams have never felt so authentic. You abruptly halted your unfinished sentence. Your eyes, fixed vacantly ahead, were not far away. Amidst the swirling steam, a beautiful maiden emerged. The young girl rests her eyes, seemingly in a state of meditation, gently reclining at the very center of the hot spring pool. Your gaze gently descends. The young girl's skin is a delicate and smooth hue of white with a rosy undertone, reminiscent of exquisite cream. The skin, crystalline and translucent, appears even more alluring amidst the swirling steam. Among the 10 most beautiful women in the realm, how many have you encountered? Yet, when compared to the young maiden before us, who is yet to fully blossom, they appear rather distant in their allure. Alas, much of this captivating view is obscured by water, rendering it difficult to behold in its entirety. You slowly approach the side of the enchanting maiden in your dreams, gazing upon her exquisite visage, as an inexplicable flutter surged within your heart. Here lies a dream. A modest action taken here may go unnoticed. In this moment, the youthful vigor is ignited. You cannot help but extend your hand, gently caressing the young girl's cheek. This dream, truly compelling, you murmur to yourself. It is as if an enchanting force compels you to unconsciously bend down and gradually draw closer to the maiden. Suddenly, you feel a gentle sensation upon your lips, as the tip of your tongue savors a subtle fragrance intertwined with a delicate sweetness. Suddenly, the young girl, deeply engrossed in her cultivation, let out a soft, low exclamation, as if she had sensed something. In an instant, she opened her eyes wide, her clear and profound gaze locking onto yours. The delicate figure of the girl immediately stiffened, frozen in place. "Little thief, release me." The young girl's delicate face blossomed with 2 shades of crimson, a blend of anger and embarrassment. She forcefully pushed you aside and exclaimed, "Who are you, and why have you appeared here?" She sprang to her feet in a state of panic, her eyes fixed on you with vigilance, and drew a long sword from her storage ring, assuming a defensive stance. You were momentarily taken aback. The pool was inherently shallow, and the young maiden could only conceal her modesty by sitting cross-legged. Now, as she stands, her graceful curves are fully revealed, instantly causing your breath to quicken. Although the presence of steam renders the scene somewhat indistinct, it imparts a veil of elusive beauty. Upon noticing your gaze fixed upon her delicate form, the young maiden suddenly realizes her oversight. She is yet to don her outer garment. Flushed with embarrassment, her cheeks bloom a vivid crimson. Yet her reaction was swift. In an instant, her exquisite figure was concealed by a beautiful dress. As you witness the spring radiance being obscured, you silently lament the loss, having not yet savored the lingering essence of the moment. A cold gleam sliced through the air, cleaving toward this direction. With an exclamation of astonishment, you propelled yourself backward, your feet splashing through the water as you soared away. The young maiden wielded her long sword with relentless fervor, each strike precise and lethal, her onslaught fierce and devoid of mercy. This young girl, seemingly no more than 15 or 16 years of age, has astonishingly attained the 7th level of innate talent. You are taken aback, realizing that the dreamlike maiden's innate gifts surpass even your own. Regrettably, one is still too young, possessing a level of cultivation that falls slightly short of one's own. With a swift motion, you seize the young maiden's long sword into your grasp. "Well, my dear, I mentioned that this is merely a dream. Do you believe it?" You responded awkwardly, "I do." "Isn't this the excuse most favored by you flower thieves?" The young maiden's lovely face turned cold as she exclaimed. You found yourself in an amusing yet perplexing situation as a venerable disciple of the Tao, being referred to as a flower thief. However, one must admit The sensation and the vividness of this dream are remarkably authentic, my dear maiden. Allow me to elucidate. You wish to engage in a thorough explanation with the young lady. You perish before me. The maiden offers no opportunity whatsoever. Her delicate feet tread forcefully, her slender waist gracefully twisting as she traverses the water, her form spanning several feet. With a swift strike of her palm, you hastily evade to the side. Another hand grasps the young girl's palm, gently tugging her, causing her to tumble into your embrace. Release me, you scoundrel. The young girl struggles fiercely, yearning to escape your grasp. However, the disparity in their strengths is insurmountable, preventing her from gaining even a fraction of freedom, instead tightening his hold upon her. May I now take the opportunity to elucidate? You gaze upon the young maiden in your embrace, gently inhaling her delicate and ethereal fragrance. Your shamelessness has brought the young girl to the brink of tears. She could never have anticipated that her first kiss would be bestowed upon a stranger, and that this individual would be so audacious in his approach. You furrowed your brow. Gazing at the furious girl in my arms, I inquired, "Are you truly unwilling to allow me to explain?" The young girl, filled with indignation, glares at you defiantly. You shook your head, shaking it 7 times. Have you forgotten the disparity in our military strength at this moment? The young girl was momentarily taken aback, falling into a sudden silence as she clenched her pearly teeth and refrained from uttering a single word. For a fleeting moment, the scene fell into a hushed silence. Even the ripples upon the water ceased their gentle dance. To the unknowing observer, it might have appeared as though 2 enamored souls were gazing deeply into each other's eyes. Moreover, whether it is an illusion or not, the young girl perceives your face drawing nearer to hers, and the atmosphere between the two of them grows increasingly warm. The young girl ultimately succumbed, instinctively closing her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled incessantly, resembling a startled sprite, exuding an extraordinary charm and fragility. You gaze upon the young maiden, admiring her exquisitely picturesque visage, your heart racing with fervor. How delightful it would be if this were indeed reality. Prince Dao, what you engaged in? A sudden exclamation shattered your beautiful dream, and you opened your eyes. Outside the door stood a female disciple, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed into the room. You have now awakened. The maiden of your dreams has vanished, and you find yourself back in your own chamber. And you're also holding onto the wall, which bears the imprint of your lips. The female disciple was startled, swiftly covering her eyes with her hand, her cheeks flushed. Your Highness, the elders have summoned you to preside over the ascension ceremony. You compose yourself with remarkable calmness, tidying up your attire before speaking softly. I understand. I shall attend to it immediately. Once you managed to send this female disciple away, a sigh of relief escaped your lips. Glancing at the marks on the wall, you couldn't help but pat your head in embarrassment. It felt as though you had brought shame upon your family. It appears that a wall forged from dark iron and refined gold is necessary, lest you find yourself in such dreams once again. Yet, recalling that dream, you still savor it endlessly, utterly unlike any ordinary dream. Its vividness is unparalleled. Unable to restrain yourself, you retrieved paper and pen from your storage ring and began to sketch. In no time, you produced a breathtaking depiction of a maiden emerging from her bath. It is often said that memories from dreams cannot endure thus. I shall transcribe you onto paper. Though it may be within the realm of dreams, it nonetheless signifies my first kiss, worthy of remembrance. Subsequently, you folded the drawing paper and rose to make your way towards the sec square. When you awakened from your dreams, Su Shuiao remains momentarily dazed and lost in thought. She recalled the earlier scene with a sense of grievance, feeling a pang of sorrow at the tip of her nose as tears cascaded down her cheeks. Debauchee, should I encounter you again, I shall undoubtedly end your life, Su Xiao muttered, her silver teeth clenched tightly in indignation. After a brief moment, her emotions settled, and a hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. She resides deep within the palace, a place heavily guarded, where ordinary individuals are utterly prohibited from entering, and even formidable practitioners are unable to gain access. How did this scoundrel manage to enter? Although he effortlessly subdued me, observing the fluctuations of his breath reveals that he is merely at the 9th level of the corporeal realm, a cultivation far inferior to that of a mere guard. Moreover, That knave clearly intended to approach me intimately in the end. She had already felt his warmth, yet suddenly he came to an abrupt halt, and his figure vanished in an instant. Su Xiao furrowed her brows slightly, as there were too many uncertainties within, leaving her utterly perplexed. Although she could not comprehend how that scoundrel had appeared, she had secretly resolved that the next time they crossed paths, she would pierce him through with her sword, avenging the theft of her first kiss. At this moment within the Tao sect, a grand and magnificent plaza is filled with several hundred cultivators, all of whom are emissaries sent by various formidable factions from the spirit domain to present their congratulatory gifts. It is said that the esteemed young master of the Tao sect has yet to reach the tender age of 20 this year. Having attained the pinnacle of innate perfection, one truly stands as a prodigy of celestial endowment. A multitude of guests engaged in lively discussions, incessantly speculating about the central figure of today's coronation ceremony. Before long, the three venerable elders of the Tao sect have made their appearance, proclaiming the official commencement of the enthronement ceremony. Now, let us welcome our new Taoist heir, Huani. Upon hearing these words, you stepped forward with measured grace, a smile adorning your visage as you approached. I am fortunate to have become the Daozi of the Tao sect, a feat made possible through the invaluable guidance and nurturing of the esteemed elders. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all. You are courteous, with a kind demeanor, exuding an air of a true gentleman. The three esteemed elders beamed with joy, their aged faces unable to conceal their broad smiles. Particularly, some of the female disciples below could hardly restrain their infatuation. I shall reiterate once more. My ability to become Daisy is solely attributed to my own charm and strength, entirely independent of my master, the divine transformation master. The corners of your lips curve into a subtle arc as you continue. If anyone believes I am unworthy of the position of the Daozi, feel free to challenge me. I shall accept all such confrontations. As soon as the words were spoken, a thunderous applause and cheers erupted from below, exclaiming, "Long live the Daozi." Amidst the resounding cheers, you waved your hand and discreetly slipped away. However, soon I was captured by my frugal master. Disciple, you are now a master and can no longer behave as frivolously as before. An elderly man with a white beard sat in a grand armchair, stroking his beard thoughtfully as he imparted his wisdom. You nod in acknowledgement, allowing the words to enter through one ear and exit through the other. Seeing you so well-behaved and understanding, the esteemed Qiannian Daojun immediately displayed a look of satisfaction. Continue to cultivate sincerity. Furthermore, now that you have become a disciple, you must not focus solely on yourself. You must embrace the responsibilities that come with being a disciple. Each day presents an array of complexities, with numerous tasks demanding your attention. After just an hour, you find yourself on the verge of dozing off while standing. Suddenly, the long-awaited voice of your master resonates through the air, instantly rousing you from your reverie. You quickly nod in acknowledgement, responding, "Master, your disciple comprehends. I shall wholeheartedly embrace the responsibilities of the Tao child and strive to rejuvenate our esteemed sect." After bidding farewell to the modest master, you eagerly returned, exhausted from a long day. Had I known this troublesome path, I would not have embarked upon it. Eventually, you returned to your place of cultivation. After freshening up, you reclined luxuriously on the soft bed, preparing to indulge in a restful slumber. Those decrepit old men, wasn't it merely a new ritual? What could have been resolved in a few words was unnecessarily drawn out for several hours. It was truly exasperating. You murmured to yourself as you turned over, "I have become the new Daozi of the Tao sect. Tomorrow, the Daozi of those formidable sects will likely be restless. They're a group of battle maniacs, impossible to shake off. Tomorrow's concerns shall be faced tomorrow. Today, with no affairs to attend to, you succumb to slumber." As you utter these words, you gently turn over, slowly closing your eyes, drifting into a tranquil repose. Today marks the 16th birthday celebration of Su Xiao. However, she is spending it alone. Su Xiao gazed at the meal before her, devoid of appetite, her heart feeling hollow. With her hands clasped together and her eyes closed, she silently prayed, "Heaven, may my father and the others return victorious and soon." Suddenly, an unexpected yet familiar voice interrupted her thoughts, causing her to open her eyes wide. There stood the scoundrel who had kissed her a year ago, now reappearing in her chamber. Once again, it is you, the scoundrel. Do you dare to approach? The ring in Su Xiao's hand glimmered brilliantly, and a long sword materialized in her grasp. Gritting her silver teeth, she glared at him, leaving you in an even greater state of bewilderment. You could never have anticipated that you would once again dream of that young girl. You opened your mouth in astonishment, ready to offer an explanation, only to find her charging towards you with her sword drawn. You swiftly evaded, and once again, as yesterday, you sought to extend your hand to seize the sword held by the young maiden. Just when capture seemed imminent, the blade's edge abruptly shifted. Alas, why has my speed diminished? No, it is this girl who has grown stronger. You were taken aback, retreating several steps to narrowly evade this lethal strike. Su Xiao let out a cold snort, pursuing relentlessly. You scoundrel, prepare to pay with your life. With that, she brandished her long sword once more, striking towards you with lethal intent. The ninth layer of innate talent indeed. One can ascend 2 realms in a single day. How astonishing. How long has it been since we last met? The once young girl, who was originally at the 7th level of innate cultivation, has astonishingly ascended to the 9th level of innate cultivation. No wonder I was unable to seize her sword earlier. It was a misunderstanding. Could you kindly elucidate this matter thoroughly? You seemed to evade while exclaiming. Yet, Su Xiao showed no signs of relenting. Her assault continued unabated. Seeing this, you helplessly shook your head and approached. The two of you engaged in a swift exchange of dozens of moves. No one can truly overcome another. Hey there, little girl. Could you perhaps lend an ear to my words before you take action? You shouted while striking. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. You cleared your throat twice, and first and foremost, that was indeed the initial kiss of the matter. You did not consume the signal. Not a rogue, moreover. This is merely a dream. Why do you take it so seriously? Moreover, even if you were to take my life, would your first kiss truly return to you? Su Xiao listened to your incessant rambling, growing increasingly absurd with each word. Her anger swelled, her delicate face flushed crimson, and she trembled with indignation. The two individuals were nearly evenly matched, exchanging blows without yielding a clear victor, ultimately compelled to cease their engagement. Keep your distance from me, do not approach, or I shall take your life, Su Xiao warned, her gaze fixed on you with a sense of vigilance. With a disdainful curl of the lip, you, a dignified disciple of the Tao sect, surrounded by countless admirers, would never stoop to the despicable act of taking advantage of others' misfortunes. What is your name, and how old are you this year? You inquired. As a distinguished disciple of the Tao sect, I achieved the profound state of pre-heavenly perfection at the age of 18. Yet, this young girl, despite her tender years, has already attained a similar level of mastery. Why should I confide in this scoundrel? Su Xiao gazed intently, and I remarked that perhaps our connection could be deemed a fateful encounter. Since we have met, why not become friends? What do you intend to do? Su Xiao asked with a hint of vigilance. I merely wish to understand how you can ascend 2 minor realms in a single day. You inquired with curiosity. Are you in a stupor? What do you mean by 2 realms in a day? You were here last night as well. When did you arrive? Su Xiao gazed at you with a vigilant stare. What is happening? Wasn't it last night that I saw you bathing and then kissed you? You seem to be acting strangely. Su Xiao was momentarily taken aback, and then her charming face flushed a deep crimson. How dare you bring up this matter again? Yet, Su Xiao was once again taken aback, for under her gaze, you vanished, just as you had before, without a trace of warning, as though you had evaporated into thin air. However, she did not relent. Instead, she gripped the sword in her hand and waited for quite some time, yet you still did not reappear. She finally let out a sigh of relief. However, simultaneously, a hint of doubt crept in her heart. A year had passed, yet his strength appeared to have shown no signs of improvement whatsoever. You awaken once more, rising to behold that the sun has already ascended high in the sky. You shook your head to clear your thoughts, and then, as you did yesterday, you took out paper and pen, meticulously sketching the girl from your dream, stroke by stroke, guided by the memories that lingered in your mind. Moments later, you retrieved the drawing from yesterday, placing the 2 sheets of paper side by side, gazing at the young girl depicted in both artworks, the one from last night. The resemblance to the previous night was slightly more pronounced. You gestured at your chest, and Shi Ping discerned something unusual. Could it be that although I have experienced merely 7 days in the past, in dreams, time transcends a singular day? You murmured. At this moment within the Sutra repository, you have perused all ancient texts pertaining to dreams, yet you still find yourself unable to uncover a resolution to your predicament. The dreams of the past were already sufficiently absurd, however. They could still be deemed dreams, allowing me to sense a profound disconnection with that world. Yet, rather than mere dreams, these 2 nights felt as though you had personally traversed the past, manifesting in that realm. Because aside from the absence of pain, everything is indistinguishable from reality. Even sensations such as touch, smell, and aura all exist, yet I have not discovered the answers I seek. You had no choice but to step out of the scripture repository. Your Highness, Daisy, I have finally found you. A significant matter has arisen. As soon as you stepped outside, you noticed several disciples rushing towards you, their expressions fraught with anxiety and urgency. You cleared your throat gently, straightened your back, and in a calm tone inquired, "What has transpired that has caused such a flurry?" Something must be amiss. Several sects, including the Sword Sect and the Flower Sect, have sent their disciples to challenge your Highness, the Daoist, explicitly naming you as their opponent. A sense of unease lingers within you, as you have overlooked a matter of great significance. Today marks the day of foundation establishment. The disciples from several other sects have already attained the foundation establishment stage. Without achieving this crucial milestone, what purpose does it serve? Do not be anxious, there are still the second and third junior brothers, who have already established their foundations. Inform those few disciples that to challenge the master of this path, one must first triumph over the second and third disciples. Maintain a facade of composure and exhibit the demeanor of a seasoned expert, your Highness the master of the path. The third senior brother has already been defeated, having just received 3 strikes from the Daotiman's disciple. Another inner disciple murmured softly, causing the corner of your mouth to twitch slightly. Still unperturbed, he replied, "It's nothing to worry about after all. We still have our second junior brother." Second brother has already fled. It is said that he accepted a mission to leave the sect yesterday and slipped away overnight. A disciple from the inner sect lamented with a sorrowful expression. You were taken aback. Nearly spitting blood, this fellow is truly extraordinary. Just the other day, he was incessantly boasting about challenging himself. Yet now he is fleeing at such a rapid pace. Your Highness Daozi, what shall we do? Everyone looks to you as your gaze sweeps across the surrounding disciples. With a light cough, he suddenly pointed in a certain direction. Isn't the second junior brother over there? Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze in unison. In the distance, a leaf gracefully descended, revealing the faint outline of a figure. By the time everyone turned back, yet it is discovered that you are already 7 paces away. Inform them that this body is covered, and we shall engage in battle again 3 days hence. Abandoning those words, you have vanished around the corner, leaving a group of astounded inner disciples in your wake. By the time you returned to your abode, the sky had gradually darkened. Unbeknownst to you, you had astonishingly spent the better part of the day in the scripture repository. Before you had the chance to sit down and rest, Master Qiannian appeared in the room, glaring at you with a furrowed brow and puffed cheeks. Why have you not begun your foundation establishment today? He demanded, and you could only manage an awkward smile in response. The disciple expressed, Master, I have forgotten. Do you believe me? Suddenly, the esteemed Lord Qiannian leaned forward. Gaze intently into your eyes, and after a moment, I say, you harbor a secret burden. Disciple, your condition is less than optimal. The foundation building carries the risk of failure. Do you not comprehend this? The azure mystic Tao sovereign pondered, remarking that a failure in foundational establishment would inflict considerable harm upon one's fundamental essence. With a smile that radiated warmth, you spoke, Master, I declare that it is due to a dream. Do you truly believe in such things? The esteemed Qiannian Daojun, intrigued, promptly took a seat and said, Pray, share your dream with me. Observing the nonchalant demeanor of your master, you gently touched your forehead, uncertain whether your somewhat carefree mentor could comprehend the nature of this dream. However, in the present realm of spirits, my esteemed master ranks among the top 3 formidable beings of the transformation god level. If he himself remains oblivious, it is likely that no one else in the spirit realm possesses the ability to unravel this mystery. You carefully chose your words, revealing only that you dreamt of a young girl. I dreamt of a woman. Qiannian's eyes sparkled subtly as she surveyed you from head to toe, a look of sudden realization dawning in her gaze. If it were merely a fleeting dream, it would suffice. However, dreaming of the same thing for 2 consecutive nights is indeed quite peculiar. My disciple, in utter perplexity, spread his hands and offered a wry smile. I see. You need not ponder further. I have already comprehended. The esteemed Qiannian Daojun stroked his beard, gazing at you with a beaming smile. What? Master, are you aware? You exclaimed in astonishment. The Qiannian Daojun chuckled softly and inquired, well then, which maiden has captured your fancy? Allow me to propose on your behalf. You were taken aback by his words. Subsequently, with a face clouded in dismay, the master exclaimed, you have made a mistake. Qiannian Daojun revealed an expression of understanding, saying, do not be afraid. You have grown up. Love and affection are merely the natural sentiments of humanity. If you have feelings for someone, do not hesitate to express them. As he spoke, he gestured towards the marks on the wall, a more pronounced smile spreading across his weathered face. A sudden twitch at the corner of your mouth betrays an inner turmoil, leaving you to ponder whether you are indeed being toyed with. It is to behold the flower fairy of the flower clan, still the gentle water fairy of the azure water sect. If both have captured your heart, simply speak up, and I shall undoubtedly arrange your marriage, proclaimed Lord Qiannian, thumping his chest with assurance. With a cheerful smile, the flower fairy and the water soft fairy spoke. She can be regarded as the unparalleled beauty of the spirit realm, possessing extraordinary talent. She is one of the 2 foremost disciples of the contemporary generation from the 2 major sections. The title of Daozi transcends gender, representing the most formidable disciple of a sect in this era. However, you are filled with disbelief, Master. Do you truly perceive your disciple as such a person? As the night deepens, sleep eludes you. You grasp a handful of rice grains, counting them one by one, practicing the art of slumber. I am uncertain whether I shall drift into slumber tonight and dream of that maiden once more. I also ponder if, given her pace of cultivation, I will be able to surpass her this time. However, if one does not indulge in slumber, one cannot possibly concentrate on cultivation, perpetually distracted by the myriad curiosities that dwell within the realm of dreams. As the grains of rice gradually dwindle, when you finally grasp the last grain, you coincidentally utter the words time to sleep. Since fate has decreed that I should slumber, then let us succumb to slumber, for it is but a dream. I should not meet my demise in truth. As Su Xiao emerged from the imperial study, she gazed up at the luminous moon in the sky, only to be abruptly struck by a chill. The world yearns for the grandeur of the imperial palace, yet little do they know that it is the royal family that harbors the deepest indifference. Your Highness, it would be prudent for you to return and rest, a maid gently urged as she approached. I understand, Su Xiao nodded, then turned and made her way towards the palace chambers. However, as she walked along the path, she turned back to gaze at the study, still illuminated by a warm light, her heart heavy with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. A fortnight prior, news of the battle had arrived. The Empire of the Great Wind had suffered a devastating defeat, with 1 million soldiers perishing and the cession of 24 grand cities looming on the horizon. The father she once regarded as formidable in her childhood suddenly appeared with hair as white as snow overnight, as if he had aged several decades in an instant. She yearned to take action, yet found herself utterly incapable of doing anything. Upon returning to her chamber, Su Xiao sat in a daze before her bed, her thoughts drifting back to her childhood. She considered herself fortunate to have been born into a royal lineage, graced by a powerful empire and a loving father, the emperor. As the sole princess of her generation and the most cherished among them, her birthdays were always grand celebrations, adorned with lavish gifts from her loyal subjects. However, since the age of 15, she has lived alone. As the era of peace has come to an end, her father, the emperor, must personally lead his troops into battle. For 2 consecutive years, she has celebrated her birthday alone, accompanied only by a mysterious individual whose presence is as fleeting as a shadow. Remembering that scoundrel, Su Xiao slightly furrowed her delicate brows. Today marks her 17th birthday. For the past 2 consecutive years, he would unexpectedly appear and then vanish just as suddenly. This time, will he come again? Upon this realization, Su Shuiao lifted her head, her expression suddenly transforming into one of resolute determination. A sudden knock echoed through the air, causing Su Shuiao's expression to shift into one of immediate tension. "Your Highness, this is a birthday gift sent to you, and I must convey that it was he who forgot." A respectful voice emanated from outside the door. Su Shuiao slightly raised her brows and then sighed in relief. She walked over to open the door. Upon seeing a young maid clad in green standing outside the door, holding a brocade box, Su Shuiao received the exquisite container from the maid's hands. This box contained a jade pearl that had been specially sought from the southern regions by Long Xiang. It is said to possess the ability to calm the mind and enhance one's cultivation, the maid respectfully stated. "Please convey my gratitude to Father Emperor." Su Shuiao slightly inclined her head and closed the door to her chamber. She gazed at the jade orbs within the ornate box, her eyes shimmering with a hint of emotion, realizing that her father had indeed remembered her birthday all along. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet when she turned around once more, suddenly, she beheld that scoundrel seated upon her bed, wearing an awkward smile. It dawned on her that today marked her birthday. She felt a flush of embarrassment and managed a faint, embarrassed smile. Su Shuiao was momentarily taken aback, and then a surge of anger welled up within her. "You scoundrel! How dare you show your face here again?" You hurriedly waved your hands in a gesture of denial, exclaiming, "Your Highness, you mustn't be so agitated. Allow me to elucidate the matter at hand." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a long sword lunged towards your chest. Your eyes narrowed slightly as you realized that you could not evade this speed. What could this mean? It was neither the Foundation establishment nor the Foundation establishment. Why was it so vastly superior to the innate perfection? Could it be that there exists another realm between the innate great perfection and the Foundation establishment? Confusion enveloped your mind, yet the sword had already pierced your chest, its tip penetrating an inch or two deep. There was no sensation of pain, only the feeling of something being injected into your chest. Su Shuiao was evidently taken aback. She never anticipated that you would not evade. Although she truly despises you, the one who has never taken a life now finds herself in a state of disarray. "Why do you not evade?" Su Xiao inquired, her voice trembling, her complexion somewhat pallid. You paused momentarily, realizing that this young girl had never taken a life. Contemplating this notion, in an instant, you embody a dramatic persona, feigning a grievous injury as you collapse onto the soft, plush bed, weakly lamenting, "If the princess harbors such animosity towards me, and my demise could alleviate her hatred, then I would willingly embrace death." The innocent young girl was indeed taken aback. She cast aside her long sword, feeling a sense of confusion and helplessness. Should she save him? No. How could she possibly rescue such a scoundrel? But if she does not save him, can she truly bear to watch him perish before her eyes? Su Xiao bit her lip, at a loss for words. Observing the girl's bewildered expression, a smirk crept into your heart. Nevertheless, the performance must be executed in its entirety. You feigned an even more fragile demeanor and, in a faltering voice, inquired, "Princess, do you still harbor resentment towards me?" As Su Xiao gazed upon your visage, a growing sense of unease began to envelop her heart. Ultimately, she clenched her teeth in determination. "I no longer harbor any hatred towards you. Could you perhaps refrain from leaving this world?" Her voice trembled slightly, tinged with fear. Upon hearing those words, you nearly burst into laughter. This little girl is truly gullible. However, in an instant, you regained your composure and stood tall, exuding an air of handsome elegance. How could one so strikingly charismatic possibly succumb so easily? Su Xiao was taken aback. The demeanor you just displayed was merely an act. With a hearty laugh, you clutch your belly, unable to contain your amusement. The appearance of a young girl evokes a desire to tease her, doesn't it? What do you intend to do? Gazing at the tightly bound ropes ensnaring your body, a smile fades from your lips. "I must convey to you that you should refrain from acting recklessly. I remain innocent in this matter, so please do not impose undue pressure upon me." Silence. Su Xiao was overwhelmed with a mixture of shame and anger. "Your Highness, even if you harbor affection for me, it is rather excessive to resort to binding me. You speak with such righteous indignation, as if you have endured significant grievances. I shall hand you over to the Ministry of Justice, condemning you to a lingering death by 1,000 cuts." Su Shuyao glared at you fiercely, her eyes brimming with fury and a deep crimson hue. "Your Highness, it seems we have come to know each other through our encounters. Perhaps it would be best for you to release me, and let us make peace with a handshake. I shall not extend my hand to you. I shall summon someone to apprehend you instead." With a cold huff, Su Shuyao turned to leave. At that moment, under the duress of severe punishment, I would be compelled to utter the words that inadvertently tarnished the princess's purity. At that moment, "Princess, do not hold it against me," as you helplessly spread your hands. Su Shuyao's cheeks flushed with anger, her teeth clenched, her gaze fixed intently upon you. "Shameless," she declared, "I will certainly not be consumed by you. How about we settle our accounts once and for all? You release me, and I assure you that I shall not divulge a word to anyone otherwise. May the heavens strike me down, I vow with utmost sincerity." The two individuals found themselves in a stalemate, and in the midst of their ennui, you suddenly noticed a large map adorning the wall. The map features a total of 7 nations, among which the Great Su Empire is prominently highlighted. If I am not mistaken, the young maiden before me is likely a princess of the Great Wind Empire. However, gazing at the crimson line on the map, one discovers that this grand empire of the Great Su has already fallen victim to a joint assault from the other 6 major empires, teetering on the brink of peril. It is no wonder that, on her birthday, the imperial princess finds herself celebrating in solitude, prompting you to narrow your eyes slightly. The memory of inviting excursions resides within the countless ancient texts of military strategy. After a brief moment, you suddenly smiled gently, "My princess. I possess a strategy capable of transforming the perilous plight of the Grand Wind Empire into a state of safety." Indeed, upon hearing these words, Su Shuyao, who had initially felt a surge of anger, was momentarily taken aback. However, in light of your previous actions, she harbors doubts. Seeing Su Shuyao remain unmoved, you merely smiled, displaying no sense of urgency. Indeed, after a while, Su Shuyao could no longer remain seated. "Do you truly possess a solution to alleviate the grave peril posed by Su?" she inquired, her brow furrowed, and her eyes revealing a glimmer of hope. You bestowed a mysterious smile, choosing not to respond directly. "If you dare to desire me, I shall not burn you," Su Xiao declared through gritted teeth, hoping fervently that this scoundrel had not deceived her. You raised an eyebrow and spoke deliberately, with the princess's formidable prowess. "How could I possibly escape from the palm of her hand? Moreover, the Empire of Gale is beset by peril without a prudent strategy. It is only a matter of time before it succumbs to its adversaries." Upon hearing these words, Su Xiao felt a slight tremor in her heart. Although she was loath to admit it, the truth was undeniable. Everyone now believes that the Great Wind Empire is destined for demise. The coalition of the 6 nations, even if the Great Su Empire were to possess twice its strength, would still find it impossible to prevail. Upon reflecting on this, Su Shuyao couldn't help but lift her gaze towards you. She took a deep breath and slowly spoke. "What, pray tell, do you propose to alter the tide of battle? Your Highness, is this truly your sincerity?" You glanced at the ropes binding your body. Yet, she stepped forward to untie the ropes binding you. "And now may we speak?" Su Shuyao's expression remained composed, her tone frigid. You chuckled lightly, yet remained unhurried, and then said, "Your Highness, I shall assist you in devising a grand scheme. Pray tell, what reward does Princess Xing intend to bestow upon me? What is it that you desire?" Su Xiao gazed at you with vigilance, as you, princess, squinted your eyes and surveyed her delicate figure from head to toe. At this moment, Su Xiao is adorned in a delicate light blue dress, her lustrous black hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders. Her exquisite features exude a hint of youthful innocence and freshness, rendering her strikingly beautiful. In a fit of rage, Su Xiao drew her sword and pointed it at you. Upon witnessing the situation, you hastily waved your hand. The princess misunderstood. "I merely wish to inquire whether there exists a realm between the innate 9th level and the foundation establishment." Upon hearing that you were not particularly concerned with your own corporeal form, Su Xiao let out a slight sigh of relief, yet she remained vigilant in her gaze upon you. I am unfamiliar with the concepts of innate talent and foundational realms. Upon hearing this, you pondered for a moment and soon grasped the situation evidently. The cultivation systems of the two realms are not identical. At this moment, the princess's level of cultivation is indeed a subject worthy of further inquiry. You faintly sense that this may be intricately linked to the path that lies ahead for you. I am currently at the 10th layer of the physical realm, while you reside at the 9th layer. Beyond the physical realm lies the domain of divine powers. Your eyes sparkle with brilliance as you embody the innate perfection of the 9th heaven, while in her gaze, you appear to be at the 9th realm of the corporeal realm, with the 10th heaven still awaiting in the realm of innate existence. This humble individual can offer you strategies to repel the enemy. However, I desire the cultivation technique you possess. After a moment of silence, you responded. Upon hearing my cultivation technique, Su Shuiyao was momentarily taken aback. If the princess is reluctant to part with it, then so be it. You shrug your shoulders and feign disappointment as you speak. The method I cultivate is not an extraordinary technique. You could easily find someone in the outside world practicing this very same art. Are you certain that it is merely the technique you seek? Su Xiao gazed at you with a look of perplexity. With a fierce glare from your eyes, it becomes evident that everyone possesses cultivation practices surpassing the innate 9 heavens. What a terrifying world this is. Certainly, not everyone possesses the capability to cultivate to the 10th level of the physical body realm, as the resources required for such an endeavor are beyond quantification. The vast majority of individuals, upon reaching the 9th heaven and achieving completeness, ascend to the realm of divine abilities at level 7. Observing your expression, Su Shuiyao added. At the same time, a trace of doubt emerged within her heart. He was unaware even of the universally renowned scriptures. Chapter 8. My 3 steps to save Desu from peril. The Taoist scripture has been given to you. Now may I hear your plan? Su Shuiyao urged impatiently. Mo Qiannian had intended to peruse the scripture, but seeing the urgency in Su Shuiyao's expression, he set it aside. He couldn't predict how much longer he would remain in this world. His 3 previous journeys through time had followed no discernible pattern. Moreover, each time he crossed over, far more than a single day had passed in this realm. The thought of returning only to find this somewhat naive yet endearing maiden gone was unbearable. His gaze drifted to the map adorning her chamber, where 7 kingdoms sprawled in a formation resembling the character. Desu occupied the precarious tip, bordered by the 3 great empires of Chu, Zhao, and Song. Beyond them lay the formidable realms of Qi, Yu, and Wu. If my deductions hold, the state of Chu reigns supreme in strength, followed by your Desu, then Song, with Zhao being the weakest, Mo Qiannian remarked. How do you know this? Su Shuiyao blinked in astonishment. From their earlier exchanges, it was clear Mo Qiannian had no prior knowledge of this world. She had no inkling of his origins, perhaps from lands beyond these 7 kingdoms, vast and unfathomable. Simple logic, he replied. In an era of warring states, territorial expanse invariably correlates with power. It isn't difficult to surmise that Desu remains formidable. But no matter how strong Desu is, how can we withstand the combined might of 6 nations? Despair tinged her voice. Why must you resist all 6 at once? Mo Qiannian countered. Su Shuiyao faltered. Staring at him with a mixture of confusion and dawning comprehension, her expression so earnest it drew an amused shake of his head. Have you considered, princess, sowing discord among them, so their alliance crumbles from within? He coaxed gently. Crumbles? How could that be possible? She frowned. My father has dispatched envoys time and again, pleading for peace or begging them not to aid Chu. Yet nothing has swayed them. They are determined to carve up my homeland. Princess, you underestimate human nature, particularly the ambitions of power-hungry monarchs. A faint smile played on Mo Qiannian's lips. Men are greedy, their desires insatiable. The 6 states unite only because they covet Desu's fertile lands. Yet they fail to realize that 5 among them are mere pawns of the Chu Empire. Thus, no matter what concessions or riches your envoys offer, they will never sway those rulers. For what you propose cannot rival the spoils promised by Chu. Mo Qiannian spoke deliberately, his eyes locking onto hers, awaiting her response. Yet Su Shuiyao grasped only the surface of his meaning. Indeed, she sighed. What could we possibly offer that surpasses Chu's terms? In truth, no concessions are necessary. A few well-chosen words to the Emperor of Zhao would sunder their alliance. His laughter was light. Su Shuiyao lifted her gaze. If lavish gifts cannot deter their armies, how could mere words? Her gaze seemed to regard him as a fool. The Emperor of Zhao was no imbecile. How could he possibly retreat his forces merely upon hearing a few words? Huh. Witnessing this, Qiannian chuckled. He extended his index finger, wagging it playfully at Su Shuyao, and uttered 4 words. When the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. When the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold? Su Shuyao's exquisite face bore an expression of bewilderment. She blinked her beautiful, wide eyes, staring at Qiannian in confusion, evidently still failing to grasp his meaning. How can you be so dense? Qiannian lightly rapped his knuckles against Su Shuyao's delicate head. Su Shuyao nearly flared up in anger, but recalling her need for his assistance, she suppressed her temper. Stay away from me, she snapped, her fair cheeks flushing crimson as she glared at him. Qiannian smirked. Who told you to be so slow-witted? Seeing Su Shuyao on the verge of erupting, Qiannian cleared his throat and ceased his teasing. The young maiden before him was younger in years yet far surpassed him in strength. She could hardly be truly foolish. This could only mean that the art of war and strategy scarcely existed in this world, since such tactics were absent here. Qiannian had no choice but to explain step by step. Your envoy from Desu can present it thus. While Chu offers Zhao a portion of Desu's territory as incentive, the remaining 4 states are promised the division of both Desu and Dazhao. Should Desu fall, the allied forces of the 5 nations will inevitably turn upon Dazhao on their return, for only with Dazhao's destruction can the other 5 truly carve up the land. Otherwise, with Dazhao positioned as a barrier, how could the northern trio claim their share of Desu's spoils? Desu is the lips, Dazhao the teeth. If the lips perish, the teeth shall freeze. So long as the Emperor of Zhao is not an utter fool, he will grasp the truth in these words. At present, he is merely blinded by greed. With this explanation, Su Shuyao's comprehension dawned at once. So you mean? Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Qiannian, as though she had stumbled upon a newfound revelation. She mentally simulated his proposal and found it feasible. Yet, another thought struck her, and her excitement waned, replaced by renewed distress. But even if Zhao withdraws, the remaining 5 nations, wouldn't they still overpower us? Su Shuyao fretted, though she deemed the plan brilliant. She could not ignore the reality that Desu's peril extended beyond Zhao's retreat. I never claimed this alone would reverse the war. It is merely the first step. Qiannian replied with a smile. The first step? Su Shuyao was taken aback. Studying the confident young man before her, she found her initial impression of him thoroughly revised. This rogue, perhaps, was not quite so detestable after all. The second step is to weave truth with deception. Simply put, spread rumors of uncertain veracity. With Zhao's withdrawal, the allied forces will inevitably clash at the border of Desu and Desheng. The mightiest of them, the armies of Dachu and their reinforcements, can no longer traverse Zhao and must instead detour through the northern trio to reach Cheng. Then you may spread the word to the other nations that Chu's detour is but a ruse, their true intent being to probe our vulnerabilities. Once this is known, the allied forces will splinter as the states turn against Chu. Upon hearing this, Su Shuyao's eyes brightened with sudden enlightenment. With Qiannian's words, the seemingly hopeless plight of Desu appeared to unravel, even hinting at a potential reversal of fortune. But how did you know that once Zhao withdraws, the allied forces would gather in Song? Su Shuyao voiced the sole lingering doubt regarding the second step. Qiannian smiled faintly. It's simple. Proud and mighty as Chu is, they would never permit foreign troops to station within their borders. Thus, the battleground must inevitably shift to Song. Su Shuyao's eyes widened in astonishment. With nothing more than a map, Qiannian had discerned the entire strategic landscape. Even so, with 5 nations marching against us, Desu remains in grave peril. At best, we may only prolong our resistance. This time, however, Su Shuyao did not show concern. Instead, her gaze remained fixed on Qiannian's confident eyes. This young man seemed to have already devised a solution. The third and final step can be summarized in 8 words. Fight with one's back to the river. Besiege Chu to save Su. These 3 steps of mine shall turn Desu's peril into safety. Chapter 9. Strategizing within the command tent. Decisive victory 1,000 miles away. A desperate last stand. Besieging Chu to save Su. Once again, Su Shuyao found herself perplexed, her eyes filled with confusion as she gazed at Qiannian. You really are quite slow, aren't you? Qiannian tapped her lightly on the head once more. This time, however, Su Shuyao didn't react with anger. She didn't even push him away. The image of Qiannian as a rogue had gradually faded, replaced by the hope of salvation for the great Su dynasty. Keep the main forces engaged with the allied armies, then secretly withdraw 100,000 elite soldiers and assemble a new army of cultivators. Move swiftly and strike the capital of Chu like lightning, Qiannian explained slowly. Attack Chu? Have you lost your mind? Su Shuiyao shook her head vehemently. The Great Su is already barely holding on, and now you suggest we turn around and attack the most powerful state, Chu? Isn't that just throwing away lives? Moreover, if you withdraw our elites, the Great Su will be even less capable of resisting the enemy. Are you pushing us toward annihilation? She countered. Isn't the Great Su already on the brink of annihilation? Qiannian shrugged. Su Shuiyao fell silent. The Great Su is like a frog in slowly boiling water, gradually being devoured by the 6 states. Why not stake everything on one desperate move? Fight with your back to the river and emerge victorious from the jaws of death. Tell me, if you were the emperor of Chu, would you ever imagine that the Great Su would dare invade your territory under these circumstances? Qiannian pressed. After a moment of contemplation, Su Shuiyao uttered 4 words. Of course not. Then it's simple. The bulk of Chu's forces are stationed in Song, leaving their borders lightly defended. If the Great Su's elite troops launch a sudden assault, the initial phase will inevitably be a rout. They won't be able to mount an effective defense in time. No one knows whether the Great Su is truly willing to fight to the death. Thus, Chu has 2 choices. First, they gamble, bet that the allied forces will breach the Great Su's capital before the Great Su's elites can take theirs. Second, they play it safe, withdraw their forces to lift the siege on their own capital. In such a scenario, as the emperor of Chu, what would you choose? Qiannian continued. Su Shuiyao frowned, lost in thought. After a long pause, she opened her eyes, a glimmer of certainty flashing within them. The safe option. Chu is already the most powerful state. By advancing steadily and expanding gradually, they stand to gain the most. But if they gamble, even if they win, the Great Su's desperate struggle would leave them severely weakened, giving the other states an opportunity to reap the rewards. Only a fool wouldn't see the obvious choice. Strategizing within the command tent, decisive victory 1,000 miles away. This Taoist truly is magnificent. Qiannian burst into laughter, sweeping a hand through his hair. How conceited. Su Shuiyao lifted her head, only to find that Qiannian had vanished once more. Gone again. Could he truly be a savior sent by the heavens for the Great Su? She murmured, her heart tangled in complex emotions. She wasn't sure what she felt toward him now, anger or gratitude. If this plan truly repels the enemy, I'll thank him properly the next time we meet. With that, she turned and strode toward the palace gates. She needed to present this strategy to her father, the emperor. When Qiannian awoke once more, his first instinct was to examine the Taoist scriptures within his storage ring. As the ancient tome materialized in his grasp, disbelief still lingered in his heart. That which belonged to the realm of dreams had manifested in reality, a phenomenon utterly impossible before his 18th year. A sudden, sharp pain pierced his chest. His fingers traced the unblemished skin where no wound existed, yet the location precisely mirrored where the maiden's sword had struck him in the dreamscape. Previously, even fatal dream injuries left no physical trace upon waking. What arcane mystery lay behind this vision? The young cultivator found himself descending deeper into enigma. Not only could objects be transported from dream to reality, but dream-inflicted wounds now carried tangible pain. Such surreal occurrences defied all conventional wisdom. What manner of world exists beyond the veil of slumber? He murmured in awe. With practiced strokes, he captured the maiden's bewildered, endearing expression upon parchment before settling into meditation to study the sacred text. The scriptures delineated 3 great realms: tempered flesh, physical perfection, and divine abilities, corresponding precisely to his world's postnatal, innate, and foundation establishment stages. The tempered flesh realm involved absorbing solar and lunar essences to refine sinew, bone, and blood, a process nearly identical to postnatal cultivation's absorption of heaven-earth spiritual energy. The physical perfection and innate realms both focused on unblocking the body's meridian channels and acupoints, culminating in the opening of the governing and conception vessels, followed by 12 primary meridians and 108 acupoints. Yet crucial differences emerged. The scriptures spoke of a transcendent state beyond physical perfection, flawless physique, requiring the unsealing of all 361 acupoints. A crimson annotation warned, once the 109th acupoint opens, retreat becomes impossible. Failure to complete the path condemns one to eternal stagnation. So the 10th heaven of the innate realm does exist, Qiannian whispered, eyes blazing with revelation. This explains why even our sacred land has never witnessed a heavenly foundation establishment, only earth-grade at best. The secret of heavenly foundation lies within this hidden 10th layer. As the scion of the Taoist sect, how could he shrink from this challenge? If that simple-minded maiden in his dreams could achieve perfection, would the illustrious Tao child falter? The very thought brought heat to his cheeks. What disgrace would it be if the sect's proud heir proved inferior to some inexperienced girl? I shall become the first heavenly foundation cultivator in our realm's history, he vowed, the sacred text glowing faintly in his determined grasp. With lofty aspirations and unwavering determination, Qiannian immediately headed to the cultivation chamber to begin his secluded training. To break through the acupoints required an immense amount of resources. Qiannian retrieved the supreme-grade foundation establishment elixir bestowed upon him by his master, containing approximately 100 drops. Do not underestimate this vial of supreme-grade elixir. Each drop contained energy equivalent to a supreme-grade foundation establishment pill. And with such a pill, the success rate of establishing one's foundation soared to 99%. In other words, this single vial was enough for 100 peak innate realm cultivators to ascend to foundation establishment. How many foundation establishment cultivators did the entire Tao sect produce in a year? This alone demonstrated the profound favor Grandmaster Qiannian held for him, ensuring his disciple would not fail in this critical step. After all, failure in foundation establishment could result in crippled foundations, or worse, death itself. Qiannian poured out a single drop and consumed it. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of energy coursed through his body, like countless rushing streams, each carrying terrifying power. Crack, crack, sounds akin to shattering bones echoed within him as another acupoint was unlocked, the 109th. This marked the point of no return. Either he would unlock all 361 acupoints to perfection, or he would never establish his foundation in this lifetime. Come then, let the storm rage even fiercer. With boundless ambition, Qiannian envisioned himself already standing as the foremost foundation establishment cultivator beneath the heavens. Chapter 10, Master. Surely you wouldn't want your disciple to fail in foundation establishment starting from the 109th acupoint. With each one Qiannian unblocked, his strength increased by 1%. The 109th acupoint made him 1% stronger than at 108, and the 110th acupoint again enhanced his power by another 1% over the 109th. Qiannian was astounded. This progression was astonishing. If all 361 acupoints were unblocked, wouldn't his strength multiply over tenfold? To think that advancing from innate to foundation establishment only quintupled one's power. At this rate, wouldn't he be able to defeat ordinary foundation establishment cultivators without even stepping into that realm? Overwhelmed with excitement, as if already witnessing himself overpowering foundation establishment experts while still at the innate stage, Qiannian accelerated his efforts to break through the acupoints, striving to reach the 10th level of innate as soon as possible. Half an hour later, Qiannian emerged from the cultivation chamber, gazing at the sky with an expression of utter despair. An entire bottle of supreme-grade foundation establishment spiritual liquid had only allowed him to unblock 30 acupoints. Moreover, whereas a single drop had sufficed for one acupoint initially, later on, 3 or 4 drops were needed for each breakthrough. And now, he still needed to unblock a staggering 223 more acupoints. Given the escalating amount of spiritual liquid required, how much more would he need? Not everyone could cultivate to the 10th level of the physical body realm. The resources required were beyond calculation. The vast majority of cultivators would break through to the divine ability realm upon reaching the 9th level's pinnacle. The words of the maiden from his dream echoed in Qiannian's mind. To him, incalculable resources were of no concern. After all, he was a Tao child. What resources could he possibly lack? And of course, he was not part of the majority, for he was a Tao child. How could a Tao child be ordinary? But now, he realized he was mistaken. The resources needed to unblock all acupoints amounted to 10,000 times those required for an ordinary foundation establishment. Of course, it wasn't he that a supreme sect lacked such resources, but no sect would gamble 10,000-fold resources on an uncertain future. Moreover, within the spiritual cultivation system, there was no such thing as a 10th heaven. Under these circumstances, relying solely on himself, obtaining such vast resources was naturally impossible. But who was he? He had a divine transformation master. Master, save me. Before even reaching the entrance of Taoist Qingshuan's abode, Qiannian began shouting at the top of his lungs. Brat, what are you yelling about now? An aged, irate voice rang out, followed by the emergence of a white-haired elder from the cave dwelling. Why aren't you secluded in cultivation, breaking through to foundation establishment? What brings you here? Taoist Qiannian scolded. Ahem. It's not that I don't want to establish my foundation. It's that I've run out of foundation establishment spiritual liquid, Qiannian replied with an awkward chuckle. What? All of it? An entire bottle? Does foundation establishment require that much? Taoist Qingshuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew that typically, a single drop of spiritual liquid was sufficient for one foundation establishment attempt. Even with Qiannian's heaven-defying talent, an entire bottle shouldn't have been exhausted. Brat, don't tell me you've taken a fancy to some maiden and gifted the spiritual liquid away? Taoist Qiannian narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing his disciple. Master, you misunderstand. Although your disciple appreciates beautiful women, I wouldn't squander such precious resources for that purpose. It's just that my foundation building is rather unique, requiring slightly more spiritual liquid. Qiannian scratched his head sheepishly. Slightly? Taoist Qingshuan's expression turned peculiar. 100 drops aren't enough, and you call that slightly more? That could establish 100 cultivators' foundations. Wait, your cultivation level? Suddenly, Qiannian noticed his disciple's spiritual energy had intensified several-fold compared to before, prompting his astonished inquiry. After reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of innate realm, even the slightest improvement before foundation establishment would result in earth-shaking transformations. Qiannian had already been formidable enough to dominate all innate realm disciples in the sect, destined at minimum for mystic-grade foundation establishment, far surpassing his peers. Yet now, his power had increased by nearly 30%, an astonishing enhancement that rendered him capable of defeating two of his former selves simultaneously. Could it be? His disciple was destined for Earth-grade foundation establishment? Mystic-grade promised potential to reach nascent soul, while Earth-grade held the promise of deity transformation. Considering the entire spirit domain's 10 supreme sects couldn't muster 10 deity transformation experts combined, if Qiannian truly achieved Earth-grade foundation establishment, his future would be boundless. If it's for Earth-grade foundation establishment, then one bottle indeed seems insufficient. Very well, this master shall provide another. No matter what, you must break through to Earth-grade. Qiannian took a deep breath and flicked his sleeve, sending a jade vial toward Qiannian. Catching it deftly, Qiannian remained rooted in place, wearing a pained expression. Master, it's still not enough. Just a little more. What did you say? Qingshuan's eyes widened in disbelief. 2 bottles of foundation establishment elixir, insufficient? Even during his own Earth-grade breakthrough, he hadn't required this much. You rascal, exactly how much more do you need? Qiannian demanded through gritted teeth. Qiannian offered an awkward smile and extended a single finger. 1 final bottle. This is your master's absolute limit. Qingshuan's lips twitched as he produced another vial through clenched teeth. Ahem, not 1 bottle. Qiannian chuckled nervously. Qingshuan's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. 10 bottles? Even selling your master wouldn't yield 10 bottles. He roared. Master misunderstands, not 10 bottles. Then how many? Qiannian calmed slightly. At least it wasn't 10. 100 bottles should suffice, barely. Uffed. Qiannian spat out yesterday's tea, nearly choking. Hey, 100? 100 bottles? The elder's face contorted violently. Qiannian nodded solemnly. Indeed, 100. Get lost. Are you trying to purchase a supreme sect? Qiannian bellowed, momentarily tempted to thrash his disciple. 100 bottles of supreme-grade foundation establishment elixir? What manner of extravagance was this? Enough to cultivate 10,000 foundation establishment experts. These are the treasured assets of our sect. Each vial represents the future of our lineage. And this wretched boy dares to demand 100 vials at once. Even if we gathered all the foundation establishment elixirs from the entire Taoist sect, it wouldn't amount to such a quantity. Even if Old Man Fire, the only one capable of refining supreme-grade foundation establishment elixirs, were to toil day and night until his cauldron smokes and explodes, it still wouldn't be enough. Qiannian chuckled slyly and said, Master, grant me 100 vials of foundation establishment elixir, and your disciple shall become the most formidable foundation builder in the history of the spirit realm. Scram, where do you expect me to find 100 vials of foundation establishment elixir? What nonsense about the strongest foundation? Before Taoist Qiannian could finish, he suddenly realized something. My dear disciple, are you aiming for heavenly Tao foundation establishment? His pupils constricted sharply. Qiannian cleared his throat and replied, Your disciple has no retreat left, only forward. Succeed, and I shall establish the heavenly Tao foundation. Fail, and I shall remain stagnant at the innate realm for life. Master, Surely you wouldn't wish to see your disciple fail in his foundation establishment? Chapter 11. Who says this Taoist dares not accept the challenge? Upon learning that Qiannian intended to pursue Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, Qiannian Daojuan's expression shifted instantly. Disciple, you are not deceiving your master, are you? After a long silence, Qiannian Daojuan inquired cautiously. Qiannian promptly shook his head, solemnly replying, how would this disciple dare to mislead master? If Earth-grade Foundation establishment hinted at the potential to reach the nascent soul stage, then Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment could very well transcend it, reaching the legendary realm of the ancient sages. To say that a single sage could crush galaxies with their might, annihilate entire spiritual domains with a flick of their fingers, and command awe across all directions was no exaggeration. Such beings were not merely legends within the spiritual domain. They were myths across the entire Northern Territory, even the entire continent. And Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment signified the potential to become a sage. This revelation was so staggering that even Qiannian Daojuan, the foremost figure of the Tao sect, felt his heart surge with overwhelming waves of shock. Disciple, Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment is no trivial matter. Are you certain you wish to tread this path? Qiannian Daojuan's voice was grave, his earlier playfulness entirely absent. Master need not worry. This disciple has already made thorough preparations, Qiannian declared with confidence. After a moment of silence, Qiannian Daojuan nodded slowly. Good, truly worthy of being my disciple. Since you have resolved yourself, this master shall aid you in reaching the pinnacle. Qiannian was momentarily taken aback, not expecting his usually frugal master to agree so readily. He couldn't help but murmur. But that would require 100 vials of Foundation Establishment elixir. Qiannian Daojuan laughed heartily. If this master can nurture a sage among his disciples, what significance does a mere 100 vials of elixir hold? Warmth blossomed in Qiannian's heart. He knew that Qiannian Daojuan had poured his entire being into guiding him, willing to pay any price to support his path. This debt of gratitude he would carry in his heart forever. Who told you to be this old man's only disciple? Qiannian Daojuan smiled faintly, patting Qiannian's shoulder. Enough. Leave this matter to me. Focus solely on your Foundation establishment. Before long, a middle-aged man in Taoist robes arrived on a flying sword. Lin Tianya, the current sect master of the Tao sect, a late-stage nascent soul powerhouse. Greetings, Grand Elder. These are all the remaining Foundation Establishment elixirs from the sect's treasury. Upon landing, Lin Tianya immediately presented a storage pouch to Qiannian Daojuan. Your efforts are appreciated. Inform junior brother Hua to increase the production of Foundation Establishment elixirs and pills over the next 2 months. I shall handle the materials, ensure the disciple's progress is not delayed. After issuing a few instructions, Qiannian Daojuan dismissed Lin Tianya. He then opened the storage pouch, counted the contents, and handed it to Qiannian. Here are 15 supreme-grade elixirs, 10 high-grade, and 20 mid-grade. Use these for your cultivation first. As for the rest, I guarantee they will be gathered within 3 days. Qiannian accepted the pouch, took a deep breath, and bowed solemnly. This disciple thanks master. Enough with formalities. Qiannian Daojuan waved a hand. Go now. Do not waste time. As you command. Qiannian replied respectfully. After Qiannian departed, a faint smile graced Taoist Qingshuan's lips as he murmured to himself, Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment. How intriguing. This disciple of mine shall be most fascinating to observe. Armed with the Foundation Establishment elixir, Qiannian retreated once more into seclusion within his cultivation chamber, channeling his energies to unblock the remaining acupoints. 140, 141, 142, 250, 251. 2 hours later, Qiannian ceased his efforts, for the elixir had been exhausted once more. This session had yielded 123 newly unblocked acupoints, combined with the previous 30 and his original 108. He now commanded 261 unlocked meridians. Nearly 100 acupoints remained before achieving the great perfection of 361. My current strength has increased nearly 5-fold, comparable to the enhancement of actual Foundation establishment, Qiannian whispered, sensing the terrifying power coursing through his veins, power sufficient to effortlessly crush any great perfection innate realm cultivator. This was no exaggeration. Previously at great perfection innate realm, he possessed 80,000 gene of raw strength. Now enhanced nearly 5-fold, his might reached the terrifying magnitude of 380,000 gene. Lacking only the inexhaustible spiritual C characteristic of Foundation establishment, His combat prowess now rivaled early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, and this by the standards of his own mystic-grade Foundation establishment. Ordinary early Foundation establishment practitioners would likely fare no better against him now than common great perfection innate cultivators had before his breakthrough, crushed beneath a single hand. I must test this newfound strength against suitable opponents, Qiannian contemplated, his gaze sharpening. In the next instant, his figure blurred as he vanished from the cultivation chamber, streaking toward the sect's training grounds. Is this truly the extent of your Tao sect's current generation? Upon the training grounds stood a purple-robed man whose arrogant gaze swept across the arena, lips curled in disdain. Summon your so-called chosen, Qiannian, to test his mettle against our sword sect's prowess. Behind him, a contingent of sword sect disciples chanted fervently, Second Senior Brother reigns supreme. Second Senior Brother, crush these Tao sect weaklings. Pathetic Tao sect insects. Come forth and meet your doom. This purple-robed antagonist was none other than the sword sect's second senior brother, Wang Tianyi, a cultivator of terrifying prowess whose gleaming sword knew no equal in sharpness. The Tao sect disciples burned with indignation at this blatant provocation. Wang Tianyi, restrain your arrogance. Were our second senior brother present or the chosen not in seclusion? You dare not utter such insolence. A Tao sect disciple finally snapped. Oh, is that so? Wang Tianyi's mocking grin widened. When, pray tell, will your precious chosen emerge from hiding? Silence fell upon the Tao sect disciples, for none could answer, none knew when their chosen might conclude his closed-door cultivation. Yet Wang Tianyi's tyranny had become intolerable. With a contemptuous glance at the surrounding Tao sect disciples, Wang Tianyi sneered, it seems your so-called chosen cowers behind closed doors. Too fearful to face. And who claims this chosen fears battle? At that very moment, a clear and melodious voice suddenly reached everyone's ears. Following closely, a figure clad in pristine white robes, ethereal as an immortal, Qiannian appeared atop the training grounds astride his sword. With hands clasped behind his back and an expression of serene composure, he exuded an air of effortless grace. The Crown Prince has arrived. The Crown Prince has emerged from seclusion. Wang Tianyi, your doom is nigh. Prepare to kneel and call him father. Upon Qiannian's arrival, the disciples of the Tao sect erupted in fervent cheers, their voices brimming with exhilaration. They seemed to envision the imminent scene of Qiannian subduing Wang Tianyi with effortless superiority. After all, the Crown Prince was the sect's most formidable prodigy, whereas Wang Tianyi wasn't even the sword sect's Crown Prince. So, you are Qiannian, the Crown Prince of the Tao sect? Wang Tianyi also recognized him, his gaze turning icy. Indeed. What counsel do you seek? Qiannian inclined his head slightly, his tone indifferent. Counsel is too generous a word. Wang Tianyi shook his head and scoffed. I merely wish to exchange pointers with the Crown Prince of the Tao sect. You seek to challenge me? Qiannian arched a brow, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. You are unworthy. Let your sword sect's Crown Prince, Jian Lingxiao, come instead. Chapter 12. Defeating the Foundation establishment with a single fist contempt. Utter, naked contempt. Wang Tianyi's fury erupted instantly. How dare this Qiannian look down upon him with such disdain? Qiannian, don't think I don't know. Your status as the Taoist son is entirely due to your nascent soul master. Otherwise, how could a mere mortal like you, not even at the Foundation establishment stage, become the Taoist son of our sect? Wang Tianyi sneered darkly. Since you've dared to show yourself today, I'll teach you a proper lesson. Let you understand what a true peerless genius looks like. Bam! Before he could finish, his body was sent flying backward, crashing into several of his companions before landing several zhang away. Qiannian flicked his wrist dismissively. What kind of rabid dog keeps barking in my ear? Its face is so thick, my hand hurts from slapping it. Silence, absolute silence. Whether disciples of the Tao sect or the sword sect, no one could react immediately. Then, in an instant, the crowd erupted. Long live the Taoist son. The Taoist son is invincible. Wang Tianyi, serves you right for showing off. Got humiliated, didn't you? Taoist son, finish him off. The Tao sect disciples roared with excitement. As for the sword sect disciples, their faces were frozen in shock and disbelief. Wang Tianyi, their sect's second-ranked genius of this generation, had been defeated so effortlessly? Qiannian. Wang Tianyi staggered to his feet. His teeth clenched in fury as he glared venomously at Qiannian. You despicable bastard. You attacked me when I was prepared, whereas your martial honor. He snarled, his face swollen and bruised, resembling nothing so much as a pig's head. Qiannian chuckled lightly. You were the one who rushed at me. Don't blame others for your own recklessness. His composed demeanor only deepened the Tao sect disciples' admiration. Truly, the Taoist sun strikes with both power and righteousness. The sword sect disciples, however, turned ashen-faced. Those who had mocked Qiannian the most now burned with humiliation. Second senior brother, what should we do? Should we summon the sword sun? One of them whispered. Damn it. I refuse to believe that someone who was only at the peak of the innate realm 2 days ago could defeat me. Even if he has just broken through to Foundation establishment. Wang Tiany's face twisted with rage as he pointed at Qiannian. Qiannian, since you insist on courting death, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Whoosh. Drawing his spirit sword, he unleashed a surge of true essence. And behind him materialized the phantom of a 900 zhang spiritual sea. An ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator only manifests 100 zhang si. Only those with mystic-grade foundations reach 1,000 zhang, yet Wang Tiany has achieved 900. Gasps spread through the crowd. Taoist sun, can he win? Murmured many Tao sect disciples. Don't worry. The Taoist sun just sent him flying with a single palm. He must already be at Foundation establishment. Exactly. With the Taoist sun's strength. He must at least have a mystic-grade foundation, if not earth-grade. 900 zhang is impressive, but it's still just yellow-grade in the end. Taoist sun, crush this bastard. The disciples of the Tao sect erupted in cheers for Qiannian, while on the other side, the disciples of the sword sect whispered among themselves, seemingly confident of victory. After all, Wang Tiany had been at the Foundation establishment stage for 2 years, nearly reaching the peak of the early stage. Whereas Qiannian had only just broken through a day or 2 ago, even if it was a mystic-grade breakthrough. Humph. Wang Tiany sneered, his body shimmering with sword light. Qiannian, if you kneel and beg for mercy, I might consider sparing you. Qiannian's lips curled slightly in mockery. You? With this single punch, 18 years of cultivation, I wonder if you can withstand it? Boom. With a single step forward, he unleashed a devastating punch. A force nearing 400,000 gene erupting from his fist. The air itself screamed as it shattered under the impact. Wang Tiany's face paled as he hastily raised his sword to block. Clang. A metallic ring echoed like the clash of divine weapons. The next moment, Wang Tiany let out a choked groan as he was sent flying once more, crashing outside the arena in a pitiful heap, blood spurting from his lips. A single move, and Wang Tiany was defeated. The entire arena fell into stunned silence. Every gaze was fixed on Qiannian, expressions of utter disbelief etched on their faces. A single strike to defeat Wang Tiany? Wang Tiany was a genuine peak yellow-grade Foundation establishment cultivator, a powerhouse second only to the sword sect's heir. And yet, the sword sect's second best had been crushed in a single exchange? Even the Tao sect's third senior brother had lasted 3 moves against the Blade Gate's heir. Too strong. His Highness the Tao heir is truly a peerless genius. I told you His Highness had already broken through to Foundation establishment. The Tao sect disciples erupted into a frenzy of cheers, their voices roaring with exhilaration. For the past 2 days, the Tao sect had been humiliated by the heirs of other great sects, but now, Qiannian's overwhelming display had restored their pride. In stark contrast, the sword sect's side was deathly silent, their earlier arrogance utterly extinguished. How is this possible? Wang Tiany coughed up blood, his face twisted in disbelief. How have you become so strong? Could you have achieved an earth-grade breakthrough? Losing to a mystic-grade Foundation establishment cultivator was one thing, but in his mind, he should have at least lasted a few exchanges. Yet he had been instantly crushed, utterly humiliated. The injustice of it gnawed at him. Qiannian, you've finally shown yourself. A cold voice suddenly cut through the crowd. A group of 6 or 7 figures emerged before the arena. At their head stood a young man in his early 20s. Clad in resplendent violet robes, his sharp eyes exuding an oppressive, domineering aura. And on his back, a gleaming sword, its blade shimmering with iridescent light. Unmistakably a rare and precious artifact. Your Highness the Tao heir, you've arrived. At the sight of him, the sword sect disciples instantly regained their confidence. Their voices surging with excitement. Your Highness, avenge us. The sword sect's dignity must not be trampled upon. Defeat Qiannian and restore our honor. The disciples of the sword sect erupted in indignant outcries. The sword sect's chosen heir approached, casting a glance at Wang Tiany with a slight furrow between his brows. Worthless, he spat. Chosen one, Wang Tiany's face twisted with fury and unwillingness. Silence. The sword sect heir roared, his voice icy. Just days ago, you boasted of crushing the Tao sect's heir, and now you've shamed our sect beyond measure. Why are you still standing here? Crawl away and tend to your wounds. But, chosen one, Wang Tiany attempted to defend himself, only to shrink back under the heir's frigid glare. Humiliated, he scrambled away like a beaten dog. The disciples of the Tao sect burst into mocking laughter. Wang Tianyi's face burned crimson with shame, wishing he could vanish into the earth as he fled the scene. So, you are the Tao sect's heir, Qiannian? The sword sect heir turned his cold gaze upon Qiannian, his tone indifferent. And who might you be? Qiannian feigned ignorance, though he knew full well the man's identity, his voice dripping with disdain. I am Jian Lingxiao, heir of the sword sect. Qiannian. Do you dare face me in battle? Jian Lingxiao's eyes glinted with frost. Why wouldn't I? I stand ready to oblige at any time. Having unlocked 261 acupoints, Qiannian feared no rival heir. Yet, as tension crackled between them, a sultry, teasing voice drifted into the fray. My. How could such excitement unfold without little old me? Chapter 13, The Fourth Dream, the grandest birthday celebration. As the words faded, a bewitching woman emerged. Her steps deliberate and alluring. Her figure was voluptuous, her curves exquisite, her skin as pale and flawless as freshly fallen snow, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. The moment she appeared, countless gazes were inevitably drawn to her, burning with fervent admiration. Her beauty, her seductive charm, she was nothing short of a temptress. A peerless enchantress who seemed to have stepped out of a painting, capable of ensnaring souls with a mere glance. The Taoist heir of the Joyous Union sect, Qiannian. What a mesmerizing creature, truly a demoness in human form. Qiannian muttered inwardly, though his expression remained impassive, betraying no ripple of emotion. Qiannian, however, turned her enchanting eyes toward him, offering a coquettish smile that dripped with allure. Taoist heir Qiannian, it's been so difficult to catch a glimpse of you. Her voice was honeyed, tinged with a playful complaint, each syllable laced with temptation. Hearing that sultry tone, an inexplicable heat surged through Qiannian's body. His heart pounding so violently he nearly coughed up blood. Qiannian, truly a demoness. Fortunately, he had already encountered the ethereal beauty of the woman from his dreams. Or else he might not have been able to resist. As for the others, whether disciples of the sword sect or the Tao sect, they had already succumbed entirely, their eyes bloodshot. Their gazes locked onto Qiannian as if spellbound, their mouths nearly watering in rapture. Even the sword sect's Taoist heir, Jian Lingxiao, standing nearby, struggled to maintain his composure, his breathing noticeably heavier. Such formidable charm, and yet such unshakable willpower. Witnessing this, Qiannian couldn't help but feel astonished. The bewitching art she had just employed was unparalleled in the world. No man of the same cultivation realm could resist it, not even prodigious Taoist heirs. Yet, against all expectations, Qiannian had effortlessly shaken off her influence, unaffected in the slightest. How peculiar. Did he not favor beautiful women? Or had he cultivated some esoteric technique? At this moment, curiosity toward Qiannian ignited within Qiannian. So, it's Fairy Ji. Have you also come to challenge this Taoist heir? Qiannian steadied his mind before lifting his gaze to meet hers, a faint smirk playing at the corner of his lips. Giggle. Is that how Taoist heir Qiannian sees me? I merely wished to discuss the philosophy of life with you. Qiannian's laughter was melodious, her eyes shimmering with a misty allure. The more a man resisted her, the more she yearned to conquer him. Philosophy of life? Qiannian shook his head with a wry smile. This Taoist heir has no interest in that kind of discussion with you. Perhaps you should seek out the sword sect's Taoist heir instead. A woman who had lain with countless men, such a demoness was not someone he wished to entangle with. With that, he lifted his foot and retreated gracefully. Should any of you wish to challenge me, the arena awaits in 3 days. With a casual wave, Qiannian turned and departed, leaving behind a crowd of stunned onlookers. Qiannian's expression froze. This was the first time she had ever been rejected. Returning to his residence, Qiannian sat cross-legged in meditation. After today's events, he had confirmed his own strength and grasped the might of the 10th heaven of the innate realm. He had not yet reached the 10th heaven. Yet he could already rival an Earth-grade foundation establishment cultivator. When he truly reaches the 10th heaven, what level of power will he attain? And once he establishes his foundation, how formidable will he become? Glancing at the sky, he realized it was already late. For the first time, he found himself anticipating the dream. Tonight, he would likely see that girl again, wouldn't he? Based on the time difference from previous encounters, she should now be around his age. He wondered if his plans had worked in her world. Had her empire resolved its crisis? Lost in thought, Qiannian slowly drifted into slumber, stepping once more into the realm of dreams. When he opened his eyes this time, he did not immediately see the girl. Instead, he found himself seated at a table. Raising his head, the sunlight was almost blinding. This dream world was bathed in daylight. The air buzzed with noise. Qiannian surveyed his surroundings, a vast square filled with people, each seated before tables laden with fine wine and delicacies. His gaze swept forward, and his eyes widened in awe. Before him stood a magnificent imperial palace, resplendent in gold and jade, adorned with carvings of dragons and phoenixes, its grandeur surpassing even the grandest halls of the Taoist sect. Only then did he realize, every guest at this banquet possessed at least foundation establishment-level strength. Core formation experts were countless, and many emanated auras even beyond that. What a formidable world! What a mighty empire! This must be the Great Su Empire. Its power was staggering, likely beyond the combined might of the entire spirit realm. And yet, Great Su was merely one of 7 nations. How much stronger, then, was the mightiest among them, Great Chu? Qiannian narrowed his eyes, deep in contemplation. This world far exceeded his imagination. Yet, this only exhilarated him further. He had commanded such an empire in battle. Judging by the scale of this feast, his gamble must have paid off, otherwise, Great Su would not host such a celebration. Indeed, when the guest of honor appeared, his suspicions were confirmed. Today marked Su Xiao's 18th birthday, and the Empire's victory banquet. Clad in a delicate lavender gown, the young maiden stepped forward, her beauty ethereal. Her skin was like snow, her features exquisitely carved, and her smile radiant as the moon, noble and pure. A girl at 18 is at the peak of her beauty, and she was no exception. Every movement carried an air of grace and elegance, captivating all who beheld her. Yet, as she entered, her eyes darted through the crowd, searching for someone. At last, her gaze settled upon a corner, and her face lit up with dazzling brilliance, a smile that could topple cities. She extended her hand, as if to invite that person to join her on stage, for the strategy that had saved the empire had come from him. But Qiannian merely shook his head gently. He had no desire to step into the spotlight in this unfamiliar world, even if it was just a dream. Su Xiao noticed Qiannian shaking his head, and with her keen intellect, she understood his reluctance to reveal himself. She did not persist, but instead turned to whisper a few words to her maidservant beside her. The maid cast a glance toward where Qiannian was seated before quietly withdrawing. Subsequently, the grand birthday celebration of the imperial princess commenced in splendid and exuberant fashion. Qiannian lifted his wine cup, savoring the exquisite liquor with deliberate grace, his gaze fixed upon Su Xiao upon the elevated platform. Fine wine. A beauty to behold. This dream was becoming increasingly delightful. Crack. A faint sound resonated from within Qiannian's body. He paused slightly, staring at the wine cup in his hand, a trace of astonishment flickering in his eyes, given the number of acupoints he had already unlocked. Breaking through another required at least 20 drops of supreme-grade foundation establishment spiritual liquid. Yet, merely by drinking a single cup of wine at this banquet, he had effortlessly unsealed another acupoint. What extravagance! Most astonishing of all, within this dream, he could still cultivate. Chapter 14, Reacquaintance, a dance amidst peach blossoms, young master. My lady seeks your presence, a maidservant approached, offering a respectful bow to Qiannian, recognizing her as the attendant who had accompanied the maiden from his dreams. Qiannian understood that the lady she referred to was none other than that very girl. Without hesitation, he rose and followed her, winding through several paths until they arrived at a secluded and tranquil garden. Young master, this humble servant shall take her leave now. My lady will arrive shortly, the maidservant said with another courteous gesture before departing. The garden was adorned with artificial hills, murmuring streams, elegant pavilions, and a profusion of blossoms, exuding an air of refined serenity. Qiannian's gaze was drawn to a grove of peach trees, their delicate pink flowers suffusing the garden with their tender beauty, their fragrance intoxicating and enchanting. He wandered into the peach grove, savoring the peace and delight it offered. Petals drifted down like soft pink snowflakes, painting the air with fleeting grace. Suddenly, a breathtaking figure appeared before him. Su Xiao was clad in a flowing lavender gown, her sleeves fluttering gently as if stirring the very blossoms around her. The peach petals danced in her wake, as though she were a celestial being descending from the realms of myth. I do not know how long you will remain this time, so I came to find you as swiftly as I could, Su Xiao said, her voice clear and melodious, her eyes, bright as autumn waters, glistening with an unspoken depth. Compared to their previous encounters, the maiden now seemed even more radiant, like a flower in full bloom, exuding an irresistible allure. Princess, you no longer call me a rogue. I find myself almost unaccustomed to it, Qiannian remarked with a faint, teasing smile, recalling their earlier meetings, particularly their first encounter. A delicate blush tinted Su Shuyao's cheeks as she replied softly, "You are Su's savior, and thus mine as well. How could I address you so disrespectfully again?" Her words filled Qiannian with quiet joy, his smile deepening, his profound eyes like boundless starlight, vast and unforgettable. "On behalf of all the people of Su, I offer you my sincerest gratitude, young master," Su Shuiyao said, performing a deep and reverent bow. "It was but a trivial effort. I merely stood upon the shoulders of giants to conceive those strategies," Qiannian replied casually. A flicker of admiration passed through the maiden's gaze. The young man before her was not only peerless in appearance, his eyes brimmed with wisdom, as though he had glimpsed the ebb and flow of the world itself. What brilliance must he possess in his own world? "Princess, though we have met 4 times, we have yet to exchange names," Qiannian said with a gentle smile. "Su Shuyao, Princess of blossoming radiance of Su," she answered, her lips curving into a smile as warm as spring sunshine, her luminous eyes fixed upon him. Qiannian, Taoist heir of the Lingyu Dao sect, he returned with a laugh. Their gazes held, the air between them growing still, as though time itself had paused, leaving only the silent descent of peach blossoms to mark the passage of moments. This moment seemed to crystallize into eternity, forever frozen in time. Even 1,000 years later, the invincible empress would still recall this instant with vivid clarity. After a long pause, Su Shuiyao turned around, her crimson lips parting slightly. "Shall we meet again a year from now?" "Perhaps," Qiannian replied uncertainly. "But I dream every night. To me, we see each other daily. Dreams." Su Shuiyao murmured softly before letting out a light laugh. "You haven't changed much since we first met 3 years ago. But to me, your highness transforms every day, growing ever more radiant," Qiannian teased. At his compliment, a faint smile graced Su Shuiyao's lips. "By the way," she suddenly asked, "what reward would you like for aiding great Su in repelling the enemy?" "Anything." Qiannian blinked playfully, his eyes gleaming. "Within reason," Su Shuiyao added. "Then, might I request another kiss from your highness?" Qiannian coughed lightly, his tone hopeful. Su Shuiyao froze, her delicate cheeks flushing pink as she shot him a glare. "Must you always just like this? If you continue, I shall ignore you." With that, she turned away, pouting and placing her hands on her hips in feigned indignation. Qiannian couldn't help but chuckle. "I was merely teasing. Please don't take it seriously, your highness." "Humph." Su Shuiyao sniffed disdainfully. Qiannian composed himself and said earnestly, "Truthfully, I haven't decided. May I defer my request until later? Then I shall hold you to your word today." Su Shuiyao smiled brilliantly. Though subtle, her smile was utterly enchanting. "A single day for me is a year for you, your highness. Centuries from now, when your cultivation reaches its zenith, only a few hundred days will have passed for me. By then, I could ask for anything, couldn't I?" Qiannian grinned. "Not necessarily," Su Shuiyao countered with a soft shake of her head. "What if one day, this dream simply ends?" She wasn't being coy. This ethereal connection was too fragile, its duration unknown. "If I wake one morning and can no longer dream of you, what then? Why dwell on such thoughts? For now, we can still meet, can we not?" Qiannian dismissed the notion. "True." Su Shuiyao's eyes sparkled with sudden inspiration. "I've learned a new dance, one no outsider has ever seen. Would you like to watch?" "Your highness, does this dance count as my reward?" Qiannian arched a brow. Su Shuiyao laughed softly. "No, consider it an additional gift from me. Then I shall savor every moment of your highness's performance." With a radiant smile, Qiannian extended his arms in an inviting gesture. Nodding gracefully, Su Shuiyao glided beneath the peach blossom tree and began to dance. Her movements were fluid and elegant, her slender form swaying like a willow branch, her waist light as a feather. As she danced, the surrounding peach blossoms swirled in harmony, one after another, painting the entire orchard in hues of pink. A gentle breeze carried the petals, showering them upon Qiannian in a mesmerizing cascade of floral elegance. In that fleeting moment, Qiannian stood transfixed, his gaze locked upon her breathtaking beauty, his mind emptied of all thought save for the graceful silhouette swaying before him. "Exquisite," he murmured, awestruck by the rare and enchanting spectacle. As the dance concluded, Su Shuiyao turned slowly, her luminous eyes searching the spot where Qiannian had stood mere moments before. Yet once again, he had vanished without a trace. "Next time we meet, it will be another year," she whispered, a shadow of melancholy flickering in her gaze. In some ways, Qiannian was her first true friend, one who neither cared for nor was burdened by her status. Long after waking, the memory of Su Shuiyao's peach blossom dance lingered in Qiannian's mind, an indelible vision he could not shake. Before long, her likeness materialized upon his parchment, so vivid, so lifelike, it was as if she stood before him once more. Chapter 15. Breaking through to the 10th level of innate realm. Haha, my disciple. See what your master has brought you. No sooner had Qiannian put away the painting scroll than Taoist Qiannian strode in, laughing heartily as he tossed a storage ring to his disciple. I heard you defeated the Sword Sect's second senior brother, who was nearly at the Earth-grade Foundation establishment stage. Well done. Truly worthy of being my disciple. Taoist Qiannian stroked his beard, nodding with satisfaction, upon sensing Qiannian's cultivation level. The last traces of worry in his heart completely dissipated. Just a stroke of luck, Qiannian replied humbly as he accepted the storage ring. However, upon seeing the number of Foundation establishment elixirs inside, he froze in surprise. Master, you already gave me several dozen bottles yesterday. I only needed about 70 more. But there are 100 here. Why so many? Oh, this? Taoist Qiannian chuckled. I accidentally exchanged for a few extra. Take them. If you need more, just let me know. If there's any left, you can return them to the sect later. Qiannian was deeply moved. He understood that his master had prepared extra out of concern that the initial amount might not suffice. 100 bottles of supreme-grade Foundation establishment elixir, their combined value likely exceeded the entire fortune of even a peak nascent soul expert. Even for a divine transformation powerhouse like his master, the cost must have been unimaginable. This profound kindness stirred Qiannian's heart to its core. Thank you, master. He bowed deeply, his eyes glistening with emotion. Silly child, why stand on ceremony with me? When you achieve Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, that will be the greatest honor for your master, Taoist Qiannian said warmly. Rest assured, master, I will not fail your expectations. Qiannian vowed with firm resolve. Good. Now go and cultivate. I will stand guard for you. With a nod, Qiannian left the chamber and sought out a quiet meditation room, immersing himself in deep cultivation. As bottle after bottle of Foundation establishment elixir was consumed, the acupoints within his body began to unlock one by one. A vast, surging spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, saturating every cell in his body. Qiannian could clearly sense his strength steadily rising, an exhilarating sensation that filled him with excitement. With unwavering focus, he guided the spiritual energy to break through each acupoint. With every new passage unlocked, his power grew stronger. 300, 301, 330, 331 time flowed silently as the number of opened acupoints within him continued to increase. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, yet his gaze remained sharp and resolute. Finally, when the 361st acupoint was unlocked, Qiannian ceased his absorption. His body trembled faintly as he sensed an unprecedented transformation taking place within him. The moment the final acupoint was opened, all the passages in his body suddenly interconnected, forming a seamless, unified whole. The once scattered spiritual energies now converged like a raging torrent, coalescing into an overwhelmingly formidable force. This marked an earth-shattering metamorphosis. Qiannian kept his eyes tightly shut, savoring the surging power within his body, his face radiant with irrepressible joy and exhilaration. He had succeeded in his breakthrough. He had ascended to the 10th heavenly layer of the innate realm. His strength had undergone an immense enhancement, increasing more than 12-fold compared to the peak of the 9th heavenly layer. Now, he wielded a terrifying might of a full million G. This breakthrough represented a qualitative leap for Qiannian, achieving true perfection within the innate realm and earning the qualification to challenge the Heavenly Foundation establishment. Moreover, even without having established his foundation yet, with his current strength, among early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, excluding those with Earth-grade foundations, none could withstand a single punch from him head-on. Such power was even sufficient to defeat ordinary mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Master, your disciple has attained perfection in cultivation. There remain 28 bottles of Foundation establishment elixir. Qiannian reported excitedly as he emerged from the training chamber, addressing Taoist Qiannian. A glint of sharp light flashed in Taoist Qiannian's eyes. He could distinctly sense that. In just half a day, his disciple had grown even stronger. Strike me with your full power, Taoist Qiannian commanded thoughtfully. Yes. Qiannian nodded firmly, clenching his right fist. He unleashed a devastating punch forward. Boom, the air trembled under the force, emitting a dull reverberation as a fierce gale howled. The Taoist Qiannian's body remained unmoved. The bluestone tiles beneath his feet cracked like a spider's web, fissures spreading in all directions. Crack. One of the tiles shattered violently under the overwhelming pressure. Hiss. This power. Taoist Qiannian drew a sharp breath, utterly astonished. Despite his mental preparation, Facing this reality still left him awestruck. Innate realm. A million gene of strength. He was convinced that his disciple would undoubtedly become the first prodigy in the history of the spirit domain to step into the heavenly foundation establishment realm. Ha ha ha, excellent. Regaining his composure, Taoist Qiannian patted Mo Qiannian's shoulder in delight. This master indeed did not misjudge you. Mo Qiannian smiled faintly and bowed respectfully. This disciple's current achievements are entirely due to master's guidance and assistance. This disciple shall remember it for life. Taoist Qiannian waved his hand dismissively. You rascal, always so modest. After conversing for a while, Taoist Qiannian took his leave. Mo Qiannian also departed from the training chamber, heading toward his residence. His breakthrough to the 10th heavenly layer had consumed most of the day, and now, deep into the night, the bright moon hung high in the sky. Mo Qiannian's heart had already wandered into the dream world. A year has passed there. I wonder how Su Shuiyao has changed. Calculating the time. She must have officially surpassed me in age now, hasn't she? Just as he was about to open his door, Mo Qiannian's brows furrowed slightly. Someone is inside my room? Taoist heir Qiannian, this humble one has been waiting for your return. Pushing open the door. Mo Qiannian beheld a breathtakingly beautiful woman reclining coyly upon his bed, her limpid eyes swirling with an allure that could captivate souls and steal hearts. Scattered garments lay strewn across the floor beside the bed. As she lifted a corner of the quilt with delicate fingers, glimpses of jade-white legs, slender and alluring, teased the eye. The enchanting temptress before him likely wore nothing beneath those covers, a brazen seduction that would ignite primal desires in any man who laid eyes upon her. Alas, she was none other than Qiannian, the chosen disciple of the Hehuan sect. Not only did the sect's techniques revolve around draining men's vital essence, but the mere thought of her likely having coupled with countless others filled Mo Qiannian with revulsion. Yet, despite his profound disgust, he betrayed not a flicker of emotion. For he had realized this situation was far more intricate than he had imagined. Upon reaching the 10th level of the Qiannian realm, not only had his physical strength surged, but his spiritual power had also multiplied manifold. If Qiannian sought to ensnare him with her schemes, why not play along and see where this performance led? Chapter 16. The fifth encounter, Cultivation in Dreams. Mo Qiannian cast a fleeting glance at Qiannian, his tone indifferent. What do you want? Qiannian's eyes shimmered with allure, her breath carrying a delicate fragrance as her crimson lips parted. Young Master Qiannian, am I not beautiful? As she spoke, a faint, intoxicating scent wafted through the air. Impossible to resist. She ceaselessly employed her seductive arts, attempting to ensnare Mo Qiannian. Alas, Mo Qiannian was no longer the man he once was. Not only had his spiritual essence grown immensely, but compared to Su Shuiyao, Qiannian paled in comparison. Now, her charms couldn't even hold his attention for a moment, let alone stir any emotion within him. Seeing Mo Qiannian's expression remain utterly unmoved, Qiannian felt a wave of frustration. Yet she quickly regained her composure, continuing her seductive act with a coquettish tone. Young Master Qiannian, the night is fleeting. I long to share this precious time with you. With that, she lifted the covers slightly, revealing the smooth curve of her thigh. Tap. Her slender fingers lightly brushed against her flawless skin, a tantalizing smile playing on her lips. The sight was enough to drive any man wild with desire. Mo Qiannian, as if entranced, began moving toward the beauty on the bed. Watching him approach, Qiannian smirked inwardly, triumphant. Humph. You couldn't resist me after all. Mo Qiannian drew closer, nearly sitting beside her, thud. But in that instant, his hand shot out, snatching the storage ring from her finger before swiftly gathering the clothes strewn on the floor. Qiannian froze, stunned. Before she could react, Mo Qiannian had already reached the doorway. She had no chance to reclaim what was taken. At that very moment, a clamor arose outside. A crowd of disciples from various sects approached, the timing impeccably orchestrated. By all accounts, when the disciples arrived, Mo Qiannian should have been lost in Qiannian's seduction, caught in a compromising position that would ruin his reputation as a prodigious disciple. Instead, Mo Qiannian stood at the door, a faint smile on his lips, and called out loudly, "Come quickly. There's a deranged woman in my room, completely unclothed. Someone, help." Hearing this, the passing disciples halted, their gazes turning toward Mo Qiannian's quarters. Mo Qiannian. Qiannian was livid. She had never imagined this scoundrel would set such a trap for her. She had intended to take advantage of the situation, yet now she had been thoroughly outplayed. Even branded as a madwoman. With the crowd growing, she knew she couldn't stay. Swallowing her fury, she hastily wrapped herself in the bedsheet and fled in utter humiliation. Watching Qiannian flee in panic, Qiannian finally revealed a triumphant smile. Glancing at the garments in his hand, he tossed them aside, inciting a frenzied scramble among the onlookers. While many coveted Fian's intimate attire, Qiannian regarded them with disdain. Turning around, he gazed at the house he had inhabited for over a decade. Though a pang of reluctance tugged at his heart, he set it ablaze without hesitation. Tainted by the foul aura of the Hahuan sect's chosen disciple, the very air within repulsed him. How could he continue dwelling there? The grand residence the sect had constructed for him as their chosen disciple had never appealed to him before, but now it seemed destined to serve its purpose. Before even opening his eyes, Qiannian sensed an icy chill enveloping him. He knew instantly he had arrived in the world where Su Xueya resided. When his eyes fluttered open, he found himself within a secluded cultivation chamber. Its walls, forged from 10,000-year-old profound ice, were impervious even to the might of ordinary nascent soul cultivators. Moreover, the density of spiritual energy here far surpassed that of the cultivation chambers within his own sect, truly befitting the mighty empire capable of nurturing a heaven-defying foundation establishment cultivator. At the heart of the chamber, where spiritual energy was most concentrated, lay an icy jade bed. Upon it sat a breathtakingly beautiful woman, draped in a flowing lavender gown, her raven-black tresses cascading over her shoulders. Motionless, she appeared as though lost in slumber. This peerless beauty was none other than Su Xueya, deep in meditation. Qiannian refrained from disturbing her, standing silently instead to admire her. Su Xueya's appearance remained largely unchanged from his memories. Yet she had blossomed into an even more exquisite maturity. Another year had graced her with ethereal refinement. Exquisite. The words serene, noble, peerless, elegant. None could truly encapsulate her essence. She exuded a celestial purity, as if descended from the heavens, inspiring reverence rather than desire. A woman like her likely had no place in her heart for any mortal man. Qiannian felt a flicker of gratitude when he first met her. She had been but an innocent maiden of 15, not this untouchable goddess. Had their first encounter been with the Su Xueya before him now? His dreams might have ended before they even began. 19 years old, late-stage, heaven-defying foundation establishment. With such strength, she stood unrivaled among foundation establishment cultivators in the spirit realm. Even ordinary golden core experts would struggle against her. Crushing the current him would be as effortless as stepping on an ant. The thought summoned memories of their first meeting, coaxing a faint smile onto his lips. How much longer do you intend to stare? A melodious voice snapped him from his reverie. Su Xueya gazed at him, amusement dancing in her eyes. A princess's beauty is something one could admire for a lifetime without ever growing weary. How could mere moments suffice? Qiannian, ever shameless, answered without hesitation. Silver-tongued rogue. Su Xueya chuckled. With that face and that glib tongue, how many maidens have you deceived? Ah, princess, you wrong me. I have never deceived a soul. Qiannian chuckled softly and said, Is that so? Su Xueya rose gracefully and approached him, leaning in slightly to inhale his scent. Yet I detect the fragrance of a woman's rouge upon you. Ahem, is her highness perhaps jealous? Qiannian coughed awkwardly, his tone teasing. I have no time for such trivialities. How many women you entertain is none of my concern. Su Xiao turned away, though her expression betrayed a hint of displeasure. You misunderstand, princess. A deranged woman sought to ensnare me and tarnish my reputation, but I saw through her scheme, Qiannian hastily explained. At his words, a faint smile flickered at the corner of Su Xueya's lips, though by the time she turned back to face him, it had vanished. You once mentioned that cultivation breakthroughs could be achieved even within dreams. Therefore, today, I have prepared my private training chamber for you, the place with the densest spiritual energy in Great Su. Here, you may harness the ambient qi to ascend to the foundation establishment realm. I shall stand guard. Her voice was calm, measured. Today is Her Highness's birthday, is it not? And yet you have waited here all day? For me? A warmth blossomed in Qiannian's chest. He had not expected that an offhand remark of his would earn such earnest consideration from Su Xueya. Chapter 17. Dual Cultivation? You have saved countless lives of the great Su people. Merely providing you with a place to cultivate is insufficient to repay your kindness, Su Xueya said softly, inclining her head slightly. But what about your birthday celebration? Will it not be held? Qiannian inquired once more. A birthday is just a day. Is it truly so important? What matters now is the safety of the great Su people, she murmured. Qiannian fell silent, his gaze lingering on Su Xueya. In her eyes, he saw deep compassion for her people. She had truly changed. In their previous encounters, she had been a young girl eagerly anticipating birthday gifts. No, perhaps she had never changed. She had merely buried those desires deep within her heart, unwilling to reveal them. Has war broken out again? Qiannian asked. The 6 nations have all withdrawn their forces. My father leads the army to reclaim lost territories and has yet to return, Su Shuiao replied, shaking her head. Even so, who wouldn't he wish to receive a birthday gift? After a moment of contemplation, Qiannian spoke. Princess, I have something for you. A birthday gift. With that, he retrieved a small box from his storage ring and offered it to her. Su Shuiao looked at him in surprise, clearly not expecting a gift from him. After a brief hesitation, she reached out to accept it, murmuring, "Thank you." As she prepared to open the box, Qiannian gently placed his hand over it. "Wait until I leave before you look," he said with a playful smile. Su Shuiao nodded and refrained from opening it. "Very well," she said softly. "Time is short. You should begin your cultivation." Qiannian gave a solemn nod. He then seated himself upon the jade bed, and as soon as he did, the delicate fragrance of a young maiden enveloped him, a reminder that this was Su Shuiao's cultivation space. The refreshing, soothing scent eased his mind and body, allowing him to relax completely. Almost instinctively, he closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. Su Shuiao sat cross-legged beside the bed, her gaze fixed upon Qiannian's serene countenance. How she wished this moment could linger a little longer. The first step in advancing from the innate realm to the foundation establishment realm was to saturate the opened acupoints with spiritual energy, a process that demanded vast quantities of qi. In places where spiritual energy was sparse, absorbing enough from the surroundings to fill all the acupoints was nearly impossible, forcing cultivators to rely on foundation establishment pills or spiritual elixirs. But here, where the energy was abundant, Qiannian could effortlessly fill all 361 acupoints through absorption alone, saving him both resources and time. Within a mere quarter of an hour, he had saturated every acupoint with spiritual energy. The second step was to construct the spiritual sea. By interconnecting all the acupoints, he would forge a vast reservoir of qi, capable of storing even greater amounts of energy. This step was crucial, for the size of the spiritual sea determined the grade of one's foundation establishment. The 100 zhang spirit sea represents the yellow grade foundation establishment, also known as ordinary foundation establishment. The vast majority of foundation establishment experts reside at this level. The 1000 zhang spirit sea signifies the mysterious grade foundation establishment, a realm so rare it appears perhaps once in 100 million, where prodigies even among the 10 great super sects may contend for the title of Tao Child. Some supreme sects, such as the Sword sect in this generation, possess only a single mysterious grade foundation cultivator, Swordling Shell. The 10,000 zhang spirit sea embodies the earth grade foundation establishment. Talents of this caliber possess the potential to ascend to divine transformation and are so exceedingly rare across the entire spirit domain that decades may pass without witnessing one. It must be noted that even Qiannian, prior to this, merely held the possibility of earth-grade foundation establishment, not a certainty. In the current generation of the spirit domain, only 2 such Tao children exist. The 100,000 zhang spirit sea, this is the heavenly Tao foundation establishment. Throughout the 10,000-year history of the spirit domain, not a single cultivator of this supreme grade has ever emerged. And Qiannian, his ambition was none other than the mightiest heavenly Tao foundation establishment. He was determined to become the foremost prodigy of the spirit domain. As one meridian after another connected and aligned, Qiannian's aura steadily intensified. He seemed submerged within a boundless spirit sea, his every motion drawing vast currents of spiritual energy toward him. With each passing moment of cultivation, a colossal vortex gradually coalesced around him, its terrifying spiritual pressure radiating outward, a harbinger of the spirit sea taking form. Success was near. Only upon witnessing this did Su Shuiao's lingering apprehensions finally dissipate. No mishaps had occurred. Qiannian was on the verge of completing his foundation establishment. Boom! As the spiritual vortex expanded to its limit, a deafening roar shook the heavens. A dazzling radiance erupted from Qiannian's body, piercing the firmament with such brilliance that none could bear to gaze upon it. A visible shockwave rippled outward, though fortunately, the reinforced walls of the chamber held firm against the force. A deep resonance reverberated as the light surrounding Qiannian grew ever more luminous. His presence surged uncontrollably, and above his head, the phantom of a spirit sea manifested, expanding rapidly with him at its core. 10 zhang, 100 zhang, 1,000 zhang. 10,000 zhang in mere moments, the phantom surpassed 10,000 zhang, yet it showed no sign of stopping, its ultimate scope unknown. 20,000 zhang, 30,000 zhang. 50,000 zhang, 60,000 zhang. 70,000 zhang, 90,000 zhang. Still, the spirit sea phantom continued its relentless expansion, though its growth gradually slowed. A spirit sea exceeding 90,000 zhang was a behemoth of unimaginable scale, so vast that even the Great Su imperial palace paled in comparison. In other words, this phantom had engulfed the entirety of the imperial palace grounds. Such a sudden phenomenon naturally drew the attention of countless powerhouses across the capital. Yet upon discerning its origin as Su Shuiyao's cultivation chamber, they swiftly withdrew their scrutiny. As the Great Su's most formidable prodigy, it was only natural for her to stir such commotion, hardly worth undue astonishment. 99,000 zhang, 99,900 zhang, 99,990 zhang. When only the final 10 zhang remained, progress grew increasingly sluggish, as if encountering an insurmountable bottleneck. Qiannian clenched his teeth, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. His face flushed crimson, his entire body trembling uncontrollably, clearly enduring excruciating torment. At last, the phantom of the spiritual sea ceased its expansion, halting at 99,999 zhang, a mere single zhang short, the absolute limit. Qiannian was filled with bitter resentment, for this minute disparity represented the chasm between heaven and earth. Su Shuiyao observed the agony and determination in Qiannian's eyes. Though their realms differed, she understood the significance of his final zhang. After a moment of contemplation, resolve flickered in her gaze as she stepped onto the jade bed, seating herself gracefully opposite him. "Extend your hands," she murmured, her voice tender as a spring breeze, suffusing warmth through the air. Qiannian lifted his head at her words, meeting her gaze. "Let me aid you," Su Shuiyao repeated, her tone soothing. For a heartbeat, Qiannian hesitated before comprehension dawned. He swiftly stretched out his hands. Su Shuiyao mirrored his gesture, pressing her palms against his, their fingers intertwining. A tingling sensation surged from Qiannian's palms, coursing through his entire being, drawing forth an involuntary sigh as ripples of emotion stirred within his heart. Could this be dual cultivation? Chapter 18. The Spiritual Sea of 100,000 zhang. Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment. In this world, dual cultivation is divided into two types. The first is the commonly known method of absorbing yin to supplement yang, practiced by sects like the Harmony sect in the spirit realm, which specializes in dual cultivation. The second type does not involve physical union, but rather relies on possessing a unique constitution or cultivating special techniques that, when practiced with another, can significantly enhance cultivation speed. Su Shuiyao belonged to the latter category. Her constitution was extraordinarily rare, capable of assisting her cultivation partner to achieve twice the results with half the effort, far surpassing the efficiency of other cultivators of the same rank. Naturally, this secret was known to only a select few. Now, Qiannian stood on the precipice of Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. If he faltered at this moment, he would forever lose the chance to step into this exalted realm. Su Shuiyao could no longer afford hesitation. This was her first time engaging in dual cultivation, even if it was merely a simple physical contact. Yet, her cheeks burned with an unfamiliar warmth. As their spiritual energies intertwined, this sensation intensified, painting her face a delicate shade of crimson, radiant, and breathtakingly beautiful. Qiannian, witnessing this sight, felt his breath quicken. A surge of desire rose within him, but reason swiftly quelled it. Su Shuiyao was aiding him in achieving Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. How could he entertain such thoughts? Expanding his spiritual sea to 100,000 zhang was his sole focus now. Focus! Su Shuiyao's voice, ethereal as celestial music, rang out. Qiannian immediately steadied his mind, suppressing all distractions. Spiritual energy flowed from his body through their joined hands, coursing along Su Shuiyao's unique meridians before returning to him. As their energies merged, Qiannian sensed an unprecedented purity, tenfold greater than before, its potency magnified beyond measure. Her constitution is truly formidable, he marveled inwardly. Breakthrough. With a resolute will, Qiannian commanded. In an instant, his stagnant spiritual sea erupted into violent motion. Boom. The sea expanded once more, slowly but undeniably. 100,000 zhang, achieved. Simultaneously, Qiannian's body underwent a profound transformation, a leap in the hierarchy of life itself. Foundation establishment, a realm where mortal lifespan limits were shattered, granting 2 centuries of life. Moreover, his strength surged dozens of times over, his spiritual energy now gleaming gold, its quality eclipsing all peers. Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment. Qiannian slowly opened his eyes, their depths shimmering with newfound brilliance, joy irrepressible. "Thank you," he said sincerely, gazing at Su Shuiyao, who stood so close. Without her aid, he would have been forced to settle for the strongest Earth-grade foundation establishment, forever barred from the Heavenly Tao. "Between us, there is no need for thanks," Su Shuiyao replied with a radiant smile, one that could topple kingdoms and captivate countless hearts. Qiannian stared, his heart clenching. "So beautiful," he whispered inwardly. Yet, there was no time to linger. His moment, it seemed, had once again run out. The maiden before his eyes vanished. And he awoke once more, returning to his own world. Remembering the dreamt figure had become his habitual ritual upon waking. Moments later, a painting was completed, a breathtaking depiction of the maiden and himself seated cross-legged upon a jade bed in dual cultivation, so exquisite it was utterly intoxicating. Su Shuiyao watched as Qiannian's figure disappeared without warning, fading into silence. A shadow of melancholy flickered in her eyes. Their meeting had been far too brief. The next encounter would not come for another year. She retrieved the birthday gift box Qiannian had given her, a glimmer of anticipation rising in her heart. What could his present be? Opening the box, she found 4 scrolls, neatly labeled from 1 to 4. Unfurling the first, she beheld a maiden reclining in a hot spring. Eyes gently closed. The girl bore a striking resemblance to her, though younger, her long lashes and delicate, porcelain-like skin so flawless it seemed almost unreal. A faint smile touched Su Shuiyao's lips. This was their first meeting 4 years ago, he had remembered all along. Now understanding the remaining 3 paintings, she opened them one by one. As expected, each depicted her during their previous encounters, rendered with such lifelike precision that she felt transported back to those very moments. As vivid as yesterday. "Thank you," she whispered, carefully folding each scroll before tucking them tenderly back into the box. "Disciple, have you succeeded in foundation establishment?" At dawn, Taoist Qiannian arrived, for Qiannian's breakthrough had become his foremost concern. Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment. No one in the history of the spirit realm had ever achieved it. Rising to greet his master, Qiannian bowed. "This disciple has not failed your expectations. I have now attained Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment." "Truly?" Taoist Qingshuan's face lit up with joy. As a divine transformation realm expert, little could surprise him. Yet his excitement over his disciple's breakthrough spoke volumes of what Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment meant to the entire cultivation world. Qiannian nodded solemnly. "This disciple would never dare deceive you, master." Taoist Qingshuan burst into laughter, praising heartily, "Excellent, excellent, my worthy disciple. Ha ha, at last, this old man can breathe easy. Now," he suddenly said, "strike me with all your strength. Let me see your current power." "Ah?" Qiannian hesitated. "Surely you don't fear injuring me?" Taoist Qingshuan chuckled. "No, master. It's just, I worry the entire mountain peak might be leveled." Qiannian smiled awkwardly. His pure physical strength alone now reached tens of millions. Augmented by spiritual energy and divine techniques, the force would be even more devastating. Such an attack wouldn't merely destroy the Taoist hall, it would obliterate the entire mountaintop. Having burned down the wooden cottage last night, if he demolished the Taoist hall today, where would he sleep tonight? "You insolent brat, do you fear that your master would dismantle your Taoist hall? Come at me with all your might. Let me witness the extent of your power." Taoist Qingshuan waved his hand, signaling Qiannian to unleash his abilities without restraint. Qiannian nodded slightly, raising his right hand with his fingers aligned. A surge of immense spiritual energy flooded into his palm, his fingertips seemingly igniting with a faint golden radiance. With a single thrust of his palm, a razor-sharp gust of wind slashed toward Taoist Qingshuan. The elder neither dodged nor flinched, standing motionless as he observed Qiannian's palm strike with half-lidded eyes. Boom! The fierce gale collided with Taoist Qingshuan's chest, sending ripples of energy cascading outward, yet not a single shockwave dispersed beyond him, as if the force had been absorbed by pliant cotton. Taoist Qingshuan remained utterly unshaken, his face adorned with a benevolent smile. "Not bad at all. Far stronger than when I first laid my foundation at the Earth Grade in my youth." "Ha ha ha." Taoist Qingshuan laughed heartily, his voice booming with pride. In that moment, he could already envision his disciple dominating the spirit realm, unrivaled among the heaven's chosen prodigies. Chapter 19. Disaster Strikes. Second senior brother beaten to a pulp, Your Highness. The Crown Prince of Tao, calamity has befallen us. second senior brother has been beaten to a pulp. While the master and disciple were still conversing, several disciples rushed into the Daozi hall in a flurry, their faces pale with urgency. Upon noticing the presence of the Qiannian Dao Lord, they trembled violently. This was the revered guardian war god of the Dao sect. Paying respects to the supreme elder, the disciples hastily knelt, their voices quivering with fear. What is the matter, causing such panic? The Qiannian Dao Lord frowned slightly, reporting to the supreme elder, Your Highness the Crown Prince. The leading disciple swallowed hard, his voice tense. Second senior brother had just returned to the sect when he was brutally assaulted by the Crown Prince of the Great Blade sect. Not only that, but the assailant also declared that all disciples of our Dao sect are worthless trash. Upon hearing this, both the Qiannian Dao Lord and Mo Qiannian stiffened, their expressions darkening. Disciple, do you know what must be done? The Qiannian Dao Lord snorted coldly. Repay the offender in kind. Master, rest assured, no one shall bully our Dao sect and walk away unscathed. Mo Qiannian declared resolutely, his gaze icy. Previously, when he was still at the innate realm, he had been no match for these prodigious crown princes. But now, things were different. Proceed without restraint. No matter the consequences, this master shall bear them. The heavens will not collapse. The Qiannian Dao Lord nodded before turning and departing. Mo Qiannian watched his master's retreating figure before slowly turning back to the disciples. Lead the way, he commanded. Yes. The disciples hurriedly complied. The Dao sect's arena stood upon an expansive plaza, now surrounded by hundreds of disciples, elites among elites. Not only from the Dao sect but also core disciples from other major sections. Upon the arena, a burly man brandishing a great blade sneered arrogantly in the direction of the Dao sect disciples. Is there no one in your Dao sect capable of a decent fight? He mocked. Pathetic. I could crush you all beneath my finger. If you wish to spare yourselves further humiliation, scram. Don't waste my time. The man was towering and muscular, his body radiating terrifying explosive power. Meanwhile, the Dao sect disciples huddled around their injured comrade, tending to his wounds with care. Though fury burned in their eyes at such brazen provocation, none dared step forward. After all, this was the crown prince of the Great Blade sect, a monstrously powerful opponent who had even defeated their formidable second senior brother. Yet, one bold disciple shouted, Scarface Tiger, don't get too cocky. Just wait until our crown prince arrives. He'll annihilate you. The Great Blade sect's crown prince, Lu Hu, was nicknamed Scarface Tiger due to the prominent scar marring his face. Scarface Tiger roared with laughter. Your crown prince? Ha, what a joke. He has been hiding from us for days, clearly an incompetent fool unworthy of facing me. Let him come. I'd love to see what he is made of. Pa, Scarface Tiger, how dare you look down on others? A young disciple of the Dao sect stood up, righteous indignation burning in his eyes. Oh, and who might you be? Daring to challenge me? Scarface Tiger mocked with a sneer. At that moment, a voice rang out, cold and commanding. Who dare strike a disciple of my Dao sect? Then, from beyond the crowd, a figure emerged, a young man clad in pristine white robes, his presence as ethereal as drifting snow. His sharp brows and star-like eyes exuded an air of noble elegance, his bearing peerless. The moment he appeared, all eyes were drawn to him. Dao sect's crown prince, Mo Qiannian. So this is the legendary crown prince of the Dao sect? Truly, a prodigy among prodigies. His grace is unmatched. The crowd erupted into murmurs, odd whispers rippling through the air. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Dao sect trembled with excitement. Your Highness, you must seek justice for second senior brother. Mo Qiannian strode forward, the disciples parting before him like a tide, revealing a bruised and battered young man. Second junior brother? Mo Qiannian inquired, raising an eyebrow. You've been beaten so badly I barely recognize you. The swollen-faced youth burst into pitiful sobs. Woo. Eldest senior brother. No, Your Highness. You finally come. You must avenge me. Rest assured, second junior brother, Mo Qiannian said soothingly. Your eldest senior brother will ensure the one who struck you ends up looking even worse than you do now. Humph. A mere crown prince of the Dao sect dares to boast about turning me into a pig-ass head? Scarface Tiger sneered, his massive frame casting an oppressive shadow over Mo Qiannian, who appeared almost frail in comparison. Mo Qiannian swept a dispassionate gaze over him. And who might you be? I am Lu Hu, crown prince of the Great Blade sect. Ah, so you are Lu Hu of the Great Blade sect, Mo Qiannian mused, as if recalling a trivial detail. Lu Hu's expression flickered with smug satisfaction at being recognized. Since you know of my reputation, Why not kneel and beg for mercy? Whether you're Lu Hu or a white tiger, soon you'll be nothing but a dead tiger, Qiannian remarked, his tone as calm as still water. As if discussing the weather. The onlookers twitched at his words, stifling reactions. Scarface Tiger's face darkened. Never had he encountered such arrogance, someone daring to call him a dead tiger to his face. Fine. If that's how it is, shall we settle this with our fists? It's been a while since I fought seriously. Lu Hu grinned savagely. Fighting on a whim would be beneath my dignity, Qiannian countered smoothly. How about a wager? To give me proper motivation. Enough nonsense. Fight or don't. Lu Hu snapped. Qiannian's smile was frosty. You injured a disciple of my Tao sect. Did you think this matter would end so easily? If you lose, you will kneel and kowtow to my second junior brother in apology. What? Me? Apologize to him? Preposterous. Lu Hu roared. Oh, so you already believe you'll lose? Qiannian chuckled, his keen eyes noting the unyielding pride in the other man's gaze. For such a man, making him bow his head is far more satisfying than simply defeating him. Huh. I, the esteemed disciple of the Great Blade sect, have been at the foundation establishment stage for 2 years. Do you truly think I would fear a mere novice like you? Scarred Tiger sneered. And what if you lose? He challenged. If I lose, I shall submit to your will, Qiannian replied with indifference. Hearing this, Scarred Tiger narrowed his eyes. He scrutinized Qiannian for a long moment before finally nodding. Very well. If you lose, you shall kneel and lick my boots clean. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Scarred Tiger's demand was utterly ruthless. Disciple you mustn't. The disciples of the Tao sect cried out in alarm. Forcing their esteemed disciple to publicly lick another's boots would not only humiliate Qiannian, but disgrace the entire Tao sect. What's the matter? Losing your nerve? Scarred Tiger scoffed, his voice dripping with mockery. So your so-called prodigy is nothing but a coward who preys on the weak. No wonder the Tao sect is filled with worthless trash. His contemptuous expression made the Tao sect disciples clench their fists in fury, itching to tear his mouth apart. Very well. I accept your terms, Qiannian replied, his demeanor as calm and unruffled as drifting clouds. Chapter 20. The gathering of sect prodigies. A grand spectacle like the Battle of Prodigies would be incomplete without my presence. A voice rang out. The crowd turned to see a procession of several dozen figures approaching, led by none other than Jian Lingxiao, the prodigy of the Sword sect. I hope you lose. I want to see you kneel and lick my boots. Beside him stood Wang Tianyi, the Sword sect's second disciple, who had previously suffered defeat at Qiannian's hands. His expression was dark, the humiliation still festering in his heart. Ah, so beautiful. Gasps of admiration erupted as another group emerged, dozens of breathtaking women, each with peerless beauty, graceful figures, and an allure that ensnared the senses. Among them, 3 stood out the most, their radiance eclipsing all others, each possessing a distinct charm that could captivate the world. Within the 10 great super sects of the spirit domain, 5 were orthodox factions, 4 were demonic sects, and 1, the harmony sect, walked the line between righteousness and wickedness. The 5 orthodox sects were the Tao sect, the Sword sect, the Great Blade sect, the Flower sect, and the Azure Water sect. Now, the elite disciples of all 5 orthodox sects had arrived, and even the enigmatic harmony sect had come to join the spectacle. Among the 6 sects, the Flower sect drew the most attention, for its disciples were renowned for their unparalleled beauty. The first requirement to join the Flower sect was not talent, but appearance. Only those with extraordinary looks and prodigious aptitude could become its disciples. And at the forefront stood their prodigy, Bai Xianzi, the Flower Fairy, a foundation of earth-grade cultivation. She was hailed as the foremost among the orthodox sects and ranked first among the spirit domain's 10 great immortal maidens, clad in a snow-white gown. Her jade-like skin and ethereal grace were mesmerizing even behind a veil. Her aura was that of an untouchable celestial, pure, noble, and transcendent. The Flower sect disciples behind her were equally enchanting, their beauty igniting fervent admiration among the male disciples, even if they could never win their favor. A mere glimpse was a feast for the eyes. To Bai Xianzi's left stood the disciples of the Harmony sect, including Jifian, who had been embroiled in scandal just the night before. Yet here she stood, unbothered, her audacity undeniable, in stark contrast to Bai Xianzi's saintly elegance. Jifian was the epitome of seduction. Every glance, every movement dripped with temptation. Dressed in fiery red, she bewitched the male disciples with effortless charm, leaving them spellbound and breathless. Though the Harmony sect's reputation was dubious, many were still willing to die beneath its peonies, to become ghosts beneath Qiannian's skirts. To Baiwa Xianzi's right were the disciples of the Azure Water sect. Their prodigy, Shuru Xianzi, ranked among the top 3 of the 10 great immortal maidens, vying with Jifian for second place. Unlike Baiwa Xianzi's breathtaking beauty or Jifian's bewitching allure, Shuru Xianzi exuded a gentle serenity, soft as water, effortlessly inviting closeness. These 3 major sects primarily consist of female disciples, especially the Flower sect, which is exclusively composed of women. Thus, the elite disciples arriving now are all female. On the other hand, the Tao sect, Sword sect, and Broadsword sect are predominantly male, with the Broadsword sect being entirely male. As the numerous female disciples from the Flower sect, Azure Water sect, and Joyous Union sect approached, they instantly captured everyone's attention. So beautiful. Absolutely breathtaking. If only I could live among them, I'd wake up laughing from sheer joy. Many male cultivators stared with wide-eyed fascination, particularly those from the Broadsword sect, who rarely had the opportunity to interact with female cultivators. Now, they were brimming with excitement, eager to impress these women. I never expected Brother Ling Xiao and the 3 celestial maidens to grace this humble contest between me and Tao sect's chosen, Qiannian. What an honor. Scarred Tiger roared with laughter before cupping his hands in salute toward the esteemed guests. Sword Sovereign Ling Xiao gave a slight nod but kept his distance. Though Scarred Tiger was a chosen, his crude demeanor was off-putting. Meanwhile, the Flower Maiden and Gentle Water Maiden completely ignored his words, treating him as if he were invisible. As the saying goes, a man is judged by his attire, a horse by its saddle. Few would take a liking to a brutish, scar-faced man, even if he were a sex chosen. Brother Tiger, chosen Qiannian has such delicate skin. Do be careful not to hurt him too badly, Jifian purred with a bewitching smile, exuding irresistible charm. At her voice, Scarred Tiger felt his bones melt, his heart ablaze with desire. Worry not, Fairy Ji. I shall spare him half his life. He grinned, his gaze shamelessly roaming over her alluring figure, barely restraining himself from lunging forward. In contrast, the Flower Maiden and Gentle Water Maiden immediately turned their attention to Qiannian. And why not? Among the crowd, he stood out the most. His handsome features, elegant attire, and composed smile made him resemble a noble scholar untouched by worldly filth. The contrast between him and Scarred Tiger was stark. Especially now, when all eyes were fixed on the women with burning admiration, the white-robed youth remained unperturbed, his demeanor serene. Even when he glanced their way, his gaze held nothing but tranquility. Tao sect's chosen, Qiannian, truly extraordinary. While the 2 fairies observed him, he, too, studied them. The Flower Maiden, once the one whose foundation establishment phenomenon surpassed 10,000 zhang, achieving Earth-grade foundation, was also renowned throughout the spirit realm for her unparalleled beauty. Her cultivation was not merely at the early foundation establishment stage, but mid-stage, placing her firmly at the forefront of the current chosen. The Gentle Water Maiden was rumored to possess a water spirit body, granting her formidable healing abilities. She had saved countless lives on the brink of death, earning boundless praise across the spirit realm. As for Jifian and Sword Sovereign Ling Xiao, there was no need for further elaboration. They had crossed paths before. Qiannian. Now that the fairies have arrived, shall we commence our duel? As the Flower Fairy and the Water Fairy both gazed intently at Qiannian, the Scarred Tiger's heart swelled with jealousy. He asked in a deep voice, shall we begin? In response, Qiannian merely offered a serene smile. With his hands clasped behind his back, he strode leisurely toward the dueling platform, exuding an air of effortless grace. Go, Taoist Mo. Teach that Scarred Tiger a lesson. The moment Qiannian stepped onto the platform, a chorus of cheers erupted, disciples of the Tao sect rallying behind their champion. Brother Tiger, crush that pretty boy. Make him kneel and lick your boots. Exactly. Anyone who dares challenge Lord Tiger must pay the price. Disciples of the Broadsword sect roared with equal fervor, brimming with confidence in their own champion. Boom. The Scarred Tiger leaped several feet into the air before landing with a thunderous impact at the center of the platform, his presence radiating dominance. In one swift motion, he unsheathed his blade, cold steel gleaming under the sunlight, sharp and menacing. Though their physiques were incomparable, Qiannian remained unshaken, his hands still resting calmly behind his back. He hadn't even drawn a weapon. Chapter 21. Defeating the Chosen One with 2 fingers. Is Qiannian an Earth-grade foundation builder? Witnessing this scene, many gasped in astonishment, silently condemning Qiannian for his audacious arrogance. Even Jian Lingxiao shook his head slightly. Though he believed Scarred Tiger was no match for him, he would still need to exert his full strength and reveal his trump cards to secure victory. Yet this Qiannian, having only established his foundation mere days ago, dared to be so presumptuous. Did he truly believe that defeating Jian Lingxiao's second disciple made him invincible among all foundation establishment cultivators? A mystic-grade foundation was far beyond a yellow-grade foundation, let alone Scarred Tiger, who was the Great Blade sect's meticulously nurtured chosen one. This was nothing but the reckless boldness of youth, ignorant of the vastness of heaven and earth. Beside them, Fairy Shiru also frowned in confusion. This new chosen one of the Tao sect, Qiannian, seemed far too young and inexperienced. Meanwhile, Jifian wore a mocking smirk. Having suffered humiliation at Qiannian's hands the previous night, she was seething with resentment. Seeing him act so arrogantly now filled her with malicious delight. Only Fairy Baiwa remained thoughtful, her beautiful eyes glimmering with speculation. Had it been anyone else, she would have dismissed them as reckless. But from the moment she first laid eyes on Qiannian, she sensed something extraordinary about him. Perhaps Qiannian was not merely a mystic-grade foundation builder. In truth, the Tao sect had always ranked among the top 3 factions in the spirit domain. Naturally, the emergence of a new chosen one from such a prestigious sect drew widespread attention. Had it been some unknown chosen one from the Great Blade sect, would she have bothered to acknowledge them? Even Jian Lingxiao had not received such treatment. It was precisely because of the Tao sect's standing and the likelihood that its chosen one possessed an earth-grade foundation like her own that she had taken an interest in this gathering. Qiannian, what do you mean? Do you intend to fight me barehanded? Scarred Tiger bellowed, his face contorted with fury. To defeat you, weapons are unnecessary. Qiannian's voice was calm as he extended his right hand, raising his middle finger toward Scarred Tiger. One move. If I fail to defeat you in a single strike, I concede. The crowd erupted in shock, particularly the disciples of the Great Blade sect, whose faces flushed crimson with rage as they glared at Qiannian. Qiannian, you insolent fool. Since you seek humiliation, I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy. Scarred Tiger exploded with wrath. Gripping his massive blade, he stomped the ground, launching himself into the air like a cannonball. The edge of his blade tore through the air with a piercing shriek, as if intending to cleave Qiannian in half. Scarred Tiger had once forged a spiritual sea spanning 3,500 zhang during his foundation establishment. After 2 additional years of cultivation, the power behind this single slash exceeded 1,000,000 gene of force. Yet Qiannian's gaze remained tranquil. Facing the oncoming blade aura, he did not evade. Instead, he extended his index and middle fingers, clamping them together as effortlessly as one might pick up chopsticks. Chosen one, the disciples of the Tao sect cried out in alarm. To everyone present, this act was nothing short of suicidal. Some female disciples even covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Scarred Tiger grinned savagely. His great blade had been forged from 1,000-year frost iron, its sharpness rivaling that of a high-grade magic treasure, capable of slicing through ordinary artifacts with ease. What hope did mere flesh and blood, belonging to a foundation establishment cultivator in its early stages, have against such a weapon? For thousands of years, such arrogance was tantamount to courting death. Snap, the next moment, something astonishing occurred before everyone's eyes. Qiannian effortlessly caught the blade of the great saber between his fingers, immobilizing it completely. A force exceeding 1,000,000 pounds was effortlessly dissipated without so much as forcing Qiannian to take a single step back. How? How is this possible? Scarred Tiger's pupils contracted in disbelief. He attempted to retrieve his weapon, but the saber remained immovable, as if rooted in place. No matter how much strength he mustered, it refused to budge an inch. Is this all you're capable of? Truly disappointing. Qiannian sighed with disdain before pressing downward with a single motion. Thud, a dull impact echoed through the air. The crowd turned their gaze to find Scarred Tiger kneeling on the ground, his face a mask of horror as he stared up at the blade suspended above him. This can't be, he gasped, his soul nearly fleeing his body. He, the esteemed disciple of the Great Saber sect, was now kneeling before another. Rise. He roared through gritted teeth, veins bulging on his forehead as he channeled every ounce of strength into his arms, his true essence surging to its limits. Boom. A vast spiritual sea, spanning over 3,000 zhang, materialized above him, drawing gasps of awe from the spectators. Yet, despite his desperate efforts, Qiannian's fingers remained as immovable as mountains, unyielding even under the full might of Scarred Tiger's cultivation. The onlookers were stunned. Those who had been seated now stood in shock, their jaws slack with disbelief. Am I seeing things? One disciple muttered, rubbing his eyes in bewilderment. How is this possible? Even Qiannian was frozen, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. The male disciples of the Great Saber sect stood dumbfounded, their mouths agape as if their chins might hit the ground. What they were witnessing defied reason. Their sect's prodigy, Scarred Tiger, an Earth-grade Foundation cultivator, was being effortlessly crushed by Qiannian, who had only just stepped in a Foundation establishment 2 days prior. Earth-grade Foundation establishment. Sword Lingxiao Water Fairy and the Flower Fairy exchanged glances, their suspicions confirmed. Qiannian, the Tao sect's newly appointed successor, had indeed achieved Earth-grade Foundation establishment. He's this powerful? Wang Tianyi, the second disciple of the Sword sect, was utterly dumbstruck. His previous defeat at Qiannian's hands now seemed almost merciful after all. Even the far stronger Scarred Tiger was being humiliated without resistance. The successor is invincible. I always knew the senior brother was destined for Earth-grade Foundation establishment. I've supported him from the start. That's not what you said yesterday. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the disciples of the Tao sect erupted into cheers, raising their arms in jubilation. The foundation of the Earth grade. In the 10,000 years since the establishment of the Tao sect, only 4 individuals have achieved this feat. How could one not be stirred by such a spectacle? Tao child, prevail. Crush the Blade sect's heir. Make Scarface Tiger kneel and apologize to the second senior brother. The crowd erupted in fervor, the atmosphere electric with excitement. Even the Tao sect elders tasked with maintaining order upon the dueling platform wore broad smiles, their aged faces alight with exhilaration. Qiannian's performance had surpassed all expectations. They had merely hoped for a Tao child with a mystic-grade foundation spanning 5,000 zhang. Yet this young prodigy had shattered even those lofty assumptions. No wonder he had been chosen as Qiannian Daojuan's sole disciple. While the Tao sect disciples brimmed with triumph and disciples from other sects stood stunned, the Blade sect's followers were mired in despondency. The one utterly overwhelmed had been their own sect's most formidable heir, particularly Scarface Tiger, whose face had drained of color. Never had he imagined that his most prized blade, his very pride, could be rendered so feeble beneath Qiannian's 2 fingers. There had been no resistance, no struggle. The sheer disparity left his spirit trembling. Not even before the Flower Fairy of the Earth grade or the Demon sect's young master had he felt such crushing helplessness. Chapter 22. Beating a proud prodigy into a swollen mess 3 days ago, you injured my 3rd junior brother. Today, you harmed my 2nd junior brother. Qiannian spoke coldly. Do you not realize that my 2nd and 3rd junior brothers are my sworn brethren, as close as flesh and blood? Striking their faces is no different from slapping my own. Slap. Under the gaze of the crowd, Qiannian delivered a resounding blow across Scarface Tiger's cheek. Instantly, the left side of his face swelled grotesquely, leaving behind a vivid crimson handprint. Gasps. The onlookers inhaled sharply in shock. Without hesitation, he had struck. Such audacity. Such dominance. The prodigy is too magnificent. A female disciple from the Tao sect gazed at Qiannian with starry-eyed admiration, utterly enthralled. Yes, he deserves to be struck. Well done. Long live the prodigy. Crush the Blade Gate's so-called genius. The disciples of the Tao sect erupted in cheers, their earlier frustrations now unleashed in exhilaration. Strike him down. Even the 2nd junior brother, his face swollen like a steamed bun, shouted excitedly. After all, the prodigy was avenging him. Slap. Another vicious slap landed, turning Scarface Tiger's other cheek into an equally bloated mess. My face. Scarface Tiger wailed in agony. As a prodigy himself, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Your face is too thick. My hand aches from hitting it. 2nd junior brother, you take over. Gladly. The 2nd junior brother, momentarily stunned, sprang forward with renewed vigor, swinging his arm wildly and delivering a relentless barrage of slaps. Slap, 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 slap. Scarface Tiger was utterly dazed, his head ringing from the assault. The spectators stood dumbfounded. This is allowed? Is this the legendary face slapping we've heard of? Every witness was struck speechless. Enough, prodigy of the Tao sect. A Blade Gate elder, unable to endure any longer, roared in fury. This was an ancient nascent soul cultivator, Scarface Tiger's master, who could no longer bear to see his disciple so thoroughly disgraced. Physical wounds were trivial, but a shattered Tao heart would be an irreparable loss. After all, Scarface Tiger was the Blade Gate's sole mystic-grade foundation establishment cultivator of this generation, their hope for the future. And who are you to interfere in my affairs? Qiannian cast a sidelong glance at the nascent soul elder, his tone dripping with disdain. The sheer arrogance of his words left the crowd stunned. Damn. Is he for real? That's a nascent soul cultivator. How dare he speak like that? Even as the Tao sect's prodigy, this level of insolence is beyond belief. As expected, the elder's fury erupted. Humph. A mere junior dares to provoke a nascent soul master? Did your elders fail to teach you respect for your betters? With a surge of overwhelming power, his aura exploded outward, sweeping across the martial arena like a tidal wave. In an instant, the entire square fell into dead silence. All voices hushed, as if frozen. The aura emanating from the nascent soul cultivator was utterly terrifying. Merely the ripples of his oppressive presence made hearts tremble with fear, inducing a suffocating sensation, as though a primordial beast had descended before them, ready to devour everything in its path. Yet, faced with the fury of this great blade sect elder, Qiannian remained utterly indifferent. Even his second junior brother paid the elder no heed, continuing his actions without pause. Sure enough, before the elder could even make a move, a single finger materialized from the void and pressed forward. In that instant, an overwhelming, boundless energy erupted with a thunderous force. Boom. The nascent soul elder of the Great Blade sect was sent flying hundreds of meters backward, his body convulsing from the impact. When the younger generation competes, what right does an old fool like you have to interfere? A cold voice rang out, sending tremors through the hearts of every Great Blade sect disciple, their faces paling in shock. A single move, defeating a nascent soul elder. Clearly, the one who had struck was a supreme powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of the Tao sect. Qiannian smiled. He recognized that voice all too well. Who else could it be but his fiercely protective master? Across the entire spirit domain, there existed an unbreakable rule among the 10 great super sects. When peers contend, life and death are left to fate. Should the older generation interfere, they shall face the wrath of all. Decades ago, an old monster from a minor empire ambushed and killed the chosen heir of a super sect. In retaliation, dozens of nascent soul elders descended upon the imperial palace overnight, reducing it to ruins. After all, young prodigies were the future of a sect, the future of the spirit domain. No sect would tolerate an elder shamelessly striking down the younger generation. Hadn't they all witnessed how even when the Tao sect's second senior brother was beaten to a pulp by Scarface, who, no elder from the sect intervened? Matters of the young should be settled by the young themselves. The Great Blade sect's nascent soul elder staggered to his feet, fury burning in his eyes, yet unable to voice his grievances. He glared deeply at Qiannian before finally stomping his foot and storming off. There was no point in staying any longer. Before leaving, however, he spat out a chilling warning. He is the chosen heir of our Great Blade sect. Do not push this too far. Qiannian couldn't be bothered to respond. The beating had already been delivered. If they wanted revenge, they were welcome to try. What did he have to fear? Slap, 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 slap. The second junior brother grew increasingly exhilarated, his hands whipping through the air with fierce momentum, turning Scarface who's cheeks into something even more grotesque than a pig's head. The chosen heir is mighty. The chosen heir is peerless. Ha. Scarface who? How does it feel? Second senior brother, strike harder. Strike harder. Witnessing their senior brother's ferocity, the Tao sect disciples erupted in cheers, their excitement unrestrained. Whoa. Stop. Please stop. Scarface who, his face swollen and bruised beyond recognition, wailed pitifully, begging for mercy. Not a trace of his earlier arrogance remained. Seeing this, Qiannian allowed a faint, satisfied smile to curl his lips. At last, justice had been served for his 2 junior brothers. Do you recall the terms of our wager? Qiannian spoke calmly. Now, kneel before my second junior brother and apologize. His words instantly plunged the square into silence. All eyes turned to Scarface who, amusement dancing in their gazes. In the eyes of ordinary disciples, the chosen heirs of any supreme sect are lofty figures they can only gaze upon from afar. Particularly this Scarface tiger from the Great Blade sect, who had grown accustomed to arrogance and tyranny, wantonly challenging other sects and bullying common disciples with his formidable background. His eyes perpetually looking down upon others. Now that he had kicked an iron plate and suffered humiliation, it was a sight most delightful to behold. Scarface tiger, you've lost. Admit defeat. Scarface tiger, kneel and kowtow. A wager is a wager. The crowd jeered mercilessly. Scarface tiger's eyes burned crimson. Whether from being beaten into a swollen mess or sheer frustration, none could tell. Bastard! I'll fight you to the death. He roared in fury, madly channeling his spiritual energy to unleash his techniques in a desperate bid to turn the tables. Thud, thud, thud. Yet, he couldn't even withstand a single slap from Qiannian and was sent crashing to the ground once more. Scarface Tiger was utterly shattered. Just how strong is this guy? I'm the chosen heir of the Great Blade sect. Scarface Tiger, what are you waiting for? Kowtow and apologize. Seeing him frozen in place, Qiannian barked, his brows furrowing with displeasure. I refuse to accept this. Scarface Tiger gnashed his teeth, growling in unwillingness. But when he met the chilling frost in Qiannian's gaze, he had no choice but to obediently kneel and kowtow before the second senior brother of the Tao sect. His face twisted in humiliation. He was Scarface Tiger, the proud heir of the Great Blade sect. And yet, he had to kneel and apologize to someone weaker than him. In front of all these people, the shame was unbearable. Enough. Get lost. Seeing that the lesson had been sufficiently delivered, Qiannian waved him off dismissively. At these words, the disciples of the Tao sect erupted in cheers, especially the second senior brother, who gazed at Qiannian with undisguised reverence. Senior brother is invincible. Scarface Tiger fled in miserable disgrace, vanishing in a cloud of dust, likely too ashamed to show his face for quite some time. Chapter 23. The Sixth Encounter. What birthday gift this time? After defeating Scarface Tiger, Qiannian chuckled softly and turned his gaze toward the disciples of the Sword sect. Under his piercing stare, Wang Tianni, the second senior brother of the Sword sect, paled slightly and quickly lowered his head, not daring to meet his eyes. Meanwhile, Jian Lingxiao, the Sword sect's prodigy, wore a dark expression. Brother Lingxiao, didn't you mention earlier that you wished to challenge me? Qiannian suddenly proposed, a faint smile playing on his lips. Now that I have some free time, shall we have a duel? Jian Lingxiao's face stiffened, but he clenched his teeth and agreed, only because he sensed the numerous eyes watching them. If he refused now, it would be tantamount to admitting defeat. Fine, he replied coldly. However, I am currently on the verge of a breakthrough and should avoid agitation. How about we postpone our match until tomorrow? As soon as his words fell, the surrounding disciples erupted in murmurs. A breakthrough? To the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment? Our prodigy has only just advanced to Foundation Establishment. How shameless. I've never seen someone so brazen, using a higher cultivation level to bully others. Utterly disgraceful, as if breaking through to the mid-stage is some grand ordeal. Does he take us for fools? The disciples of the Tao sect muttered indignantly. In that case, Qiannian stroked his chin, his smile widening. I'll wait until you complete your breakthrough before fighting you. Jian Lingxiao was stronger than Scarface Tiger, and advancing to the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment would undoubtedly make him even more formidable. To others, this seemed unfair, but in Qiannian's eyes, it was nothing. Humph. Jian Lingxiao snorted inwardly, vowing silently, just you wait. With that, he turned and strode away, followed swiftly by the Sword sect disciples, who soon vanished from sight. Does anyone else wish to challenge this prodigy? Qiannian swept his gaze across the crowd, his voice ringing clearly. The disciples exchanged uneasy glances before shaking their heads one after another. Though Scarface Tiger had a questionable character, his strength was undeniable. If even he had been so thoroughly defeated, only another prodigy-level genius would stand a chance. Among the prodigies, Jian Lingxiao had retreated. Ji Fian had already lost to Qiannian the previous day, and Shui Rou, the water fairy of the Bisui sect, was on par with Jian Lingxiao. She wouldn't seek trouble either. As for Baiwa, the flower fairy of the flower sect, though she had reached the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment with an Earth-grade foundation, she bore no grudge against Qiannian and had no reason to engage him. The remaining disciples were far too weak. None dared to provoke him. Ah, this prodigy is simply too outstanding. Qiannian sighed dramatically, seeing no one step forward. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched. Are you sure you're not just showing off? Since no one wishes to challenge me, I shall take my leave. May you all enjoy your time in the Tao sect. With a flourish, Qiannian departed, leaving the onlookers rooted in stunned silence. This guy is way too nonchalant. Under the silver glow of the moon, the imperial palace shimmered, adorned with countless twinkling stars. By the western window stood an elegant figure clad in a flowing white gown, her raven black hair cascading down to her waist. Her eyes, clear and luminous, gazed into the distance. It was none other than Princess Su Shuiyao of the Great Su dynasty. Standing by the window, she gazed at the starry sky, lost in thought. Your Highness, the night grows late. It's time to retire, A maidservant called softly from the doorway, observing the flickering candlelight within. Su Shuiao nodded gently. You may rest. I wish to be alone with my thoughts. She lingered, her eyes fixed upon the heavens. The hour neared midnight, yet Qiannian had not appeared. In years past, he had always come to her on this day, her birthday, though never so late. Once midnight passed, it would no longer be the same day. Had something gone awry in the flow of time? Would he not come at all? A shadow of melancholy dimmed her eyes. She had awaited this meeting all year, counting the days until his arrival. But now, had he forsaken her? Would he never return? Your Highness, were you waiting for me? A voice, warm as jade, broke the silence. Footsteps followed as Qiannian stepped into the chamber. At the sound of that familiar tone, a flicker of joy lit her gaze, though by the time she turned to face him, her expression had smoothed into serenity. How could I sleep, knowing someone was to appear beside me tonight? She murmured, her voice soft as a sigh. Qiannian smiled faintly and took a seat across from her. A day apart. Yet a year has passed. You've changed so much. Indeed, compared to their previous meetings, the girlish innocence had faded from Su Xiao, replaced by a quiet maturity. By now, she had reached her 20th year. A day for you. Yet you remain unchanged, she remarked. Their eyes met, and in that shared glance, laughter bloomed between them, easing the weight of the night. Today is my birthday. Have you brought a gift? She teased, a playful glint in her gaze. Qiannian hesitated, scratching his head. For you, it is the most important day of the year. But for me, it is merely another passing moment. If I were to prepare gifts every day, would I not exhaust myself? Su Shuiyu laughed then, bright and sudden as a night blooming Sirius, her beauty outshining the very stars. You are quite honest, she said, composing herself once more. Between us, what need is there for pretense? He shrugged. Then let this be my gift. Yesterday, after you departed, surely you painted another portrait of me, did you not? Why not present it as my birthday offering? Her lips curved in a knowing smile. Your Highness, that hardly seems fitting. Those are meant for my own reminiscence in days to come, he protested, hesitating. You may always make another copy. Unless you forgot to paint it? She blinked innocently. Qiannian coughed awkwardly. How could I forget? With that, he produced the newly finished portrait and handed it to her. Su Shuiao accepted it with a satisfied smile. But as she unfurled the scroll, her breath caught, first in surprise, then in a delicate flush that tinted her cheeks. The painting depicted the very moment when she assisted Qiannian in his heavenly foundation establishment. Their dual cultivation captured with exquisite artistry and lifelike detail. Even the delicate blush upon her own visage was rendered with striking clarity. Princess, you look utterly adorable like this. Qiannian teased with a roguish chuckle. Su Shuiao's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot him a coquettish glare. Such glib nonsense. She chided, yet carefully tucked the portrait away, her radiant smile illuminating the air around her. Qiannian found himself utterly entranced, especially by the rosy hue gracing Su Shuiao's cheeks. Her luminous beauty stirring his heart with such intensity that he yearned to sweep her into his arms and press fervent kisses upon her. No wonder he had been unable to resist kissing her upon their first meeting. Truly, who could withstand such allure? Princess, your smile is breathtaking, he murmured after a pause, his voice laced with earnest admiration. Is that so? Su Shuiao responded with a blossom-like smile, her enchanting mirth rendering the night even more bewitching. Chapter 24. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Princess, you should smile more. It makes you look younger and more beautiful, Qiannian remarked. Well, I'll try to smile more from now on, Su Shuiao replied with a gentle, pure, and sweet smile, like the maiden of moonlight in people's hearts. I've received your gift, so I should give you one in return. I can't let you be at a disadvantage, Su Shuiao suddenly said, producing a jade pendant. The pendant was crystal clear, pulsing with intense and pure spiritual energy, undoubtedly a treasure of extraordinary value. This was a birthday gift from my father several years ago. It's called the Mystic Spirit Jade Pendant. It can increase the wearer's cultivation speed by about 30%, though only for those at the foundation establishment stage. 30%? Qiannian's expression shifted, his eyes widening in astonishment. In the cultivation world, artifacts that enhance cultivation speed were undoubtedly the most precious, especially for prodigies like the Chosen Ones. Gaining even a slight advantage could mean a significant leap forward. Currently, the most valuable treasure in the spirit realm could only boost cultivation speed by 10%. Yet it fetched an astronomical price, now in the possession of the Flower Fairy. But 30%, what did that mean? If a Chosen One needed 10 years to advance from foundation establishment to core formation, With this pendant, it would take only 7. Never underestimate the difference of 3 years. Imagine reaching core formation while other prodigies were still at foundation establishment. What an overwhelming advantage that would be. Without exaggeration, if this pendant were to appear in the spirit realm, countless powerhouses would fight tooth and nail to claim it. Princess, this is far too valuable. I can't possibly. Su Shuiyao waved her hand, interrupting him. Compared to your contributions to Desu, what is this small gift? Besides, I no longer have any use for it. If you won't take it, I'll just give it to someone else. Hearing this, Qiannian stopped hesitating and accepted the pendant. Since it is the princess's kindness, I shall humbly accept. He fastened the pendant around his neck and immediately felt his cultivation speed surge. With a sigh, he remarked, helping you, princess, truly yields the greatest rewards. In just a few days, you've given me such a priceless treasure. Once you ascend to rule the world, won't I rise to unparalleled heights? Su Shuiyao's voice softened. I've never dreamed of ruling the world. My greatest wish is only for the people of Desu to live in peace and prosperity. As she spoke, her gaze drifted toward the map on the wall. Qiannian followed her eyes and noticed that the map had changed from before. 5 nations have allied to attack the Great Zhao Empire? Qiannian was surprised. Yes, Su Shuiyao nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes shadowed with concern. This was inevitable. Great Zhao withdrew from the 6-nation alliance, humiliating the others. Resentment was bound to lead to war sooner or later, she murmured with a sigh. Qiannian nodded thoughtfully. Given its position, unless Great Zhao was the strongest empire, its downfall was certain. I just didn't expect the war to come so soon. He began to ponder deeply. What do you see? Su Shuiyao inquired with curiosity. Previously, Qiannian could unravel the deadlock of Desu merely by studying a map. What then can he discern from this one? What does the princess wish to know? Qiannian, however, evaded the question with a playful air, as if deliberately withholding the answer. Not long ago, the emperor of Dazhao sought our aid. I wish to know, if Desu were to commit its full strength and support, would Dazhao still stand a chance? Su Shuiyao fixed her gaze upon Qiannian, silent for a long moment before parting her lips to speak softly. Though she was not of Dazhao, she could not bear the thought of a mighty empire collapsing, leaving countless subjects displaced and destitute. Without interference from other powers, Dazhao's downfall is already sealed. Even with Desu's full support, it would merely prolong the inevitable by a few years. Qiannian shook his head, indicating there was no solution. Dazhao's current state is akin to a frog in boiling water, still twitching, yet already dead. The most brilliant stratagems, the so-called victories of the weak over the strong, can only grant a slight advantage to the underdog, perhaps even allow them to triumph over a marginally superior foe. But they cannot make a firefly rival the moon. Against overwhelming might, even the finest schemes are futile. So even you believe Dazhao's demise is inevitable? Su Shuiyao's delicate brows furrowed slightly. At court, opinions are divided. One faction argues we should withhold support, conserving our strength for covert development. The other insists we dispatch troops to seize territory and expand Desu's power. What then? Do you propose we do? Her luminous eyes remained fixed on Qiannian, her voice laced with both anticipation and tension. Such a decision bore immense consequences, leaving no room for carelessness. Qiannian smiled faintly, his expression enigmatic. Princess, I believe we should send troops. Send troops? Su Shuiyao's delicate brows knitted further. To her, exploiting Dazhao's plight to annex territory was despicable, an act that would invite scorn throughout the realm. In this world, propriety had not yet crumbled, stratagems were seldom employed, and the art of war remained rudimentary. Battles were decided purely by brute strength. Had Desu joined the 5 nations in declaring war from the outset, it would have been one thing. But to intervene midway would be seen as the act of a villain, at least in the eyes of the world. Su Shuiyao, for one, staunchly opposed military intervention. She had not expected Qiannian to advocate for it. Though short-term gains in wealth and resources might be reaped, the long-term consequences would surely be disastrous. Ha ha ha, does the princess find me disappointing? Noticing her frown, Qiannian laughed heartily. What do you think? Su Shuiyao shot him a sidelong glance, not denying it. Qiannian chuckled softly. Princess, you misunderstand. When I speak of sending troops, I do not mean to plunder in their hour of desperation. Oh, Su Shuiyao blinked in surprise. Then what do you mean? To aid Dazhao, Qiannian declared. What? Su Shuiyao was stunned, her fair face registering bewilderment. Everyone knows Dazhao is doomed. Sending aid now would be futile, only depleting Desu's strength for nothing. Qiannian shook his head. Who said anything about depleting our strength for nothing? Indeed, in the short term it appears so, but from a long-term perspective, this is the most opportune moment for a grand resurgence. The best time for resurgence? Su Shuiyao grew increasingly perplexed and couldn't help but say, "Could you speak plainly? I don't understand a word you're saying. You still as slow-witted as ever." Qiannian tapped her forehead once more, sighing in exasperation. It seemed perfectly natural to both of them. Qiannian, merely at the foundation establishment stage, lightly reprimanding Su Shuiyao, who had reached the peak of the same realm. "Hurry up and explain. Don't keep me in suspense." Su Shuiyao pressed impatiently. This fellow truly had a habit of speaking in half-truths, leaving her hanging. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Qiannian continued, "Has your highness ever heard the saying, 'He who wins the hearts of the people, wins the empire'?" Chapter 25. The Floral Fairy's counsel to win the hearts of the people is to win the empire? Su Shuiyao pondered these words repeatedly before a sudden epiphany illuminated her mind. You mean to say, by this we can rally popular support and strengthen our own position? An apt pupil indeed. Qiannian raised his thumb approvingly, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Your highness is as astute as ice and snow, grasping the essence with but a hint. After a brief pause, Qiannian continued, by deploying troops to aid Great Zhao, we stand to gain 3 advantages. First, during the previous siege of Great Su by the Six Nations, Great Zhao's withdrawal indirectly led to the alliance's collapse. In a sense, Great Su owes Great Zhao a debt of gratitude. At least, that is how the people of Great Zhao perceive it. Should Great Su fail to assist them now, or worse, exploit their vulnerability, we would be deemed ungrateful in their eyes. Many would rather surrender than align with us, tarnishing our reputation across the land. By aiding Great Zhao, not only do we repay this debt, but more crucially, we win the hearts of its people. Even in defeat, the majority of Great Zhao's populace and wealth would migrate to Great Su, viewing it as their second home and harboring deep resentment toward the nations that destroyed theirs. When the time comes for Great Su to wage war against the remaining 5 kingdoms, these displaced citizens, driven by vengeance for their fallen homeland, would fight with unwavering dedication, bolstering our military might. Qiannian elaborated meticulously, laying out the intricate web of benefits and consequences for Su Shuiyao. Su Shuiyao raised her thumb in admiration. Brilliant, utterly brilliant. I had begun to consider this aspect myself. Now, what are the other 2 advantages? Qiannian smiled faintly. The second advantage is that it buys Great Su time to grow stronger while delaying the 5 nations' advance. Without our intervention, Great Zhao would likely surrender within a year. At that point, the Allied forces, riding the crest of their triumph, would be at their peak strength. Having effortlessly conquered Great Zhao, they might not pause to recuperate, but instead press onward to attack Great Su without respite. By aiding Great Zhao, even if we ultimately fail to hold the line, the conflict would prolong for years, inflicting significant losses upon the 5 nations. By the time they claim victory, their morale would wane. After years of warfare, their soldiers would yearn for home, and the burden of assimilating newly acquired territories would deter them from turning on Great Su immediately. With each word Qiannian spoke, Su Shuiyao's astonishment deepened. Such comprehensive foresight. How did you conceive of all this? She marveled. After hearing this, Great Su has no choice but to intervene. It is the only viable path forward. Now, what is the third advantage? As Su Shuiyao pressed for an answer, Qiannian's voice abruptly ceased. She turned to him. Must you always be so cryptic? Her words trailed off, for where Qiannian had stood moments before, there was now only empty air. Without any forewarning, she vanished once more. The next time we meet will likely be another year from now. Qiannian. Thank you. Gazing at the spot where Qiannian had disappeared, Su Xiao murmured softly to herself, etching this gratitude deep into her heart. Damn. I woke up before finishing what I wanted to say, but the earlier part should suffice. I hope everything goes smoothly. Opening his eyes, Qiannian muttered under his breath, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. He then retrieved the jade pendant Su Shuiyao had given him. So, I really did bring it back. A 30% increase in cultivation speed, utterly extraordinary. Admiring the crystal-clear jade in his palm, Qiannian nodded in satisfaction. After rising, as was his habit, he painted another portrait of Su Shuiyao, capturing the very moment of her radiant smile. So beautiful, more enchanting than a celestial maiden. Unable to resist praising her, he carefully rolled up the painting and stepped out of the Daozi Hall. Just beyond the threshold, he spotted a veiled figure seated quietly in the courtyard, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon. The flower fairy? What is she doing here? This was none other than the current top genius of the righteous path in the spirit domain, and its most peerless beauty, the flower fairy, the Daozi of the flower sect. Hearing footsteps, the flower fairy withdrew her gaze and slowly turned her head toward Qiannian. This was the first time Qiannian had observed the flower fairy up close. Though her face remained concealed, her eyes alone were enough to leave one breathless. Her fair skin, delicate features, graceful figure, and alluring curves exuded an ineffable charm. But it was her temperament, gentle, refined, like an orchid blooming in a secluded valley, that truly set her apart. No wonder she's hailed as the most beautiful woman in the spirit domain. Even the bewitching Qiannian and the tender-hearted water fairy pale slightly in comparison. Among all the women Qiannian had encountered, only the dream maiden Su Shuyao could surpass her. Flower fairy, what brings you here? After a moment of silence, Qiannian spoke first, his tone calm and measured. The flower fairy hesitated briefly before parting her rosy lips. Today, could you refrain from dueling with Qianlingshan? Qiannian frowned slightly, displeasure flickering in his eyes. What do you mean by that? Are you afraid I'll defeat him and humiliate him? You misunderstand, young Master Qiannian. Qianlingshan once came close to Earth-grade Foundation establishment, with a spiritual sea spanning nearly 9,000 zhang. If he breaks through to mid-stage Foundation establishment, I fear you. Her voice trailed off. So, the flower fairy isn't here to plead on Qianlingshan's behalf? We hardly share any close ties, fairy. Why then? Would you be concerned about my defeat? Qiannian asked, perplexed. Daoist-level geniuses seldom engage in decisive battles, for the defeated may suffer a blow to their Dao heart, ruining their future. Young master, you have achieved Earth-grade Foundation establishment. I simply do not wish to see you fall. The flower fairy lowered her head slightly. Even so, whether I win or lose hardly seems like a matter for the fairy to worry about, does it? Qiannian arched a brow in response. The flower fairy was taken aback for a moment before replying, Young Master Qiannian, you have now reached the Earth-grade Foundation establishment. Your true rivals should be the demon sex prodigy, Yi Kanglin, and other Earth-grade Foundation cultivators from realms beyond our spiritual domain. Engaging in battle with Qianlingshan, regardless of victory or defeat, is hardly worthwhile. Even if you triumph, it would merely be an Earth-grade overpowering an Earth-grade, hardly commendable. Should you lose, I fear your Dao heart may suffer, inevitably weakening our spiritual domain's strength in the upcoming Heavenly Dao Assembly. Her words were not without merit. For an Earth-grade to defeat an Earth-grade was expected, to lose would be a disgrace. Qiannian nodded slightly. You speak wisely. Even if I were to defeat Qianlingshan, none would find it surprising. Seeing his acquiescence, the flower fairy sighed in relief, assuming he had heeded her counsel. Yet his next words left her stunned. However, Qiannian continued with a faint smile, I have long despised him and wished to thrash him soundly. With that, he strode past her, his demeanor unruffled as he made his way toward the dueling platform. Chapter 26. Dominating Qianlingshan. The martial arts arena of the Dao sect was now packed with spectators. Standing at the center, Qianlingshan waited quietly for Qiannian's arrival. Below the stage, disciples from various sects had gathered, including even the scar-faced Taoist from the broadsword sect, who had lost the previous day, his face wrapped in bandages, looking rather comical. The water-grace fairy, Qiannian, and others were all present to witness the battle between the two prodigies, Qianlingshan and Qiannian. Qianlingshan's gaze swept toward the disciples of the flower sect. When he failed to spot the blossom fairy among them, his brow furrowed slightly. Before Qiannian had reached Foundation establishment, Qianlingshan had been the second-ranked prodigy among the 5 orthodox sects of the spirit domain, standing shoulder to shoulder with the blossom fairy as the era's peerless duo. He had always pursued the blossom fairy, convinced that no one in the spirit domain was worthy of her except himself. The Taoist heir has arrived. Amid the cheers of the Dao sect disciples, Qiannian strode forward in flowing white robes, his demeanor ethereal and graceful, like an immortal descending to the mortal realm. His presence drew countless admiring glances. Qianlingshan's eyes darkened as he took in the sight. What he saw sent a surge of fury through him. The blossom fairy was walking behind Qiannian, accompanying him to the arena. Though rage simmered within, Qianlingshan maintained his composure. His voice was icy as he addressed Qiannian. You finally arrived. Indeed, I have, Qiannian replied nonchalantly, as if oblivious to Qianlingshan's hostility. I have broken through to mid-stage Foundation establishment. Do you still dare to face me? Qianlingshan's tone was frigid, the surrounding air chilling instantly. Qiannian shrugged. If I didn't intend to fight, why would I be here? Jian Lingxiao inhaled deeply, struggling to remain calm, though fury still burned within. Enough talk. Let's begin. With a cold snort, Jian Lingxiao unleashed his spiritual energy in an overwhelming surge, its oppressive force blanketing the entire arena. Midstage Foundation establishment, confirmed. Gasps arose from the crowd as they sensed the formidable power. The sword sect's heir is truly formidable. To reach Midstage Foundation establishment at just 22. No wonder he's ranked second among the spirit domain's prodigies. No, your sect's heir was second before, but now he's third. Note, rankings exclude the 4 unorthodox sections. Though Qiannian of the Tao sect achieved Earth-grade foundation establishment, he's only just entered the stage. Jian Lingxiao, despite his mystic-grade foundation, possesses a 9,000 zhang spiritual C. His chances of victory are high. Hard to say. Our Tao sect heir attained Earth-grade foundation at 18. His talent is unparalleled. Since he accepted the challenge, he will surely triumph. Not only the disciples, but even the elders on the high platform engaged in verbal sparring. For this battle concerned the honor of their sects. None wished to see their disciple defeated. Amid the cheers of the Tao sect disciples, Qiannian ascended the stage with a casual wave, as though he were there to deliver a speech rather than engage in a duel. That casual demeanor only served to further enrage Jian Lingxiao, who yearned to immediately vanquish the insolent youth and grind that smug face beneath his heel. Zheng. The chilling resonance of drawn steel sang through the air as Jian Lingxiao unsheathed his glacial blade, its crystalline edge glinting ominously in his grasp. Qiannian, are you prepared? Jian Lingxiao's voice rumbled like distant thunder. Must you state the obvious? Would I mount this platform unprepared? Qiannian retorted with an exaggerated roll of his eyes. Whoever loses shall proclaim themselves worthless to the heavens. Dare you accept these terms? Jian Lingxiao's challenge cut through the tension like his namesake blade. If you insist on declaring your own inadequacy, I shall be most attentive to hear it. Qiannian replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of supreme confidence. You presume victory already? Jian Lingxiao countered coldly, his sword arm tensing as the blade hummed with restrained power. Kindly omit the word presume, if you would. Qiannian answered with infuriating serenity. A sudden commotion arose as the second disciple of the Tao sect, his face swathed in bandages reminiscent of scarred tigers, began taking wagers with evident delight. The preposterous odds, 100 to 1 favoring Qiannian, spoke volumes of his absolute faith in his senior brother's prowess. Like leaves before a gale, disciples flocked to place their stakes. The Tao sect adherents overwhelmingly backed their champion, while the sword sect members, incensed by the slight to their own prodigy, responded in kind with equal fervor. The bandaged bookkeeper recorded each wager with undisguised glee, already counting his inevitable gains. Second brother, prosperity should be shared, no? Qiannian cleared his throat meaningfully, extending 3 fingers. How could I forget you, senior brother? The second disciple chuckled, raising 4 fingers in response. Excellent. Qiannian's enigmatic smile deepened as he retracted 1 digit, leaving only 2 extended. The sight of those 2 fingers made the second disciple's facial wounds throb anew, his grin twisting into a pained grimace. Qiannian, do you dare scorn me so openly? Jian Lingxiao's roar shook the arena as his qi erupted in a violent surge, propelling him toward his adversary with murderous intent. With the grace of a willow in the breeze, Qiannian sidestepped the furious assault without so much as disturbing his robes. Undeterred, Jian Lingxiao pivoted with lethal precision, his blade carving a deadly arc toward Qiannian's throat, its edge singing with frost-kissed malice. Yet again, Qiannian retreated a single, measured step, the razor-sharp steel passing harmlessly through empty air. Eyes burning with crimson fury, Jian Lingxiao launched into a blinding series of slashes, each strike faster than the last, his sword becoming a silver blur of desperation and rage. Qiannian reached out and seized Jian Lingxiao's sword-wielding hand, then struck his chest with the other palm. A dull thud resounded. Jian Lingxiao was instantly sent flying, shattering several floor tiles before coming to a halt. He struggled to rise, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face deathly pale. The sword in his grasp had already fallen into Qiannian's possession. A fine blade. I shall graciously accept it, Qiannian chuckled, casually tossing the sword into his storage ring. The onlookers were utterly stunned. Even the disciples of the Tao sect, who had been certain of their young master's victory, stood dumbfounded. They had assumed that even if Qiannian could defeat Jian Lingxiao, it would require an earth-shattering battle spanning hundreds of exchanges. Yet who could have predicted that Jian Lingxiao would not last a single move? This was nothing short of an overwhelming humiliation. By Hua Shenzi's eyes flickered with astonishment. Qiannian's strength far exceeded her expectations. No wonder he had been so confident. This man, is he truly this formidable? Ji Fian's delicate eyes widened, her lips parting slightly before she managed to compose herself. If she could absorb his primordial yang. Chapter 27. Merely an Earth-grade foundation establishment? Qiannian, you haven't won yet. Jian Lingxiao wiped the blood from the corner of his lips. His face flushed crimson as he let out a low roar. Boom! Dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, and above Jian Lingxiao's head, a vast spiritual sea phantom materialized, a staggering 9,300 zhang in breadth. This was a breathtaking phenomenon. The spiritual sea phantom shimmered in hues of violet, exuding an aura of faint majesty and indomitable dominance, evoking reverence in all who beheld it. A peak profound-grade foundation establishment, just a step away from breaking through 10,000 zhang and ascending to Earth-grade. Alas, the path of foundation establishment was irreversible. Once embarked upon, there was no turning back to await another opportunity. A true pity. Rumble, the spiritual sea phantom solidified, radiating dense waves of spiritual energy. Hundredfold thundercleave. In Jian Lingxiao's grasp appeared another violet sword, its quality even more formidable, capable of summoning the fury of 10,000 bolts of lightning, coalescing into a colossal blade of violet thunder that descended upon Qiannian with devastating force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless streaks of violet thunderous sword energy erupted, tearing through the void with overwhelming might. This was one of the sword sect's 3 supreme techniques. With this strike alone, Jian Lingxiao could already overpower late-stage foundation establishment cultivators, truly worthy of being the sword sect's chosen. His strength was indeed extraordinary. No one knew how vast the Tao sect's chosen's Earth-grade foundation establishment was, but it was likely not enough to withstand this strike unscathed. The elders on the high platform murmured among themselves, all acknowledging Jian Lingxiao's prowess. Chosen, mighty. The sword sect disciples roared in fervent support. Yet Qiannian remained motionless, his expression indifferent, allowing the terrifying sword radiance to descend upon him. A golden barrier materialized around his body, effortlessly deflecting the onslaught of violet thunder. Despite the ferocity of Jian Lingxiao's assault, it failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon Qiannian. How? The excitement on the sword sect disciples' faces vanished without a trace, replaced by stunned disbelief. What kind of defensive technique is this? It's absurdly powerful. Some gasped in astonishment, while even the elders on the high platform hesitated, uncertain. Is that the Golden Bell Shield? Someone voiced the question, though their tone betrayed disbelief, as if doubting their own eyes. It wasn't that the Golden Bell Shield was inherently powerful. Rather, it was a technique so basic that nearly every cultivator knew it. A mere condensation of spiritual energy into a protective barrier, devoid of any profound intricacy. Its strength depended solely on the wielder's spiritual reserves. How could such a commonplace, low-tier defensive technique possess such formidable resilience? Boom, boom. The violet thunder continued its relentless assault, bombarding Qiannian without pause. Yet the golden barrier around him remained unshaken, as immovable as a mountain, impervious to the storm of thunderous strikes. What the hell? Since when was the Golden Bell Shield this strong? This is nothing like the one I've practiced. Is this some legendary upgraded version? Some disciples exclaimed in shock, questioning whether they had been practicing a counterfeit technique all along. Clang, clang. The sword energy rained down ceaselessly, yet still, Qiannian stood unharmed. Finally, Jian Lingxiao staggered back, panting heavily, drenched in sweat, his spiritual energy nearly depleted. Huff, huff, Jian Lingxiao gasped heavily, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, clearly struggling. Qiannian, however, stood with effortless grace, as though his spiritual energy was inexhaustible. The Golden Bell Shield was considered low-level not because of its defensive capabilities, but because activating it consumed an immense amount of spiritual energy. Against opponents of the same rank, one would deplete their reserves within mere breaths, yet Qiannian had sustained it for so long. Did he carry a mobile spiritual spring with him? Just how vast was his spiritual sea? Ji Fian, Shui Rou, and the others watched in stunned silence, their delicate lips parting in astonishment. Even Bai Hua Shenzi, a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator of Earth-grade aptitude, found Qiannian unfathomable. At the very least, she could not guarantee a steady victory against Jian Lingxiao. let alone appear so utterly composed. This could only mean one thing: Qiannian's spiritual sea surpassed hers, perhaps by an immeasurable margin. Qiannian, are you just going to turtle up? Jian Lingxiao was on the verge of collapse. The moment he spoke, Qiannian moved, merely indulging you for a while. With a single step, he closed the distance in an instant, then delivered a punch. The strike was unadorned, stripped of flourish, the epitome of simplicity, yet it concealed unfathomable power. Jian Lingxiao felt an inescapable dread, his heart seizing. He wanted to evade, but there was nowhere to go. The fist was already upon his face. Not the face. Before he could finish, the blow landed with a resounding thud. Bang! The punch struck his right cheek squarely, sending him flying with a pained howl before he crashed near the edge of the arena. Puffed. Blood sprayed from Jian Lingxiao's mouth, his face swelling grotesquely. 2 teeth dislodged. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd, some even reflexively covering their own faces. Magnificent. Another pig's head to admire. The most ecstatic was undoubtedly the second senior brother of the Tao sect, whose admiration for Qiannian soared to new heights. Scarface Tiger subconsciously touched his own bruised face, then glanced at Jian Lingxiao's miserable state, realizing Qiannian had gone easy on him the day before. Cough, cough. Jian Lingxiao spat blood, struggling to rise. Qiannian took another step forward, looming over him, his voice calm. You've lost. 3 simple words, yet they struck like another brutal slap to Jian Lingxiao's pride, especially since he had been defeated so humiliatingly before the entire spirit realm's gaze, and in the presence of its 3 most revered beauties. This was nothing short of another disgrace, a naked humiliation that seared into Jian Lingxiao's soul. Why? Why did you have to appear in the spirit realm? Why are you so strong? Jian Lingxiao repeatedly questioned with 3 whys, his heart filled with resentment. Once the most dazzling prodigy of the spirit realm, he was deemed the only one worthy of the flower fairy. Yet now, beyond every man stands a greater one. Beyond every sky stretches a vaster heaven. I have never considered myself invincible, for I know there will always be those mightier than I. Qiannian's reply was calm and measured. As one who had achieved heavenly foundation establishment, he remained unswayed by arrogance, aware that this pinnacle was not his alone. In the realm of dreams, all could reach the 10th heaven of innate perfection. Though few attained heavenly foundation establishment, was Su Shuiyao truly the sole exception? Even if heavenly foundation establishment laid the groundwork for sainthood, were saints, then, the ultimate power in this boundless universe? Beyond every man stands a greater one. Beyond every sky stretches a vaster heaven. The flower fairy murmured these words, her gaze lingering on the white-robed youth upon the stage. The more she observed him, the more enigmatic he became. At merely 18, an age when prodigies brim with youthful arrogance, he wielded staggering strength, yet carried himself with unshakable composure. Was Jian Lingxiao not formidable enough? Yet she, the flower fairy, surpassed him. As the foremost genius of the spirit realm's righteous path, could she afford complacency? No. Though the demon sect's Knight Qiannian bore a vile reputation, she knew well, against him, her chances of victory would not exceed 30%. Knight Qiannian, the undisputed sovereign of the spirit realm, yet across the vast northern continent, with its hundreds of domains, could he truly claim invincibility within his realm? And this youth before her, was he truly confined to Earth-grade foundation establishment? For the first time, an improbable conjecture flickered in the flower fairy's heart. Chapter 28. The Marriage Proposal Assembly? You lost. It's time to fulfill your promise. Everyone is listening. Qiannian reminded once more, causing Jian Lingxiao's expression to darken. Before the battle, he had declared with his own lips that the loser would loudly proclaim themselves as trash. Initially, he had been confident of victory, believing that even with Qiannian's 30,000 zhang spiritual sea, he could not possibly defeat him with a full realm's advantage. Yet, he never anticipated Qiannian's overwhelming strength, so formidable that it left him utterly powerless. If he were to shout, "I am trash," before the entire spirit realm's cultivators, how could Jian Lingxiao ever hold his head high again? Qiannian, you go too far. Jian Lingxiao gnashed his teeth in fury. Oh, how have I gone too far? That was your own demand. Qiannian feigned surprise, tilting his head slightly. Since you proposed it, let us abide by the rules. I am a man of honor. You've already defeated me. What more do you want? Jian Lingxiao's face twisted with rage, his knuckles whitening as if he wished to tear Qiannian apart. So, having lost the wager, you now wish to renege? Qiannian arched a brow. Everyone is watching, after all. You, Jian Lingxiao choked on his fury, pointing at Qiannian. Yet no words escaped his lips. The surrounding crowd murmured among themselves, their expressions brimming with schadenfreude. Pathetic. Even the nascent soul elder from the sword sect could no longer bear the disgrace, his face stormy as he departed, unwilling to remain and be mocked. The sword sect disciples flushed crimson, unsure whether from shame or the loss of their hard-earned savings, all wagered on Jian Lingxiao's victory. In stark contrast, the disciples of the Tao sect erupted in jubilation, their elders stroking their beards with satisfaction. This is what they call lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. Serves him right. Indeed, he brought this upon himself. Who else is there to blame? I particularly enjoy the sight of his arrogance crumbling, most satisfying. I always knew our Daozi was invincible. Though I only bet 100 low-grade spirit stones, earning just one in return, even the smallest gain is still a gain. The Tao sect disciples' raucous laughter drove Jian Lingxiao to the brink of madness. His eyes burned crimson as he glared at Qiannian. Jian Lingxiao, honor your wager. Do not forget your own words, unless you prefer my assistance. Qiannian smiled as he spoke. Though his expression was amiable, to Jian Lingxiao, it was the grin of a devil, sending chills down his spine. Jian Lingxiao was no fool. He understood precisely what Qiannian meant by assistance, whether delivered by fist or foot. I am trash. The words slipped through Jian Lingxiao's gritted teeth, barely audible. Too soft. Can any of you hear him? Qiannian turned to the crowd, his smile widening. No. The spectators roared in unison, their lips curled in mocking amusement. They can't hear you. Louder. Qiannian urged, his eyes glinting with mischief. Jian Lingxiao trembled violently, his jaw clenched so tightly it might shatter. Then, with a roar, he bellowed, I am trash. Not bad. Knowing one's place is commendable. Qiannian clapped in approval. Jian Lingxiao's body trembled violently. His eyes red as he glared at Qiannian before leaving in a huff. Today's humiliation would be etched in his memory. As Jian Lingxiao disappeared into the distance, thunderous applause and cheers erupted beneath the arena. Ha. Exhilarating, absolutely exhilarating. Jian Lingxiao actually backed down. Ha. This is priceless. I've long been irked by his arrogant demeanor. The Taoist air is truly formidable, leaving Jian Lingxiao utterly disoriented. Did you see Jian Lingxiao's expression earlier? Like he was constipated, utterly satisfying. The crowd buzzed with excitement, many gazing at Qiannian atop the arena with fervent admiration. To defeat Xinpin Foundation establishment peak expert Jian Lingxiao with a single move, despite being a minor realm lower, and with such effortless grace was nothing short of terrifying. Qiannian's talent likely surpassed even that of the 100 Flowers Fairy. Just as Qiannian thought the day's events had concluded, a soft cough suddenly echoed through the air. Qingxian Daojun materialized upon the high platform, causing Qiannian's right eye to twitch involuntarily. What was his master scheming now? In the spirit realm, nascent soul experts were veritable ancient monsters, long-lived beings who spent most of their time in seclusion, rarely making appearances unless. Greetings to Qingxian Daojun. Even the seated elders on the platform rose in unison, cupping their hands in respectful salutation. Ahem. Esteemed assembly, have you all witnessed the performance of my soul disciple? Qiannian. Qingxian Daojun surveyed the crowd as he spoke, his tone measured and devoid of imperiousness. We have, came the resounding reply, voices brimming with undisguised veneration. Qiannian's prowess had thoroughly conquered every spectator present. Only Qiannian's heart skipped a beat. What theatrical production was his master about to stage? Sure enough. The next moment Qingxian Daojun declared, my disciple possesses peerless talent, unparalleled handsomeness, a gentle temperament, approachable demeanor, and a helpful nature, truly the rarest specimen of an ideal son-in-law. Qiannian's face darkened as he suddenly recalled his master's previous mention of arranging a marriage proposal. This is the prelude to selling me off. Master, your disciple, my modest disciple recently confided in me his admiration for the 100 Flowers Fairy of Blossom sect and Watergrace Fairy of Azurewater sect, beseeching me to propose marriage on his behalf. Qingxian Daojun interjected with an amused smile. The crowd first froze in stunned silence before erupting into pandemonium. Countless exclamations arose as gazes darted between Qiannian, the 100 Flowers Fairy, and Watergrace Fairy. The 100 Flowers Fairy blinked in momentary bewilderment, her luminous eyes fixed on Qiannian as she processed this revelation. The Watergrace Fairy started slightly, casting a fleeting glance at Qiannian, his silhouette strikingly dashing in the sunlight. She lowered her head with flushed cheeks. Bloody hell, this is explosive. As expected of the senior disciple, when he fancies someone, he goes for two at once. Ah, admirable indeed, such boldness and courage, truly manly, most impressive. The crowd murmured in discussion, casting envious and jealous glances at Qiannian, leaving him at a loss whether to laugh or cry. What kind of absurd situation is this? Master, if you wish to play a trick on your disciple, surely there are better ways? Qiannian said with a bitter smile. You rascal. Both Baiwa and Shiru are first-rate beauties with exceptional talents, quite worthy of you. Are you not satisfied with just these two? Must you wed 9 out of the 10 great beauties of the spirit realm? Taoist Qiannian retorted with evident displeasure. Upon hearing this, Qiannian nearly choked. He was absolutely certain Taoist Qiannian was doing this on purpose, without a shadow of a doubt. Chapter 29. The Seventh Encounter. Who was that man? The elders of the Flower Sect and the Azure Water Sect exchanged glances as Taoist Qiannian smiled warmly at them, seeking their opinions. The Flower Sect elder spoke first. Your sect's chosen disciple is indeed unparalleled in talent. However, matters of such significance are beyond our authority. The decision lies with our sect leaders, and of course, the young ones themselves must be willing. Indeed, the Azure Water Sect elder added, if they find mutual affection, then all shall rejoice. From their perspective, they were quite agreeable. The Tao sect's influence was formidable, and Qiannian was undeniably a peerless prodigy. Moreover, as Qingshuan's sole disciple, his future was boundless. Worry not, Qingshan chuckled, stroking his beard. I have already discussed this with both sect leaders. They are most amenable. Should Fairy Baiwa and Fairy Shura consent, the betrothal can be settled today. What? He is serious? Qiannian was stunned. His master had moved swiftly, even securing the sect leader's approval? This is beyond absurd. Shuru, what are your thoughts on disciple Qiannian? Baiwa, how do you find him? The elders turned to the two fairies, awaiting their responses. Fairy Baiwa's beautiful eyes flickered with uncertainty. From her brief interaction with Qiannian that morning, he had shown no hint of affection. Indeed, his demeanor bordered on indifference. As the foremost beauty of the spirit realm and an earth-grade foundation cultivator, his disregard had initially vexed her. Yet now, with Qingshuan's words, she found herself bewildered. Fairy Shuru, having never spoken to Qiannian, had only witnessed his victories against Scarred Tiger and Swordling Shao. Still, those encounters had left a profound impression. His unrivaled talent, noble bearing, and effortless grace. The crowd held its breath, eager to hear the fairy's answers. Would the Tao sect's chosen disciple win their favor? As the situation teetered toward chaos, Qiannian stepped forward. Master, he sighed, his voice quiet yet resonant across the arena. I already have someone I cherish. Must you jest with me like this? Instantly, the crowd erupted. What? Our senior brother has a beloved? And it's neither Fairy Baiwan nor Fairy Shuru? Who in the spirit realm could possibly catch his eye? Surely not that enchantress Jifian? No, impossible. The Taoist disciple would never. Incredible! To reject both fairies, when even one would be a blessing beyond 10 lifetimes. Truly. Only the Tao sect's chosen could be so bold. Since the Taoist disciple has never left the sect, his beloved must be among our disciples. Could it be me? The crowd buzzed with fervent whispers, their gazes burning with curiosity, their gossipy hearts aflame, yearning to strip Qiannian bare for thorough examination. How utterly thrilling. Both the flower fairy and the water fairy froze momentarily, their lips pursing slightly as their eyes fell upon the white-robed youth. Every maiden with a heart full of springtime dreams has, at some point, envisioned her beloved as a peerless prodigy, handsome, dashing, and elegant as a jade tree in the wind. Though they scarcely knew Qiannian, the mere thought of being admired by such an outstanding young genius stirred a secret delight within them. Upon hearing Qiannian confess that he already had someone he cherished, an inexplicable pang of disappointment flickered in their hearts. This feeling did not stem from the sorrow of being unworthy of his affection, but rather from the silent question, who in this world could possibly surpass us in his eyes? You have someone you like. Who is it? Let this master assess her for you. Taoist Qingshan arched a brow, his tone laced with stern inquiry. Qiannian opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. How could he possibly say that the one he loved existed only within his dreams? To voice such a thought now would surely spread across the entire spirit realm by dawn, branding the Tao sect's prodigy as utterly deranged. Master, this disciple is wholly devoted to cultivation. Matters of love and romance hold no place in my heart for now. I beg your understanding. After much exertion, Qiannian finally extricated himself, narrowly avoiding being dragged into an arranged marriage by his own master. When Qiannian found himself standing before the delicate chambers of a maiden, he knew he had traversed time once more. His gaze swept the room, but there was no trace of Su Shuiyao. Yet, her voice reached his ears. He approached the window and peered outside. Beside a grove of peach blossoms, alive with birdsong and floral fragrance, stood an ancient, elegant pavilion. A winding brook encircled it, its murmuring waters weaving a serene melody. Within the exquisitely adorned pavilion, Su Shuiyao sat across from a man, their conversation hushed and intimate. Around them stood silent, disciplined guards, clearly well-trained soldiers, hinting at the man's extraordinary status. Clad in azure robes, the man appeared to be in his mid-20s, his features strikingly handsome, his demeanor gentle and refined, exuding an air of amiable warmth. Shuiyao, tomorrow I must depart for Dazhao to oversee the war front. I do not know if I shall return by this time next year. His voice carried a tinge of resignation and reluctance. The journey is long and fraught with peril. You must take utmost care of yourself. I shall await your return in the palace. Su Shuiyao's eyes shimmered with worry and tender concern. Qiannian watched silently. The scene within the pavilion, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, was a picturesque sight, stirring a strange sense of unreality within him. Suddenly, the man glanced upward. Qiannian swiftly turned aside, just as the man's voice reached him. Shuiyao, is there someone in your chamber? Then came Su Shuiyao's flustered reply, Oh, it must be my maid tidying the room. Qiannian did not linger to hear more. He closed his eyes, the image of the pavilion replaying in his mind. The man's expression, the look in his eyes. Moments later, the door was gently pushed open as Su Shuiyao cautiously entered. Apologies. I didn't expect you to arrive so early today. I wasn't prepared and ended up delaying for a while. How much longer can you stay? Su Shuiyao murmured softly. Qiannian opened his eyes. Su Shuiyao remained as breathtakingly beautiful as ever, her loveliness striking to the soul. Yet he remained silent, turning instead toward the window to gaze at the pavilion. It stood empty now, clearly. Everyone had departed. Who was that man? Qiannian frowned, seeing his expression. Su Shuiyao let out a light laugh, her eyes brimming with amusement. What's the matter? Are you jealous? She teased, blinking her shimmering, doe-like eyes playfully. Qiannian stiffened momentarily before shaking his head. You misunderstand, princess. I merely wished to know his identity. Su Shuiyao covered her lips, unable to suppress another soft chuckle. Relax. There's no need for concern. That was my elder brother, the crown prince of Desu, my only sibling. Chapter 30. The Decline of the Royal Family. A looming crisis. Su Shuiyao smiled faintly, her heart swelling with sweetness as she observed Qiannian's jealous demeanor. His jealousy was proof, was it not, that he cared deeply for her. I can see that, she said. But the one I'm asking about isn't your imperial brother. It's the sword-bearing guard beside him. Who is he? Qiannian's tone was serious. The guard? Why do you ask about him? Su Shuiyao tilted her head in confusion, unable to fathom his sudden interest in a mere guard. The way he looks at you. It's unsettling. Qiannian frowned, his voice low. Unsettling? How so? Qiannian took a deep breath. His gaze is obsessive, frenzied. It's not mere admiration, it's something far more possessive, as if he could devour you at any moment. Obsessive? You mean, he desires me? Su Shuiyao blinked in surprise. No, it's beyond desire. It's a ravenous, consuming hunger, as though he would stop at nothing to claim you. Qiannian's frown deepened. And beneath it all, I sensed ambition, deeply concealed, yet as dangerous as a beast lying in wait. What? But, I don't even know him. Su Shuiyao's delicate features paled, her eyes widening in shock. If Qiannian's words held truth, the thought of falling into that man's grasp sent a chill down her spine. You may not know him, but he knows you, your highness. With beauty like yours, how many in this world could resist? Qiannian murmured. Perhaps from the moment he first saw you, he was already ensnared. And judging by the look in his eyes, it won't be long before he finds a way to make you his. Su Shuiyao's face drained of color. If Qiannian was right, how precarious was her safety? Of course, Qiannian added, since you were with your imperial brother earlier, it's possible his gaze wasn't fixed on you. Perhaps it was your brother he watched. Wait, what? Su Shuiyao faltered, momentarily bewildered. Ahem, just a conjecture, nothing certain. But one thing is clear, that guard harbors ill intentions. Qiannian coughed lightly, swiftly steering the conversation elsewhere. Now that I think of it, my brother once mentioned his personal guard. I believe he's the son of the Northwest King, Simatong? Su Shuiyao pressed a delicate finger to her temple, lost in thought. Wait, the son of the Northwest King? The ruler of the Northwestern Territories? A Sima? A non-imperial king? Qiannian sees the crucial details. In that simple statement, he uncovered explosive implications. His gaze flickered to the map adorning Su Shuiao's chamber. Sure enough, his eyes traced the Northwest King's domain, its strategic position, its vast expanse. His pupils constricted in alarm. This was dire. Sima Qiao, the Northwest King, was the great Su Empire's foremost warrior, a fearless commander who had repelled countless invasions from the Chu kingdom, his military exploits earning him towering prestige. He was the first non-imperial king in Su history. As Su Shuiao recounted the Northwest King's background, Qiannian's suspicions only deepened. Qiannian pointed at the map and said, "The territory of the Northwest King accounts for 1/5 of Great Su's land, bordering Great Chu. If my conjecture holds true, your Great Su imperial family must be struggling to suppress the Northwest King now, am I right?" This. Su Shuiao's delicate brows furrowed, her expression grave as she nodded. If we were speaking of the time when the Northwest King was first in theft 1,000 years ago, the strength of our Great Su imperial family was beyond his challenge. But over these millennia, continuous wars have claimed many of the imperial family's strongest warriors. Now, the only one left in all of Great Su who can suppress the Northwest King is my father, the Emperor. The other kings no longer possess the power to rival him. No wonder. Qiannian nodded thoughtfully. Now that the Northwest King is brimming with ambition, given the opportunity, he would surely attempt to usurp the throne. Su Shuiao still harbored doubts. You mean rebellion? Without a justifiable cause. It would be extremely difficult for the Northwest King to revolt. After all, rebellion invites universal condemnation. Not only would he bear the stigma of treachery, but he would also face the wrath of Great Su's million-strong army. Moreover, with my father keeping him in check, even if he had 100 times the audacity, he wouldn't dare. You're not wrong. Qiannian agreed again. Direct rebellion offers the Northwest King little chance of success. But what if he were to undermine the imperial family through other means? Undermine the imperial family through other means? Su Shuiao arched an eyebrow, gazing at Qiannian in puzzlement. Suppose, just suppose, your father were to encounter danger, sustaining grave injuries or even perishing, while you and your elder brother have yet to fully mature in strength. At that moment, if the Northwest King were to rally forces under the pretense of protecting the throne, holding the emperor hostage to command the nobles, and gradually stripping the imperial family of its authority, what could you and your brother do to stop him? Qiannian analyzed. Impossible. Su Shuiao refused to believe it. My father's martial prowess transcends mortal limits. His cultivation has reached the pinnacle of sainthood. How could he possibly face such peril? In her heart, her father was an indomitable, peerless hero. I know your father is immensely powerful, Qiannian said softly, but surely, within the great Chu Empire, there exist adversaries of equal, or even greater, strength. If your father were to engage in battle with Great Chu's mightiest, and the Northwest King were to employ underhanded tactics, revealing his whereabouts, poisoning him, striking from behind, do you truly believe your father could emerge unscathed? Though harsh, Qiannian's reasoning was sound. Su Shuiao fell into silence. But if the Northwest King truly harbored such ambitions, why did he not only refrain from causing trouble during the siege of Chu to rescue Su, but instead offered his full support? Su Shuiao questioned. The reason is simple, Qiannian explained. At that time, Great Su was on the brink of collapse. If Great Su fell, the Northwest King would have nowhere to flee. But now, having absorbed the populace and resources of Great Zhao, Great Su's strength is nearly on par with Great Chu's. By seizing control of Great Su, he could still contend with Great Chu. Thus, he chose to bide his time, waiting for the opportune moment. And now, that moment has arrived. He can no longer remain idle. So it seems, Su Shuiao said through gritted teeth. The Northwest King is truly a cunning and treacherous snake. I shall inform my father the Emperor and my royal brother of your words, so they may prepare in advance and avoid being caught off guard, said Su Shuiao. Be cautious. That old fox likely orchestrated all of this 1,000 years ago. Even your royal brother has his son by his side. No doubt the imperial palace is also infiltrated. There may even be spies from the Northwestern King near the princess. Trust no one, Qiannian solemnly warned. I do not know how to thank you. Here, these are the cultivation resources I have gathered over the years. Since you have only recently established your foundation, I believe they may be of assistance. Su Shuiao removed the storage ring from her finger and handed it to Qiannian. Gazing at the ring in her hand, Qiannian smiled faintly and said, Princess, do you know what giving a ring signifies in my world? Su Shueya blinked in bewilderment, her expression adorably naive. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Qiannian's lips as he accepted the ring from her with both hands. In the next moment, his figure vanished once more, departing from this world. Chapter 31. Come back alive, damn it, lying on the bed. Qiannian gazed at the ring in his palm, still warm to the touch, and a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. In his world, giving a ring symbolized a confession of love. Yet, these words could never be spoken to Su Shueya within the dream, for between them stood not mere distance, but the vast chasm of time and space itself. Extending his divine sense, Qiannian inhaled sharply the next moment. The storage ring contained an overwhelming abundance of cultivation resources, countless spiritual herbs and elixirs aside. The sheer quantity of spirit stones alone exceeded 100,000. Moreover, each stone shimmered with flawless luster, their quality unparalleled. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. In the cultivation world, spirit stones served not only as currency, but also as vital cultivation resources. They contained immense spiritual energy, indispensable for cultivation, healing, recovery, and even the formation of arrays. The richer the spiritual energy within a stone, the higher its grade and value. Spirit stones were categorized into 4 grades: low grade, mid-grade, high grade, and supreme grade. A single mid-grade spirit stone held spiritual energy 100 times denser than a low-grade one, making it equivalent in value to 100 low-grade stones. However, despite this nominal equivalence, mid-grade stones were far more precious in practice, often exchanged at rates well beyond 100, as they were the ideal cultivation resource for golden core cultivators. As for high-grade spirit stones, even nascent soul grandmasters coveted them dearly. To ordinary cultivators, they represented unimaginable wealth. Consider this: a single drop of supreme-grade foundation establishment spiritual liquid was worth only 100 mid-grade spirit stones, even if conservatively equating 100 mid-grade stones to 1 high-grade. 100,000 high-grade stones could purchase 100,000 drops, or 1,000 vials, of supreme-grade foundation establishment liquid. This fortune surpassed the wealth of 99% of nascent soul grandmasters across the spirit domain. With such riches at his disposal, Qiannian need never worry about cultivation resources again. In the cultivation world, where spirit stones could procure anything, he was set. Using high-grade spirit stones for cultivation at the foundation establishment stage, such extravagance was unheard of in the entire spirit domain. Qiannian retrieved a single high-grade spirit stone, cradling it in his palm as he began absorbing its energy. A torrent of pure, potent spiritual energy surged into his body, coursing through his limbs and meridians. Closing his eyes, he settled into a meditative posture, fully immersed in cultivation. Leave the sect? An auction? The Serenity Pearl? A 20% boost in foundation establishment cultivation speed? In the Grand Hall, Qiannian stared at his master in astonishment. From the age of 3, when a Tao sect elder had found and brought him to the sect, he had never once stepped beyond its gates. Indeed, rumor has it that the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion will soon host an auction in the spirit domain. I've learned that among the items is an auxiliary treasure called the Serenity Pearl, capable of increasing a foundation establishment cultivator's cultivation speed by 20%. His master's voice was grave. Auxiliary treasures that enhance cultivation speed are exceedingly rare. Even the 100 Blossoms sect possesses only one, and it merely offers a 10% increase. Therefore, you must secure this pearl at all costs. It concerns your future. The Azure Mystic Sovereign spoke with solemn gravity. This matter concerns the future of my disciple. How could I not treat it with utmost caution? For one with heaven-defying talent to undergo celestial foundation establishment without formidable auxiliary treasures would be a tragic waste, failing to manifest the true brilliance such a foundation deserves. Qiannian's expression turned peculiar. Not only did he possess cultivation-boosting artifacts, but they could enhance his cultivation speed by a full 30%, far surpassing the efficacy of any Serenity Pearl. Coupled with premium-grade spirit stones, he could demonstrate what truly staggering cultivation speed looked like. Though the Serenity Pearl held no value for him, the thought of leaving the sect to explore the outside world held irresistible allure for Qiannian, who had never ventured beyond the sect's confines. Master, your disciple understands. Qiannian replied without hesitation, nodding firmly. Good. The Azure Mystic Sovereign smiled approvingly before adding with earnest concern, remember to return swiftly. Qiannian chuckled lightly. Your disciple shall remember. These funds should suffice to secure the Serenity Pearl. The sovereign tossed over a spatial ring. Gratitude, master. Accepting the ring. Qiannian immersed his spiritual sense within, ascertaining its contents. 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones and 10,000 premium-grade stones. This constituted astronomical wealth, sums that would bankrupt even veteran nascent soul cultivators. Between the 100 vials of Supreme Foundation Establishment elixir and this fortune, his master's profound expectations for him were evident. Additionally, this jade slip contains a tracking formation. Should you encounter danger, crush it, and I shall come immediately. The sovereign produced several protective artifacts. These may prove useful in perilous situations. Under no circumstances must you risk your life. He continued, presenting 5 talismans. These are for offense, defense, and concealment. The final 2 are specially crafted substitutes and escape talismans. Pressing them into Qiannian's hands, the sovereign concluded sternly, "This marks your first venture into the mortal realm. Return alive. Your disciple shall remember." Qiannian nodded, warmth flooding his heart. With a slight inclination of his head, the azure mystic sovereign vanished. "Farewell, master." Qiannian bowed deeply toward the empty space where his master had stood. Raising his head moments later, determination flashed in his eyes. "Rest assured, master. Your disciple shall return unharmed." The Tao sect perched atop Cloudreach summit, its spires brushing the firmament, perpetually shrouded in mist like an ethereal paradise. Such supreme sects typically distance themselves from worldly affairs to avoid mundane conflicts. Cultivation demanded tranquility of mind. Excessive immersion in mortal temptations risked spiritual turmoil. This explained Qiannian's previous seclusion. As the sect's prized disciple, he had been shielded from mortal distractions until his Tao heart solidified through foundation establishment. Above the clouds, a youth clad in white robes stood with hands clasped behind his back, gliding down upon a flying sword through the mist. His countenance was strikingly handsome, his stature tall and straight, with eyes as bright and profound as distant stars. Shrouded in the ethereal fog, he resembled an immortal youth, graceful and transcendent. This was Qiannian, who had departed from the Tao sect. Guiding his flying sword, he soared toward the distant mortal world below. After roughly 2 hours of flight, the faint silhouette of a human city emerged in the distance. Descending from the heavens, he alighted upon the earth and sheathed his sword. Now walking on foot, he seemed no longer a cultivator, but an ordinary mortal. An immortal stepping into the mundane world, yet untouched by its dust, resolving worldly karma, pursuing the grand Tao, unperturbed by earthly distractions. Perhaps, the mortal realm held its own unique charm. Chapter 32. An immortal descends to the mortal realm, reuniting with the flower goddess by the roadside. Qiannian strolled leisurely, unhurried in his steps. Whether it was due to the distance from the city or not, the area was sparsely populated, exuding an air of desolation and solitude. Suddenly, thunderous hooves. Behind him, the sound of galloping horses arose, accompanied by frantic shouts. "Run! A demon beast is attacking! Help! Save us!" Qiannian frowned slightly and halted. A group of riders charged forth, kicking up clouds of dust that obscured the view. The party was sizable, numbering in the dozens. However, few among them possessed any cultivation, and those who did were mere martial artists, not true cultivators, with strength only at the Hotian realm. As the horses thundered past, the dust they raised startled nearby birds into panicked flight. "Young master, run. The wolf demons have gone berserk." The leader, a burly man drenched in sweat, gasped out the warning between ragged breaths. The man appeared to be in his 30s, his face rough with stubble and darkened by years of hardship, clearly a seasoned warrior. Hotian great perfection, not bad for a mortal. Roar! A massive silver wolf burst forth, blood dripping from its maw, half a human body still clamped between its teeth as it devoured its prey. The sight sent the others into a frenzy of terror, fleeing in all directions. "Wretched beast! Harm no more innocents!" The burly leader bellowed, raising his spear and charging forward. Clang! A flash of spear light struck the wolf's head, only to be deflected harmlessly away. The man's heart quaked as he realized he stood no chance. Howl! The silver wolf lifted its head and let out a piercing cry. In an instant, answering howls rose from all directions as countless wolf shadows converged, encircling the entire area. "It's over. We're surrounded. Are we to die here today?" The leader trembled, despair creeping across his face. "Young master, I'm sorry to have dragged you into this." He glanced at Qiannian, who remained motionless, mistaking his stillness for shock. Surveying the besieged group and the hopelessness in their eyes, Qiannian felt a pang of sorrow. My master once said, "Those who walk the path of cultivation should avoid worldly entanglements and refrain from meddling in mortal affairs." Roar. The silver wolf lunged, its razor-sharp claws poised to rend the burly man's flesh. To Qiannian, this beast, merely at the Qiannian realm, was insignificant. But to these mortals, it was an invincible demon. Alas, I cannot stand by and watch them perish. If this is my karma to bear, so be it. A soft sigh escaped his lips. Then, a streak of sword light flashed. The wolf's hide, impervious to ordinary weapons, split effortlessly. Thud. The silver wolf collapsed, lifeless. The remaining pack whimpered in terror, scattering in all directions at the death of their leader. The siege was broken in an instant. All eyes fixed on Qiannian in stunned silence. Was that a flying sword? He isn't immortal? The burly man widened his eyes in disbelief. I'm immortal. The others, as if awakening from a dream, knelt down in reverence, chanting, "We thank the immortal elder for saving our lives." Seeing the awe in their eyes, Qiannian understood that this place was no longer suitable for him to linger. Immortals and mortals, after all, belong to different worlds. With a light step, Qiannian mounted his flying sword and soared into the clouds, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Many thanks to the immortal elder for saving us. This place is closest to the Tao sect. He must be an exalted immortal from there. It wasn't until long after Qiannian's departure that the group gradually regained their composure. Grateful for their encounter with an immortal, or else their souls might have been claimed by the wolves. Qiannian, riding his flying sword, did not stop in the city below, but continued toward the location of the Tianbao Pavilion auction. After a full day of flight, as night fell, he finally descended, seeking the nearest city to rest in an inn. Moonlight cascaded like water, draping the entire city in a silvery glow. As Qiannian lay in bed, preparing to drift into slumber, a clear and melodious zither melody suddenly reached his ears. The music flowed like a gentle spring, light as a soaring bird, seemingly capable of piercing the depths of the soul, stirring the heart. This music, only cultivators can hear it. The player must be a practitioner, and not a weak one, Qiannian mused silently. Pushing open the door, he followed the source of the melody. Within a small pavilion, a veiled woman sat gracefully, her fingers dancing lightly across the strings, each pluck releasing a cascade of enchanting notes that lingered in the air. It's her. She must also be heading to the auction. Qiannian's eyes gleamed as he recognized the woman, though her face was obscured by the veil. Her breathtaking beauty was undeniable, especially her mesmerizing eyes, radiant and captivating. It was none other than the first beauty of the spirit realm, the 100 Flowers Fairy. At this moment, her jade-like fingers moved elegantly, the zither's melody rising like celestial music, intoxicating to the senses. After a while, the song concluded, and the 100 Flowers Fairy ceased her playing. She lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering as they met Qiannian's. Perhaps she, too, had not expected to encounter him here. Prince Qiannian. Who would have thought that after parting yesterday, we meet again today? Her voice was as sweet as a nightingale's song, soft and enchanting. Indeed, I didn't expect to cross paths with the fairy once more, Qiannian replied with a faint smile. The 100 Flowers Fairy smiled gently and asked, Prince Qiannian, did the music just now please your ears? Exquisite beyond measure, akin to divine harmony, Qiannian praised with a nod. If Prince Qiannian enjoyed it, that is enough. She inclined her head gracefully. Would you care for another piece? Ahem, no need. The night is late, and I must rest. If time permits tomorrow, I shall gladly listen again. Qiannian declined with a wave of his hand. The flower fairy was momentarily taken aback. This marked the first instance where her voluntary offer to play the zither had been declined. Countless souls would plead in vain for a single melody from her on ordinary days, while rejection itself was perplexing enough. What baffled her more was the flimsy pretext he provided. Sleep? Indeed, those at the Hotian or Qiannian stages might require brief slumber to rejuvenate their spirits. But upon reaching the Foundation Establishment realm, mere meditation sufficed to restore one's vitality, rendering sleep utterly unnecessary. Yet, the flower fairy's bewilderment lasted but an instant before she composed herself, her lips curving into a serene smile. If that is the case, young master, I shall not detain you further. Pray, take your rest early. Qiannian inclined his head in acknowledgement. Then I bid you farewell. Without the slightest hesitation or lingering sentiment, he turned and departed, his figure receding into the distance. Gazing at his retreating silhouette, the flower fairy bit her lip lightly. Her fingers hovering once more over the zither strings, yet no music flowed forth. A heart in disarray, a melody disturbed, how could one pluck the strings with tranquility now? Chapter 33. The Eighth Encounter. Holding hands before even opening his eyes, Qiannian sensed the dampness surrounding him. It seemed that, just like the first dream, he had appeared in the middle of a pool this time as well. The moment he opened his eyes, he was met with a pair of breathtakingly beautiful eyes, pure and flawless, as if capable of cleansing one's very soul. Qiannian stared blankly at the girl before him, momentarily robbed of speech. Her face was one of unparalleled beauty, her delicate features arranged in perfect harmony, exuding an irresistible charm. Her eyes sparkled like distant stars. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, and her rosy lips, as tender as rose petals, seemed to invite a kiss. The combination of these features painted a picture so mesmerizing it was akin to a masterpiece. However, after a few breaths, a faint blush crept onto the girl's cheeks. "Stop staring. Turn around," she cried out in embarrassment, her voice laced with a hint of playful indignation. "Ah, my apologies." Qiannian snapped out of his daze, hastily turning his head away and closing his eyes, feigning ignorance of the situation. After a moment, the girl's voice came from behind him. "All right, you can turn back now." Hearing this, Qiannian opened his eyes, offered an awkward smile, and turned around to see the girl standing at the edge of the pool. She was clad in a white dress, her skin as fair as freshly fallen snow, her raven black hair cascading down to her waist, accentuating her delicate and graceful figure. Compared to their first meeting in this very pool, the girl had shed her youthful innocence, now exuding a mature and enchanting allure. Counting the time, this was their 8th encounter, yet in her world, 7 long years had already passed. As for her cultivation, Qiannian had long lost the ability to sense it during their previous meetings. He surmised she had likely surpassed the Foundation establishment realm. Given that she had once mentioned the mystic spirit jade pendant no longer held any use for her. "How much longer do you intend to stare?" Su Shuiyao's cheeks flushed again as she noticed Qiannian's lingering gaze, shooting him a bashful glare. "Ahem. Your Highness's beauty is such that even a lifetime of admiration would never be enough." Qiannian chuckled dryly. "Such smooth talk." Su Shuiyao huffed in mock annoyance. "I mean it. A woman as extraordinary as you. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to win your heart someday." Qiannian sighed, shaking his head with exaggerated solemnity. His earnest expression drew a soft, melodic laugh from Su Shuiyao. "This man truly knows how to amuse me. Your laughter is more enchanting than celestial music." Qiannian praised sincerely. Su Shuiyao's face brightened with a radiant smile as she gazed at him with amusement. The sight of her smile was so dazzling that even Qiannian, with his formidable self-control, found himself momentarily entranced. Realizing this, he quickly averted his gaze, afraid he might lose his composure if he continued looking. "By the way, Your Highness, if you knew I was coming today, why were you still bathing?" Qiannian asked. At the mention of her bath, Su Shuiyao's cheerful expression froze, and that captivating blush returned to her cheeks once more. "It's all because you arrived so unexpectedly this time, just past midnight, and you're already here, never this early before," Su Shuiyao said with a hint of melancholy. "Oh, so that means I'm the first to wish the princess a happy birthday this year?" Qiannian suddenly realized and laughed heartily. "You can only count as the second." Su Shuiyao sniffed lightly. "Why? I came the earliest." Qiannian was puzzled. "Because." Su Shuiyao blinked her beautiful eyes. "I'm also a person, you know." No. The princess is not a person, so I'm still the first." Qiannian shook his head. "If I'm not a person, then what am I?" Su Shuiyao asked curiously. "The princess is a celestial maiden who descended to the mortal realm, naturally not a mere human." Giggles escaped Su Shuiyao's lips, her laughter as radiant as blooming flowers. "Enchanting beyond compare. By the way, princess, has the matter regarding the Northwest King been investigated?" Qiannian suddenly turned serious, hearing him shift to official matters. Su Shuiyao's smile gradually faded. "Just as you predicted, that Sima Tong actually dared to ambush the crown prince in broad daylight. Fortunately, we heeded your advice, and father assigned shadow guards to protect him. Otherwise, he might have succeeded. And the Northwest King, he truly intended to betray father. Thankfully, father remained vigilant, or we would have suffered greatly at his hands. However, we discovered it too late. After his rebellion failed, the Northwest King defected to the Great Chu Empire, taking with him a fifth of our Great Su-S territory, all now under Great Chu-S rule." Su Shuiyao frowned, her tone tinged with indignation. The great Su Empire treated the Northwest king generously, yet he still sought to rebel. Two tigers cannot share one mountain. When an empire harbors two powerful forces, one must either submit or fight. This has been the way since ancient times. Qiannian shook his head, as if all this had been within his expectations. But it still infuriates me. Great Su treated the Northwest king with such favor. He was even required to pay taxes to the court. And yet, he secretly plotted treason, even attempting to assassinate the crown prince and father. Originally, after absorbing the remnants of Great Zhao, Great Su could barely contend with Great Chu on equal footing. But now, with the Northwest king's defection, the situation has deteriorated completely. Su Shuiyao let out a long sigh. Seeing her vexed expression, Qiannian comforted her. Princess, at the very least, we purged an internal threat. That is still good news. Hearing this, Su Shuiyao nodded, her smile returning. Yes, and it's all thanks to your warning. I can't imagine what I would have done if something had happened to father or the crown prince. Qiannian gazed at the young woman before him and smiled. How does the princess plan to thank me? Su Shuiyao blinked her lovely eyes. How would you like me to thank you? Ever since the first time, I've been unable to forget the taste of the princess. How about another kiss? Qiannian grinned mischievously. Su Shuiyao froze for a moment. Then her cheeks flushed crimson as she shot him a glare. You wish. Seeing her reaction, Qiannian chuckled but refrained from teasing her further. Then, with a hint of solemnity, he inquired, Princess, might I have the honor of holding your hand? Hold my hand? Su Shuiyao was taken aback, her gaze sweeping over Qiannian as if searching for something amiss. Why this sudden request? She questioned, suspicion lacing her voice. Instead of answering directly, Qiannian sighed theatrically. How unfeeling of you, princess. Not even a kiss. And now you deny me the simple pleasure of holding your hand? Very well, consider it unsaid. He shrugged, feigning heartbreak with exaggerated sorrow. Watching his performance, Su Shuiyao grew even more perplexed, utterly baffled by his intentions. After all, their days together had given her some insight into his character, mischievous at times, yet never one to act without reason. What exactly are you scheming? She finally blurted out, unable to contain her curiosity any longer. Seeing her confusion, Qiannian allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Do not fret, princess. My intentions are pure, merely a wish to hold your hand, nothing more. Su Shuiyao found his demeanor both amusing and peculiar. After a brief hesitation, she nodded in acquiescence. The moment she agreed, Qiannian's heartbeat quickened, his breath growing heavy. He inhaled deeply, steadying his turbulent emotions before extending his right hand to envelop her delicate fingers within his palm. So soft, so tender, so smooth, though merely a fleeting touch. That simple act of holding hands undeniably bridged the distance between them in an instant. Chapter 34. The demon-sex young master Yi Kanglin feeling Qiannian's large hand tightly grasping hers. Su Shuiyao's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, her delicate heart pounding wildly. This sensation was utterly novel. She had never experienced anything like it before, her heart threatening to leap from her chest. Can we stop now? Su Shuiyao finally murmured shyly after a long pause. Princess, just a little longer. It will be over soon, Qiannian replied softly. Hearing this, Su Shuiyao lifted her gaze and met his brilliant, star-like eyes, fixed intently upon her. Their eyes locked, both hearts racing uncontrollably, and they instinctively averted their gazes. Unable to contain herself, Su Shuiyao burst into laughter at their mutual awkwardness. So even he can be shy. Yet, to her slight surprise, Qiannian seemed genuinely content with merely holding her hand, making no further advances. He is already holding my hand, just a little more force. And wouldn't I be pulled into his embrace? Time slipped away unnoticed until, suddenly, Su Shuiyao felt Qiannian's grip tighten fiercely, as though he wished to meld her into himself. But the next moment, the sensation vanished entirely. Thinking he had released her, she looked up, only to find Qiannian gone. He.s. left again. A year is too long, agonizingly so, when every day awaiting your return stretches endlessly. Yet a year is also too short, fleeting, when even a few words exchanged between us slip away too soon. Everything feels unbearably reluctant, yet I cannot keep you here. Qiannian's eyes snapped open. Staring at his empty hand, nothing remained but the faint warmth of a maiden's touch. Su Shuiyao was nowhere to be seen. I can bring books, jade pendants, and rings into my world, but I cannot bring you. Must we meet only in dreams? Gently caressing his vacant palm, Qiannian smiled bitterly. Perhaps this is fate's design, destined to gaze at each other across the chasm of dreams high above the clouds. Qiannian soared on his sword. Not long after his departure, a graceful figure approached from behind. Young Master Qiannian, I presume you're also attending the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's auction? Shall we travel together? The flower fairy alighted beside him, her smile radiant. Qiannian cast her a glance and replied coolly, Aren't you afraid of causing misunderstandings by accompanying me? Misunderstandings? Of what sort? The flower fairy blinked in confusion. Shaking his head, Qiannian saw no point in elaboration and sped onward without another word. Frowning slightly, the flower fairy studied his retreating figure before quickening her pace to follow. Qiannian's speed was astonishing, despite being only at the early foundation establishment stage. His spiritual energy surged relentlessly into his sword as though inexhaustible. The blade glowed with an azure light, its velocity multiplying several-fold in an instant. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the sword transformed into a streak of light, slicing through the sea of clouds. Such incredible speed, I can barely keep up. Could he truly have achieved heavenly foundation establishment? Behind him, the flower fairy watched in silent astonishment, her eyes widening with disbelief. You must know, she had cultivated for several more years than Qiannian and was a full realm above him. Moreover, she herself had already reached Earth-grade foundation establishment, yet she could barely keep up with his speed. At this pace, after 3 hours, Qiannian arrived at the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's outpost in the spirit domain. Descending from the sky, perhaps due to delays on the first day, by the time he arrived, the other prodigies, Jian Lingxiao, Shui Ro Xianzi, and Scarred Tiger, had already gathered. Watching Qiannian's arrival, Jian Lingxiao's expression twitched slightly, and when he saw Baihua Xianzi following closely behind, his face darkened further. Baihua Xianzi, it seemed she truly had her eyes on Qiannian. This feeling was as if Qiannian had snatched Baihua Xianzi away from him. Though they had never been close, had Qiannian not appeared, who else in the spirit domain could possibly be worthy of her besides him? Thus, he had long regarded Baihua Xianzi as his woman, and now Qiannian was slapping him in the face, repeatedly. Yet, infuriatingly, he couldn't even defeat Qiannian. At this thought, Jian Lingxiao's heart swelled with fury and envy. His gaze toward Qiannian grew increasingly frigid, as if he wished to devour him alive. Everyone, since you've all arrived, this auction for the Tranquil Heart Pearl will surely draw the attention of the 4 evil sects. We must unite against them, Baihua Xianzi declared after landing. Sister Baihua, I will support you wholeheartedly, Shui Ro Xianzi pledged immediately. Don't look at me. Everyone knows my broadsword sect is notoriously poor. I'm just here for the spectacle. Scarred Tiger scoffed. Rest assured, Fairy, I, Jian Lingxiao, will spare no effort in aiding you to secure the Tranquil Heart Pearl, Jian Lingxiao said, suppressing the hatred in his eyes as he cupped his hands in salute. No matter how deep his resentment ran, his outward decorum remained impeccable. Finally, Baihua Xianzi turned to Qiannian, her gaze tinged with silent entreaty. In her heart, Qiannian alone held more weight than Jian Lingxiao, Shui Ro Xianzi, and Scarred Tiger combined. If he were willing to cooperate, the 4 evil sects would pose no threat. For she believed that even if Qiannian was not heaven-grade foundation establishment, he was at least an earth grade of unparalleled quality. From afar, we heard you plotting against us. How flattering. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed from the sky. For figures materialized before them, 3 men and 1 woman among them. A familiar face, Ji Fian. How she had entangled herself with the 4 evil sects again was unclear. Apart from her, the other 3 exuded an aura of sinister darkness. Their power overwhelming each at least mystic-grade foundation establishment. The figure on the right wore a grotesque ghost mask, revealing only a pair of chilling, abyssal eyes. Ghost whale? Ghost sect's prodigy, mystic-grade foundation establishment, mid-stage. The one on the left was shrouded in black mist, only half his face visible, yet exuding an eerie dread. Corpse without sin. Corpse Een sect's prodigy, mystic-grade foundation establishment, mid-stage. The central figure, draped in crimson robes, was unnervingly alluring yet impossible to gaze upon directly. Blood Butcher. Blood Robe sect's prodigy, mystic-grade foundation establishment, late stage. Such formidable strength. The flower fairy's expression turned grave as she stepped forward, shielding the group with her formidable aura radiating from her form. Well, if it isn't my defeated opponent, Sword Lingxiao. Hiding behind a woman again, are we? Blood Butcher sneered, his gaze dripping with mockery as it settled upon Sword Lingxiao. At these words, Sword Lingxiao's face darkened with humiliation. Meanwhile, Blood Butcher's eyes shifted, landing upon Qiannian, a crimson glint flashing within them. He licked his lips and declared, "You must be the Taoist sect's chosen one, Qiannian. Since you managed to defeat Sword Lingxiao, you've earned the right to be considered my opponent." Before Qiannian could respond, the flower fairy scoffed coldly, "Blood Butcher, weren't you also once my defeated foe? Where is the demonic sect's chosen one, Qiannian? Without him, you stand no chance against me. Who dares summon this young master?" A pale-faced youth slowly approached, his frail frame draped in a white robe embroidered with intricate golden patterns. Though he appeared delicate, the terrifying aura surrounding him sent shivers down the spines of all present, as if the slightest flick of his finger could effortlessly annihilate anyone in his path. Qiannian, the demonic sect's chosen one. Earthgrade Foundation Establishment Late Stage. Chapter 35, The Ninth Encounter, Su Shuiyao's Forced Blind Date. Esteemed guests, Tianbao City is no place for bloodshed. Should you wish to fight, kindly take your disputes beyond the city walls. Amidst the escalating tension between the two factions, an elderly man emerged from the sidelines. His name was Ouyang Yuan, the overseer of the Tianbao Pavilion's operations within the Ling domain, a mighty nascent soul cultivator. While nascent soul cultivators were not uncommon among the elite disciples of the 10 supreme sects, each boasting at least 10 such figures, Ouyang Yuan was different. Not only was he a nascent soul cultivator, but more importantly, he held the esteemed position of an elder within the Tianbao Pavilion. The Tianbao Pavilion was a colossal entity spanning the entire continent, with branches in every province, serving as the premier marketplace for cultivators seeking magical artifacts and intelligence. It was said that as long as one possessed sufficient spirit stones, the Tianbao Pavilion could procure any weapon, treasure, or piece of information desired. The true extent of the Tianbao Pavilion's power remained shrouded in mystery, but it was known that every branch was overseen by at least one nascent soul elder. In the northern continent alone, with over 100 provinces, the Tianbao Pavilion's influence encompassed no fewer than 100 nascent soul experts. The reason the supreme sects tolerated such a formidable presence was simple. The Tianbao Pavilion never interfered in regional conflicts. They merely maintained their cities, facilitating trade among cultivators from all corners of the land. Some of the treasures they traded were so rare that even the supreme sects might not possess them, such as the Tranquil Heart Pearl, an upcoming auction item coveted by all 10 supreme sects, further cementing the Tianbao Pavilion's unrivaled status. With this in mind, any thoughts of battle dissipated. The 4 demonic sect heirs departed with cold sneers, though Qiannian paused before leaving, casting a fleeting glance at Qiannian. A faint flush colored his pale features. Had he noticed something? Qiannian frowned slightly at Qiannian's lingering gaze. Phew, that was terrifying. Scarface Tiger gasped once the demonic sect disciples had left, his relief palpable. Given the overwhelming pressure they exuded, it was no wonder, had a fight broken out, he would likely have been the first to fall, as he ranked lowest among the 10 heirs. Qiannian has reached the late foundation establishment stage. This one be easy to handle, murmured the flower fairy, her brow furrowed with deep concern. She had clashed with Qiannian before when he was still at mid-foundation establishment, and even those brief skirmishes had left her under immense pressure. Now that he had surpassed her in cultivation, her chances of victory seemed even slimmer. Just Qiannian? Even together, do you truly believe we cannot handle them? Sword Lingxiao suddenly interjected with a cold laugh, drawing everyone's attention. Are you certain? Scarface Tiger asked skeptically. What is so difficult about it? Countered the flower fairy. I can suppress Blood Butcher. Sword Lingxiao, you take on Ghostly. Scarface Tiger and Watergrace Fairy can handle Corpse Nocturne. As for Jifian, I doubt she'll interfere. As for Qiannian, why not let Qiannian deal with him? He's also an Earthgrade Foundation Establishment cultivator. Even if he can't win, he can at least hold him off for a while. Once we've dealt with our other opponents, we can join forces against Qiannian. How could he possibly withstand so many of us alone? Jian Lingxiao narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing within them, almost wishing Qiannian would be slain by Qiannian. Have you lost your mind? Young Master Qiannian is only at the early stage of foundation establishment. How could he possibly contend against Qiannian? Bai Washinzi shot Jian Lingxiao an angry glare. Then who should face Qiannian? Hearing Bai Washinzi defend Qiannian, Jian Lingxiao's expression darkened as he retorted. Qiannian moved, stepping slowly to Jian Lingxiao's side before speaking indifferently. Jian Lingxiao, I don't take orders from trash like you. With that, he strode past Jian Lingxiao and walked away alone. You. Being publicly called trash by Qiannian, Jian Lingxiao's face flushed with fury. his eyes burning with rage as he stared at Qiannian's retreating figure. Qiannian turned his head slightly, his icy gaze silencing whatever words Jian Lingxiao had been about to utter. Taking a deep breath, Jian Lingxiao suppressed his fury, casting a venomous glance at Qiannian's back before storming off in another direction. Qiannian. He would have his revenge. He must have his revenge. After paying the spirit stones, Qiannian entered the high-grade cultivation chamber in Tianbao City. Instead of browsing the marketplace for treasures, he immediately immersed himself in cultivation. At the moment, he had no pressing needs. Even something like the Serenity Pearl would be useless to him, as he already possessed the mystic spirit jade pendant. If not for his master's instructions, he wouldn't have bothered coming here for training. What he lacked most now was time to cultivate. Among the 10 great prodigies of the spirit realm, he was the youngest, putting him at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation. If only he had a few more years to refine his heavenly Tao foundation, what threat would someone like Yi Kanglin even pose? Though the high-grade cultivation chambers in Tianbao Pavilion were expensive, they were also extremely secure, ensuring no disturbances. Thus, Qiannian could cultivate here with peace of mind. After 2 hours of meditation, he calculated the time. It was almost the moment to enter the dream realm again. The thought of seeing Su Shuyao once more brought a faint smile to his lips, as if all his worries had dissipated like mist in the wind. Su Shuyao sat at her desk, her chin resting on one hand, her delicate face clouded with distress. She was deeply troubled. "Princess, today is your birthday. Why are you so unhappy?" Qiannian appeared just in time to hear her sigh, and couldn't help but ask, "You're here?" Hearing his familiar voice, Su Shuyao lifted her gaze, a glimmer of joy lighting up her beautiful eyes. "Princess, what's the matter?" Qiannian took a seat beside her, his voice gentle. "See for yourself." Biting her lip, Su Shuyao gestured helplessly to the sketches spread across the table, her lovely face etched with resignation. Qiannian looked down and saw portraits of several young, distinguished gentlemen, each accompanied by a brief description. Nangong Russian, the third young master of the Nangong family, possessed extraordinary talent. At the mere age of 26, he had already stepped into the realm of spirit transformation. This is, Qiannian's heart skipped a beat, instantly sensing something amiss. I nearly forgot the cultivation realms differ between these two worlds. But the key point remains that the protagonist's cultivation level takes precedence. The protagonist world, postnatal, innate, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, divine transformation, saint realm. The female lead's world, body tempering, flesh manifestation, divine abilities, spirit transformation, profound mystery, transcendence, sainthood. He turned over the first drawing, his gaze shifting to the second sheet of paper, which also depicted a young prodigy. Li Wintao, the foremost genius of Qiannian County, disciple of Taoist Yulai. At only 25 years of age had already reached the pinnacle of the divine abilities realm. The subsequent portraits each featured a distinguished young gentleman, either scions of prominent families or prodigies of their generation. Every one of them was a renowned genius, celebrated across the land. Judging solely by their age and cultivation level, they far surpassed the elite disciples of the various spiritual domains. It was abundantly clear that Su Shuyao now faced a deeply troubling predicament. That is, she was being compelled to choose a consort. In the parlance of another world, she was being forced into arranged courtship. Chapter 36. How could this be the path? Staring at the portraits before him, Qiannian was momentarily stunned. Though he had long anticipated this day, he hadn't expected it to arrive so soon. Calculating the years, Su Shuyao was now 23, indeed of marriageable age. Were she an ordinary maiden, it might not have mattered, but Su Shuyao was the sole princess of the great Su dynasty. Many things were beyond her control. Yet, Qiannian's heart clenched painfully, his breath hitching as if pierced by an unseen blade. Though their acquaintance had been brief, he had been deeply drawn to the unique grace that radiated from Su Shuyao. Even in this dreamlike world, he yearned to accompany her through the long years ahead. The thought of her wedding another man was unbearable. "Your Highness," he forced a smile after a long silence. "Have you taken a liking to any of them?" At his words, Su Shuyao paused, lifting her gaze to meet his. A delicate frown touched her brows. "Do you wish for me to be with someone else?" Qiannian shook his head. "No, I do not." Her eyes brightened, a radiant smile blossoming like spring itself. "If that is so, why ask me at all?" Qiannian hesitated, lowering his voice. "Then, what is your Highness's choice?" "I choose none of them." With a flick of her fingers, a surge of spiritual energy reduced the portraits in Qiannian's hands to dust. The sight left him speechless. He stared at her, warmth flooding his chest, his nose tingling with emotion. Was this her way of telling him, right before his eyes, that she would choose no one? Don't worry, she laughed lightly, her beauty dazzling as a field in full bloom. My father dotes on me. No matter what, he would never force me into marriage. Qiannian smiled in return. To be honest, Your Highness, not long ago, my master also pressured me to seek a bride, simultaneously proposing to the top 3 beauties of the spirit realm. Oh? Su Shuiao blinked, a flicker of tension in her gaze. And what did you say? I refused, of course. He shrugged. You turned down the top 10 beauties? She arched a skeptical brow. And why did Your Highness refuse as well? He countered with a grin. Their eyes met, but it was Su Shuiao who looked away first, though the joy on her face remained unmistakable. After a pause, she cleared her throat. Tell me, how beautiful are these so-called top 10 beauties of the spirit realm? Qiannian considered carefully. Each is peerless, a vision of celestial grace. Before he could finish, Su Shuiao's cheeks puffed out in displeasure, and he promptly fell silent. If I were in the spirit realm, she demanded, narrowing her eyes, would I rank among them? Without question, he hurriedly assured. Truly? She studied him with suspicion. Not only would you rank among them, he declared, but you would undoubtedly claim the first place. Qiannian thumped his chest in assurance. Upon hearing this, Su Shuiao finally smiled, illuminating the entire room with her radiance, utterly enchanting. Gazing at her, Qiannian's heart skipped a beat. Princess, you are truly beautiful. Qiannian couldn't help but exclaim. Humph, this princess is the foremost beauty across 7 kingdoms. Su Shuiao declared with pride. This was the first time Qiannian had witnessed such self-admiration from her. No, not mere vanity, for Su Shuiao was indeed the most exquisite maiden he had ever beheld. Could you tell me about your world? I know so little of it. Resting her chin on one hand, her limpid eyes fluttering lightly, Su Shuiao regarded Qiannian with quiet curiosity. A yearning to understand his realm had taken root in her heart. What manner of world was it? Of course, Qiannian nodded with a gentle smile. In the spirit domain, there exist 10 supreme sections. The foremost among them is. As for myself, I am the Taoist heir of the Tao sect, the senior disciple of this generation. As Qiannian spoke, ripples of fascination shimmered in Su Shuiao's eyes, her anticipation growing. A sudden urgency to visit his world seized her, though, alas, it seemed beyond her reach. Among the 10 great sects, there must be 10 heirs. Apart from you, how do the others compare in strength? Su Shuiao inquired curiously. Their prowess varies. Take Jian Lingxiao, the heir of the Sword sect. He attained foundation establishment at 22 and, after 2 more years of cultivation, has only recently reached mid-stage foundation establishment. As Qiannian spoke, Su Shuiao's expression turned peculiar. Princess, is something amiss? Noticing her odd demeanor, Qiannian asked. 24 years old, mid-stage foundation establishment? Su Shuiao echoed, her tone laced with disbelief. Indeed, and he is the Sword sect's heir? One of the spirit domain's 10 prodigies? She pressed. Precisely. Is there an issue? Qiannian replied, puzzled. Su Shuiao parted her lips, hesitated over her choice of words, then finally remarked, and such a one is deemed an heir? Her implication was clear, pathetically weak. Had he not witnessed the empire's own talents? By 25 or 26, they had either formed their golden cores or reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, and even then, securing a place among the empire's top 10 prodigies was no certainty. Had he not seen Su Shuiao herself? Barely 20, she had transcended foundation establishment, ascending to the golden core realm. A 24-year-old lingering at mid-stage foundation establishment, and only just attained at that. What are the others? Earlier, you mentioned the spirit domain's 10 great beauties. Are any among them heirs? Su Shuiao inquired further. 3 of the 10 are heirs. The foremost, the flower fairy of the Blossom sect, is not only their heir, but also wields formidable strength, Qiannian answered. Oh, how formidable. Might she surpass me? Su Shuiao teased, her eyes glinting playfully as she regarded Qiannian. She pales in comparison to you, princess. Though of similar age, the flower fairy has only approached late-stage foundation establishment. Qiannian smiled faintly and spoke. Upon hearing his words, Su Shuiao laughed once more. This so-called number 1 beauty of the spirit realm seemed to pose no threat to her. The two continued their conversation, with Qiannian narrating while Su Shuiao listened attentively, occasionally interjecting with a few words of her own. For a time, both lost track of the hours, as if they had forgotten the very passage of time itself. It was only when dusk began to fall that Su Shuiao suddenly snapped back to awareness. She lifted her gaze to the setting sun, then turned to look at Qiannian beside her, her eyes gleaming with an unprecedented radiance. For this time, Qiannian's presence had lasted beyond an hour, indeed. It had stretched far longer, lingering for well over 2 full hours. Chapter 37. The shortest yet most distant distance. Qiannian suddenly realized that his time in the dream world this time had been exceptionally prolonged. In fact, the duration of this visit had already surpassed the sum of all his previous 8 visits combined. Most importantly, he still hadn't left. He remained within the dream world. It was as though he had completely merged into this world, never to depart again. Their eyes met, and in each other's gaze, they saw a glimmer of joy. This ninth encounter had undoubtedly brought about a significant breakthrough. The sun is about to set. Would you accompany me to watch it? Su Shuiao asked. Her delicate cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she gazed at the descending sun. Of course, Qiannian replied with a smile. Stealthily, they climbed onto the rooftop and sat at the edge, watching the fading sunset, wordlessly immersed in the golden afterglow. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson. Against the backdrop of fiery clouds, a breathtakingly magnificent scene unfolded. The evening glow stretched their shadows across the eaves, weaving a picturesque tableau. Seated beside the young man, Su Shuiao felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility in the serene twilight. After what seemed like an eternity, Qiannian suddenly turned to her and said, Princess, staying by your side for over 2 hours feels more rewarding than half a month of arduous cultivation. Su Shuiao turned to him, a soft smile gracing her lips. My constitution is rather unique. The closer one is to me, the more their cultivation speed increases. Her bright, enchanting eyes gleamed with a hint of playful pride. Oh, in that case, princess, may I move just a little closer? Qiannian paused, then chuckled. Of course, Su Shuiao answered without hesitation. As soon as the words left her lips, she felt Qiannian shift slightly nearer, though not enough to touch. Yet, at this distance, the slightest lean would bring them into contact. The sun continued its descent, the evening breeze tousling Su Shuiao's silken hair. The last rays of sunlight bathed the imperial palace in a dazzling radiance. When I was little, every birthday, my mother would sit right here with me. I would lean against her, watching the sunset. Su Shuiao murmured, her voice laced with quiet longing. And now? I don't think I've ever seen her during my visits, Qiannian asked softly. She's gone, Su Shuiao sighed, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossing her face. Qiannian froze, turning to the girl beside him. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, as though something had stirred the deepest recesses of her heart. I'm sorry. He apologized, regretful that his casual question had evoked such sadness. It's not your fault. Su Shuiao shook her head, wiping away the tears and forcing a fragile smile. Qiannian reached out, gently enclosing her delicate hand in his. The softness of her touch sent a tremor through him, and he instinctively tightened his grasp. Don't be sad, he whispered. It's all right, she replied. Su Shuiao replied softly, attempting to withdraw her hand with a gentle struggle. Yet Qiannian's grasp was too firm to escape. Resigned, she allowed him to hold it. Before long, the evening glow vanished beyond the horizon, replaced by darkness enveloping the earth, with stars twinkling one by one. The two gazed quietly at the shimmering constellations above, their hearts settling into tranquility. Drawn together like two magnets irresistibly attracted. After a long silence, do you think the heavens arranged our meeting for a purpose? Su Shuiao suddenly spoke. Her voice clear and melodious, echoing through the serene night as she gazed at the distant sky. Following her line of sight, Qiannian also looked upward. After a moment, he replied, perhaps it is fate, woven by the heavens. Su Shuiao pursed her lips lightly and murmured, do you truly believe in fate? Of course. For what the heavens decree is supreme, Qiannian answered earnestly, a faint smile curving his lips. If only we lived in the same world, under the same sky. Su Shuiao mused wistfully, a fleeting longing crossing her delicate features. Princess, would you like to hear a story? Qiannian offered. Tell me, she nodded. Long, long ago, a celestial maiden descended to the mortal realm and met a mortal man. They fell in love. But the divide between immortal and mortal was too vast. They could never truly be together. In the end, they transformed into two stars in the heavens, separated by the vast Milky Way, meeting only once a year. As Qiannian narrated, ripples of emotion stirred within Su Shuiao's heart. This tale, why did it resonate so deeply with their own? Only once a year. Look, a shooting star. Two meteors streaked across the night sky, like radiant pearls shimmering brilliantly against the inky darkness, dazzling in their fleeting splendor. Captivated by the spectacle, Qiannian and Su Shuiyao lifted their gazes in unison, watching as the meteors traced their luminous paths across the firmament. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, and the world around them faded into hushed serenity. The two meteors seemed imbued with an enigmatic force, drawing nearer and nearer to one another. Their eyes remained fixed upon the celestial dance, hearts brimming with anticipation and hope. Forgetting all else, they existed only in this shared space, with nothing but each other and the two converging stars. It was as if the distance between Qiannian and Su Shuiyao themselves was closing, inch by inch, until, just before merging, the meteors abruptly veered apart, diverging swiftly into the void. The greatest distance in this world is not the span between heaven and earth, but standing right beside you, yet never able to hold you close. Like meteors streaking across the night sky, on the verge of merging yet abruptly parting ways without rhyme or reason. A solitary tear trickled down Su Shuiyao's cheek as the evening breeze gently dispersed the lingering warmth from her palm. Turning around, she found only emptiness beside her. The distance between them was more exaggerated and capricious than shooting stars. One moment, their hands were intertwined. The next breath, they were separated by the expanse of time and space, an entire world apart. The shortest and most unfathomable distances coexisted between them, so close they could touch, yet so far they were beyond reach. The night grew ever more silent. The meteors drifted ever farther away. Their next meeting would not come until another year had passed. Chapter 38. The auctioneer Qiannian having advanced another step in cultivation, drawing closer to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, yet there was no joy in Qiannian's heart. Within the quiet confines of the cultivation chamber, Qiannian opened his eyes, a trace of melancholy lingering on his face. In truth, compared to him, Su Shuiyao bore an even heavier burden. As the empire's sole princess, she had been meticulously sheltered within the depths of the imperial palace. Never once stepping beyond its gilded walls, this was what she had confided in Qiannian today. Her world consisted solely of her father, the emperor, her elder brother, and a handful of palace maids and guards. Everything else existed only as hearsay or fleeting glimpses from afar. Before the age of 9, Su Shuiyao had also known the love of her mother, the empress, perhaps the happiest period of her life. But then, even that was taken from her. Though her father and brother doted on her, they could never truly understand her, never grasp what she truly needed. What she yearned for was companionship, a friend to whom she could pour out her heart. Qiannian was her first friend, her only friend. Yet this was a cruel twist of fate. For Su Shuiyao had to wait an entire year just to meet Qiannian for a fleeting moment. And even after that year-long wait, their reunion might last only a few words before she awoke once more. The duration of their dreams was beyond his prediction or control. Last night's meeting had been an unexpected blessing, lasting nearly 3 hours. He could sense Su Shuiyao's joy, for she had finally found someone to whom she could unburden the weight she had carried for years. If only he could have stayed a little longer. If only he were the one who had to wait a year for a single meeting. The auction at Tianbao Pavilion commenced as scheduled. A grand occasion for cultivators across the spiritual realm, especially the wandering ones. This time, however, the excitement was even greater. Days prior, Tianbao Pavilion had unexpectedly announced the auction of a Serenity Pearl, drawing an unprecedented crowd. Even the heirs of the 10 great super sects had all arrived. The auction hall buzzed with activity, the atmosphere electric with anticipation. Powerful figures from various factions and lone cultivators alike took their seats. Rumors spread like wildfire. This auction would feature spiritual treasures that could enhance cultivation speed, the rarest and most coveted of artifacts. Dream on. I saw all 10 sect heirs arrive. We're just here for the spectacle. Forget about bidding. All 10 heirs. Does that mean we'll see the top 3 beauties of the spiritual realm? Gasps and murmurs filled the hall. On the second floor, several figures had already settled into the exclusive seating reserved only for renowned nascent soul cultivators or illustrious prodigies of the younger generation. Those on the first floor gazed upward with reverence and envy. Look, the sect heirs are here. Exquisite. Is that the #1 beauty of the spiritual realm? The flower fairy? So breathtaking. I'd gladly trade 10 years of my life for just one night with her. 10. I'd give 100. Damn. Even this is a competition now? And that must be the gentle water fairy. Rumors have long circulated that the water fairy possesses unparalleled beauty. Truly a peerless gem among mortals. Witnessing her today, One can see the tales do not exaggerate. The crowd murmured incessantly, with many male cultivators stealing glances toward the second floor, their gazes intoxicated. The flower fairy and the water fairy took their seats, while the other young masters had yet to arrive. A few nascent soul elders also occupied the second floor, though they remained in secluded corners. Moments later, Sword Lingxiao and Scar-Faced Tiger arrived, followed closely by the young masters of the 4 demonic sections. Their entrance plunged the hall into silence, for the oppressive aura they exuded was overwhelming. Their icy gazes swept across the room, sending involuntary shivers down every spine. Where is Qiannian? Why hasn't he arrived? He was absent from last night's meeting as well. Has he fled? Sword Lingxiao scanned the crowd, his brows furrowing in displeasure. No idea. After we parted yesterday, he vanished. No means of contacting him. Scar-Faced Tiger shrugged. Humph. Utterly disrespectful. Does he think his strength alone suffices to challenge Qiannian? Sword Lingxiao sneered. I believe young Master Qiannian will come. He must have pressing matters to attend to, the flower fairy interjected, unwavering in her faith. Her defense of Qiannian only deepened Sword Lingxiao's resentment, his eyes narrowing with a frigid glint as he regarded her. My apologies for the delay. Qiannian finally arrived. Clad in pristine white robes, his elegance and grace captivating the hearts of many female cultivators. It's all right, as long as you're here. The flower fairy replied with a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. Watching her affectionate demeanor, Sword Lingxiao seethed with jealousy. As Qiannian settled into his seat, he sensed a piercing gaze upon him. Lifting his eyes, he met the stare of a pale-faced youth not far away. Qiannian, what does he want? Qiannian frowned slightly. He had never interacted with Qiannian before. Why was the latter fixated on him? Had he discerned Qiannian's heavenly Tao foundation, or detected the presence of the mystic spirit jade pendant? Pondering yielded no answers. But one thing was certain. Qiannian was the sole individual who posed a genuine threat, warranting utmost vigilance. Welcome, honored guests, to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion auction. Fian wishes you all splendid acquisitions and a delightful evening. A voice dripping with allure echoed through the hall. All eyes turned toward the entrance, where Fian, clad in a fiery red dress that accentuated her seductive figure, sauntered gracefully into the auction hall. Such a bewitching enchantress, utterly irresistible. By the heavens, she could tempt a man to his doom. Though none survived 3 nights in her embrace, to perish beneath such beauty would be a worthy fate. I can't hold back. In the auction hall, hushed murmurs spread through the crowd as lascivious gazes shamelessly traced the alluring curves of Fian's exquisite figure. Some even surreptitiously slid their hands beneath their seats while feasting their eyes upon her. Indeed, while the flower fairy ranked higher than Fian, she remained an untouchable vision of purity, whereas Fian tantalized with the promise of attainable indulgence. Noticing the audience's reaction, Fian let out a bewitching laugh, her every glance and gesture dripping with seductive charm. The sound of her mirth sent shivers down the spines of the men present, igniting a feverish restlessness within them. Fian was with us the day before yesterday, then consorted with the 4 heretic sects yesterday. And today she stands as the auctioneer for the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Whose side is she truly on? Scarred Tiger rumbled in a low voice. Whichever side she chooses is beyond our control, but we must prepare for the worst, the flower fairy interjected coolly. With another silvery laugh, Fian cast a glance toward the guests on the second floor before announcing in a voice laced with allure, since all esteemed guests have arrived. This humble servant declares, the auction shall now commence. Chapter 39. An Unexpected Delight, Stacked Effects. The first auction item is a single drop of Supreme Foundation Establishment Elixir. With a starting bid of 100 mid-grade spirit stones, Fian produced a jade vial containing a single, crystal-clear droplet. What? It's actually Supreme Foundation Establishment Elixir. Supreme Foundation Establishment Elixir. Upon hearing these words, the auction hall erupted into chaos. Supreme Foundation Establishment Elixir. A rarity even in the entire cultivation world. A single drop could unconditionally ensure a successful foundation establishment breakthrough for a peak innate realm cultivator. Such supreme elixirs were exceedingly scarce. Only 3 master alchemists in the entire spirit domain could refine them. Perhaps elite disciples of super sects had no shortage of them. But for minor factions or rogue cultivators, they were priceless treasures. 110 mid-grade spirit stones. 120 mid-grade spirit stones. 150 mid-grade spirit stones. In an instant, the previously tranquil auction hall became a clamor of fervent bidding. Numerous cultivators frantically joined the competition, and soon, the price of the Foundation Establishment elixir soared to 300 mid-grade spirit stones. At this point, the number of bidders gradually dwindled, indicating that the price was nearing its true market value. Within a sect, each disciple can purchase a drop of Supreme Foundation Establishment elixir for 100 mid-grade spirit stones, though only once per person. Yet in the outside world, it costs 300? Qiannian murmured to himself. The privileges of major sect disciples truly surpass those of rogue cultivators. For instance, elite disciples of great sects could achieve Foundation Establishment before the age of 30, whereas those from minor factions or rogue backgrounds often took decades. 300 mid-grade spirit stones. Going once. 300 mid-grade spirit stones. Going twice. Seeing no further bids, Qiannian suddenly cast a sultry glance, rolling the jade vial provocatively against her barely clothed decolletage. If no one continues bidding, this treasure will slip into another's hands. Her coquettish gaze, brimming with temptation, was nearly impossible to resist. Damn it, who can withstand this? 310 mid-grade spirit stones. A burly man immediately raised his paddle, swallowing hard. Who cares about the elixir? I want that vial. 350 mid-grade spirit stones. Another shouted, his beady eyes greedily fixed on Qiannian's alluring curves. Before long, the price had skyrocketed to 800 mid-grade spirit stones. Is this even allowed? Scarface Tiger gaped in astonishment. It became clear to everyone why the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion had hired Qiannian as their auctioneer. This was pure, unmitigated profit. In the end, the single drop of Supreme Foundation Establishment elixir was sold for 900 mid-grade spirit stones to a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Upon receiving the vial, the man immediately pressed it to his lips, kissing it fervently before slipping it into his mouth, his face alight with rapture as if savoring divine ambrosia. Now, for the second item. Thereafter, Qiannian paid no further attention to the auction. He closed his eyes and immersed himself in cultivation. After all, there was nothing in the auction that particularly piqued his interest, so he couldn't be bothered to expend unnecessary energy. Once the auction concluded, he anticipated another fierce confrontation awaiting him, a battle among peers where elders were forbidden to intervene. What he urgently needed now was to elevate his cultivation level. Having spent several hours by Su Shuyao's side yesterday, coupled with the richer spiritual energy of that world, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the early Foundation Establishment stage. Of course, such rapid progress was also due to his inherently formidable talent. At 18, achieving the Foundation Establishment realm was exceedingly rare in the spirit domain, perhaps only once in a millennium. Moreover, this was without him deliberately pushing himself. Otherwise, his progress would have been even swifter. After stepping into Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment, his aptitude had further ascended, making his cultivation speed nothing short of terrifying. At this rate, it wouldn't take more than a month for him to break through to the mid-Foundation Establishment stage. After an indeterminate amount of time, a resonant voice echoed through the hall. Welcome, esteemed guests. Now, we present the grand finale of this auction, the most coveted treasure of the event. I trust it will captivate your interest. Elder Ouyang Yuan of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion personally took the stage to oversee the auction. Qiannian finally opened his eyes, his gaze shifting toward the platform. Not just him. Every young prodigy present turned their attention forward. Ouyang Yuan held a wooden box in his hands, clearing his throat before leisurely opening it. Hiss! The moment the lid was lifted, a refreshing sensation swept through the air, invigorating everyone's spirits. Inside lay a thumb-sized emerald jade bead, translucent and exquisitely crafted, resembling a masterpiece carved from jadeite. It emitted a faint glow, pulsating with immense energy, while an enigmatic ripple emanated from its core. Simultaneously, every attendee felt a subtle acceleration in their cultivation speed. A treasure that enhances cultivation efficiency. Esteemed guests, please take a moment to experience its effects. Ouyang Yuan chuckled, waving his hand. The jade bead floated toward the second floor, pausing briefly before each individual. When it hovered near Qiannian, his expression remained unchanged, but his pupils contracted slightly. He, too, sensed his cultivation speed increase by another 20%. How could this be? Hadn't he already possessed the mystic spirit jade pendant? Weren't auxiliary spiritual treasures that boosted cultivation speed supposed to be limited to one at a time? Unless the refining techniques of these two worlds were fundamentally different? Qiannian silently pondered this discovery. What had initially seemed like a trivial distraction now demanded his full attention. If the effects could indeed stack, then this Serenity Pearl was something he had to obtain. Honored guests. This auxiliary spiritual treasure, named the Serenity Pearl, was crafted by a master artificer of our heavenly treasure pavilion. It possesses the dual effects of calming the mind and absorbing spiritual energy, thereby aiding the wearer's cultivation. After completing its circuit, Ouyang Yuan returned the pearl to its box and commenced the auction. The efficacy of this Serenity Pearl, as the esteemed disciples must have already experienced, is undoubtedly an invaluable treasure for foundation establishment cultivators. Its starting bid is 1,000 premium-grade spirit stones, with each increment no less than 100. As Ouyang Yuan's voice faded, an unusual silence enveloped the auction hall. 1,000 premium-grade spirit stones. Such a sum is beyond the means of ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. Even the majority of Golden Core practitioners might not possess such wealth. Naturally, those on the first floor could not afford such a price, so all eyes turned toward the figures seated on the second level. Though none of the 9 disciples had yet placed a bid, the tension between them had already reached its peak. Meanwhile, Qiannian was already contemplating. Once the Serenity Pearl was secured, he must present it to Su Shuiyao for examination. Would the artifact forging techniques of these two worlds differ? And if they did, could they be refined to amplify its effects even further? As for the notion that he might fail to acquire it, preposterous. With over 100,000 premium-grade spirit stones at his disposal, he had but one thought. Who among you dares challenge me? Chapter 40. Trouble Brewing. A traitor among us? Since no one else dared to speak first, this old man shall make the opening bid. 100 high-grade spirit stones. A hoarse voice emerged from the shadowed corner of the second floor, belonging to a nascent soul cultivator, though not an elder from one of the 10 supreme sects. This figure held considerable prestige within the spiritual realm as a high-ranking elder of a prominent faction. Following his bid, several other nascent soul cultivators joined the fray, swiftly driving the price of the Serenity Pearl beyond 3,000 high-grade spirit stones and still climbing. 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. A chilling voice cut through the clamor, Shiwushe. The Taoist heir of the Corpsine sect had entered the competition, with a scion of such standing now in play. The remaining nascent soul elders weighed their fortunes and reluctantly withdrew. Excellent. Taoist heir Wuxia offers 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. Are there any higher bids? Ouyang Yuan's smile deepened as he surveyed the room. 6,000 high-grade spirit stones. The veiled mistress of 100 blossoms spoke, her tone as frigid as midwinter. The Serenity Pearl could not, must not, fall into the hands of the 4 sinister sects, lest Yi Kanglin's cultivation grow even more formidable. 6,000 high-grade spirit stones from the mistress of 100 blossoms. 7,000. Before Ouyang Yuan could finish, Shi Wuxia interjected, raising the bid without hesitation. 8,000. The mistress of 100 blossoms frowned, pressing forward. 10,000. Shi Wuxia, as though anticipating this escalation, countered without pause, vaulting the price to an exorbitant sum. At this figure, the mistress of 100 blossoms' brow furrowed. The bid had far exceeded the pearl's intrinsic worth, yet such a treasure was rare beyond measure. If it fell into Yi Kanglin's grasp, the consequences would be suffocating. Even at multiple times the cost, it must be secured. 11,000 high-grade spirit stones. She drew a steadying breath. This sum neared the limits of her resources. The mistress of 100 blossoms shows remarkable resolve. Shi Wuxia chuckled softly, reclining as if conceding. Yet before relief could settle, Yi Kanglin's languid voice cut through the air. 15,000. 3 simple words, and the mistress of 100 blossoms' expression darkened. This was beyond her means. Yi Kanglin, how could he command such wealth? Sister Blossom, I shall lend you all 5,000 of my high-grade spirit stones. The gentle water fairy spoke, offering her full support. Bolstered, the mistress of 100 blossoms steadied herself. 16,000 high-grade spirit stones. At her declaration, Yi Kanglin's lips curled into an amused smirk. He rose to his feet, brushed the dust from his sleeves, and spoke with measured calm. This endless bidding will only drive the price higher. Let us each entrust our spirit stones to Elder Ouyang Yuan, allowing him to determine the highest bidder in a single decisive move. What say you? A sound proposal, Blood Butcher nodded, turning his gaze toward Ouyang Yuan. The elder chuckled, his eyes twinkling with amusement. As the auctioneer, my duty is merely to award the prize to the highest bidder. The manner in which you choose to compete is your own affair. Agreed, the flower maiden murmured after a brief pause. though we shall need a private chamber to confer. They withdrew to an elegant room on the second floor, where the flower maidens swiftly activated a prearranged soundproofing array, one so potent that even a nascent soul cultivator could not eavesdrop. The Serenity Pearl must not fall into Qiannian's hands, she declared, her voice firm, her gaze resolute as it swept over the assembled group. We must commit everything to this. 8,000 superior-grade spirit stones, Swordling Shao offered without hesitation, placing them before her. Only 2,000, I fear, Scarred Tiger admitted sheepishly. I never truly expected to win this bid. 26,000 in total, the flower maiden calculated, her eyes settling on Mo Qiannian. Young Master Mo. 10,000. Mo Qiannian replied, producing the sum entrusted to him by Taoist Qiannian. Gratitude softened the flower maiden's expression. My thanks. 36,000 should suffice, she murmured, gathering the stones with a steadying breath before returning to the balcony. At that moment, Qiannian emerged from another chamber, his pallid lips curling into a smirk as his gaze locked onto them. Elder Ouyang, if you would. The flower maiden sent her storage pouch gliding through the air into the elder's hands, while Qiannian did the same. These are your final bids? Ouyang Yuan confirmed after a brief inspection. Indeed, both parties affirmed. The elder first examined the flower maiden's offering. 36,000 superior-grade spirit stones, he announced. Then his attention shifted to Qiannian's pouch. The flower maiden's group tensed, their breaths held. Please, let it be enough. A peculiar expression crossed Ouyang Yuan's face as he tallied the contents. Young Master Qiannian bids 36,100 superior-grade spirit stones. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. How could the figures be so eerily precise? The flower fairy's face turned deathly pale as she murmured, only 100 more. How is this possible? Mo Qiannian narrowed his eyes slightly. Though Qiannian might possess more spirit stones, it was utterly implausible for the difference to be precisely 100. There must be something amiss here. Someone among us has revealed our spirit stone count to the opposing side, the flower fairy declared, her gaze sweeping over the group with evident anguish. She had anticipated bids of 40,000 or even 37,000, but 36,100? Unless a traitor had disclosed their hand, such precision was inconceivable. Who is the traitor? She demanded. With a sneer, Jian Lingxiao seized the opportunity to cast aspersions. Mo Qiannian, was it you? You were absent from last night's meeting, arrived late today, and showed no interest in the auction. Logically, as an Earth-grade Foundation cultivator, how could you not desire the Serenity Pearl? Scarface Tiger hastily retreated a step, distancing himself from Mo Qiannian, his expression betraying his belief in Jian Lingxiao's accusation. The flower fairy, too, turned her questioning gaze upon Mo Qiannian. Yet Mo Qiannian remained unperturbed. His demeanor calm as he responded, the one who betrayed us knows it best in their heart. To his surprise, the flower fairy exhaled deeply and said, I believe you. Perhaps they truly had only 100 more spirit stones than us. This unwavering trust puzzled Mo Qiannian. Their acquaintance was not deep. Why would she place such faith in him? Chapter 41. Did I ever claim to be Earth-grade Foundation establishment? Since neither party has any objections, this old man shall declare that the Serenity Pearl shall belong to. Ouyang Yuan was about to announce the auction result when a calm voice abruptly interrupted him. Apologies, I have yet to place my bid. The speaker was none other than Mo Qiannian. His sudden interjection drew the attention of all present, their gazes turning toward him in bewilderment. Even the flower fairy stared at him in astonishment. Could it be that he still possessed spirit stones? After all, Mo Qiannian had already spent 10,000 earlier. To secure the Serenity Pearl, he would need to offer over 36,100 superior-grade spirit stones. Mo Qiannian, what trick are you playing? Didn't you already bid? Blood Butcher growled, his voice laced with suppressed fury. You said each person bids once. That was the flower fairy's bid. When did I ever place mine? Of course, if you still have spirit stones to spare, you're welcome to raise the price. Mo Qiannian smiled faintly, his light-hearted words rendering Blood Butcher momentarily speechless. Putting on airs. Let's see how you produce so many spirit stones. Corpse Without Evil sneered. 30,000 superior-grade spirit stones. Even the 4 wealthy sects of the demonic path had pooled their resources to gather such an amount. How could Mo Qiannian alone possess such wealth? Senior Ouyang Yuan, may I continue bidding? Mo Qiannian inquired, turning toward the auctioneer. Ouyang Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully, calculating silently. This Taoist sect's heir is rumored to have Earth-grade Foundation establishment, with limitless potential. Young Master Qiannian, in auctions, the highest bidder wins. Of course. You may proceed. After a brief pause, Ouyang Yuan laughed heartily. Then I thank Senior Ouyang Yuan. Mo Qiannian smiled slightly and flicked his fingers, sending a storage pouch flying into Ouyang Yuan's hands. Upon inspecting its contents, Ouyang Yuan's face brightened with delight. Young Master Qiannian bids 36,250 superior-grade spirit stones. The announcement elicited varied reactions. Yi Kanglin, Blood Butcher, and the others wore grim expressions. Mo Qiannian had actually outbid them. Huffed. Watergrace Fairy burst into laughter, for not only had Mo Qiannian raised the price, but the final digits, 250, were clearly a deliberate mockery. The Flower Fairy's eyes shimmered with admiration as she gazed at Mo Qiannian, clad in pristine white robes, exuding an aura of effortless control. Her heartbeat quickened. If you can match this, the Serenity Pearl is yours. Mo Qiannian glanced at the four demonic heirs, his tone indifferent. Damn it. Blood Butcher's face darkened with rage, his fists clenched so tightly they emitted audible cracks. He yearned to tear Mo Qiannian apart on the spot. They had already pooled all their resources into Yi Kanglin's bid. How could they possibly offer more? Even if they scraped together every last stone, they barely muster a few thousand extra. There was no surpassing Mo Qiannian's offer. Let's go. Under the dim glow of twilight, Yi Kanglin spoke with suppressed frustration. Recognizing the futility of further entanglement, he retrieved his spirit stones and departed the scene. Yet before vanishing into the night, his glacial gaze lingered upon Mo Qiannian, lips curling into a sinister sneer. Congratulations, Taoist Qiannian, on acquiring the Tranquil Heart Pearl, Elder Ouyang Yuan proclaimed, presenting both the spiritual artifact and an exclusive black membership card. Henceforth, you shall enjoy a 10% discount on all purchases and auctions within our Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. The obsidian card, forged from rare metallic alloys, symbolized VIP privileges within the prestigious establishment. Mo Qiannian accepted both treasures with a courteous bow. Your generosity honors me, Elder Ouyang. Our establishment prides itself on equitable dealings. The elder beamed, his enthusiasm swelling with the knowledge of substantial commission. Should you require further services, our resources are at your disposal. With polite farewells, Mo Qiannian departed alongside the Flower Fairy contingent. The urgency of their situation weighed heavily. Possession of the treasure necessitated immediate return to their sect, for the malevolent factions would not relinquish pursuit easily. No sooner had they exited the pavilion than a venomous voice sliced through the air. Surrender the Tranquil Heart Pearl. Mo Qiannian, and your miserable life shall be spared. The murderous proclamation froze the group in their tracks. Before the city gates stood the four sinister sectaires, their malignant auras coalescing into palpable threat. Scarface Tiger trembled, beads of perspiration dotting his brow. What now? What shall we do? Steel meets steel, water finds its course. Jian Shao countered icily, while the Flower Fairy's delicate features tightened with apprehension. Scatter. Mo Qiannian commanded without hesitation, streaking away like a shooting star. After him, Blood Butcher roared, his crimson form blurring in pursuit. Confident against a mere foundation establishment novice, he abandoned caution in his bloodlust. Gliding just above the terrain on his sword, Mo Qiannian cast a backward glance. Seeing only his single pursuer, a knowing smile touched his lips. How amusing that this predator considered him helpless prey. Flee all you wish. Whelp, Blood Butcher taunted, channeling his dark energies to close the distance. Let's see how long your puny cultivation sustains you. His savage laughter echoed through the wilderness as the gap between hunter and quarry steadily diminished. As the appointed hour drew near, Mo Qiannian abruptly halted his steps and turned to face the rapidly approaching Blood Butcher. Why have you ceased fleeing? Have you already exhausted yourself so swiftly? Blood Butcher bared his teeth in a savage grin, his body coming to an abrupt standstill. 100 paces separated the two men as they locked gazes across the desolate wilderness. I find this place rather suitable, remote, and untamed, an ideal burial ground. Mo Qiannian remarked with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Blood Butcher was momentarily taken aback before throwing his head back in uproarious laughter, the sound wild and unrestrained. Brat, have you chosen this grave for yourself? Blood Butcher sneered viciously. Since you've already selected your resting place, I shall reluctantly send you to your demise. His chilling laughter echoed as he suddenly raised his arm, summoning a blood-red spear by his side. This is the Blood Malevolent Spear, a spiritual artifact of formidable power. Do not presume that your Earth-grade foundation establishment makes you invincible. Were you at the mid-stage, I might struggle against you. But you have only just stepped into the early stage. Blood Butcher's lips curled into a predatory grin, his eyes gleaming with unbridled ferocity. Yet Mo Qiannian merely responded with a light chuckle. With a flick of his finger, a spiritual sword materialized in his grasp, and his softly spoken words carried through the air. Did I ever claim to be an Earth-grade Foundation establishment cultivator? Chapter 42, Celestial Anomaly. Moonrise over the sea, you're not Earth-grade Foundation establishment? What do you mean? Blood Butcher's expression stiffened slightly, sensing something peculiar in Qiannian's words. If not Earth-grade, could it be Mystic grade? But wouldn't that be even weaker? As for Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, such a thought never even crossed his mind. Not just in the spirit domain, but across the entire Northern 100 domains, no one had ever heard of Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. In fact, he doubted whether such a thing even existed in this world. Qiannian offered no answer, merely uttering a faint scoff. Make your move. You'll understand soon enough. Arrogant. Whether you're Earth-grade or not, you'll die by my hand. Blood Butcher snarled. With a sharp whoosh, the bloody halberd surged forth, carrying an overwhelming aura of slaughter as it thrust toward Qiannian's chest. The strike was blindingly fast, like lightning splitting the void, arriving in an instant. Blood Butcher, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator with Mystic-grade foundations, possessed strength that could rival even ordinary Great Perfection Foundation establishment experts. Yet Qiannian stood motionless. Seeing this, Blood Butcher grinned savagely. Die, fool. Qiannian remained still, further fueling Blood Butcher's confidence, as if the outcome were already decided. Early-stage Foundation establishment, no matter how strong, what storm could you possibly stir? But in the next moment, a dazzling radiance erupted from Qiannian's palm, illuminating the heavens in a breathtaking display. 100 thunder strikes. Boom. Crack. Crack. Bang. 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 In an instant, thunder roared, shaking the skies as deafening explosions filled the air. Streaks of violet lightning tore through the void, transforming into serpentine dragons that lunged at Blood Butcher with lethal intent. Sizzle. 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 Within moments, thick black smoke billowed from Blood Butcher's body as he howled in agony, his form reduced to a wretched state. Isn't this the sword sect's forbidden technique? How do you know it? Blood Butcher bellowed in horror while dodging frantically. This was Sword Ling Xiao's trump card. Yet Qiannian's version was far more terrifying. Even when Sword Ling Xiao had unleashed the 100 thunder strikes, he had still been no match for Blood Butcher. But Qiannian's technique was on an entirely different level. There's much you don't know, Qiannian replied coolly. Did Blood Butcher truly believe he had endured Sword Ling Xiao's 100 thunder strikes with golden bell shield just for show? No, he had been studying it, through years of dreaming. His spiritual power had grown immensely, granting him not only flawless memory but unparalleled comprehension. Boom. Realizing he couldn't withstand the assault, Blood Butcher unleashed his spiritual sea projection. A 9,000 zhang expanse of spiritual energy materialized, surging into his body to heal his wounds and amplify his strength, defense, and speed. Manifesting the spiritual sea was a hallmark of Foundation establishment. Once activated, one's power effectively doubled. Of course, it wasn't limitless. Prolonged use would lead to exhaustion, rendering it temporarily unusable afterward. Legend has it that achieving Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment not only doubles one's strength, but also bestows divine blessings from the heavens, making it truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, Blood Butcher swallowed several pills and brandished his crimson spear, unleashing immense power. Blood Slaughter Spear Technique, 4th form, Bloodthirst. The spear trembled violently, emitting a piercing hum. With a furious roar, Blood Butcher thrust his spear forward, sending a blood-red spear energy tearing through the storm of lightning slashes toward Qiannian. As a late-stage profound-grade Foundation establishment cultivator with a 9,000 zhang spiritual sea, Blood Butcher far surpassed ordinary profound-grade cultivators. At full strength, even Qiannian in his normal state could not defeat him. Truly worthy of being the Blood Robe sect's chosen. Even among peers, you surpass Sword Ling Xiao, Qiannian murmured, knowing his current strength was insufficient to subdue him. In that case, spiritual sea manifest. Qiannian took a step forward, and a vast spiritual pressure erupted. A boundless spiritual sea materialized, within which a radiant full moon rose, casting a serene glow that enveloped him, making him appear like an immortal descended to the mortal realm. Heavenly Tao phenomenon, moon over the sea. This was the unique blessing of Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. In this state, Qiannian's power wasn't doubled, it was tripled. He raised his gaze toward the incoming spear energy, lifting his palm before slamming it down. Tao Sect's supreme art, heaven-shaking palm. The palm strike carried the force of collapsing mountains, crushing all in its path with overwhelming destructive might. Boom. The spear energy shattered. Yet the colossal palm did not stop. It struck Blood Butcher directly. Uffed. Blood Butcher paled, spewing blood from his mouth. Boom. Another deafening explosion left a 100-zhong handprint on the ground, with Blood Butcher lying at its center, barely alive. Had it not been for his spiritual armor, this strike alone would have reduced him to pulp. Heavenly Tao Foundation. You're actually the legendary Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Blood Butcher struggled to turn over, vomiting blood, his body racked with pain. His mind reeled in shock. He never imagined Qiannian was the fabled Heavenly Tao Foundation cultivator. How is this possible? Yet the 100,000 zhong spiritual sea and Heavenly Tao phenomenon were undeniable. Retracting his spiritual sea and celestial vision, Qiannian strode toward Blood Butcher. You can't kill me. I'm the Blood Robe sect's chosen. My master is the sect leader. Terror surged in Blood Butcher's heart as he met Qiannian's icy gaze. He regretted everything. Had he known Qiannian was a Heavenly Tao Foundation cultivator, he would have rather faced the flower fairy than provoke this monster. At least against her, he might have escaped. Against Qiannian, he didn't even have the right to flee. Swish. Qiannian ignored him completely. With a graceful extension of his right arm, his fingers aligned like a blade, he delivered an ethereal yet decisive tap. The master had once said, when encountering practitioners of the dark path, seize every opportunity to eliminate them, one by one. Uffed. A sliver of sword light cleaved through the void, piercing Blood Butcher's throat in an instant. Clutching his wound, his eyes bulged in disbelief. Blood Butcher fixed a deathly glare upon Qiannian. Your master is the Blood Robe sect leader, a nascent soul grand cultivator. But my master is a divine transformation Tao Lord. Qiannian replied with effortless indifference. Thud. Blood Butcher collapsed, lifeless. Thus fell a prodigy of the Tao, a late-stage foundation establishment genius of peak mystic grade aptitude, vanquished by Qiannian's hand. Come to think of it, this is the first life I've taken as a Tao scion, Qiannian mused, a faint chuckle escaping him as he recalled Su Shuyao's expression when she had first slain him. With methodical precision, he stripped Blood Butcher of his spatial pouch, treasured spear, and every other possession, leaving nothing behind. Only then did he depart, satisfied. Chapter 43. The Darkened Sword Ling Xiao Boom. On another front, Fairy Baiwa and her companions were engaged in battle against Yi Kanglin and 3 other disciples of the Sinister Path. As previously planned, Scarface Tiger and Watergrace Fairy, both at the early Foundation establishment stage, joined forces to confront the mid-stage corpse Without Evil. Though they were no match for him individually, together they could hold their ground for a while, especially since corpse Without Evil had only recently advanced to mid-stage. Sword Ling Xiao faced Ghost Whale and, to everyone's surprise, managed to suppress him for a time. Meanwhile, Fairy Baiwa fought Yi Kanglin alone, though it was clear she was struggling. Though she was on the verge of reaching late-stage Foundation establishment, she had not yet crossed that threshold, leaving her at a slight disadvantage against Yi Kanglin. Why hasn't Blood Butcher brought back Qiannian yet? Amid the battle, Yi Kanglin felt a flicker of doubt. By his calculations, the fight should have been over by now. A late-stage Foundation establishment expert like Blood Butcher should have had no trouble capturing Qiannian, who was only at the early stage. Could he have escaped? At the same time, Fairy Baiwa silently prayed that Qiannian had evaded Blood Butcher's pursuit and successfully delivered the Tranquil Heart Pearl. Stop resisting. Qiannian must already be captured. Surrender now, and I might spare your lives, Yi Kanglin taunted, his lips curling into a mocking smirk. Surrender? Defeat me first, Fairy Baiwa retorted, her delicate brows furrowing in defiance. Stubborn fool. Yi Kanglin shook his head before vanishing abruptly, reappearing right before her in an instant. So fast. Her pupils contracted as she swept her jade-like hand through the air, summoning a frost-laden gale. SHHHK. But Yi Kanglin's speed was overwhelming. Before she could react, his palm struck her shoulder, shredding her robes and leaving 5 deep claw marks on her fair skin. Manifest, Spiritual Sea. Knowing she was outmatched, Fairy Baiwa immediately summoned the phantom of her Spiritual Sea. Boom. Her Spiritual Sea far surpassed that of an ordinary Earth-grade Foundation establishment cultivator. In an instant, it expanded beyond 10,000 zhong, then continued to surge until it reached a staggering 34,000 zhong. Empowered by the phantom, her aura intensified, and her wounds began healing rapidly. 34,000 zhong. Not bad. Finally, things get interesting. Yi Kanglin chuckled, his eyes glinting with hidden greed rather than fear. Fairy Baiwa. I'll aid you. Nearby, Sword Ling Xiao forced Ghost Whale back and moved to assist her. No need. You're no match for Yi Kanglin. Help the others instead. She refused. If you fall, helping them won't matter. Sword Ling Xiao insisted stubbornly, ignoring her warning. Fine. But be careful, he is strong. With a sigh, she relented. Side by side, they stood, their gazes locked onto Yi Kanglin. In response, he merely smiled, a faint, sinister amusement flickering in his eyes. Attack, together. The flower fairy let out a delicate cry and struck first, her jade-like hands raised, sending a flurry of snow and ice dancing through the air. Good, let's attack together. Sword Ling Xiao gripped his blade, channeling his spiritual energy into it, until the sword radiated a dazzling brilliance. With a sharp thrust, he aimed the gleaming tip forward. Yet, Yi Kanglin merely stood with his hands behind his back, showing no intention of joining the fray. Instead, the sinister smirk on his lips deepened. Thud! The blade pierced flesh. The flower fairy turned her head, stunned, staring at Sword Ling Xiao behind her. You betrayed us? Her face paled as she looked down at the sword impaling her abdomen, unable to comprehend why Sword Ling Xiao would ambush her at such a critical moment. Sword Ling Xiao, what are you doing? The distant scarred tiger and water grace fairy were equally shocked, never imagining that the flower fairy would be stabbed by one of their own. Who told you to have eyes only for Qiannian? Am I truly so inferior to him? Sword Ling Xiao roared madly, his face twisted with fury. Yi Kanglin, you promised me. Once this is done, you take the Serenity Pearl, and the flower fairy is mine. He then declared to the smirking Yi Kanglin. Agreed, Yi Kanglin replied, amusement curling his lips. But I'll only give you 1 day. After that, you hand her over to me. 1 day? More than enough. Sword Ling Xiao sneered, twisting his wrist to wrench the blade free. Blood gushed forth as the flower fairy collapsed weakly to the ground. Though the wound wasn't fatal, it drained her spiritual energy, leaving her defenseless. From now on, you belong to me. I will torment you, humiliate you, break you, ha 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 ha. Sword Ling Xiao laughed maniacally, his eyes burning with an insatiable hunger as he gazed at her. You adore Qiannian, don't you? Well, I'll take everything that is his. Ha 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 ha. His voice rose to a frenzied shriek, fists clenched, his face contorted into something monstrous. The flower fairy remained silent, her luminous eyes reflecting fury, shame, sorrow, agony, and despair. Perhaps this was her fate. I warned you to split up, yet you gathered together anyway. A soft sigh echoed. The next instant, Sword Ling Xiao's hair stood on end as his body froze. A figure had materialized before him without a sound. Boom. Qiannian struck with a single palm. The air itself shattered from the force of the blow. Ah! A blood-curdling scream tore through the heavens as Sword Ling Xiao was sent flying, half his face caved in. Teeth shattered, blood spewing from his mouth. Thud! He crashed into the distant forest hundreds of meters away, his fate unknown. Qiannian. The flower fairy's eyes brightened with hope as she beheld the white-robed youth before her. His presence meant he was unharmed, yet her gaze dimmed once more. Though Qiannian was safe, Yi Kanglin still loomed nearby. Now she had lost her combat strength. What about Yi Kanglin that night? On the other side, Scarface Tiger and Water Fairy also broke free from their adversaries and rushed over together. Take her away. I'll cover the retreat, Qiannian instructed the two of them. But what about you? There are so many of them. Water Fairy hesitated, her voice laced with concern. It's fine. They won't be able to keep me. I'll contact you later, Qiannian replied indifferently, waving his hand to signal their departure. Understood. The two exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, immediately carrying 100 Flowers Fairy away. Corpse Without Evil attempted to intercept, but Qiannian hurled a spear directly at him. Boom. Yi Kanglin intercepted the spear, his expression darkening as he examined the blood-red weapon in his hand. This is Blood Butcher's weapon. Where is he? Yi Kanglin fixed his cold gaze on Qiannian. Dead. Qiannian answered flatly, his eyes unreadable. You killed Blood Butcher? Yi Kanglin's pupils constricted sharply. Beside him, Corpse Without Evil and Ghost Whale instinctively took a step back. Blood Butcher had been Yi Kanglin's right-hand man, second only to him in strength. Yet he had been slain? Without even a chance to escape? Truly unexpected. I initially assumed you were an Earth-grade Foundation establishment cultivator above 70,000 zhang. It seems my estimation was mistaken. Yi Kanglin's eyes gleamed with intensity as his gaze upon Qiannian shifted, growing increasingly covetous. He continued, you aren't an Earth-grade Foundation establishment cultivator at all, but a Heaven-grade one, aren't you? Chapter 44, Nightfall Beckons. The battle shall resume another day. Upon hearing Yi Kanglin's declaration, both Shi Wuxia and Gui Qi were visibly shaken, their gazes shifting toward Mo Qiannian with newfound wariness. Having achieved Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment and slain the Blood Butcher, Mo Qiannian's strength now far surpassed their own. Without denial, Mo Qiannian gave a faint nod. As you surmise, this Taoist heir has attained Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Invincible within the Foundation establishment realm. Invincible? Yi Kanglin licked his lips, a sinister grin twisting his features. I'd very much like to witness the true might of this so-called Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Boom. Yi Kanglin stepped forward, spiritual energy churning around him, an oppressive aura radiating in all directions. With each stride, an overwhelming pressure expanded, suffocating to the extreme. Thud. In the next instant, his foot stamped the ground, propelling him forward at blinding speed, a streak of black light, reaching Mo Qiannian in the blink of an eye. Mo Qiannian raised a hand to meet the assault. Their collision erupted in a deafening explosion, violent shockwaves rippling outward. Bang! Mo Qiannian was forced back 3 steps before steadying himself. Yi Kanglin's strength far exceeded that of the Blood Butcher. Truly, Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment lives up to its reputation. Yi Kanglin remarked coldly, eyes gleaming with excitement. A pity your cultivation is still too low. You remain no match for me. Mo Qiannian chuckled softly, shaking his head. The height of one's cultivation does not determine the outcome of battle. Shall we test that theory? In the next moment, the vast spiritual sea of Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment unfurled, surging with boundless energy. Simultaneously, celestial phenomena manifested. As his spiritual sea churned, Mo Qiannian's aura skyrocketed, multiplying several times over. So it is true. No wonder the Blood Butcher fell to you. In that case, I shall no longer hold back. Sensing the shift in Mo Qiannian's presence, Yi Kanglin's eyes burned with fervor. Crack! A thunderous roar erupted from within Yi Kanglin's body as spiritual energy surged violently around him, turbulent as storm-tossed waves. The phantom of his spiritual sea expanded rapidly, nearly blotting out the heavens, vast as rolling clouds, eclipsing the sun, striking dread into all who beheld it. Yi Kanglin, spiritual sea, 57. 000 zhang. Yet, his spiritual sea was unlike any ordinary cultivator's. Only 30, 000 zhang gleamed in pristine white, while the remaining 27, 000 zhang swirled in ominous gray. 57, 000 zhang. Yet something feels amiss. Still, I've gleaned enough of his true strength. Mo Qiannian glanced at the sky. Night had long since fallen. The hour nearing midnight. My apologies. The hour grows late, and this Taoist heir requires rest. We shall resume another day. With a faint smile, he crushed a divine movement talisman, his speed instantly increasing by 50%. In the blink of an eye, he vanished beyond the horizon. Yi Kanglin. Are you mocking me? Humph. Fury seething within, Yi Kanglin glared at the spot where Mo Qiannian had disappeared before delivering a savage kick to a nearby tree. Crack! The massive trunk splintered and collapsed, crashing to the earth in a billowing cloud of dust. In truth, it was not that Mo Qiannian wished to avoid continuing his battle with Yi Kanglin, but rather that his current strength still fell slightly short of Yi Kanglin's. Of course, the most pressing matter was reuniting with Su Shuiyao. As for battles and the Serenity Pearl, those could wait until tomorrow. Should anyone dare disturb his slumber, they would find no refuge, even at the ends of the earth. After shaking off Yi Kanglin's pursuit, Mo Qiannian finally reconnected with Scarface Tiger and Watergrace Fairy, learning their hidden location. Moments later, he arrived outside the secluded cave where they had taken refuge. After meticulously erasing all traces of his presence and setting up a concealed formation, he stepped inside with confidence. Within the cavern, Watergrace Fairy tended to 100 Flowers Fairy, while Scarface Tiger grumbled nearby. That damn Jian Lingxiao nearly got us all killed. I swear I'll flay him alive. Scarface Tiger roared in fury. Noticing Mo Qiannian's arrival, his expression brightened, and he grinned. Mo Qiannian, we owe you our lives this time. I apologize for my past actions. Scarface Tiger possessed a far broader mind than Jian Lingxiao. Had Mo Qiannian only slightly surpassed him in strength, envy and resentment might still have festered. But after witnessing Mo Qiannian effortlessly defeat Jian Lingxiao, he realized the gap between them was insurmountable. Now, with Mo Qiannian saving them and escaping Yi Kanglin with ease, Scarface Tiger understood the chasm between them was beyond measure. Thus, his grudges dissolved entirely. Qiannian nodded briefly before approaching Watergray's fairy, his gaze settling on the unconscious Hundred Flowers fairy. Is she all right? He inquired. Though still pale, Hundred Flowers fairy stirred and whispered, not fatal. The healing elixir has helped. Good. Rest well. At dawn, we depart. Qiannian offered a faint smile before turning to seek a quiet corner for meditation. Qiannian. Hundred Flowers fairy called out weakly. He paused, glancing back. Thank you. Without you, we would have perished today. Her voice carried solemn gratitude. It was nothing. He dismissed the matter with a wave and settled into a secluded nook, assuming a meditative posture. Yet before drifting into slumber, he issued one final warning. Do not disturb me. The consequences would be dire. The night deepened, the obsidian sky adorned with a tapestry of stars, their silver glow spilling through fissures in the cavern walls. Silence reigned, save for the faint whisper of moonlight illuminating a lone figure, a white-robed youth seated upon a stone platform. His breathing steady, his eyes closed in repose. How can he sleep at a time like this? Scar-faced Tiger muttered under his breath, careful not to rouse the slumbering swordsman. Your Highness, His Majesty has returned. A maidservant rushed in, delivering the joyous news to the exquisite maiden seated before her dressing table. Truly? After 2 years of campaign, Father has finally come home. Su Shuiao's face blossomed with delight. Your Highness, the Emperor has prepared a grand banquet and bade me summon you. He mentioned having a gift for you as well. The maid exclaimed excitedly. She had expected the princess to hasten forth in elation, yet Su Shuiao hesitated. Lifting her gaze to the window, she beheld the radiant sunlight and the flawless sky. If my reckoning is correct, was it not around this time when Qiannian last visited? Xiaoqing, convey to my father that Shuiao longs to see him dearly. However, today I must seclude myself for urgent matters. Tomorrow, without fail, I shall present myself to offer apologies and pay respects. Su Shuiao instructed. What? Xiaoqing gasped in astonishment. Your Highness, what troubles you? Xiaoqing recalled how, every year on her birthday, the princess would decline all feasts and invitations, dismissing every attendant to remain alone in her chambers. But today, the maid attempted to protest further, only to be silenced by Su Shuiao's raised hand. Xiaoqing, do not trouble yourself with questions. Simply do as I bid, deliver my message. Su Shuiao declared. Very well, as you command. Seeing the princess's resolve, Xiaoqing pressed no further and withdrew. Chapter 45. Even a nascent soul can't stop me from killing him. Su Shuiao sat quietly by the window, her gaze alternating between the blazing sun in the sky and the empty room behind her. At the slightest sound, she would turn her head, as if expecting the white-robed youth to appear at any moment. Time slipped away minute by minute, the sun gradually dipping westward. Evening descended, the slanting rays of the setting sun painting the sky in golden hues, like a thread of gold suspended across the heavens. Su Shuiao remained still, lost in thought as she stared at the sky. Every year on her birthday, this mixture of nervous anticipation would seize her, days in advance, even though today, it was more intense than ever. The sunset deepened, the golden twilight transforming into fiery clouds that dyed the sky crimson, like an immense scarlet tapestry. Su Shuiao turned back to the room, still empty, then lifted her eyes to the fading sunset and sighed softly. It seemed they wouldn't be watching the sunset together today. As the last light vanished and night fell, the world dimmed, leaving only the radiant full moon hanging high, casting its ethereal glow. The night grew colder, and Su Shuiao glanced back once more. Still, no one was there. Later than usual this time? She murmured. But beneath her words lurked a growing fear. The fear that he might never come again. Suddenly, footsteps echoed at the door. Su Shuiao spun around, smoothing her robes, her eyes alight with hope as she fixed her gaze on the entrance. Princess, it's very late. Shouldn't you be resting? The voice belonged to Xiaoqing, her maid. Oh, I'll rest soon. You may go, Su Shuiao replied, masking her disappointment with a faint smile. Yes, my lady. With a bow, Xiaoqing withdrew. Su Shuiao exhaled softly, the helplessness and dread in her eyes deepening. The night stretched on, a cold wind stirring her raven-black tresses, sending them dancing in the air. Clad in thin robes, she stood motionless by the window. Princess, did you think I wouldn't come? For a fleeting moment, Su Shuiao thought she heard that familiar voice. She lifted her gaze, but still, there was no one. The moon climbed higher, and Su Shuiao remained like a statue, unmoving, bathed in the cold lunar light. By dawn, when Xiaoqing returned, she was startled to find her mistress still standing by the window, as if lost in another world. Here, the tracking talisman leads here, They're hiding inside. Jian Lingxiao's voice rang out, edged with madness. Boom. Someone struck, shattering the concealment array. Dust billowed. The earth trembled, and a cave entrance was revealed. Inside, Scar-faced Tiger paled, staring in horror at Yi Kanglin and the others hovering midair. How did you find us? He stammered. How? Yi Kanglin laughed darkly. Did you truly not realize I planted tracking talismans on you? With a visage twisted in malevolence, half his face ravaged and blood streaming down, Jian Lingxiao appeared utterly terrifying, his venomous gaze striking fear into the hearts of all who beheld it. Qiannian, so you were here as well? His eyes, brimming with malice, locked onto Qiannian seated deep within the cavern. Today, none of you shall escape. Roaring with fury, Jian Lingxiao seized a massive boulder and hurled it toward Qiannian. Boom. Qiannian raised a hand, shattering the boulder effortlessly before slowly opening his eyes so cold, so devoid of emotion, that even scarred Tiger and Fairy Baihua shuddered as if plunged into an icy abyss. Even Yi Kanglin felt a tremor in his heart, a sudden premonition that provoking Qiannian now would be the gravest mistake of his life. Rising unhurriedly, Qiannian fixed his frigid gaze upon Jian Lingxiao, who continued to rant. Yi Kanglin, kill him, and I will grant you anything. In the next instant, Qiannian moved, swift as a shadow, appearing before both Jian Lingxiao and Yi Kanglin. Without a word, his fist lashed out, a torrent of overwhelming spiritual energy crashing into Jian Lingxiao's chest. Thud. Blood spewed from Jian Lingxiao's mouth as his ribs shattered, sending him flying backward to crash heavily in the distance. Just as Qiannian prepared to deliver the final blow, Yi Kanglin stepped between them. Qiannian, your opponent is me, Yi Kanglin declared, his voice icy yet brimming with battle lust. You dare stand in my way? Qiannian's gaze remained as emotionless as death itself, a blade of dread that sent shivers even through Yi Kanglin's spine. Yet, Yi Kanglin was no coward. Whether you kill him or not matters not to me. But between us, there remains an unfinished duel. As his words faded, Qiannian struck, his divine aura manifesting above him, an indomitable force of nature. Boom. Yi Kanglin was sent flying, blood trickling from his lips as he landed heavily, visibly wounded. Madman. Seeing Qiannian unleash his spirit sea without hesitation, Yi Kanglin wiped the blood from his mouth and did the same. Boom. The clash of these two peerless prodigies erupted like a storm, violent energies surging in all directions. Tethys, 100,000 Zhang Spirit Sea. He is the legendary Heavenly Tao Foundation? Scarred Tiger and Fairy Shuru stood aghast, never imagining they would witness such a myth in their lifetime. So it was never Earthgrade Foundation. Fairy Baihua murmured, her expression complex. Though she had suspected, the truth still left her awestruck. You're insane, Yi Kanglin bellowed, clutching his bloodied chest. This Qiannian was like a man possessed, attacking relentlessly, forsaking all defense, trading wound for wound without hesitation. At this moment, Qiannian also bore a wound upon his shoulder. Yet he seemed oblivious to it as he continued his relentless assault upon Yi Kanglin. Damn it! Yi Kanglin cursed under his breath, utterly baffled by Qiannian's sheer madness. This was a fight devoid of reason, a reckless, suicidal onslaught with no semblance of discipline. Though Yi Kanglin's strength slightly surpassed Qiannian's, the latter fought with such frenzied abandon that it sent chills down his spine. The weak fear the strong fear the ruthless, and the ruthless fear those who care not for their own lives. Gradually, Yi Kanglin found himself overwhelmed, his body accumulating wounds, blood streaming ceaselessly. I warned you, whoever stands in my way shall perish. Qiannian delivered another devastating blow, sending Yi Kanglin flying, though not without taking a strike in return. Yet, Qiannian remained unfazed, his icy gaze fixed upon his foe. Not even you. No, not even a nascent soul cultivator can stop me from killing him. Qiannian's voice, colder than the deepest winter, echoed through the mountains. For the first time, Yi Kanglin felt fear. The man who had once defied heaven and earth now trembled before Qiannian's resolve. He did not doubt the weight of those words. With a divine transformation master as his mentor and the foundation of heavenly Tao beneath him, who knew what other lethal treasures Qiannian still concealed. Faced with such a madman, Yi Kanglin was truly afraid. Chapter 46, The 10th Encounter. My apologies for the delay. Even Yi Kanglin was taken aback by Qiannian's current demeanor, let alone Scar-faced Tiger. though Qiannian's gaze wasn't fixed on him. The sheer terror in the air was palpable. How horrifying! In an instant, Qiannian had transformed into an entirely different person. And the reason seemed to be Jian Lingxiao's interruption of his slumber. Good heavens, does the Tao sex prodigy, Qiannian, possess such a monstrous temper upon waking? In Scarface Tiger's mind, an absolute forbidden zone was now etched. Never, under any circumstances, disturb Qiannian while he sleeps. Otherwise, it would be fatal. Madman. A complete and utter madman. Yi Kanglin muttered under his breath, no longer concerned about Jian Lingxiao as he turned and fled without hesitation. After all, he had merely been using Jian Lingxiao. What did his life or death matter to him? Yi Kanglin, you treacherous bastard! Jian Lingxiao screamed in terror, desperate to escape but utterly immobilized. Qiannian's single strike had nearly crippled him. Humph! I never make deals with worthless trash, Yi Kanglin sneered, not even bothering to glance back as he vanished into the dense forest. Bastard! Yi Kanglin, you vile bastard! Jian Lingxiao gnashed his teeth. His hatred so intense he wished he could charge into the woods, drag Yi Kanglin out, and flay him alive. But now, he couldn't even move. And even if he could, he stood no chance against Yi Kanglin. Not to mention the presence of an even more terrifying entity, Qiannian. Regret seared through Jian Lingxiao's heart. Had he known Qiannian was like this, he would never have meddled in this affair. Cough. Blood sprayed from Jian Lingxiao's lips, his face twisting into a grotesque mask of fury. He refused to die like this. Struggling to rise, he rasped toward Qiannian, I was wrong. I admit my mistake. No, you don't admit your mistake. You merely realize you're about to die, Qiannian replied icily. Without further words, his fingers flicked like a blade, releasing a razor-sharp sword aura that sliced toward Jian Lingxiao's throat. Slash! The sword chi pierced through, and Jian Lingxiao's eyes widened in shock before his body stiffened and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Thus, the proud prodigy of the sword sect, the most outstanding genius of his generation, met his end. Serves him right. Scarface Tiger spat. This fool had nearly gotten them all killed. His death was nothing but poetic justice. After executing Jian Lingxiao, Qiannian turned and re-entered the cave without another word, resuming his meditation and slumber. An hour later, his eyes snapped open once more. It's no use. Even if he slept again, he could no longer return to the dream world. Still, the night wasn't entirely without gain. At least he now knew the precise window for entering the dream realm. It seemed the threshold between 2 days, the hour of Z, midnight, was the only time he could cross over. If he failed to fall asleep before then, the opportunity would be lost for the day, with no way to reclaim it. Qiannian stepped out of the cave, gazing up at the luminous moon hanging in the sky. Yet his heart remained heavy. Killing Jian Lingxiao had done little to ease his frustration. He only needed to wait one more day, but Su Shuiyao would now have to endure another year. Was she waiting for him, even now, her heart brimming with hope? Does she now have countless words yearning to be shared with herself? Does she harbor multitudes of questions to pose to her own soul? These relentless thoughts surge within Qiannian's mind, agitating his spirit beyond measure. Gazing upon the starry firmament, he draws a deep breath, yet tranquility eludes him. He clings to the fragile hope that perhaps only a year has passed in the dream realm since his last slumber, and that tomorrow when he dreams again, Su Shuiyao might have waited merely 1 year. He prays that even if 2 years have elapsed for her, no misfortune has befallen her, for the thought of Su Shuiyao suffering distress wounds him deeply. This tormenting reverie persists, conjuring visions of Su Shuiyao's graceful silhouette before his eyes. With a long sigh, Qiannian shakes his head, dispelling the distracting thoughts. Dawn has broken. It is time to return to the sect. Let us depart. The Tao sect lies nearest. We shall return there first, and afterward, you may decide your next course, Qiannian instructs. The force swiftly mount their swords, soaring toward the Tao sect. By midday, they arrive, and without delay, Qiannian seeks out his master's cultivation grounds. As expected, Taoist Qiannian awaits him, visibly relieved at his safe return. Master, your disciple has fulfilled his mission. The Serenity Pearl has been secured at auction, Qiannian declares, presenting the pearl with reverence. Excellent, truly excellent, Taoist Qiannian exclaims, his voice trembling with elation. Then, noticing Qiannian's injuries, his expression darkens. You are wounded? Who dared harm my disciple? These are but minor wounds, master. Yi Kanglin suffered far worse, Qiannian replies with a faint smile, unperturbed. Yi Kanglin? The demon sect's prodigy, Earthgrade Foundation establishment? He has cultivated for 2 years already. To think you bested him. Worthy of being my disciple. Taoist Qiannian erupts in laughter, swelling with pride. Your praise is too generous, master. This victory was mere chance, for my cultivation remains insufficient. Next we meet, I shall ensure he cannot even graze my robes, Qiannian asserts confidently. Then I shall await that day with keen anticipation, Taoist Qiannian replies, stroking his beard with satisfaction. Master, I shall now resume my cultivation, striving to break through to mid-foundation establishment swiftly. When the time comes, I shall seek ye Qiannian for another discussion, Qiannian says, clasping his hands in farewell. Go, then, Taoist Qiannian nods. Yet as Qiannian turns to leave, his master calls out once more. Master, is there something else? Qiannian inquires, puzzled. Taoist Qiannian scrutinizes him with an inscrutable expression. Why do you regard me so intently, master? Young man, this journey has wrought great maturity in you. Taoist Qiannian muses after a pause. Qiannian chuckles, rubbing his nose. Master, I am 18. Were I not grown by now, would I not be a fool? Ha! You spoke quite differently mere days ago. Taoist Qiannian chuckled lightly before adopting a solemn expression. Now that you have matured and possess the strength to stand on your own, I shall impart upon you the final lesson. Master, I humbly await your guidance, Qiannian responded with reverence. Taoist Qiannian spoke slowly, his voice measured and profound. The path of cultivation is endless, governed by the law of the strong preying upon the weak. You have laid the foundation of the heavenly Tao, destined for a glorious future. But brilliance alone is not enough. You must forge an indomitable will. Remember these 25 words as you walk your path. If others do not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. If others dare provoke me, I shall repay them 100-fold. Should they persist, I shall uproot them entirely. So long as your conscience remains clear, so long as you do not seek conflict. Even if you were to annihilate the sword sect, this master shall stand behind you. Thank you for your teachings, master, Qiannian said solemnly. This disciple shall engrave them upon his heart. Good. Now go. Taoist Qiannian waved his hand, signaling Qiannian to depart. With a respectful bow, Qiannian took his leave. As he watched his disciple's retreating figure, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Taoist Qiannian's eyes. My disciple, I believe your future shall stretch beyond the boundless stars. That night, Qiannian slipped into dreams once more, this time undisturbed. The night was silent as the void, the river of stars shimmering like an illusion. When Qiannian arrived, the young maiden sat by the window, lost in thought. Compared to their last meeting, she seemed far more haggard. Her once luminous eyes now dimmed with sorrow. Perhaps, in her heart, she had believed he would never return. The thought pained him. Softly, he approached and whispered, Princess, forgive me. I came late. Chapter 47. I want double the birthday gift. For Su Shuiyao, this was undoubtedly the most joyless year she had ever experienced. Since Qiannian's absence a year ago, scarcely anyone had witnessed a genuine smile grace her lips. For no one could pluck the strings of her heart as he once had. No one would disregard her status to become her confidant. Nor would anyone accompany her beneath the setting sun to watch the day fade into twilight. She wondered, perhaps the connection between their worlds had been severed. Perhaps he would never return. Yet, when this day arrived once more, her heart stirred again. Had the bond between their worlds remained unbroken? Had he simply been unable to enter her dreams yesterday due to unforeseen circumstances? She had waited here since last night, watching the dawn break. The sun blaze across the sky, and the dusk settle into night. Even as stars adorned the heavens and meteors streaked across the firmament, he did not come. Perhaps their last farewell had truly been their final meeting. Princess, forgive my tardiness. A gentle voice sounded behind her. She turned and saw him, the young man in white robes, his eyes shimmering with light, standing before her once more. Another illusion? She murmured to herself. As a cultivator at the spirit transformation, golden core, realm, she should have been impervious to such delusions. Yet, over the past year, they had haunted her relentlessly. This is no illusion, princess. I truly am late. The warmth in his voice reached her ears again, and Su Shuiyao finally understood. This was real. She lifted her gaze to meet Qiannian's, her eyes alight with joy, though a trace of grievance lingered. Yet she quickly schooled her emotions, turning back to the window with a soft, indifferent hum. Ah, the princess is upset with me. Qiannian chuckled ruefully. Why should I be upset? Whether you come or not is your own choice, Su Shuiyao replied after a moment of silence, her voice barely above a whisper. Qiannian stepped closer, joining her in gazing at the night sky beyond the window. Last night, my slumber was interrupted. I was terrified that I might never enter this dream again. All day, I wondered, if I truly could never return, would that silly, adorable princess remember that someone like me had once stepped into her world? A faint smile touched his lips as he spoke. Then, he reached out and took Su Shuiao's small, cold hand in his. But my fears were unfounded. The bond between us remains unbroken. I can still return to her side. So I am grateful that I can still see the princess, grateful that I can still stand beside her. Grateful that such a beautiful princess has been waiting for me all this time. Su Shuiao listened in silence, her heart rippling with emotion. The lingering resentment in her chest dissolved, replaced by a warmth that coaxed a faint smile onto her lips. Humph, who said I was waiting for you? Yet even as she denied it, her eyes crinkled with unspoken delight, and her smile bloomed brighter than ever. Look, how lovely your smile is. You promised me, princess, to smile more often, Qiannian said with a gentle laugh. Su Shuiao gave a light humph. I don't care. Last time you didn't come. So this time I want double the birthday gifts. Double gifts? Very well, Qiannian replied, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Then, he produced the Serenity Pearl, a gem-like orb that emitted an emerald glow. Is this a cultivation-enhancing spiritual treasure? Su Shuiao was taken aback. She shook her head. I sensed it. It only aids foundation establishment cultivators. It's useless to me. You didn't need to spend so many spirit stones on it. Clearly, in her eyes, though the Serenity Pearl might be valuable, it paled in comparison to the mystic jade pendant. In this world, only one auxiliary spiritual treasure could take effect at a time. It made sense. If the effects of such treasures could stack, wouldn't crafting dozens of them send one's cultivation speed soaring to the heavens? Princess, buying it wasn't a waste. Even at 10 times the price, it would still be an incredible bargain, Qiannian teased, deliberately withholding the full truth. Oh, does it have some hidden effect? Su Shuiao's curiosity was successfully piqued. Princess, hold it first and watch me carefully, Qiannian said, handing the Serenity Pearl to her. Though puzzled, Su Shuiao obeyed. Her gaze fixed on him. Qiannian sat cross-legged on the ground and began cultivating. He deliberately exposed the mystic jade pendant hanging from his chest, ensuring Su Shuiao could see it clearly. Moments later, he completed a full cycle of cultivation, a speed that would leave ordinary cultivators utterly dumbfounded, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Even the prodigies of the spirit domain would be stunned. Was this the combined effect of Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment talent and the mystic jade pendant? Then, Qiannian opened his eyes, took the Serenity Pearl back from Su Shuiao, and began another cycle of cultivation. Soon after, he opened his eyes again, smiling at her. Su Shuiao was utterly astonished. A 20% reduction in the time for a full cycle? And that's on top of the mystic jade pendant's effect? Multiplicative stacking? This is practically cheating, she murmured to herself. Not only did the effects stack, but they multiplied each other. The mystic jade pendant increased cultivation speed by 30%. The Serenity Pearl by 20, yet together, the boost wasn't 50%, but 56. Princess, examine this Serenity Pearl closely. Does it differ from the auxiliary treasures of your world? Could there be a new method of refinement hidden within? Qiannian handed the pearl back to her. Su Shuiao took it once more, her powerful divine sense delving into its depths as she closed her eyes, sensing its mysteries. Qiannian did not disturb her, instead watching her quietly from the side. So beautiful. After a long while, Su Shuiao finally opened her eyes, her gaze sparkling as if she had discovered something extraordinary. The quality of this bead is inferior to the mystic jade pendant, yet its crafting technique is exceptionally refined and entirely distinct from our conventional methods. If I can fully comprehend this forging technique, I am confident I could create auxiliary spiritual treasures capable of enhancing cultivation speed by over 50%. Su Shuiao exclaimed with excitement. Hearing this, Qiannian was taken aback. You know artifact forging as well? When idle, staring blankly isn't productive. So I dabbled in some forging techniques. By the standards of your world, I suppose I would qualify as a Grandmaster Artificer? Grandmaster Artificer. Qiannian's eyes widened in astonishment. He was utterly stunned, and judging by Su Shuiao's tone, she had merely picked it up out of boredom. Good heavens! What kind of prodigious talent is this? Chapter 48. A peerless beauty in the distance in the realm of cultivation, whether it be artifact forging or pill refining. There exists a hierarchy of mastery. The ranks are as follows. Unranked, apprentice artificer, alchemist, master artificer, alchemist, grandmaster artificer, alchemist, supreme grandmaster artificer, alchemist, and the legendary saint artificer, alchemist. An unranked artificer can only forge weapons suitable for those at the Qiannian or Qiannian stages. An apprentice can craft spiritual artifacts for foundation establishment cultivators, while a master can forge artifacts for golden core cultivators. Reaching the level of grandmaster is an extraordinary feat. Such individuals can create artifacts for nascent soul cultivators. In the entire spirit domain, there are only 3 grandmaster artificers and 3 grandmaster alchemists. Among them, the Tao sect boasts one of the 3 grandmaster alchemists, Grandmaster Huiyun, the junior brother of Taoist Qiannian and a treasured gem of the sect. As for supreme grandmasters capable of crafting divine transformation artifacts, none exist in the entire spirit domain. Yet, Su Shuiyao, how old is she? She is already a grandmaster artificer? Truly, comparisons between people can be utterly disheartening. I accept this gift. However, you must never, under any circumstances, let others know about your mystic spirit jade pendant, especially other artificers. Su Shuiyao stored the tranquil heart pearl and added a stern warning. Perhaps fearing Qiannian might not fully grasp the gravity, she elaborated further. Treasures that enhance cultivation speed. The greater the enhancement, the more precious they are. The value of the mystic spirit jade pendant lies not merely in its inherent worth, but in its unique forging technique. If a supreme powerhouse were to discover it, I can tell you without hesitation that even the great Su Empire, nay, all 6 nations of the continent, would be annihilated in an instant. Su Shuiyao's warning was grave and unyielding. Haha, the princess has grown wiser, knowing some things must remain hidden. Qiannian teased lightly. Artifacts that boost cultivation speed are not limited to the foundation establishment stage. With its unique forging method, a powerful artificer could deduce and replicate it, crafting similar treasures for golden core, nascent soul, even divine transformation cultivators. Just as Qiannian tucked the mystic spirit jade pendant back into his robes, Su Shuiyao suddenly noticed the wound on his shoulder. "You're injured?" she asked, frowning. "It's nothing. I've already taken healing pills. It'll heal in a few days," Qiannian replied with a smile. "That won't do. Even the most perfect pills have side effects. That's why we never consume cultivation-boosting elixirs. Stay still." With delicate fingers, Su Shuiyao gently lifted Qiannian's robe, revealing the wound on his shoulder. "You call this nothing?" The gash was long and deep, nearly reaching the bone. Qiannian was momentarily taken aback. He expected such concern from her. "Just a flesh wound," he said lightly. Su Shuiyao placed her slender, jade-like hand over the injury. Pure spiritual energy flowed from her palm, seeping into the wound with a soothing warmth. It was warm, gentle, and comforting, so much so that Qiannian nearly gasped aloud, though he suppressed the urge. Gazing at her flawless, focused face so close to his, Qiannian felt a fleeting sense of unreality. Why must we only meet in dreams? After a moment, Su Shuiyao released her fingers and smiled faintly. Qiannian lowered his gaze and was stunned. Where was the wound on his shoulder? Not even the faintest scar remained. What kind of medical skill is this? You know medicine too? Qiannian asked in astonishment. Su Shuiyao tilted her head proudly. "Princess, what other secrets are you hiding from me?" Qiannian couldn't help but ask. "Well, I'm also a master alchemist." Su Shuiyao blinked her shimmering eyes and declared with utmost seriousness. Qiannian's lips twitched. Suddenly, he felt utterly inadequate in comparison. Not only was she skilled in medicine, but she was also a master of forging and alchemy, and on top of that, her cultivation speed was monstrous, reaching the golden core realm at just 20 years old. Such prodigies were unheard of, not just in the spirit domain, but across the entire continent. "It seems investing in you, princess, was the wisest decision I've ever made. From now on, I'll cling to your coattails. Please take care of me," Qiannian said with a wry smile. Of course, Su Shuiyao grinned mischievously. "But on one condition." "What condition?" Su Shuiyao gazed at him with a playful smile. "That we can still meet in the future." Watching her impish expression, Qiannian couldn't suppress a chuckle. "Very well, I promise. As long as the connection between our worlds remains, I will come to see you. You said it yourself." Su Shuiyao beamed, her mood radiant. Qiannian looked at her tenderly. "Naturally, unless something happens to me." Before he could finish, Su Shuiyao pressed a finger to his lips, silencing him. "Don't speak such ill omens. I've already guessed. Your injuries must be related to me. If this happens again, Prioritize your safety above all else. At worst, I can wait another year. Warmth blossomed in Qiannian's heart. All right, he murmured softly. Gently, he took her delicate hand in his, soft, smooth, like the finest silk. Why are you holding my hand again? Su Xiao grumbled, though she made no move to pull away. After all, it wasn't the first time. Qiannian didn't answer, merely smiling as he gazed at the exquisite maiden before him, as if he could never drink in enough of her beauty. Why are you staring at me? Su Xiao huffed, shooting him a glare. My princess is too beautiful. I can't help but look a little longer, Qiannian teased lightly. Who's yours? Her cheeks flushed crimson as she feigned indignation. Then you're our princess, he replied, his smile bright, his gaze tender. Humph, silver-tongued rogue. Su Xiao sniffed, though the rosy hue on her face betrayed her delight. In that moment, she resembled a celestial maiden newly descended to the mortal realm, radiant beyond compare. Qiannian was spellbound. How could such perfection exist in this world? You're still watching? Noticing Qiannian's unwavering gaze fixed upon her, Su Xiao's delicate cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Qiannian smiled wordlessly, simply beholding the peerless beauty before him in tranquil admiration. Suddenly, a poem from his previous dream world surfaced in his memory. Princess, I have a poem to present to you, Qiannian declared with sudden solemnity. A poem? What is a poem? Su Xiao inquired with innocent curiosity, lifting her crystalline eyes in bewilderment. This poem consists of but a few lines composed to praise your grace. Qiannian explained softly before reciting. Beyond the horizon dwells a maiden fair, peerless and solitary beyond compare. One glance topples cities with her grace. A second look would kingdoms displace. Would you not cherish such beauty rare? For such perfection none can replace. Upon hearing the verse, Su Xiao stood transfixed, finally comprehending what Qiannian meant by poetry. This poem. It sounds truly exquisite, Su Xiao murmured with a faint smile that outshone 10,000 blossoms. As Qiannian yearned to admire the beauty longer, the scene before him began dissolving into mist. Most cruel is space that parts us so, and time more ruthless still. Alas, when dawn arrives with clarity bright, the maiden fades, leaving but shadowed light. Chapter 49, The Sword Sect's Interrogation, Life and Death Arena. Qiannian, come out here. Qiannian, get out here now. Early in the morning, Qiannian was roused from sleep by the clamor outside. He frowned slightly. Had his dream not already ended, he might have been truly irritated by the disturbance. Now within the Tao sect, those shouting outside were certainly not from his own sect. It took but a moment's thought to deduce their origin. Yet, despite the uproar, he did not immediately emerge. Instead, he lifted his brush and completed the 10th portrait of the maiden from his dreams. Only then did he leisurely step out of the hall of the Tao child, his gaze coolly sweeping over the dozens gathered before him. Most were from the Sword Sect, though a few Tao Sect disciples and others had come to spectate. Among them was a familiar face, Wang Tianni, the Sword Sect's second senior brother, whom Qiannian had once defeated with a single move. Qiannian's eyes did not linger on Wang Tianni. Those he had bested held no significance in his eyes. His attention shifted to the forefront of the crowd, where stood an elder with the visage of youth beneath silver hair, the Sword Sect's leading elder, a great elder of the nascent Soul Realm, and also Sword Lingxiao's martial uncle. Qiannian, my grandnephew Lingxiao's life token has shattered. He journeyed with your group, yet perished while all of you returned unscathed. Explain yourself. The Sword Sect elder's voice boomed like thunder, causing the surrounding disciples to wince in discomfort. At this, Qiannian narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold glint flashing within their depths. Are you interrogating this Tao child? He asked mildly. The Sword Sect elder's gaze turned icy as he stared fixedly at Qiannian. Sword Lingxiao was our Sword Sect's Tao child. Now that he is dead, as an elder of the Sword Sect, is it not my right to demand answers? The elder retorted. Since you seek an explanation, this Tao child shall grant you one. Qiannian replied, his tone indifferent. He died by my hand. The elder's pupils constricted, his murky eyes erupting with overwhelming killing intent. Impudent whelp, you dare slay our sect's Tao child? Boom. A terrifying aura of slaughter erupted, pressing down on the crowd until they could scarcely breathe. The might of a nascent soul cultivator was truly formidable. Jin Songhai, has age clouded your vision so thoroughly that you forget where you stand? A resonant shout rang out as a figure materialized before Qiannian. With a casual wave of his hand, the oppressive aura dispersed. The newcomer was a tall, imposing man in azure robes, his bearing majestic and his presence domineering. Lin Tianya. sovereign of the Tao sect. Greetings, sovereign, Qiannian said, offering a slight bow. Lin Tianya, your Tao child has slain ours. Will you not account for this? Jian Songhai demanded, his voice frigid. In battles between peers, life and death are matters of fate. If your Tao child lacked the skill to prevail, whom else can you blame? Lin Tianya replied coolly, his hands clasped behind his back. A century ago, the Tao monarchs decreed that disciples of the 5 orthodox sects should spar with restraint. Yet your Tao child struck a lethal blow, violating their covenant. Lin Tianya, this matter demands an explanation from your Tao sect to my sword sect. Otherwise, my sword sect will never rest until justice is served. Sword Songhai's fury blazed like an inferno. Qiannian stepped forward and declared, the Tao sovereign has decreed that any disciple of the 4 wicked sects must be slain on sight, and any faction conspiring with them shall be eradicated without mercy. The reason I executed Sword Lingxiao was his collusion with the wicked sects, plotting to annihilate the heirs of our righteous sects in one fell swoop. Such a crime warrants death. It is your sword sect that owes the other 4 sects an explanation. Qiannian's words were sharp as blades, resolute and unyielding, unflinching even before a nascent soul cultivator. Nonsense. Sword Songhai roared in rage. Qiannian, you may speak carelessly, but slander is another matter. If you accuse Lingxiao of conspiring with the wicked sects without proof, I shall report this to our sword sovereign and demand your execution. I can testify. A cold, ethereal voice cut through the tension. All eyes turned to a woman clad in flowing white robes. Her presence as transcendent as an immortal descending to the mortal realm, none other than the Flower Fairy. At the sight of her, Sword Songhai's brow furrowed. An ordinary witness could be dismissed, but the Flower Fairy was anything but ordinary. The most peerless beauty of the spirit domain, the foremost prodigy of her generation. An Earth-grade foundation cultivator, and the heir of the Flower sect. Each of her titles carried immense weight. Flower Fairy, do you understand the gravity of your words? Sword Songhai inhaled deeply, his voice heavy. Sword Lingxiao conspired with the demon sect heir, Yi Kanglin, and ambushed me at a critical moment, leaving me grievously wounded. Were it not for young Master Qiannian's timely intervention, I would not be standing here today. Her explanation sent shockwaves through the gathered disciples. This was explosive news. Sword Lingxiao had truly attempted to murder the Flower Fairy. Among the heirs, the Flower Fairy's reputation far eclipsed Sword Lingxiao's. Sword Songhai's expression darkened further. How do I know you are not colluding with Qiannian to frame my sword sect? He hissed through clenched teeth. I swear upon the heavenly Tao, if my words are false, may the myriad paths devour my heart, may my cultivation be forever stagnant, and may I perish in chi deviation. The Flower Fairy solemnly raised her right hand, invoking the heavens. Gasps erupted. A heavenly oath. She was utterly serious. So the Flower Fairy speaks the truth. Sword Lingxiao was truly despicable. I always despised his arrogant demeanor. Such pettiness. Whispers spread like wildfire, further twisting Sword Songhai's expression into one of thunderous fury. I, too, can testify. Had it not been for Qiannian's rescue, I would have fallen into Yi Kanglin's hands. Another soft voice joined in. Water Fairy, clad in azure robes, stepped forward to stand beside the Flower Fairy. And me. That bastard Sword Lingxiao nearly got me killed. Conspiring with the demon sect. He deserved death 100 times over. Scarred Tiger snarled as he strode forward. With 3 heirs testifying, one even swearing upon the heavenly Tao, the crowd erupted in uproar. Sword Songhai's face turned ashen. His rage now laced with helplessness. What could he say now? Yet, the indignation of his own disciple being slain was something he simply could not swallow. Elder of the Sword Sect, do you still believe this disciple was in the wrong? Qiannian gazed expressionlessly at Jian Songhai as he posed the question. Upon hearing this, Jian Songhai clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles whitened, his teeth grinding with such fury that he seemed on the verge of tearing Qiannian apart. But soon, Jian Songhai loosened his grip, took a deep breath, and regained his composure. He knew Qiannian was no ordinary opponent. After all, the Flower Fairy, Scarred Tiger, and Gentle Water Fairy had all taken his side. Yet, he still held one last card to play. At this thought, a chilling glint flickered in the depths of Jian Songhai's profound eyes. Suddenly, he raised his hand and declared, Lin Tianya, the Sword Sect hereby challenges your Tao sect to a life and death duel, limited to the Foundation Establishment realm. Chapter 50. 3 days later, a duel to the death. The moment the Sword Sect elder uttered these words, the entire assembly erupted in shock. The duel to the death. This was a rule established long ago by the five sects Tao lords to prevent unavoidable conflicts from escalating into all-out war between supersections. If a dispute reached an irreconcilable point, either side could request a duel to the death, settling the enmity between the two sects in a single, decisive battle. For a Foundation Establishment level duel to the death, each sect would send one Foundation Establishment disciple to engage in mortal combat. On the stage of life and death, there would be no mercy, no reasoning. Only one victor would walk away alive. Once concluded, regardless of the outcome, neither side could revisit the conflict and must abide by the agreed-upon terms of compensation or apology. The reason Sword Songhai insisted on a Foundation Establishment duel to the death was simple. The Sword sect's previous Tao child had yet to break through to the Golden Core realm. A duel to the death? Heavens, this was only the second such occurrence in the past century. It seems Sword Lingxiao's death had struck the Sword sect so deeply that they were willing to issue this dire challenge. Did the Sword sect have the confidence because their former Tao child, Sword Lingtian, had not yet advanced to Golden Core? Uncertain. But the Tao sect's previous Tao child had long since entered the Golden Core realm and was rumored to be cultivating at the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy. The crowd was stunned, murmurs rippling through the assembly. No one had expected the situation to escalate into a duel to the death. Yet upon reflection, it made sense. The death of a sect's Tao child was no trivial matter. The last time a sect's Tao child was slain, dozens of nascent soul grand cultivators took to the skies, annihilating an entire empire that boasted its own nascent soul ancestor. Sword Songhai, have you lost your mind? Lin Tianya's expression darkened. Your Sword sect's Tao child conspired with the demon sect's Tao child. His death was justified. Not only do you refuse to apologize, but you also dare to propose a duel to the death? My Tao sect will not accept. Heh, the Tao sect refuses because you lack the courage. Sword Songhai swept a mocking gaze over the Tao sect's representatives. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Your taunts are useless. Our Tao sect's Tao child bears no blame in this. Lin Tianya snorted coldly, unmoved. Sword Lingtian, a peak Earth-grade Foundation Establishment cultivator? Mo Qiannian silently calculated in his mind before arriving at a decision. Sectmaster, we can accept the duel to the death. Allow me to represent our sect. Mo Qiannian turned and bowed respectfully to Lin Tianya. Absolutely not. You've only just entered Foundation Establishment. If anything were to happen to you, how could I face Elder Qin Xian? Lin Tianya immediately objected, his brow furrowed in concern. Rest assured, Sectmaster, I have confidence in my abilities. Mo Qiannian smiled faintly, his composure unshaken. Even so, Lin Tianya suddenly stiffened, his gaze flickering toward the Tao sect's rear mountains. He exhaled deeply. Since your resolve is firm, I shall yield to your wishes. In the end, he relented with a sigh. Mo Qiannian offered a quiet word of thanks, his eyes drifting toward the direction Lin Tianya had glanced at moments earlier. It seemed his master had spoken. After all, within the Tao sect now, only my revered master knows that I have achieved Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment. The difference between Heavenly Tao and earthly grade may seem but a single step, yet it is as vast as the heavens and the earth. With a cold gaze, he turned to face Jian Songhai and spoke icily. This Tao heir can accept your Sword sect's challenge to a life-and-death duel among Foundation Establishment disciples. But I must ask, what compensation will you offer if you lose? Ha ha. Jian Songhai threw his head back in laughter before fixing Mo Qiannian with a frigid stare. Rest assured, he said darkly, my sect will not disappoint you. Whoever loses shall surrender a year's yield from their spirit stone mines. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. A year's output from a spirit stone mine, equivalent to the majority of a super sect's annual revenue. The stakes were staggering, risking not only immense wealth but potentially the life of a Tao heir. The Sword sect was truly gambling recklessly. Murmurs surged like tidal waves among the onlookers, many wide-eyed with shock. The wager was terrifying. Super sects relied on spirit stone mines for their prosperity. Losing a year's supply would cripple their disciples' advancement. Acceptable. Mo Qiannian replied coolly. But your terms are insufficient. Since the Sword sect initiated this duel, the price must be doubled. Moreover, your Tao heir colluded with the demon sect first, and I am merely at the early Foundation Establishment stage. Your sect should pay tenfold. Tenfold? Jian Songhai sneered, his fury boiling over. Brat, aren't you afraid of choking on your own arrogance? Of course, you may refuse, Mo Qiannian said indifferently, unshaken. In that case, I shall not accept your challenge. The fault lies with your Tao heir to begin with. Outrageous. This is sheer insolence. Sword sect disciples erupted in protest. This was an outright insult. 10 years' worth of spirit stone revenue was beyond the sword sect's capacity to bear. Without spirit stones, how could they compete with other super sects? How would they retain their disciples? Master, consider this, whispered Wang Tianyi, the sword sect's second senior disciple, to Jian Songhai, his own teacher. Qiannian is only at early foundation establishment. No matter how strong, how formidable can he truly be? This is the perfect opportunity to avenge our Dao heir openly. A glint flickered in Wang Tianyi's eyes. With Jian Lingxiao dead, he now stood as the foremost disciple of his generation. If Qiannian perished, his own vendetta would be settled, without ever setting foot on the dueling stage. No matter the outcome, he would emerge the ultimate victor. Jian Songhai hesitated. As the sword sect's law elder, he held the authority, but the consequences of defeat. Master, hesitate no longer, Wang Tianyi pressed. Early foundation establishment against great perfection. How could we possibly lose? Hearing this, Jian Songhai's gaze settled once more on Qiannian. The reasoning seemed sound. A foundation establishment novice challenging a mystic-grade foundation establishment master? Even if Qiannian were an earth-grade foundation establishment cultivator, let alone a heaven-grade one, he would still be utterly crushed. Very well, my sword sect accepts this challenge. Sword Songhai's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he gritted his teeth. Only by eliminating Qiannian can we preserve the dignity and glory of the sword sect. 3 days hence, atop the life and death peak, your Dao sect shall engage my sword sect in mortal combat. Sword Songhai fixed Qiannian with an icy glare, his words dripping with venom. 3 days. That should suffice. Qiannian silently calculated. Then he responded, very well. This Taoist heir shall punctually honor the appointment. Humph. Should you dare flee from this battle, do not blame the sword sect for showing no mercy. Sword Songhai spat viciously before leading his sect's entourage away. The crowd gradually dispersed, yet without doubt. The impending mortal duel between the Dao sect and the sword sect would send shockwaves through the spirit realm. A clash between supreme sects, such a spectacle had not been witnessed in ages. Chapter 51, the 11th encounter, the first embrace, bonus chapter. Is there anything else? After everyone had departed, Qiannian turned his gaze toward the lone figure who remained. Here are your 10,000 premium spirit stones. I hadn't found the right moment to return them earlier. The flower fairy retrieved a storage pouch and handed it over. Thoughtful of you. Qiannian gave a slight nod before accepting the pouch. During the auction for the tranquil heart pearl, the flower fairy's bid had fallen short of his. So the spirit stones were naturally returned to him. Is there anything else? After storing the pouch, Qiannian glanced at the flower fairy, who still stood motionless, and inquired softly, Young Master Qiannian, you were far too reckless just now. The flower fairy frowned. Oh, why do you say that? Qiannian smiled faintly. If the sword sect dared to issue a life and death challenge at the foundation establishment stage, it means their former sword prodigy, Jian Lingxiao, has yet to break through to the golden core realm. The flower fairy explained slowly. It matters not. Even if he has reached the great perfection of foundation establishment, his spiritual foundation is merely 6,000 zhang, a mere earth-grade talent. I have every confidence in defeating him. Qiannian's tone was light, as if discussing something trivial. The flower fairy took a deep breath and, after a moment of silence, said, Young Master Qiannian, even Yi Kanglan would claim to surpass Jian Lingxiao. As you are now, you are likely no match for Yi Kanglan. I know. Qiannian smiled faintly. At present, I may not be his equal, but that does not mean I will remain so 3 days from now. 3 days? The flower fairy was momentarily stunned. What significant progress could one make in just 3 days? There is a saying, after 3 days apart, one should regard another with new eyes. 3 days from now, I shall astonish you all. Qiannian's smile brimmed with confidence. The flower fairy blinked, then chuckled wryly. Very well, since you've made up your mind, I shall wish you victory in the life and death duel. My thanks. Qiannian cupped his hands in a slight bow. The flower fairy turned to leave but paused after a few steps. Is there something else? Qiannian asked again, his expression serene. Young Master Qiannian, thank you for saving my life that night. The flower fairy lowered her head, her voice soft as a whisper. A mere trifle. As allies, there is no need for such formalities. Qiannian shook his head, his tone as calm as ever. Then I shall trouble you no further. Farewell. With that, the flower fairy turned and swiftly departed. Yet, after walking a considerable distance, she glanced back once more, her gaze lingering in the distance. Beneath the golden sunlight, The young man in white robes stood tall and poised, a gentle yet assured smile gracing his lips, radiant and captivating, as if compelling one to pause and admire. With each passing day, the aura of mystery surrounding him only deepened. Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment. Perhaps it was but the least of his secrets. The flower fairy stood transfixed, lost in thought. After a long while, she sighed softly and finally turned away. Once all had departed, Mo Qiannian returned to the prodigy's hall, sitting cross-legged to cultivate. 3 days hence, the life and death duel would commence. And in this time, he intended to push himself as close as possible to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. For others, this would be impossible, but for him, there existed a glimmer of possibility. If only he could linger by Su Shuyao's side a little longer. From the depths of darkness, a radiant light emerged. Mo Qiannian stepped forward, and as time and space shifted, he realized he had once again entered the realm of dreams. When the scene before him came into focus, Mo Qiannian was utterly stunned. Before him stretched a peach blossom grove, and beneath the largest tree, countless petals had coalesced to form a swing adorned with blossoms. Upon it sat a maiden, swaying gently, her ethereal beauty reminiscent of a celestial being, utterly unforgettable. Draped in a flowing violet gown, she leaned against the peach branches, her legs slightly bent, her arms resting amidst the blossoms. A faint smile graced her lips, exuding an enchanting allure, as though she were a sprite of spring, dancing and frolicking among the flowers. Brimming with joy, she was purity incarnate, flawless and radiant. Her mood seemed utterly blissful, her sweet smile infecting the very world around her, causing the entire grove to bloom in response. Mo Qiannian stood transfixed, scarcely daring to breathe, his eyes unblinking, as if fearing he might miss even a single moment. The swing soared high, and the maiden's hair fluttered gracefully, tracing elegant arcs through the air like a butterfly flitting amidst the petals. Pink blossoms drifted down like a gentle rain, painting a scene of breathtaking beauty. With a soft rustle, the maiden leaped from the swing, landing lightly before Mo Qiannian. She extended a slender, jade-like finger and tapped playfully on his forehead. "Ah, lost in thought again?" she teased, covering her mouth with a delicate laugh. Dimples appeared on her porcelain cheeks, her rosy lips curving into a mischievous smile, her eyes sparkling with cleverness, enough to make one's heart skip a beat. "Though I've met the princess many times, this is the first I've seen her so happy. Truly rare," Mo Qiannian remarked with a smile. He adored her radiant joy, her vivacious spirit, the fragrant aura that surrounded her. "Thanks to you, I've studied the forging techniques of your world for a long time. It has greatly enhanced my spiritual power. Now, I've become a grandmaster artificer," she declared proudly, lifting her chin slightly, awaiting his praise. "Grandmaster? Princess, your talent is unparalleled, the greatest I've ever seen." Mo Qiannian was astounded. What did it mean to be a grandmaster artificer? In the spirit realm, even the 10 supreme sects would revere such a figure as an ancestor. The smallest trinket crafted by one could fetch an astronomical price. Most importantly, only a grandmaster artificer, one whose spiritual power bordered on the divine, could forge treasures that enhanced cultivation speed. In other words, regardless of their personal strength, a grandmaster artificer's status surpassed even that of a Tao monarch. And above all, Su Shuyao's age. "Here, this is a new auxiliary treasure I forged for you, an enhanced version of the Serenity Pearl. Would you like to try it?" Su Shuya spread open her palm, revealing a crystal-clear gem resting upon it, emanating a faint luminescence. Resembling a teardrop in shape, yet far more exquisite, like the purest mutton-fat jade, translucent and flawless. As Mo Qiannian took it into his hand, an immediate warmth surged through his body, nourishing his meridians and dantian, invigorating his spirit. Without hesitation, he settled into a meditative posture, cycling his qi through a grand celestial orbit. Moments later, his eyes snapped open in astonishment. 50%? He uttered in disbelief. A cultivation aid that enhances efficiency by 50%? Even a Serenity Pearl, which merely accelerated cultivation by 20%, had once sent the entire spirit realm into an uproar. 50%. If word of this spread, Mo Qiannian could already envision the frenzy among the elite talents of major factions, and the bloodthirsty greed of supreme experts seeking to claim such a treasure for themselves. Too extraordinary. Su Xiao pouted slightly, a trace of regret in her voice. The materials were limiting. I scoured the imperial treasury, yet this was all I could gather. Otherwise, the effect might have been even greater. She then added thoughtfully, Perhaps I could refine the mystic spirit jade pendant as well. With some adjustments, it might also reach a 50% enhancement. Combined, your cultivation speed wouldn't just double, it would soar beyond. Qiannian's eyes gleamed anew. Multiplicative effects. Would that not mean a staggering 125% increase? At this rate, I'll be ascending to the heavens, he murmured. If before he had been confident of reaching the peak of early foundation establishment within 3 days, now, he might even dare to challenge the threshold of mid-stage foundation establishment. Princess, he breathed, exhilaration overflowing. You truly are my lucky star. In a burst of unrestrained joy, he swept the maiden before him into a fierce embrace, holding her tightly, as if she might vanish. Su Shuiao stiffened momentarily, startled by the sudden gesture, yet she did not pull away. Instead, a delicate blush dusted her cheeks. Humph, he must have done this on purpose. That fool. Chapter 52. What's the value in supreme spirit stones? Ahem, how much longer do you intend to hold me? After a long pause, Su Shuiao finally spoke. Her voice soft and delicate, sending tremors through Qiannian's heart. Though she wished to remain in his embrace indefinitely, she knew time was fleeting. There were still matters left unspoken. Thus, despite her reluctance, she had to break the silence. Hearing this, Qiannian hastily released her, offering an awkward chuckle. Ah, my apologies, princess. I was simply overcome with joy. Su Shuiao lowered her head slightly, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue, enhancing her ethereal charm. If she had once resembled a tender bud, now she was like a ripe, luscious peach, exuding sweetness, tempting one to pluck her. Aside from my parents, this was my first embrace. And you didn't even give me time to prepare. She chided, her obsidian eyes shimmering with playful reproach. Forgive me, princess. It won't happen again. Qiannian hurriedly apologized. Yet, unless he misheard, there was an implicit suggestion in her words. Prepare, and then, embrace? Had their relationship just deepened? You. Su Shuiao sighed softly, her luminous gaze fixed on him, tinged with exasperation. Qiannian blinked. Princess, are you displeased? Never mind. Hand me the profound spirit jade pendant. I'll refine it further and return it to you next time. She extended her slender, jade-like hand, deftly shifting the topic. Qiannian promptly placed the pendant in her palm. His eyes then drifted to the modified serenity pearl in his grasp, if it could still be called that. Princess, the materials used must be exceedingly rare? He ventured hesitantly, though uncertain of its exact worth. He knew the original serenity pearl alone had fetched tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones at auction. This enhanced version? Its value was beyond fathomable. A 50% boost in efficacy wasn't merely a marginal increase over 20%. For auxiliary treasures, even a single percentage point of improvement could exponentially escalate their worth. It's nothing much. Just 100,000 or so spirit stones, Su Shuiao remarked airily. Qiannian exhaled in relief. Ah, that's manageable, supreme-grade spirit stones. She added casually. Cough. Qiannian nearly choked on air, his eyes widening in disbelief. How many supreme-grade spirit stones? 100,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. The kind that ordinary spirit mines couldn't produce? Converted to high-grade stones at a 100-to-1 ratio, that would exceed 10 million, and given their scarcity, the actual value would likely double. Could the entire Dao sect even muster a tenth of that sum? What's the matter? Su Shuiao blinked innocently, her dark eyes guileless. Princess, isn't this excessively extravagant? Qiannian managed hoarsely. No matter how expensive it is, it's merely a worldly possession. Moreover, if not for the crafting techniques from your world, I wouldn't have advanced to the realm of a grandmaster artificer so swiftly. Besides, didn't you say you were investing in me for future returns? Su Shuiao smiled sweetly, her dimples adding to her enchanting charm. What kind of investment yields such high returns in just a few days? Qiannian felt that meeting Su Shuiao was the most fortunate event of his life. And as her strength continued to grow, the help he could offer her would diminish, yet the reward she bestowed upon him would only become more generous. With her prodigious talent, in less than a month, who knew how far her cultivation would soar? Princess, thank you, Qiannian said sincerely after a moment of contemplation. Do we still need to say thank you between us? Su Shuiao pouted slightly, as if displeased. Qiannian paused, then broke into a radiant smile. All right, then I won't say it. That's more like it. Now, will you accompany me on the swing for a while? Su Shuiao gestured toward the swing before them, her eyes sparkling with playful mischief. Why the sudden urge to swing? Qiannian asked curiously. Just agree first. She insisted, her tone laced with a coquettish charm. All right. Qiannian chuckled. He could tell that today, Su Shuiao was exceptionally cheerful, her laughter more frequent and more beautiful than ever. The young maiden leaped gracefully onto the swing, settling lightly upon it. Her skirt fluttered like a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. Closing her eyes, she savored the caress of the breeze, as gentle as feathers brushing against her skin, bringing an indescribable comfort. After a moment, she slowly opened her eyes and looked at Qiannian. What are you standing there for? Come up, she called, seeing him rooted below. All right. Qiannian nodded and hopped onto the swing. The swing was small, forcing them to sit closely together. The warmth and fragrance of her presence sent his heart racing. Her body was soft and delicate, and the faint, intoxicating scent that lingered around her left him spellbound. Give me your hand, Su Shuiao murmured. Qiannian hesitated, then extended his left hand. Her slender fingers reached out, clasping his, and between their palms lay a hard object, the Qianling jade pendant. I don't know when you'll leave, but this way, you can continue benefiting from the pendant's effects while cultivating, and being close to me will further enhance your progress. Even if you suddenly depart, the pendant will remain with me. Once I refine it, I can give it back to you next time. Her words filled Qiannian with profound gratitude. Su Shuiao had considered everything so thoughtfully. He nearly uttered his thanks again, but remembered her earlier words. Between them, gratitude was unnecessary. Then, he gazed tenderly at the maiden beside him, clasping her hand tightly without uttering a single word. This was rather lovely. If only it could remain so eternally. It would be even more splendid. Ready? Here we go. Su Shuiao laughed with unbridled joy, her silvery mirth resonating far and wide. As the swing soared high, so too did the hearts of the two youths. Su Shuiao's laughter sparkled with delight, while Qiannian watched her with serene adoration, his lips graced by a blissful smile. Oh, how he longed for time to slow its relentless march, to linger forever in this fleeting moment of perfection. Chapter 53. Su Shuiao's Constitution, my princess. What is the current state of affairs among the 7 kingdoms of the continent? Qiannian pondered, realizing he had neglected the shifting tides of the realm for several years. He wondered what transformations had unfolded in his absence. The great Zhao has fallen. Yet, thanks to your counsel, its people and wealth were largely relocated to Great Su. Thus, even as the allied forces of 5 kingdoms vanquished Zhao, they seized only desolate ruins, gaining no substantial advantage. However, after Zhao's demise, disputes over territorial division fractured the alliance. Now, they clash incessantly over lands, their conflicts escalating. War seems imminent. Su Shuiao's playful demeanor faded, her expression turning solemn. Though not deeply versed in such matters, she recognized the undercurrents of turmoil. The continent teetered on the brink of bloodshed. What should Great Su do if they descend into war? She turned her luminous gaze upon Qiannian, eyes alight with intrigue. After a prolonged silence, Qiannian replied gravely, Great Su must abstain from this conflict. Instead, we must fortify our walls, amass provisions, and prepare for the decisive battle ahead. Moreover, during this time, we should aid weaker empires, supplying arms and equipment. This serves 2 purposes, securing vital resources and prolonging the war, buying time for Great Su's recovery. Your thoughts align with mine, Su Shuiao nodded. Great Su is in no state for war. The scars of the 6 kingdoms invasion remain unhealed. Yet, unease flickered across her features. But I fear Chu may annihilate the remaining 4. If so, we stand no chance against them. Qiannian shook his head. Chu cannot conquer all 4. The outcome will see the northern 3 fall, not to Chu alone, but shared with the eastern power, Great Song. Eventually, a tripartite balance will emerge, Great Su in the south, Great Chu in the northwest, and Great Song in the northeast. Chu is formidable, but devouring 4 kingdoms is no simple feat had they such strength. They would not have needed allies to subdue Great Su. Thus, at most, Chu will claim 2 of the northern 3, while Song takes the remainder. Moreover, refugees fleeing the northern strife will bolster Great Su's strength. The snipe and clam clash, while the fisherman profits. So this was your foresight all along? Su Shuiao's eyes widened in astonishment. You anticipated the continent's fate? Naturally. Where no single force holds absolute dominance, chaos breeds, and tripartite equilibrium inevitably follows. When no single power surpasses the combined strength of the other 2, a tripartite balance is the most stable configuration, neither more nor less. Should one be missing, the remaining 2 empires would inevitably engage in a life-and-death struggle for ultimate supremacy. Conversely, with 4 empires, chaos would ensue until one perished, inevitably reverting to a tripartite equilibrium. Qiannian patiently explained. Upon hearing this, Su Shuiao had an epiphany, but then a thought occurred to her. But what if Great Chu and Great Song join forces? Wouldn't that put our Great Su in grave danger? No, as long as the ruler or influential ministers of Great Song are not fools. They would never ally with Great Chu. The very essence of a tripartite balance is that the two weaker states must unite to restrain the strongest. Should that equilibrium shatter, should a weaker state ally with the strongest to eliminate another weaker state, the remaining weaker state would itself be swiftly annihilated by the dominant power. Therefore, Great Su must establish diplomatic ties with Great Song to jointly counter Great Chu while secretly amassing strength for the final contest of supremacy, Qiannian elaborated calmly. Having dreamt into this world from another since childhood, he was well versed in historical examples of multi-state conflicts. Though this was a world of mysticism, unlike the mortal realm he once knew, the principles remained discernible where absolute martial supremacy was absent. The empires of this continent, though varying in strength, were not drastically imbalanced, each a hegemon forged from the crucible of past wars. Even the weakest, Great Zhao, could withstand Great Chu, the strongest, for a time. Thus, his grasp of these dynamics was far clearer than most. Su Shuiao nodded thoughtfully, finding his reasoning sound. This stay has been quite prolonged. By your side, my cultivation speed has increased at least tenfold, Qiannian remarked, genuinely astonished. What kind of constitution could amplify cultivation to such an extent? Even auxiliary spiritual treasures worth hundreds of thousands of top-grade spirit stones only enhanced it by 50%. Yet Su Xiao's innate gift multiplied it tenfold, and could even be further augmented by such treasures. This was nothing short of transcendent. In just a few days beside her, he was already nearing the peak of the early foundation establishment stage. Within 3 days, he might truly break through to mid-stage. I'm not certain. In this world, everyone awakens their constitution upon reaching the divine ability realm, and constitutions are classified into 4 tiers: mortal body, spirit body, king body, and saint body, Su Shuiao explained, leaving Qiannian stunned. The cultivation systems of their 2 worlds differed vastly. In his original world, constitutions only manifested upon forming the nascent soul at the core formation stage. Here, however, they awakened as early as the divine ability realm, equivalent to foundation establishment. Which system was superior? Qiannian could not judge, lacking the strength to make such an assessment. Is your constitution a saint body? He asked. Qiannian pondered, though he knew little of sacred physiques. From Su Shuiao's presence, this heaven-defying ability to assist others in cultivation, he truly couldn't fathom anything else but a sacred physique. If this isn't a sacred physique, then how utterly transcendent must a sacred physique be? In my world, Su Shuiao said, the most legendary supreme auxiliary constitution is the Saint Spirit physique, capable of quintupling the cultivation speed of those it aids. Oh, then your Highness's physique must far surpass even the Saint Spirit physique. What tier does the Saint Spirit physique belong to? Qiannian's interest was instantly piqued. Su Shuiao smiled faintly, her lips curving slightly. The Saint Spirit physique? As the name suggests, it naturally belongs to the sacred physique lineage. Then, does that mean your Highness's constitution is even mightier than a sacred physique? Qiannian's eyes widened, utterly astounded. Chapter 54. Will there come a day untouched by dreams and time? Bonus update. Though the true might of a sacred physique remains unknown, the mere title sacred signifies unimaginable power. Whether in Su Shuiao's world or his own, anything bearing the name sacred undoubtedly stands at the pinnacle of existence, be it a sacred artificer, a sacred alchemist, or the legendary sacred realm itself. I cannot say for certain. Su Shuiao murmured, her delicate brows furrowed with concern. Among the 7 kingdoms of this continent, the strongest known are only king physiques, and even those are exceedingly rare. But I understand my constitution must never be discovered. Not even my imperial father knows. You are the only one I've told. Only me? Qiannian was momentarily stunned, then deeply moved. She hadn't revealed this to him recently. No, she had exposed her secret long before, during their earliest encounters. Aren't you afraid, he asked suddenly, that I might covet such a physique? Su Shuiao fell silent, then smiled softly, like a blossom unfurling at dawn. If I cannot trust you, then whom in this world can I trust? Qiannian's breath caught, gazing at the young princess before him. He realized how much she must have endured, a gilded songbird in a gilded cage, beautiful yet bound. A princess dwelling in the palace's deepest chambers, without friends, without confidants, without even her beloved father's frequent presence. But if proximity to you enhances cultivation, he pressed, frowning, won't others notice? Fool. She rolled her eyes, a playful scold in her voice. No auxiliary physique works perpetually. I must activate it willingly, and its full effect can only be bestowed upon one person at a time. Otherwise, every possessor of such gifts would have been captured and turned into cultivation resources long ago. Oh. Qiannian nodded, enlightenment dawning, then chuckled. What amuses you? She demanded. Every time we met, you deliberately activated your physique for me, he teased. So my rapid progress was all you're doing. Su Shuiao lifted her chin with a delicate huff. Naturally, Qiannian's heart swelled with warmth. Then, Your Highness, does this mean I hold a special place in your heart? Barely third, she retorted, though a faint blush betrayed her. His joy deepened, but he pressed further. And who, pray tell, ranks above me? First is my imperial father. He will always reign supreme in my heart. But the great Chu emperor is a master of illusions, and I feared his influence. So I kept silent. Second is my elder brother, though he's too bookish, too easily tricked into revealing secrets. For safety's sake, I told him nothing either. The reason I told you is that even if you were captured by the powerful beings in your world, the people from your world couldn't possibly break through time and space to come after me, could they? Su Shuiao covered her mouth with a light chuckle, her voice tinged with playful mischief. Princess, how heartless of you. Do you truly wish for me to be taken away? Qiannian feigned a wounded sigh. Of course not. Su Shuiao shook her head gently. What I meant was, even if everyone in your world knew my secret, they still wouldn't be able to find me. Right? A year in my world is but a single day in yours. Though I know there are endless stars beyond this continent, I believe we must exist in entirely different worlds. After all, what separates us isn't merely distance, it's time itself. And though I don't know the limits of the strongest in this world, I doubt even they could manipulate time. Her words grew heavier as she spoke, trailing off into silence. In response, Qiannian closed his eyes slightly, the air between them thickening with unspoken melancholy. Time and space. No matter how vast the distance, it is never truly insurmountable. With the right coordinates, one could eventually arrive. But if time itself is different, even if I knew your location and reached it, what if we existed in different moments? Princess, will there ever come a day when our meetings are no longer bound by dreams and the constraints of time? After a long pause, Qiannian opened his eyes and turned to the girl beside him, his gaze tender yet brimming with quiet hope. Such a thing seemed too ethereal, perhaps even impossible. Yet he still yearned for it. Yes, of course. Without a doubt. Su Shuiao nodded firmly, her eyes alight with conviction. I believe that one day, we will meet, truly meet. Not as we are now. Qiannian nodded emphatically, a radiant smile gracing his face. The swing swayed higher as they talked, their hearts overflowing with words they had longed to share. When I was little, my mother would push me on the swing. But after she left, no one played with me anymore. It's been so long since I felt this happy, Su Shuiao murmured softly. Don't worry. From now on, I'll be here for you every year. Whether you want to swing, watch the sunset, or anything else, I'll stay by your side. Qiannian's voice was tender, filled with adoration. Hearing this, Su Shuiao's delicate face bloomed into a dazzling smile. Then why not watch the sunset while swinging? She suggested with a laugh. They both looked up to find dusk settling over them once more. The setting sun bathed the peach blossom grove in a golden glow, painting the entire garden in breathtaking hues. Thud. A faint sound resonated within Qiannian's body. The peak of foundation establishment's initial stage, effortlessly achieved. At this level, he was no weaker than Yi Kanglin. Even against a perfected Earth-grade foundation establishment cultivator, he could hold his own. As the beauty of the scene unfolded before them, Su Shuiao's expression grew even more radiant, her eyes shimmering like stars. Do you think this happiness will last forever? She asked suddenly, turning to gaze at Qiannian with solemn intensity. Yes, Qiannian answered without hesitation. Su Shuiao nodded slightly, a hint of blissful sweetness shimmering in her eyes. As the sunset gradually descended, a few peach blossoms drifted around them. The evening breeze caressed Su Shuiao's silken tresses as they danced in the wind, revealing her exquisite profile, breathtakingly beautiful. The fragrance of peach blossoms permeated the grove, where the maiden leaned smiling by the swing. The fading sunlight bathed her delicate features, while the evening breeze brushed her face, weaving dreams of eternity. Chapter 55. The 12th Encounter. Other empires learned strategy foundation establishment cultivators can fly with spiritual tools. Golden core practitioners soar effortlessly without aid. Nascent soul masters achieve brief teleportation, while divine transformation experts possess the power to shake the void. Within the archives, Qiannian searched through records describing the various cultivation realms. However, due to limited knowledge, the texts only detailed the capabilities up to the divine transformation stage. Beyond that, the descriptions grew vague. What was known was that divine transformation cultivators could slightly influence the void, with the most powerful among them even capable of shattering space to perform long-distance teleportation. As for the legendary saints, it was said they wielded spatial laws effortlessly, each step spanning tens of thousands of miles. The mightiest among them could even strike down stars from the heavens. Yet, even saints could not touch time. Among the ancient texts Qiannian could find, every mention of time conveyed one undeniable truth. Space could be twisted or shattered, but time remained immovable. Though the previous dream world also claimed time was irreversible, my dreams connect across time and space. How should this be explained? Qiannian murmured to himself. In the end, he sought out his master, Taoist Qiannian, one of the top divine transformation experts in the spirit domain, who might know more than he did. Manipulate time? Taoist Qiannian looked at Qiannian in surprise before frowning. Though I am no saint, I can say with absolute certainty, even saints cannot interfere with time. His master was resolute. While saints possessed the power to devastate heaven and earth, controlling time was beyond them. Failing to obtain the answers he sought, Qiannian could only depart in resignation. It seemed the mysteries of time and space were beyond his current strength. Today, undisturbed in his cultivation, he trained until nightfall, pushing his cultivation to its peak. He could break through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment at any moment. Such speed of advancement was unheard of, not just in the spirit domain, but across the 100 regions of the northern continent. Consider this. Less than 10 days had passed since he achieved Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Ordinary foundation establishment cultivators might take a decade to progress from early to mid-stage. Even prodigies like Scarred Tiger or Sword Lingxiao required 2 years. Yet for him, mere days. This was not solely due to his superior talent compared to Sword Lingxiao and others. While auxiliary treasures played a role, the greater credit belonged to Su Shuiyao. Her presence granted him a tenfold cultivation speed, still multiplicative in effect. What did this mean? Even without any auxiliary treasures, by Su Shuiyao's side, his cultivation speed was 10 times faster. Now, with the enhanced Serenity Pearl boosting his speed by 50%, his total cultivation rate reached 15-fold. Add the Mystic Spirit Jade pendant, and the speed would become unimaginably terrifying. This was why, in just a few days, he could advance from early to mid-stage. At the early Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment stage, he was virtually unmatched among the spirit domain's geniuses, save for Yi Kanglan, with the Heavenly Tao Spirit Sea unleashed. Even the late-stage Profound Foundation cultivator Blood Butcher, with his 9,000 Zhang Foundation, was no match for him. Once he steps into the mid-stage of Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, within the spiritual domain's foundation establishment realm, he could be called invincible. Late at night, after completing a day's cultivation, Qiannian once again entered the dream world. When he opened his eyes, he found himself before an entirely new grand map. The map had undergone tremendous changes compared to his previous visits, so drastic it could be described as earth-shattering. Of the original 7 great empires, 2.5 had already fallen. The weakest, the Great Zhao, was the first to perish. Among the 3 northern kingdoms, Qi, which bordered the Great Chu, had also been destroyed, while Wu, adjacent to the Great Song, had lost half its territory. Beside him stood Su Shuiyao, who appeared to have been waiting for quite some time, likely anticipating his arrival. Princess, something feels amiss. Previously, even with the Great Su's assistance, the Great Zhao held out for 2 or 3 years against the allied forces of 4 nations. Why have the stronger northern kingdoms fallen so swiftly now? Logically, they should have been able to put up a fight. Qiannian pondered for a moment before voicing his question. Su Shuiyaao sighed softly. This is the worst-case scenario. After studying the Great Chu's tactics for days, I realized they have begun employing strategy as well. Qiannian was astonished. Before his arrival, this world had been devoid of intricate schemes, with wars fought purely through sheer force. It happened like this. After the fall of the Great Zhao, disputes arose over its territories. The Great Chu suddenly withdrew, declaring no interest in the lands, followed by the Great Song's retreat. The three northern kingdoms then descended into chaos, battling fiercely over the spoils. It was then that the Great Chu and the Great Song struck. With lightning speed, they swept through, adopting the very tactics our Great Su once used to swiftly assault the Great Chu's capital. Particularly the Great Chu, within a single month, they crushed the Qi Empire's capital. Judging by the current situation, in less than another month, the Wu Kingdom will likely fall to the Great Song, leaving only the Yu Kingdom in the north barely standing. Su Shuiyao sighed again before continuing, I suspect the Great Chu and the Great Song had already forged some agreement. They intended to eliminate the other two kingdoms first before encircling and crushing the Yu Kingdom. Her words darkened Qiannian's expression. He studied the map and shook his head. Just as I suspected, though the speed is far swifter than I imagined. Before any war between empires, a formal declaration of war has been issued, a tradition upheld for millennia. This time, they abandoned that custom, catching their enemies entirely unprepared, Su Shuiyao added. Qiannian nodded slightly. It's only natural. In the past, when multiple nations were at war, if anyone resorted to dishonorable sneak attacks, they would inevitably face the scorn and united boycott of other countries. But now, with fewer empires remaining, since relations are bound to sour eventually, such scruples no longer exist. Chapter 56, Doubled Cultivation Speed, the second embrace. Enough of that. This is the refined, profound spirit jade pendant I mentioned. Its efficacy has increased from 30% to 50%. Would you like to test its effects? Su Shuiyao handed the pendant to Qiannian, who accepted it and immediately sensed an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, far more potent than before. He initiated a full cultivation cycle and confirmed that his speed had indeed accelerated by another 50%. What did this mean? The upgraded Serenity Pearl had already boosted his cultivation by 50%. Now, with the enhanced Profound Spirit Jade pendant adding another 50%. The combined effect multiplied his speed by 125%, more than double his original pace. Such a result could only be described as transcendent. Moreover, if he remained near Su Shuiyao, whose innate constitution amplified cultivation tenfold, his speed would soar to over 22 times the norm. With such divine blessings, even an ordinary yellow-grade foundation establishment cultivator could ascend to greatness, let alone someone like him, who had achieved Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Princess, I truly don't know how to thank you. The value of these treasures. Qiannian turned to Su Shuiyao, gratitude brimming in his eyes. But before he could finish, she frowned slightly, her lips pursed in displeasure. Didn't we agree not to speak of gratitude between us? Seeing her pout, Qiannian paused for a breath before chuckling softly. Even when she is upset, she is unbearably adorable. Princess, I have a gift for you as well. Do you have ink, brush, and paper in your chamber? Su Shuiyao nodded. I do. She swiftly retrieved the writing tools and arranged them on the table. Qiannian approached, dipped the brush in ink, and began writing with swift, fluid strokes, disregarding differences in calligraphy, even if his script differed. His Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment-level mental acuity allowed him to master it instantly. The memories of that dream world remained vivid in his mind, and he quickly recalled the content he wished to transcribe. Before reaching the Golden Core stage, his spiritual power was insufficient to inscribe jade slips directly, so he resorted to brush and paper. His writing was rapid yet precise, each character flowing seamlessly onto the page. Su Shuiyao sat beside him, leaning close, one hand propping her chin while the other lightly touched his free hand. She watched him quietly, her gaze lingering on his focused expression with a trace of fascination. Here, Princess. Qiannian soon set down the brush and handed her the completed manuscript. Let me see what you've written. Su Shuiyao accepted the pages eagerly and unfolded them. At the top, bold black characters leaped into view. 36 stratagems. Curious, she turned the page and found it densely filled with text. Deceiving the heavens to cross the sea? What is the sea? Feinting east while attacking west. To mislead the enemy? Openly repairing the plank roads while secretly crossing at Qinsong? Luring the tiger away from its lair? Sowing discord? The self-injury stratagem? Su Shuiyao's eyes widened in astonishment as she scanned the parchment in her hands. Over half of these stratagems had never been conceived in this world. She realized with dawning awe that this was a treasure far more precious than the mystic spirit jade pendant, invaluable beyond measure. Your Highness, this is merely a portion. Qiannian chuckled softly, continuing to inscribe characters upon the remaining sheets with his brush. Su Shuiyao's breath caught. This was only part of it? There was more? As Qiannian's brush danced across the paper, her breathing grew heavier, her eyes alight with fervent excitement. Your Highness, These writings must never be disclosed. Should they fall into wrong hands, Great Sue's path to ultimate supremacy would become perilously difficult. After completing another profoundly influential military treatise from memory, Qiannian solemnly presented it to Su Shuiyao. I understand completely. You needn't worry, Su Shuiyao nodded gravely, acutely aware of the implications. Great Sue's military strength wasn't supreme, and should these fall into the Chu Empire's possession, catastrophe would follow. Though the Chu forces had begun employing tactics, their strategies remained rudimentary compared to Qiannian's perfected formulations. As she received the second manuscript, four bold characters greeted her: The Art of War by Sun Tzu, whose grandson authored this military treatise. Curiosity led her deeper into the text, where each revelation quickened her pulse until she stood utterly transfixed. The pages contained exhaustive military strategies and tactical deployments of terrifying sophistication. Su Shuiyao inhaled sharply. These writings surpassed even the 36 stratagems in profundity. Every conceivable battlefield scenario, tactical consideration, and deployment arrangement had been accounted for with unparalleled brilliance. This was military science distilled to its purest essence. Were time permitting, I could recall more treatises. Upon my return, I shall transcribe them all for our next meeting. Qiannian smiled gently. To him, these were merely writings requiring time and ink, yet to Su Shuiyao and Great Su, they represented incalculable strategic wealth. I know not how to express my gratitude. The mystic spirit jade and serenity pearl pale before such gifts, Su Shuiyao murmured, overwhelmed by the revelation that such formidable military wisdom existed in the world. Your Highness, did we not agree that between us, thanks are unnecessary? Why then do you speak them now? Qiannian's eyes sparkled with amusement as he regarded her. Blushing, Su Shuiyao replied, Then I shall simply accept. Should you ever face difficulties, you need only ask. My assistance is assured. Your Highness, I require your aid presently, Qiannian said with a playful blink. Name it, without hesitation. Might your Highness grant me the comfort of an embrace? Su Shuiyao was momentarily stunned, then a delicate blush spread across her cheeks as she shyly murmured, Ah? Princess, are you unwilling? Qiannian feigned disappointment in his tone, yet his eyes sparkled with amusement. Su Shuiyao's face flushed even deeper, and she bashfully lowered her head. Of course I'm willing, she stammered. Hearing this, Qiannian's smile brightened further. Don't misunderstand, Princess. It's just that I feel my cultivation can no longer be suppressed. I need to borrow your assistance to break through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, he explained. Indeed, under the current heightened amplification, he was about to advance to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, a day earlier than anticipated. Su Shuiyao exhaled softly in relief. For a moment, she had thought Qiannian intended something else. Yet, why did she feel a faint pang of disappointment? Su Shuiyao, what are you thinking? Princess? Qiannian called out in puzzlement. Su Shuiyao snapped back to reality, then took small, hesitant steps toward him. Her delicate face grew increasingly flushed as she slowly closed the distance between them, finally wrapping her arms lightly around his waist. This was their second embrace, and the first time Su Shuiyao had initiated it. The space between them had narrowed once more. As the saying goes, a peerless beauty, fair as jade, with shy, misty longing displayed. In this tender, heart-drunken hold, may this moment forever unfold. Note: the author originally intended to compose a poem after each meeting, but found it far more mentally taxing than writing 2 chapters. What should have been a simple 28 characters ended up consuming more time than expected. Initially planning an extra update, the author glanced up only to find it was already past 11 at night. Readers are welcome to share their own poetic lines in the comments. Those deemed fitting may be incorporated. Currently, this book's performance remains modest, partly due to its less-than-ideal title. The author admits to struggling with naming. Nevertheless, the author remains committed to crafting each encounter and vignette with care, striving toward the goal of 99 meetings paired with 99 humorous verses. Will this month see the work break into the top 99 on the gift rankings? Gratitude to all for your generous gifts. Today's ranking has likely entered the top 250. The promised extra update will be delivered tomorrow, and if time permits, another light-hearted verse shall follow. Hope you enjoy. Chapter 57. The former sword sect prodigy, Jian Lingtian, when Qiannian opened his eyes. The maiden in his embrace had already vanished, leaving only the lingering fragrance of her presence. The memory of her embrace remained vivid. Her slightly bashful expression still lingered in his mind. impossible to dispel. And the softness of her delicate form still seemed to rest in his arms. This drew a sigh from Qiannian, his eyes shimmering with tenderness and warmth, the curve of his lips lingering for a long while. Only after capturing her shy demeanor on paper did he finally sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy within him. Mid-stage Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. In less than 10 days, he had broken through 2 entire realms. Such speed was nothing short of astonishing. So strong, several times stronger than before. If I were to face Yu Kanglin now, defeating him would be effortless. Qiannian clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Within the Foundation establishment realm of the spirit domain, he could already claim invincibility. Senior Brother Daozi, something terrible has happened. A frantic voice suddenly rang out from beyond. Qiannian frowned and stepped outside, only to see his second junior brother rushing toward him atop a flying artifact. Second junior brother, what has you in such a panic? He asked sternly. That former sword sect prodigy, Qiannian, has arrived. Knowing full well that our former Daozi has already stepped into core formation, he shamelessly challenged our Dao sect's foundation establishment disciples, calling them all worthless. That despicable wretch has gone too far. The second junior brother's face was twisted with fury. Qiannian narrowed his eyes. Qiannian? His expression turned icy in an instant. This fool. Tomorrow was the life and death arena battle, yet he couldn't even wait a single day? Where is he? Qiannian's voice was frigid. At the mountain gate. Let us go. With a single command, Qiannian soared down, speeding toward the sect's entrance. At the mountain gate, a crowd had already gathered. A man stood there, a great sword in hand, his gaze sweeping arrogantly over everyone present. Opposite him, several Dao sect foundation establishment disciples lay injured, some grievously so, clearly the work of this swordsman. This was none other than the former sword sect prodigy, Qiannian. The Dao sect truly lives up to its reputation. Not a single foundation establishment disciple can withstand even a single strike. Have you all been frightened into silence by our prodigy Qiannian? Wasn't he your Daozi, Qiannian, so arrogant before? Why hasn't he shown his face? Could it be that he has already fled in fear of tomorrow's life and death battle? Behind Qiannian, a group of sword sect disciples hurled taunts without restraint. Worthless trash of the Dao sect, utterly pathetic. Qiannian sneered. The Dao sect disciples seethed with rage. One of them roared, Qiannian. Have you forgotten how our former Daozi once sent you fleeing like a beaten dog? But such words were useless now. This Qiannian had skin thicker than iron. Qiannian of the Dao sect. Weren't you the one who challenged me? Why are you hiding like a coward? Qiannian scoffed, his voice booming toward the Dao sect's mountain peak. Qiannian's cultivation had already reached the great perfection of foundation establishment. Now, an intangible sword aura enveloped the area, pressing down on all who stood nearby. The thunderous roar silenced everyone present. This Qiannian was indeed a formidable opponent among foundation establishment cultivators. No wonder he dared issue a life and death challenge to the sword sect. Which stray dog is barking so loudly, disturbing this Taoist disciple's rest? A calm voice echoed from within the mountain gates, followed by a white-robed youth leisurely stepping forward. It's the Taoist heir. The disciples of the Dao sect erupted in excitement upon seeing Qiannian. Among them, few belonged to his generation. As most new disciples had yet to reach foundation establishment, these were largely senior disciples from the previous generation. Though newly anointed as the Taoist heir, Qiannian's strength had long been deeply respected by all, earning reverence even from senior disciples. In the world of cultivation, age mattered not, strength reigned supreme. Moreover, regardless of age or power, in terms of seniority, Qiannian stood equal to the sect master himself. So, you're Qiannian? Qiannian sneered, looking down at him with arrogance. I heard you're the newly appointed Taoist heir, the one who killed my worthless younger brother? Another unbearably conceited fool. Where did he find such audacity? Qiannian remained indifferent, his gaze dismissive. And if it was me? Who are you? Don't play dumb. I'm Qiannian, the one you challenged. How dare a freshly ascended foundation establishment brat like you challenge me, who reached great perfection years ago? Qiannian scoffed. Where does my courage come from? From the fact that you, nearing 40, still haven't formed a golden core? From your measly 6,000 Zhang spirit, see? Or perhaps from your sheer arrogance? The moment these words fell, an eerie silence descended. This was outright contempt, a direct, scathing mockery. Qiannian, the former sword sect's Taoist heir and its foremost genius, subjected to such humiliation? His face darkened. Indeed, His failure to form a golden core was his deepest shame. Sharp-tongued brat. Tomorrow, I hope you'll still be laughing. I'll make you beg for death. Qiannian spat through gritted teeth. You do realize the duel is tomorrow, don't you? So, you came today, seeking validation before your demise? Qiannian's face twisted, his chest heaving with barely suppressed fury. The insult burned, making him yearn to tear Qiannian apart on the spot. Not just anyone is worthy of my blade. I merely came to assess your strength, to see what made you bold enough to challenge me. He growled. Now I see. A reckless calf unafraid of the tiger. Youthful arrogance blinds you to the vastness of heaven and earth. Qiannian cast him a cold glance. Ah, so you wish to test my power. Planning to withdraw if outmatched? Then let's not waste time. We'll settle this today on the life and death arena. At this, Qiannian's patience finally snapped. His gaze grew increasingly frigid, brimming with murderous intent as an overwhelming aura of malevolence radiated from his entire being. Do I still need to test your strength? A mere fledgling who hasn't even grown his feathers, a puny early-stage foundation establishment cultivator daring to challenge a great perfection expert? Since you're so eager to die, I shall oblige. With a cold snort, Qiannian turned and departed upon his sword, bellowing over his shoulder. Qiannian, we meet at Life-Death Peak. Life-Death Peak wasn't located within the Tao sect, but rather at the central point between the 5 orthodox sections. Qiannian turned to face his tardy second junior brother and declared, Second junior brother, notify the elders of all sects that the life-death arena battle shall commence one day earlier. Having now stepped into mid-stage foundation establishment, he naturally feared no cultivator within this realm. With all sect elders still gathered at Tao sect, advancing the life-death arena battle by a single day wouldn't prove particularly troublesome. Chapter 58, The Duel of Life and Death. The peak of life and death, situated at the heart of the 5 sects, was once a gathering place where the Tao lords of these sects convened for discussions. A century ago, the spirit realm was engulfed in chaos. The 5 evil sects pillaged, slaughtered, and committed unspeakable atrocities, plunging the land into endless conflict. Here, the Tao lords of the 5 sects forged a pact, uniting against external threats and swearing never to turn upon one another, lest they be branded as traitors. It was this unity that quelled the turmoil of the spirit realm, even annihilating one of the formidable evil sects and forcing the remaining 4 into remote exile. Upon this very peak, they erected a dueling platform, the arena of life and death, where irreconcilable disputes would be settled in mortal combat. In 100 years, the arena had been opened only once. Today marked the second occasion. The long desolate peak of life and death now teemed with life. One after another, nascent soul grand cultivators arrived, accompanied by their disciples, all gathered to witness the duel between the Sword sect and the Tao sect. The stakes of this battle were immense. Soon, the elders of the 5 sects assembled. The Sword sect and the Tao sect, in particular, arrived with overwhelming grandeur, each bringing over a dozen nascent soul grand cultivators. Even the sect leaders of all 5 factions were present. In total, more than 40 nascent soul grand cultivators converged upon the peak. Save for the absence of divine transformation Tao lords, half of the spirit realm's righteous might had gathered here. Qiannian stood beside Qiannian, the Tao sect's leader, silently observing the arrival of each supreme expert. Among them was the Sword sect's leader, Sword Tyrant, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Sword Lingxiao and Sword Lingtian were his adopted sons. As Qiannian introduced them, Qiannian's gaze settled upon a golden-crowned man seated across the arena. Clad in resplendent black and gold robes, the man possessed a towering stature, his piercing eyes gleaming with authority. When his gaze swept over, it carried an edge sharp enough to cut. Beside him, Sword Lingtian glared at Qiannian with undisguised hostility, though the latter paid him no heed. That is the leader of the Great Blade sect, Qiannian continued, a peak nascent soul cultivator. Since the fall of their Tao lord, Heavenly Blade, a century ago, the sect has been in decline. In Qiannian's eyes, Qiannian was destined to lead the Tao sect in the future. Familiarizing him with the spirit realm's power players was only natural. That is the leader of the Azure Water sect, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Their Tao lord passed away a decade ago, and no successor has yet emerged. And that is the leader of the Flower sect, Crimson Blossom Fairy, also a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. She is a disciple of the Blue Blossom Tao lord and belongs to your generation. At this, Qiannian's expression faltered slightly. Qiannian's thoughts stirred. The Blue Blossom Tao lord. Was she not the very Blue Blossom Fairy his master had once pursued? His eyes drifted toward the flower sect-esque contingent, where a stunning woman stood, draped in crimson robes. Her grace was peerless, her demeanor dignified. Yet her brows carried an alluring charm. In her youth, she must have been a beauty capable of toppling kingdoms. The flower sect was indeed a gathering of exquisite women. If even this was the case, how breathtaking must the blue blossom fairy, who had once enchanted his master, have been? Once all the eminent cultivators had assembled, the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Esteemed guests, today marks the life and death arena battle between our sword sect and the Tao sect. Your presence here is to bear witness, declared Sword Songhai, his gaze sweeping across the gathered crowd. The rules need no elaboration. No interference shall be permitted in this duel to the death. I trust you will all oversee this with impartiality. His eyes burned with unshakable confidence, the certainty that his sect's chosen disciple would prevail. How could a Foundation Establishment Great Perfection cultivator possibly lose to one at the Foundation Establishment initial stage? Simultaneously, the Tao sect's punishment elder rose to his feet, cupping his fists in a respectful salute to the assembly. I shall not belabor the details, for all here understand the stakes. We merely request your honorable presence as witnesses. Should we lose, our spirit stone minds shall be ceded to the sword sect for a year. Should we triumph, there shall be ours for a decade. Are there any objections? Silence reigned. Every attendee was well aware of the circumstances surrounding this duel, though many privately scorned the sword sect's underhanded tactics. This remained a conflict between the two sections. Their role was solely to ensure fairness. The terms of the wager were of no concern to them. Then let the life and death arena battle commence. As the words of both elders echoed across the mountain, a deafening toll of bells erupted from the peak of life and death. The resonant chimes reverberated through the heavens, shaking the very firmament. Slowly, an enormous arena materialized in the sky, constructed from mystical materials, its surface etched with intricate formations and glowing sigils that radiated divine splendor. This was the legendary dueling arena, forged by the combined might of the 5 Tao monarchs and imbued with impervious arrays. Not even a nascent soul cultivator could mar its surface. It was built to withstand the most cataclysmic clashes. Let the combatants step forth to prevent foul play. The proceedings were now overseen by elders from the 3 neutral sections. Qiannian and Sword Lingtian each took a decisive step forward, signaling their participation. For absolute fairness, both combatants must relinquish all spatial rings or pouches. Beyond their chosen weapons, no talismans, artifacts, pills, or external aids may be carried. Furthermore, all armaments must be restricted to Foundation Establishment-grade spiritual artifacts, with no more than 3 items permitted. The arbiters repeated the terms, though both participants were already prepared. Qiannian carried no visible armaments, while Sword Lingtian stood clad in armor, his greatsword gleaming. Young Taoist of the Tao sect, do you truly intend to face this battle unarmed? The elders pressed, eyeing Qiannian's empty hands. I require no weapons, Qiannian replied with serene certainty, his smile radiating unshakable conviction. Very well, ascend the arena. The 3 elders nodded, signaling that the duel could commence. Qiannian and Jian Lingtian both stepped onto the life and death arena, standing 100 paces apart, their gazes locked in silent confrontation. Fool! You don't even wield a weapon. I gave you the chance, yet you remain unworthy. Seeing Qiannian approach empty-handed, Jian Lingtian burst into mocking laughter, his face brimming with derision. My apologies. I needed no weapon to deal with Jian Lingxiao, and naturally, I require none to deal with you. Qiannian replied coolly, his tone dismissive, as if the opponent were beneath his notice. Arrogant wretch, Jian Lingtian snarled. Very well, let us see what gives you such confidence. Enraged by his words, Jian Lingtian turned to the elders and demanded, Honored elders, may the duel begin? I can scarcely wait to make an example of him. Chapter 59. Invincible in the Foundation Establishment Realm. Bonus chapter. The elders exchanged glances before nodding in unison. The life and death duel had officially begun. As their words fell, a massive protective barrier surged upward around the arena, shielding the battle from outside interference and preventing either combatant from fleeing. After all, in a duel to the death, only one would walk away alive. Qiannian, I will carve your flesh piece by piece, making you beg for death in front of everyone. Before Jian Lingtian could finish his sentence, a blur flashed from 100 zhang away. Before he could react, thud. A dull impact echoed as he felt a brutal kick to his chest, sending him flying backward until he crashed against the edge of the arena. Cough. Blood sprayed from his lips, his face paling instantly. He looked down at his chest. The armor bore a deep imprint of a boot. The force behind that kick was terrifying. Even as a peak Earth-grade Foundation establishment cultivator, he nearly lost consciousness. Had it not been for his armor, that single strike would have killed him outright. Qiannian is too fast. Gasps erupted from the spectators. Qiannian's speed defied belief. It was unlike anything a Foundation establishment cultivator should possess. Could he truly only be at the early Foundation establishment stage? Even the sect leaders, who had heard from their disciples that Qiannian had achieved Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, found it hard to believe. Even with Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, how could he be this fast? The most astonished was undoubtedly Fairy Baihua. During Qiannian's previous battle with Qiannian, his strength had only slightly surpassed hers. But now? That speed just now, she couldn't even keep up. Recalling his words from 2 days prior, after 3 days apart, one should regard another with new eyes. She realized it hadn't even taken 3 days. In just 2, his power had become incomprehensible. Manifest the Spirit Sea. On the arena, Qiannian finally regained his senses. Dodging another strike from Qiannian, he swiftly retreated and activated his Spirit Sea. If he delayed any longer, he might never get the chance. Boom. A 6,000 zhang Spirit Sea projection materialized, engulfing the entire arena. Spiritual energy solidified into sword chi, its oppressive might chilling to the bone. With his Spirit Sea unleashed, Qiannian's strength doubled, his injuries rapidly healing. Qiannian. Within the Spirit Domain Foundation establishment, I am invincible. Even Qiannian is no match for me. What hope do you have? Steadying himself, he glared coldly at Qiannian, his voice dripping with malice. Qiannian glanced at the sky, where the setting sun cast its final crimson glow upon the world. Taking a step forward, his aura surged as he spoke. I don't know where your arrogance comes from. 20 years of cultivation, yet you remain stagnant in the Foundation establishment realm. Not only are you inferior to Qiannian, you can't even compare to Jianling Xiao. Invincible in the Foundation establishment realm? I will show you what true invincibility looks like. As his final words rang out, his aura peaked. Mid-Foundation establishment. Mid-Foundation establishment. How is this possible? When did Prince Daozi break through to the Mid-Foundation establishment stage? Sensing Qiannian's current aura, countless people were stunned. To think, Qiannian had only stepped into the Foundation establishment realm mere days ago. Without relying on elixirs, his cultivation was astonishingly stable, utterly inconceivable. During the Tao sect's Grand Assembly, he had indeed still been at the peak of the innate realm. How could he have reached Mid-Foundation establishment in such a short time? A freak, an absolute monster. Seeing that Qiannian had actually reached Mid-Foundation establishment, Qiannian's expression darkened, his grip on his greatsword trembling slightly. So what if it's Mid-Foundation establishment? I am at the peak of Foundation establishment. Though inwardly nervous, Qiannian refused to show weakness. A savage grin twisted his lips as he abruptly channeled spiritual energy into his greatsword. In an instant, the originally pitch-black blade shimmered with an eerie green glow. Intricate patterns, like ancient inscriptions, emerging across its surface, exuding an overwhelmingly sharp aura. Lingtian's descent. With a roar, Qiannian swung his greatsword high and brought it crashing down. In that moment, countless sword shadows materialized, an endless torrent that blotted out the sky, engulfing the entire arena. Before the sun sets, if I fail to cut you down, I concede defeat. Qiannian took a single step forward, his 10,000 zhang spiritual sea towering above him, his body wreathed in golden radiance like a celestial phenomenon. Resembling a young deity descended from the heavens. He threw a single punch, meeting the storm of sword shadows head-on. Fist and blade collided, erupting in a dazzling explosion of light. The sword shadow shattered. The greatsword was cleaved apart, a massive gap torn through its edge. Qiannian's body was sent flying, his armor splintering into fragments, revealing a torso marred by hideous scars. He crashed heavily against the arena's protective barrier before slamming onto the ground. Thud! He lay motionless beyond the arena, clearly devoid of life. And at that very moment, the last rays of the setting sun vanished below the horizon. Qiannian's words carried another meaning. If I cannot defeat you in a single move, I concede defeat. This, Qiannian, dead? In a single strike? Just one. A 10,000 zhang spiritual sea, the celestial phenomenon of the moon rising over the ocean. Heavens, this is the legendary Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. At this moment, Qiannian became the center of all attention. Whether it was the disciples who had come to witness the battle or the sect leaders and elders of the 5 great sects, all were utterly shaken. Today, as they gazed upon the white-robed youth standing with his hands behind his back on the arena, only 2 words surfaced in their minds: invincible. Everyone knew that Qiannian's future would surpass all imagination. The rise of the Tao sect was now unstoppable. Yet, compared to the Tao sect's jubilation, the shock of the Flower sect, the Azure Water sect, and the Great Blade sect, the Sword sect, from its elders and sect leader down to its disciples, remained deathly silent. Especially Sword Songhai, whose heart lurched as he silently acknowledged that his tenure as the punishment elder had likely reached its end. As for his disciple, Wang Tianyi, the Sword sect's second senior brother, he kept his head bowed, desperately trying to avoid notice. May the results be announced now? Qiannian turned his indifferent gaze toward the stunned elders and spoke coolly. The elders suddenly awoke from their stupor and hurried onto the dueling platform. After examining Jian Lingtian and confirming his demise, they solemnly declared, "The Tao sect's Qiannian is victorious." As the announcement echoed, Qiannian, standing upon the stage, withdrew his imposing aura and turned away. Clad in pristine white robes, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze remained tranquil, as though he had merely attended a routine engagement rather than a life-or-death battle. With a swift motion, he stepped onto his flying sword and departed without hesitation, leaving no room for lingering sentiment. As for the wager between the 2 sects, it no longer concerned him. "Go. Escort the chosen one back to the sect." Lin Tianya transmitted his command to a nascent soul elder of the Tao sect. Understanding the urgency, the elder discreetly withdrew. From this moment onward, Qiannian's safety would become the Tao sect's paramount priority. A heavenly Tao foundation establishment, should he survive the trials ahead, would herald an unimaginable future for the sect. Perhaps, from this humble Ling domain, a saint might one day emerge. Chapter 60, the 13th encounter, Princess, Don't Weep, bonus chapter. What is the princess doing today? Is she happy? Is she smiling? Is she waiting for my arrival? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Qiannian once again stepped into the dreamscape. The familiar scene unfolded before him, an ancient, elegant chamber. By the window stood a woman clad in a violet gown, her figure graceful, her skin as fair as snow, her beauty enough to topple cities. She gazed out the window, her eyes shimmering with melancholy, as if lost in distant memories. Qiannian did not disturb her. He remained still, silently admiring the celestial vision before him. This was their 13th meeting. Due to one missed encounter, 13 years had passed for Su Shuiyao. When he first met her, she had been a girl of 15, her delicate features still carrying traces of youthful innocence and shyness. Now, she had blossomed into a peerless beauty, radiant and breathtaking. After a long silence, Su Shuiyao suddenly turned, her eyes alight with joy, yet also a hint of reproach. "You're here. Why didn't you tell me?" Her voice was soft and melodious, enchanting to the ear, sending ripples through Qiannian's heart. "Because I wish to admire you in silence, without disturbing this moment of tranquility." "I hope the princess understands," he replied with a gentle smile. A flicker of amusement danced in her eyes, though her words remained stern. "Next time, don't do this. The time we have is already too short. I promise, princess." Qiannian nodded earnestly, while Su Shuiyao gave a slight, graceful tilt of her head. A faint smile gracing her exquisite features, a smile that could topple kingdoms. "Princess, what were you thinking about just now?" Qiannian asked after a pause. A shadow crossed Su Shuiyao's face. "Nothing. It's just that time has passed so quickly. It feels as though our first meeting was only yesterday." "Yes," Qiannian agreed. 13 meetings. For him, it truly had been fleeting. After all, for him, only 13 days had passed. Yet, he sensed something amiss in Su Shuiyao's demeanor today. Turning his gaze to the map on the wall, he noted the changes since his last visit, though the situation remained under control. With the support of Desu, the last of the 3 northern kingdoms, caught between the forces of Dachu and Desheng, was barely holding on. "I almost didn't see you again," Su Shuiyao suddenly murmured, startling Qiannian. "Princess, what happened?" he asked urgently. Su Shuiyao remained silent, her beautiful eyes fixed on the world beyond the window. Understanding, Qiannian stepped beside her and followed her gaze. What he saw left him stunned. A colossal palm print was imprinted upon the earth. The peach grove where they often met had been utterly destroyed, the devastation stretching as far as the eye could see. Amid the wreckage, Qiannian spotted fragments of a swing and the fallen peach blossoms, their once vibrant, hues now faded. This was the heart of the imperial palace, protected by countless runes and formations, where every brick and tile was meant to be unyielding. Yet even so, the entire peach grove was utterly devastated. The aura of a divine transformation realm. It was the handiwork of a divine transformation Downlord. Qiannian was utterly astonished, for within that palm imprint, he had sensed the profound intent of divine transformation. Last night, while I was sitting on the swing, an assassin infiltrated the palace. His cultivation was formidable. That strike came within an inch of me. Had I reacted even a fraction slower, I might not have lived to see you again. Su Shuiao murmured, her exquisite eyes devoid of the fear of death, yet brimming with the terror of never seeing him again. Are you unharmed? Qiannian asked anxiously, clasping her hands. He noticed how icy they were. The celestial beauty beside him, though peerless in grace, revealed a fragility he had never seen before. Every person, no matter how unyielding their exterior, harbors a heart that yearns for protection. Beneath the cold facade lies a soul craving love. Without warmth, one's world becomes a prison of solitude, sealing away hope for life itself. And if, even then, love remains elusive, the heart withers into silence. Yet in this world, how many are left bereft of love? I'm fine. The assassin was captured. He was sent by Great Chu. Su Shuiao shook her head. Princess, Qiannian whispered, his concern deepening. Hold me, please. She turned to him, her luminous gaze fixed upon his, her voice barely above a whisper. Of course. Without hesitation, he embraced her. The warmth and softness in his arms stirred neither distraction nor impropriety, only an ache in his heart. Father and my brothers are all at the front lines. I'm just glad you're here, she murmured against his chest. It's over now. You're safe, and you're still here with me, he soothed, his voice tender. He could feel the faint tremors coursing through her delicate frame, the sorrow she fought so hard to conceal. Last night, when death brushed past me, I wondered, if I were gone, would you still remember me? Someone who only graced your life for 13 fleeting days. Her words were wistful, spoken like a dreamer's sigh. How could I ever forget you? No matter where, no matter when, no matter how much time passes, I will always remember you, he vowed, tightening his embrace. She lifted her face, tears glistening like dewdrops upon her cheeks before falling onto his robes. Princess, don't cry, he whispered, gently wiping them away. It's all right, because you're here with me now, she managed a fragile smile. Qiannian nodded, stroking her back in silent comfort until her trembling stilled. Hold me a little longer. When I was frightened as a child, my mother would embrace me like this, telling me everything would be all right. She closed her eyes, nestling deeper into his arms. Of course, I'll stay with you. Qiannian spoke once more, sensing the profound fragility within Su Shuiao's heart at this moment, a soul in desperate need of solace. Time seemed to stand still as they embraced, neither uttering a word, savoring this rare and tranquil interlude. After what felt like an eternity, Qiannian finally felt the delicate form in his arms grow warm again, no longer trembling or chilled. I once dreamed, Su Shuiao murmured, her voice as tender as a spring breeze, of peach blossoms stretching for miles, of birds soaring freely, of endless grasslands. And of you, never vanishing. Her words resonated deeply within Qiannian's heart. Peach blossoms spanning 10 miles, unrestrained flight. Perhaps, to Su Shuiao, freedom was the deepest longing of her soul. Yet, as a princess in these war-torn lands, even within the palace walls, assassins lurked. How much more perilous would it be beyond them? That day will come, Qiannian vowed solemnly. A faint, ethereal smile graced Su Shuiao's lips, radiant enough to eclipse the lingering terror of the assassination attempt. I believe you. For a maiden wanders through peach groves by night. When sudden cold steel dims the moon's pale light, petals swirl, veiling the assassin's blade, yet fear still lingers, tears on silk are laid. Chapter 61. Am I the supreme talent of the northern continent? Time seemed to crawl by today. After what felt like an eternity, Qiannian realized he still hadn't returned. It seems so, Su Shuiao nodded gently. I'd like you to stay with me a little longer. All right, Qiannian agreed with a soft chuckle. This isn't my first assassination attempt, but it was the most dangerous one, Su Shuiao mused. That assassin was formidable, likely at the late-stage transcendent realm. If I hadn't already reached the profound mystery realm, I might not have even had a chance to react. Qiannian was stunned. Late-stage transcendent, equivalent to late-stage divine transformation. In the spirit domain, a cultivator at that level could be considered nearly invincible. Most outlords there were only at the early stage divine transformation, with only a rare few. like Tao Lord Qiannian, reaching mid-stage or beyond. For such a powerful figure to target a junior, no, even a sect leader, would be effortless. Even in the heart of a supreme sect. What shocked Qiannian even more was that Su Shuiao had already stepped into the nascent soul realm. She was only 28, wasn't she? No, today was her 20th birthday. Judging by her tone, she must have broken through earlier, perhaps even years ago, and that was despite her also mastering artifact forging, alchemy, and medicine. Had she focused solely on cultivation, her progress would have been even swifter. Such talent was truly unprecedented. In the spirit domain, even prodigies of Tao child caliber typically took a century or two to reach nascent soul. Powerhouses like Tao Lord Qiannian and Fairy Lanhua, who had earth-grade foundations, only achieved nascent soul after 50. Take care of yourself. I hope every time I visit, I'll still see you safe, Princess, Qiannian murmured, stroking Su Shuiao's hair affectionately. I will, she nodded, understanding his concern. You too. Your strength has already fallen far behind mine. How could I ever compare to you, Princess? You've had 365 times more time to cultivate than I have. The gap is just too vast. Qiannian sighed. Compete with the princess in cultivation speed? Better to just cling to her coattails. Uffed. Seeing his solemn expression, Su Shuiao couldn't help but giggle. Oh, here, take this. She pulled a jade pendant from her robes and handed it to him. This is. Qiannian frowned in confusion. My father gave it to me. It contains a single strike from a Saint Realm expert, a life-saving measure. After last night's incident, he had it delivered overnight, she explained. If necessary, you can activate it. A Saint Realm strike. Qiannian's eyes widened. He knew full well that in this world, the Saint Realm was equivalent to the Sage Realm in his own. Princess, isn't this too precious? The material alone, capable of containing a Saint Realm attack, could forge a Saint-grade weapon. A treasure like this is practically priceless. Qiannian understood clearly that this jade pendant, though capable of only a single strike, held value surpassing even that of a supreme sect. Even an entity as formidable as Desu would likely struggle to craft a second one. Take it. The military strategies you gifted me hold even greater worth. Moreover, should assassins strike again, it won't be so easy next time. I have no use for this, but for you, it should prove valuable, Su Shuiao said. Princess, Qiannian opened his mouth to speak, but Su Shuiao interrupted him once more. Do not worry for me. With my current strength, I fear no ordinary transcendent. Should a powerful one attack, if I fail to react in time, this pendant would be useless. But if I evade, they won't have a chance for a second strike. I've experienced that helplessness before. I don't wish for you to endure the same. Remember our promise. You must visit me every year henceforth, Su Shuiao declared solemnly. Very well. Qiannian extended his right hand, accepting the pendant and clutching it tightly. Ah, I nearly forgot. These military texts should also benefit Desu. Qiannian recollected himself, retrieving from his spatial ring the meticulously prepared treatises on warfare. So many? Su Shuiao stared in astonishment at the desk now piled high with volumes. The previous works, 36 stratagems in the art of war, had left her profoundly awed. Now, before her lay over 100 such texts. Her heart swelled with exhilaration and fervor. These treatises were priceless treasures. With their guidance, perhaps Desu truly stood a chance to unify the entire continent. Qiannian opened his eyes, returning to the present world. So many words remained unspoken, yet time waited for no one. Until next time, then. He lowered his gaze to the jade pendant in his hand, lost in contemplation. Within his grasp rested the most formidable weapon in the spirit domain, a notion so surreal it bordered on fantasy. How devastating would a single strike from a saint be? After all, saints were but legends across the entire northern continent. The temptation to test its power arose, but he suppressed the reckless impulse. Disciple, come to me. The voice of Taoist Qiannian echoed in his mind. In an instant, Qiannian vanished, hastening toward his masteress abode. There, atop a cliff, Taoist Qiannian stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance as if beholding something unseen. Master, this disciple pays his respects. Qiannian bowed deeply. For what purpose have you summoned me? See for yourself. Taoist Qiannian tossed him a scroll densely inscribed with names. Qiannian unfurled it. His eyes immediately drawn to the 8 bold characters at the pinnacle, northern continent ranking of heavenly talents. Beneath, his own name gleamed. First place, Qiannian. Spirit domain, heavenly foundation establishment. His gaze descended further. Second place, Ju Wiching, thunder domain, 99, 999 Zhang Earthgrade Great Perfection Foundation Establishment. Age, 20. Undefeated across 100 domains. Having triumphed over. And there, he spotted two familiar names among the ranks. 11th. Yi Kanglin, hailing from the spirit realm, Earthgrade Foundation Establishment late stage at 57. 000 Zhang, age 21. Has defeated numerous peerless prodigies and exchanged 10 moves against core formation experts. 28th. Fairy of 100 Blossoms, originating from the spirit realm. Earthgrade Foundation Establishment mid-stage at 34. 000 Zhang, age 21. Wait, why do others have hundreds of words of introduction? While mine is just the simple phrase Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment. Who exactly is being looked down upon here? Who compiled this ranking? I refuse to accept this. Chapter 62. The 14th Dream. Good heavens. News of my Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment has already made the headlines? How remarkably swift. Qiannian was utterly astonished. Which faction is responsible for this ranking? Such efficiency. This is the Celestial Treasure Pavilion's ranking, replied Taoist Qiannian. The Celestial Treasure Pavilion has branches in every region, with countless informants. Naturally, they were the first to know. So, I've become famous now? Qiannian gazed at the northern continent's list of prodigies in his hand. You are now renowned across the northern continent as the sole Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment cultivator. This will undoubtedly cause a sensation. What are your thoughts? Taoist Qiannian inquired. Fame is fame. I can't hide forever. How else would I cultivate the invincible confidence befitting a Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment? Qiannian replied nonchalantly. Yet, as he glanced at the second-ranked prodigy, Zhu Wuqing, with his 999 Zhang Spirit C, he couldn't help but laugh every time. A mere one Zhang short of Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Alas, that one Zhang makes all the difference between heaven and earth. I imagine he must have vomited blood during his breakthrough. Still, it occurred to him that had it not been for Su Xueyao's assistance, he too might have been stuck at that final Zhang, just like Zhu Wuqing. Thankfully, I met Su Xueyao. Fame is well and good, Taoist Qiannian said gravely. But as the first Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment cultivator in the northern continent, many will come to challenge you, perhaps even Zhu Wuqing himself. Qiannian's brow furrowed briefly before smoothing out as he smiled faintly. No matter. Let them come, one by one. I'll give them a taste of the awe that comes with Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Indeed, he needed to temper himself. If opponents were willingly offering themselves as whetstones, he would gladly accept. You fool, Taoist Qiannian shook his head. Zhu Wuqing is at the peak of Foundation establishment, far beyond the likes of Jian Lingtian. You are no match for him yet. Zhu Wuqing was a true monster. Before Qiannian's emergence, he had been the undisputed king of the northern continent. Among his peers, none could withstand a single strike from him. Not long ago, he had grievously wounded a core formation cultivator, nearly achieving the legendary feat of a Foundation establishment cultivator slaying a core formation expert. Perhaps I can't defeat him now, but in a few days, who knows? Qiannian's eyes gleamed with confidence. Enough. In time, I shall accompany you to Northern Province, Taoist Qiannian said slowly. The Northern Continent's Overlord faction wishes to recruit you as a holy son and will test you. You may consider it. The Northern Continent's Overlord faction? The Northern Spirit Holy Academy? Why would they want me as a holy son? No, I'd rather stay in the Tao sect and remain its Tao child in peace. Qiannian shook his head vehemently. Becoming a holy son would leave him no time for daily dreams. Compared to dreaming, what use was a mere holy son title? The Northern Spirit Holy Academy once produced a saint 10,000 years ago, Taoist Qiannian urged. Though the saint has long passed, their legacy remains. It would be of immense benefit to you. In truth, he wished for his disciple to join the Northern Spirit Holy Academy, with Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. He had nothing left to teach Qiannian, but the Holy Academy did. Yet, judging by the boy's expression, the title of Holy Son meant nothing to him. Forget it, master. You know my aspirations lie elsewhere. The Northern Spirit Sacred Academy is too far from the Tao sect, and I can't be bothered to join the fray. Once I achieve the Golden Core realm, I'll naturally venture out on my own. Qiannian declined outright. Hearing this, Taoist Qiannian sighed deeply. This disciple of his was truly a handful. The position of Sacred Son in the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy, how many coveted it in vain? Even the peerless Zhu Wuqing had failed to attain it, leaving the seat vacant for millennia. Moreover, the influence of the Northern Continent's Overlord faction was no trivial matter. It wasn't merely about power and authority, it represented opportunities and treasures, crucial to Qiannian's future. Yet, Judging by the boy's attitude, he clearly had no interest. Sigh. Fine. Let him do as he pleases. Very well. Focus on your cultivation for now. Taoist Qiannian waved dismissively. Master, this disciple takes his leave. Qiannian withdrew. Watching his disciple's retreating figure, Taoist Qiannian sighed once more. He had thought the boy had matured, but now it seemed he had regressed. What Taoist Qiannian didn't know was that Qiannian cared little for the legacy of a sage. After all, given Su Shuiao's rapid growth, it wouldn't be long before he could rely on her as a sage-level patron. Compared to that, was the sage's inheritance still significant? Here in the Tao sect, no one disturbed his dream cultivation. Who knew if the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy would interrupt his slumber? He had no intention of going. However, Qiannian's eyes suddenly gleamed. Though he didn't consider Zhu Wuqing a true rival, he had to admit the man was a genius, a prodigy among prodigies. To cultivate to such heights in the northern continent, where the method of heavenly foundation establishment was absent, that was no small feat when the time comes. I'll see for myself just how formidable this Zhu Wuqing truly is. Night fell, and Qiannian concluded his day-long cultivation. A faint luminescence emanated from his body. His cultivation had edged closer to the late foundation establishment stage. The combined effects of the Serenity Pearl and the Mystic Spirit Jade pendant were nothing short of miraculous. If he could spend 3 or 4 hours daily by Su Shuiao's side, he wouldn't even need 10 days to break through to late foundation establishment. The dream begins at the hour of the rat. If I linger in the dreamscape for more than an hour, my daily time will exceed 12 hours. Qiannian murmured, a faint smile playing on his lips. This was far swifter than conventional cultivation. Time to enter the dream. I wonder how the princess is faring now. Dismissing stray thoughts, he activated the isolation array in the Tao Sun's hall and drifted into slumber almost instantly. When the graceful figure before him materialized once more, he knew he had returned to Su Shuiao's world. This was their 14th meeting. What is this? In the spirit domain. Within the 800 li of Cloud Dream Marsh, 2 core formation cultivators returning from an expedition suddenly found themselves before an expansive peach blossom grove. Strange. This wasn't here when we came through earlier? The 2 core formation cultivators were utterly astonished, for in their memories, this place should have been a stretch of marshland. Yet now, an endless peach blossom grove had materialized out of thin air? What sorcery was this? Could it be? Suddenly, a thought flashed through their minds. Immediately, expressions of wild joy appeared on both their faces. This might very well be the remains of some ancient existence, which for unknown reasons had now been unveiled. After all, the Yunming Marsh was the site of great battles from antiquity, where many relics and ancient treasures had been left behind. Perhaps even supreme treasures awaited them. Come, let us investigate. The 2 core formation cultivators, brimming with excitement, transformed into streaks of light as they darted deep into the heart of the peach blossom grove. The 5th, since this meeting has yet to occur. This verse describes the scene of their first encounter. The maiden's delicate silhouette concealed during her bath, suddenly intruded upon, stirring chaos in the heart. Without permission, her fragrance was stolen. From then on, longing thoughts lingered in dreams ever after. Chapter 63, The Tripartite Balance, a Marriage Alliance? The Princess? When Qiannian arrived, Su Shuiao seemed lost in thought once more, sitting motionless before the table. Could she have encountered assassins again? His gaze instinctively flickered toward the window. The enormous palm imprint had long been erased, replaced by a newly planted peach grove stretching for miles. Though the saplings had yet to flourish as before, their blossoms blazed with an even more vivid hue. Assassination seemed unlikely. Princess? Qiannian called again, cautiously stepping closer. Su Shuiao stirred at his voice, lifting her gaze to meet his. In her eyes flickered a trace of bewilderment, one he had never seen before. Princess, what troubles you? He inquired gently. Just look at the map, she murmured, as though countless words tangled on her tongue, leaving her unable to voice them. Qiannian turned his attention to the map adorning the wall. The once multicolored territories had dwindled to just 3. A true tripartite standoff, precisely as he had foreseen. The continent now teetered at its most delicate juncture. From prior observations, the strengths of Great Chu, Great Su, and Great Song were nearly matched. If Great Chu's might stood at 100, Great Su would measure 80, and Great Song 70. This was only because Sima Qiao, the northwest king of Great Su, had defected to Great Chu. Otherwise, Great Su's covert expansion would have already closed the gap. Under such circumstances, Great Chu lacked the power to confront both Great Su and Great Song simultaneously. Thus, if the latter 2 allied, stability would endure for years to come. Then, with time, whether through upheaval or Su Xiao's ascension to sainthood, the balance would shatter irreversibly. By this logic, barring unforeseen disruptions, Great Su was destined to emerge as the ultimate hegemon. Yet, observing Su Xiao's troubled expression, it seemed something unexpected had arisen. His eyes traced the map as realization dawned. Alliance, the princess, the emperor. Union, marriage. Suddenly, understanding struck like lightning. I see, he breathed, the pieces falling into place. A marriage alliance between Great Su and Great Song. Princess, has Great Song demanded a marital union as a condition for their alliance against Great Chu? Mo Qiannian's eyes sharpened with insight as he pressed for confirmation. Indeed, a marriage alliance, Su Xiao admitted with a faint nod. My father has dispatched envoys repeatedly, conceding to many of Great Song's demands, even the unreasonable ones. But their final stipulation was clear. Only through a royal marriage would they join forces with Great Su against Great Chu. Her voice was soft, her brow shadowed with melancholy. The strain of this matter had visibly worn upon her, leaving her thinner, her spirit wearied. What are the terms of this alliance? Mo Qiannian pressed. Only the direct royal lineage is eligible, meaning within our Great Su Empire, only my elder brother and I can engage in marital alliances. As the future ruler of Great Su, it is naturally impossible for my brother to travel to Great Song for such a union. Therefore, the sole representative who can undertake this diplomatic marriage is me. Su Xiao sighed softly, her voice tinged with melancholy. No, the princess must not marry into Great Song. Upon hearing this, Mo Qiannian responded without hesitation, his tone resolute and unyielding. How could he bear to watch Su Xiao wed another? Absolutely not. Su Xiao turned her gaze toward him, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions, gratitude, sorrow, and perhaps something deeper. I know my father is under immense pressure. The ministers all wish for me to marry, to stabilize relations between our nations and unite against Great Chu. But I refuse. If forced into this marriage, I would rather die. Her voice trembled with defiance. Yet she seemed fragile, as if the slightest breeze might shatter her, evoking an instinct to protect her. Princess. Mo Qiannian stepped forward, enfolding her in his arms. With so many misunderstanding you must have endured so much hardship, he murmured tenderly, stroking her silken hair. I manage, she whispered, nestling against him as tears traced her cheeks. But seeing my father bear such burdens, his wounds still unhealed, it pains me deeply. Had it not been for Mo Qiannian's unwavering presence over the years, she might have already succumbed to despair, despite her royal status. Despite the weight of the empire's fate resting upon her shoulders. Rest assured, I am here, Mo Qiannian reassured her, his voice steady and his gaze resolute. I trust you. I have always trusted you. Su Xiao exhaled softly, drawing solace from his embrace. After a long silence, she lifted her head, her eyes searching his. Tell me, what should I do? Mo Qiannian pondered briefly before answering firmly. If the terms of the marriage cannot be altered, such as substituting a noblewoman or a princess of the imperial clan, then it must be refused. But wouldn't that provoke war? She fretted, her brow furrowing. No, in truth, Great Song understands the necessity of our alliance, especially with the specter of fallen kingdoms before us. Their demands are merely a ploy to seize the upper hand. A joint military force cannot tolerate divided leadership. They exploit our perceived hesitation to dominate negotiations. The more we yield, the more we lose. Only by standing firm can we secure favorable terms. Moreover, as long as Great Su and Great Song remain unbroken, Great Chu dares not act recklessly. Any aggression would only hasten our alliance, to their detriment. Thus, Great Chu will strive to sabotage our unity, even inciting conflict between us. I suspect Great Song's emperor is already surrounded by Great Chu's spies. His words were measured, his analysis piercing through the political machinations with quiet authority. What should we do then? Hearing Mo Qiannian's words, Su Xiao's initially restless heart gradually calmed, and a look of bewilderment appeared on her face. This matter is not difficult to resolve. Mo Qiannian spoke with a faint smile, as if he had already devised a solution. First, we must analyze the possible futures. There will be 3 potential outcomes for the Great Su situation. 3 possibilities? Su Xiao was stunned. Despite having studied countless military strategies, she felt utterly helpless in the face of the current predicament. Would your highness prefer to hear the best-case scenario or the worst-case scenario first? Mo Qiannian chuckled softly, fully understanding his princess's state of mind. Without further delay, he posed the question directly. Let me hear the best outcome first. Su Shuiyao paused briefly before replying. Though intelligent, she found herself at a loss in this situation. Perhaps hearing some good news would soothe her troubled heart. Chapter 64. The princess's second kiss. The most ideal outcome would naturally be an alliance between Desu and Dasong to conquer Dachu, followed by a struggle for supremacy between the two, ultimately leading Desu to become the supreme ruler of the realm. Qiannian spoke, while Su Shuiyao shook her head. This outcome is far too perfect, so perfect it borders on fantasy. The very first step of forming an alliance is already fraught with obstacles, making success nearly impossible. Qiannian nodded. Therefore, what Desu must do is reject the marriage proposal and send the envoys back. Dasong will grow restless first. They will dispatch their own envoys to Desu for negotiations. Among the three kingdoms, Dasong is the weakest. They are the ones most desperate for an alliance with Desu. When that time comes, the advantage in negotiations will belong to Desu. You mean? Su Shuiyao's eyes suddenly brightened with understanding. She had been trapped in a mental dead end, fixated solely on how to forge an alliance, which was why she hadn't considered this approach. Now, hearing Qiannian's words, everything became clear. This was a contest of who would lose patience first. Desu sending envoys to Dasong had been too hasty. It made the Dasong emperor believe Desu was the desperate one, hence the outrageous demands. But if negotiations were simply abandoned and the envoys recalled, Dasong would panic instead. What about the second scenario? Su Shuiyao pondered before asking further. The second scenario still involves an alliance between Desu and Dasong. However, the difference lies in the fact that just before Dachu's downfall, before your alliance dissolves, Dasong will launch a surprise attack to seize dominance. A surprise attack? Su Shuiyao was stunned. After a moment, her face paled slightly. Yes, being ambushed by an ally, without any preparation, the losses would be unimaginable. Be absolutely vigilant against betrayal from allies. I have witnessed a mighty martial saint, revered across the realm, meet his tragic end due to an ally's treachery, Qiannian warned gravely. Understood, Su Shuiyao replied solemnly. And the worst outcome? She pressed. The final and most dire possibility is that Dasong not only refuses to ally with Desu but instead joins forces with Dachu to attack Desu. Qiannian spoke. And Su Shuiyao held her breath. The mere thought of such a disastrous outcome was terrifying. If this were to happen, what should we do? Su Shuiyao pressed urgently. In the worst-case scenario, barring any unforeseen miracles, Desu would appear to have no path to survival, Qiannian stated. No path to survival, Su Shuiyao murmured. Her gaze distant. Yes, besieged by two nations, overwhelmed by sheer force. No matter how brilliant the military strategy, it would only prolong the inevitable. But, is there truly no way out of this situation? She persisted, unwilling to accept defeat. The key to this last resort lies with you, princess, Qiannian said, his deep eyes fixed upon Su Shuiyao. Su Shuiyao froze, staring blankly at him, utterly baffled by his meaning. Desu may fall, cities may be lost. Even the kingdom itself may perish, but you, princess, must remain unharmed. Qiannian gazed solemnly at Su Shuiyao and declared with gravity, as long as you live, there is always hope for a turnaround. Why? Su Shuiyao looked up at him in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by his intentions. Because, princess, you are the greatest hidden asset of Desu, Qiannian replied, a gentle smile playing at the corners of his lips as his eyes softened with warmth. Princess, what is your current cultivation level? He suddenly inquired. Su Shuiyao blinked her eyes. Late-stage Tongxian. Late-stage Tongxian, equivalent to late-stage nascent soul. Qiannian mused. It seems Su Shuiyao had not just recently broken through to the nascent soul stage. She might have achieved it even earlier. But then again, a Grandmaster Artificer required a soul strength comparable to that of a divine transformation cultivator. To possess such a soul, one must at least be at the nascent soul stage. Princess, if you were to dedicate yourself fully to cultivation, how long would it take for you to reach the transcendent realm? Qiannian pressed further. At most 3 to 4 years, at least 1 to 2, Su Shuiyao answered without hesitation. For her, ascending to the transcendent realm held no difficulty whatsoever. And your true combat prowess? He continued. Within the Tongxian realm, I am invincible. Even ordinary transcendent cultivators cannot harm me, unless they are at the late-stage transcendent realm or beyond. Su Shuiyao replied, withholding nothing from him, for she trusted him unconditionally. Yet, she still did not understand. What did these questions have to do with the worst-case scenario? Then, in the world today, who is the strongest, and what is their cultivation level? Qiannian pressed on. Su Shuiyao pondered for a moment before answering slowly. It should be the Emperor of Great Chu, a Saint Realm powerhouse. How many Saint Realm experts exist in the continent? Currently, there should only be 3, each residing in one of the 3 great empires. However, the strongest among them is still the Emperor of Great Chu, who has already reached mid-stage Saint Realm. Princess, how many years would it take for you to reach the Saint Realm? Su Shuiyao frowned slightly, deep in thought. The Saint Realm is unlike the others. I cannot say for certain, perhaps as short as 10 years, or as long as 20, 30? Qiannian nodded. If the worst truly comes to pass, Princess, you will be Desu's final hope. Do not forget, this is a world where strength reigns supreme. The reason nations rely on collective power is because their peak cultivators are relatively evenly matched. But if, one day, you were to ascend to the Saint Realm, with your strength, you alone could suppress an entire empire. His voice was firm and resolute, brimming with confidence. These words struck Su Shuiyao like a bolt of clarity. She suddenly realized she had been blind to this possibility all along. Yet, could the Desu Empire endure long enough for her to reach the Saint Realm? Regardless of what the future held, Qiannian had already calculated every possible outcome. Should the worst come to pass, she would not be caught unprepared. Without you, I truly wouldn't know what to do, Su Shuiyao murmured, her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude and immense relief. What would have become of her without Qiannian? Thank you, she said sincerely. Didn't we agree not to say thank you between us? Qiannian chuckled softly, his gaze brimming with tenderness. Not saying it makes me feel like I owe you too much. At least saying it eases my heart a little. Su Shuiyao stuck out her tongue playfully, mischief dancing in her eyes. You've helped me so much. What do you want? Su Shuiyao tilted her head and asked. Qiannian smiled faintly. There's nothing I lack right now. But if I had to name something, perhaps only a kiss from the princess? Do you remember your first kiss? It was when we first met. Qiannian teased, merely joking to lighten the tension that had weighed on Su Shuiyao these past days. Yet at his words, Su Shuiyao's delicate face flushed instantly, as if recalling that very moment. All right, could you close your eyes? Su Shuiyao murmured shyly, her head bowed, pearly teeth lightly biting her lower lip, her small hands nervously clutching the hem of her dress, as though summoning every ounce of courage she possessed. Qiannian was taken aback, studying her bashful demeanor. Had the princess truly agreed? He stared at her in stunned silence, making Su Shuiyao even more flustered, her cheeks burning crimson, as enticing as a ripened apple. Just on the cheek. With that, she rose on her tiptoes and brushed her lips lightly against his face, fleeting as a dragonfly skimming water. Then, in a flash, she fled, leaving behind only the lingering trace of her enchanting silhouette. Part 6. The princess, her fair visage shadowed with sorrow, bound by duty, finds no rest in the still of night. Uncertain of the path that lies before her, her heart heavy, she sighs for the years lost to plight. Chapter 65. The Princess's Diary. Qiannian watched Su Shuiyao's retreating figure, his heartbeat gradually accelerating as he sensed the depth of her feelings for him. His fingers brushed the spot on his cheek where she had kissed him, leaving him momentarily dazed, though it had been but the faintest touch, and only upon his cheek. It filled him with an unexpected thrill. Had he obeyed her command and closed his eyes just then, would she have? He shook his head, dispelling the thought. As he stepped out to follow the princess, his footsteps halted beside her vanity. His gaze was drawn to an open notebook resting upon it. The notebook appeared significant, adorned with protective runes and sealed with formidable restrictions. The level of these enchantments was so advanced that, given Qiannian's current strength, he could neither open it nor even dare to touch it. Yet now, it lay exposed. Perhaps its owner had been in the midst of writing and had not yet closed it. July 7th. Clear skies. The first thing Qiannian noticed was the delicate, graceful script. This morning marked the 8th Court Assembly concerning the Royal Marriage Alliance. Attendance was mandatory for all, including me, for I am the central figure of these discussions. The opening lines, though brief, carried an unmistakable air of resignation. Once again, my elder brother proposed that he take my place in the marriage alliance with Great Song. According to their terms, the chosen representative must reside in Great Song for at least 3 years. Yet, as before, the ministers vehemently opposed the idea. The crown prince is the sole male heir of Great Su. His safety is tied to the empire's future. None would permit him to undertake such a risk, nor would they ever agree. Reading this, Qiannian felt a pang of empathy for the princess's plight. What torment, what suffocation she must endure in her position. Prior to this, I researched my intended match, Great Song's crown prince Xiao Chifeng. His character is reprehensible, a lecherous tyrant who abducts common women in broad daylight, indulging in debauchery without restraint. This is why father has delayed the matter repeatedly. He adored my mother, remaining devoted to her alone throughout his life, taking no other consort. He cannot bear to see me wed to such a man. After mother's passing, he transferred all his love to me, forbidding me from leaving the palace grounds, for it was beyond them that she was assassinated. Here, Qiannian began to understand why Su Shuiyao had remained confined within the palace walls. Everyone knows that the crown prince and princess of Great Su are the emperor's most treasured. Capturing either would force him to cede territories and pay reparations. In this world, the art of war is scarce, but assassinations lurk at every turn. After all, in a realm where individual martial prowess reigns supreme, murder is all too effortless. Qiannian read on. I can sense father's anguish. The pressure from the noble families and ministers is overwhelming. How I wish I could simply say, let me go. My sacrifice alone could secure the well-being of millions. And has it not always been thus? Throughout history, princesses have been bound to the fate of their nations, whether through marriage to noble houses or foreign powers. Had I not met him, had I not been granted the annual opportunity to see him, perhaps I would now be riding in a wedding carriage bound for the great Song dynasty. And certainly, without his aid, perhaps the great Su would have perished many years ago. I once asked him if the annual meeting of the Cowherd and the Weaver Girl was too infrequent. He replied that a single day in heaven equals a year on earth. To mortal eyes gazing upward, they meet but once a year, yet in the celestial realm, they reunite daily. Today marks his arrival once more. How should I face him? The words ended abruptly here, the rest yet unwritten. Qiannian glanced at the thickness of the notebook's earlier pages. This diary must have spanned many years of the princess's life. He longed to peruse the earlier entries, yet restrained himself. Without permission, he dared not pry into her secrets. Merely reading this page was already an intrusion. Still, his heart grew heavy at the thought of her enduring such days, not merely once or twice, but year after year. With a soft sigh, Qiannian left the princess's chamber and wandered into the rear garden in search of her. He knew she would not be far. Sure enough, amid the peach grove, he spotted her graceful silhouette, tending to the trees. Crouching slightly, her slender fingers brushed the verdant leaves as cool spring water trickled onto the soil, glistening like scattered jewels. The faint lavender gauze draped over her only accentuated her ethereal beauty, enough to topple cities and kingdoms, as radiant as a celestial maiden. Qiannian lingered silently behind a tree, admiring her silhouette. A sudden thought struck him. Had this world been free of war and chaos, perhaps she would have lived as a truly happy princess. Do you have a fondness for peach trees, your highness? He ventured. Su Xiao did not turn, though he caught the faintest blush upon her delicate profile. It seemed the princess was even more bashful than he had imagined. Do you like peach blossoms? She asked abruptly. Indeed, when they bloom across the land, heralding spring's warmth. The sight is nothing short of enchanting. He smiled, his mind painting the idyllic scene, a vision of utmost serenity. I do as well. That is why I cultivated these trees to blossom year-round, each one nurtured with care. Yet they were all destroyed last time. Her voice carried a trace of sorrow. Given their current growth, by next year, this grove will be restored to its former glory. There is no need for concern, your highness. Qiannian offered a comforting smile. Su Shuiyao nodded and resumed her meticulous watering. Allow me to assist you, princess. With that, he stepped forward, mimicking her motions, drawing clear spring water and tenderly nourishing each sapling. She did not refuse, permitting his aid in silence. As Qiannian carefully tended to one particular tree, he then witnessed the most astonishing sight of all. The peach blossoms on this tree seemed almost alive, gently drifting down to dance around him. That night, I narrowly escaped assassination. It was these very blossoms that warned me. They favor those who cherish them. Su Shuiyao smiled softly. How extraordinary! Qiannian marveled, extending his hand toward the tree. Immediately, the blossoms swirled and twined around his wrist. No wonder the princess's peach blossom dance was once accompanied by such a floral symphony. In this moment, the blossoms appeared so vividly animate that it took his breath away. Unbeknownst to them, they had watered the entire grove as the setting sun draped them and the peach trees in its golden embrace, painting the scene with ethereal twilight hues. Gazing upon this tranquil tableau, Qiannian felt a fleeting illusion, as if time itself had paused to savor this perfect serenity. Chapter 66. Lingering beyond a day, happy Qixi festival. Beneath the peach blossom tree, the two sat in tranquil silence, gazing at the fading hues of dusk. The tree hasn't grown tall enough yet, Or else we could have sat upon its branches, Su Shuiyao murmured, a touch of regret in her voice. I find this quite lovely as well, Qiannian replied with a gentle smile. In moments like these, we can sit quietly beneath the tree, listening to the whisper of the evening breeze, feeling its intoxicating caress, breathing in the delicate fragrance of peach blossoms. Such an experience is truly exquisite. Su Shuiyao paused, then softly laughed. Never before had she known such serenity, perhaps because she was no longer alone. Loneliness had momentarily retreated, leaving happiness to bloom within her heart. At that moment, her smile seemed to catch the radiant colors of the twilight, dazzling and mesmerizing. The very air around them grew hushed, as if the world itself had stilled. Neither spoke as they remained beneath the blossoms, savoring the fleeting tranquility. Night descended, and the crescent moon rose slowly, casting its silver glow upon the earth, draping the darkened world in a thin veil of frost-like light. Su Shuiyao and Qiannian lifted their gazes in unison, beholding the star-studded sky, each twinkling light seeming close enough to touch. The moon's radiance spilled over them, weaving an almost dreamlike atmosphere. By the way, Su Shuiyao turned to Qiannian suddenly. That story you told me last time, does it have an ending? There is no ending. Qiannian shook his head lightly. Because that story has yet to conclude. Can two stars so far apart in the sky truly meet? She whispered, her eyes fixed on the heavens. Whether they meet or not, there is always a sliver of hope. Qiannian chuckled softly. Such is fate, preordained, inescapable. Fate. Su Shuiyao nodded faintly, her lashes trembling as her lips curved into a delicate smile. A single day in the heavens is a year on earth. How cruel that must be for the Cowherd and the Weaver Girl, she murmured. Qiannian studied the woman beside him. Though she spoke of mythical figures, was she not also speaking of herself? A year for a single meeting, and that meeting lasting but a few fleeting hours. Words felt hollow in that moment, so instead, he took Su Shuiyao's hand, clasping it tightly in his own, letting the gesture convey what language could not. If those in the heavens are forbidden to descend to the mortal realm, she turned to him suddenly, her voice soft. Then tell me, if a mortal cultivates immortality, can they remain in the heavens forever? Qiannian hesitated. Immortality. In fairy tales, perhaps. But did immortals truly exist in reality? Yet, seeing the hope in Su Shuiyao's eyes, the words on his tongue shifted. Of course they can. Her smile returned, radiant, with a quiet breath. She leaned against his shoulder and closed her eyes. Thank you, Qiannian, she whispered against his ear. Once again, she uttered her gratitude. Yet this time Qiannian refrained from his customary response that such formalities were unnecessary between them. He could perceive the profound exhaustion weighing upon Su Shuiyao these past days. The burdens she bore were simply too immense. Let her rest undisturbed, he thought. I wish to sleep. It has been so very long since I last knew true slumber, Su Shuiyao murmured, her eyes closed, a serene smile gracing her lips. If you depart, I shall find no repose. Qiannian gently stroked her silken tresses, his gaze alight with tender devotion and quiet sorrow. In this world, most cultivators forsake sleep entirely upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. Even if they do succumb to rest, their awareness remains ever vigilant against external threats, never descending into deep, untroubled sleep. There exists but one circumstance under which true sleep may be claimed, when in the presence of one deemed utterly safe, wholly trusted. Lowering his head, Qiannian observed Su Shuiyao nestled peacefully in his embrace, and a warmth surged through his heart. So this, then, was the sensation known as solace? He could sense her complete absence of guard against him. Were malice truly in his heart, a mere dagger capable of piercing her skin would suffice. Such unconditional trust was vanishingly rare within the cultivation world. Even between lifelong Tao companions spanning decades or centuries, such vulnerability was nigh unthinkable. In truth, her defenses had likely been lowered long before now. Why else would she remain unaware of his approach on several occasions? Given her formidable strength, a mere foundation establishment cultivator should have been detected from afar. Because she trusted him, respected him. Thus, her spiritual senses instinctively dismissed him as no threat, rather than scrutinizing him with wary suspicion. How he longed for this moment to linger. Her sleeping visage remained tranquil and graceful, though faint traces of weariness lingered between her brows. Yet the corners of her lips curled with quiet contentment. The night deepened, and still Su Shuiyao slumbered on. As the hour approached midnight, Qiannian found himself torn, unwilling to rouse her, yet equally loath to leave her exposed to the night's chill. With utmost care, He gathered her into his arms and carried her to the princess's chambers, settling her upon the bed and drawing the covers close. His fingers lingered in her soft hair, his eyes overflowing with tenderness. Yet the instant his hand withdrew from hers, she suddenly reached for him anew. "Don't leave me, please." Her whisper was barely audible, her eyes still shut as if ensnared in some haunting dream. Her delicate fingers clutched at his sleeve with desperate strength, as though fearing his departure might fracture her very soul. Tears glistened at her lashes. Her pulse raced with palpable dread. What phantoms tormented her dreams? "My princess, how could I ever bear to be parted from you?" Qiannian's voice was a soothing balm. At these words, her breathing gradually steadied, her form relaxing once more into peaceful repose. The night wore on until, at some indeterminate hour, Qiannian glanced upward to discern the first faint glow of dawn beyond the window. A moment of stunned silence overtook him, followed by an upwelling of rapturous joy. For this signifies that his stay has surpassed the boundary of a single day. Though the reason remains unclear, one certainty prevails. If he can exceed one day, might there be hope for an even longer sojourn? 2 days? 3? Perhaps a month? A year? Lost in these musings, Qiannian gazed upon Su Xiao's exquisite sleeping countenance, his eyes brimming with elation. A few extra hours may seem trivial, yet they herald the promise of tomorrow. Oh, how wondrous it would be to linger here eternally. Never before had he felt such an ardent yearning. He would gladly forsake cultivation for a lifetime rather than part from her side for even a moment. Just then, Qiannian noticed the faint flutter of Su Xiao's eyelids, a telltale sign of her imminent awakening. He could scarcely contain his eagerness to share this joyous revelation with her. Verse the 7th. The princess, wearied by cares of state, as peach blossoms drunk on sunset's hue, night's gentle veil with stars ornate, in slumber cradles worries anew. Chapter 67. Only by defeating Yi Kanglin do you qualify to challenge me. With a soft murmur, Su Xiao stirred from her slumber, awakening slowly. It was the most peaceful and restful night she had experienced since beginning her cultivation. Yet, when she opened her eyes, the one she longed to see was nowhere in sight. Still, she could feel the lingering warmth in her palm and sensed the faint traces of his presence by the bedside. Su Xiao lifted her gaze to the morning sun rising beyond the window, lost in thought. Had he only just left? Meanwhile, when Qiannian awoke, he was momentarily disoriented. He had hoped to see Su Xiao awake, to stay by her side a little longer. Yet, just a breath before her eyes fluttered open, he had been pulled back to reality. If only he could have lingered a few moments more. With a quiet sigh, Qiannian couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Every second in the dream world was precious. "Daozi-sama, a group has arrived at the sect, demanding to challenge you by name." A disciple's voice called from outside the door, snapping him out of his reverie. A challenge? Had the prodigies from other domains arrived so soon? Impressive speed. Understood. Qiannian replied calmly before stepping out with steady strides. "Daozi-sama." Every disciple who caught sight of him along the way bowed respectfully. Qiannian acknowledged them with a slight nod. Only after he passed did their expressions shift to one of reverence, gazing at their Daozi as if he were a deity. Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment, the #1 prodigy of the northern continent. So handsome. Some female disciples swooned openly. "I heard Daozi-sama received guidance from an immortal in the heavens. Surely, he must have broken through again." Another clasped her hands together, eyes sparkling with admiration. "Most likely. After all, Daozi-sama is a once-in-an-era genius of our sect." The first agreed with a nod. "The version I heard was that he's the reincarnation of an immortal. How else could he progress so swiftly?" A third chimed in. As Qiannian walked, his expression grew increasingly bemused. Since when had he been guided by an immortal? Since when had he become an immortal's reincarnation? Could the rumors get any more absurd? "Have you seen the sect's latest mission notice?" "You mean the 5-star danger rating one in the Yunmeng Marsh region?" "Yes. Rumor has it over a dozen golden core cultivators have perished there in just 2 days. Terrifying." Qiannian overheard the hushed conversation among a few golden core elders, but paid it little mind as he passed by. A dozen fallen golden cores? That was hardly his concern. Right now, he wasn't even at late-stage foundation establishment, let alone golden core. When he arrived at the main hall, he was met with a gathering of unfamiliar yet youthful faces. Without exception, each radiated formidable power. Beside each young prodigy stood an elder, all at nascent soul realm, clearly serving as their guardians. Within one's own domain, few nascent soul experts would dare to follow, for all know the formidable reputation of supreme sects. and the young masters are even more untouchable. However, when venturing beyond, the protection of powerful guardians becomes essential for one's peerless prodigies. Thus, the Grand Hall suddenly welcomed over a dozen nascent soul cultivators. No wonder even the sect master personally came to greet them. They represented over a dozen supreme factions. When Qiannian stepped inside, all eyes turned toward him. Clad in pristine white robes adorned with golden and silver embroidery, his sleeves intricately embroidered with noble motifs. His strikingly handsome features carried a faint, composed smile. His entire demeanor exuded grace and refinement, like that of a noble gentleman. Such a man, no matter where he stood, was destined to be the center of attention. Disciple Qiannian pays his respects to the sect master and esteemed seniors. Under the collective gaze of the assembly, Qiannian remained utterly composed as he bowed toward the sect master seated at the head of the hall. His tone was steady, devoid of even a trace of timidity. Is this the legendary Heaven's Foundation, Qiannian? His destiny is truly exalted. Purple chi gathers at his brow, a sign of extraordinary fortune. Indeed, though still young, he already possesses the bearing of a future overlord. Given time, this humble spirit realm may yet produce a saint. Whispers of admiration filled the air, all praising Qiannian to the heavens. After all, as the first Heaven's Foundation cultivator in the northern continent in 1,000 years, his distinction was undeniable. Sect Master Lin Tianya of the Tao sect listened to the high praise from the visiting elders of great factions, his laughter brimming with delight. Esteemed friends, you flatter us too much. Today, you've come because your young masters wish to challenge our own, correct? After his laughter subsided, Lin Tianya inquired. Precisely. An elder replied with a cupped fist. At his side, a young man stepped forward. Lin Feng, late-stage foundation establishment, Earthgrade Foundation with a 10,000 zhang spirit sea. I seek your guidance. As he spoke, Lin Feng spread his arms, and immediately his spirit sea surged, stirring fierce winds. Huang Puyun, late-stage foundation establishment, Earthgrade Foundation with a 13,000 zhang spirit sea. I seek your guidance. Another youth strode forth, eliciting another wave of astonished murmurs from the crowd. So many Earthgrade Foundations. One after another, over a dozen young prodigies stepped forward, each one an Earthgrade Foundation cultivator. Among them were even a few supreme talents from the northern continent's prodigy ranking, their spirit seas exceeding 30,000 zhang. And me. Before the challenges could conclude, yet another nascent soul elder arrived with a young disciple in tow, adding yet another challenger to the fray. Qiannian's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not fear these challenges, but he had no desire for an endless succession of them. With so many challengers, and more still on their way, when would he ever find time to rest? Esteemed guests, if I may speak. After a moment of contemplation, Qiannian's voice rang out calmly. Instantly, silence fell over the hall. Even sect master Lin Tianya watched with keen interest, eager to hear what he would say. You are all the finest talents of the northern continent, the future pillars of our land. That you challenge me to temper your own paths is only natural. However, Qiannian paused for a moment, a subtle arc curving at the corner of his lips. I, Qiannian, am not your sparring instructor. If you wish to challenge me, very well, defeat Qiannian first, and I shall accept your challenge. Of course, you may refuse, but if you cannot even overcome Qiannian, what right do you have to face me? His words instantly stirred an uproar among the gathered crowd. Arrogant, perhaps, yet he possessed the stature to speak so. Qiannian, ranked 10th, now 11th on the northern continent's heavenly pride list, a late-stage Earthgrade Foundation establishment cultivator with a spiritual foundation exceeding 50,000 zhang. His strength was undeniably formidable. But if one could not even defeat an Earthgrade Foundation establishment cultivator like Qiannian, what claim did they have to challenge a Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment genius? Fine, I shall challenge Qiannian at once, declared one proud prodigy, rising to his feet. His guardian swiftly took leave, vanishing into the sky like a streak of light. Once I defeat Qiannian, I shall return to challenge you. One by one, the prodigies departed, and soon, the grand hall grew far quieter. Chapter 68, The 15th Dream. Su Shuiao's path of emotion brilliant. This move of yours not only shifts the conflict onto the demon sect, but also infuriates Qiannian to no end. Lin Tianya laughed heartily, gazing at Qiannian with admiration. The most frustrating part is that even if Qiannian defeats these prodigies, he wouldn't dare to strike them down. After all, Earthgrade prodigies are precious treasures. If even one perishes, the super sects would go berserk, let alone a dozen. Would Yi Kanglan dare to kill them? He could only swallow his humiliation and fight. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of being the Tao child. Your wisdom is unparalleled. The other nascent soul elders also praised him in unison. Qiannian shrugged. It was that he didn't want to accept challenges. But he didn't wish to be endlessly entangled in them. If he accepted one person's challenge, would he then have to accept the next? Where would it end? Better to set a threshold from the start. If one couldn't defeat Yi Kanglan, they had no right to challenge him. In the entire northern continent, those capable of defeating Yi Kanglan were few, meaning the challenges he'd have to accept would be drastically reduced. Of course, there was another reason, his urgent need to break through to the late foundation establishment stage. His current cultivation level placed him in the middle among the Tao children of the spirit domain, but across the northern continent, especially among Earth-grade foundation establishment cultivators. He was nearly at the bottom. Advancing to late foundation establishment, or even the great perfection stage, was now an absolute necessity. Returning to the secret chamber of the Tao Child's palace, Missouri, Qiannian immediately began cultivating. He was already very close to late foundation establishment. To think that he had only broken through to mid-foundation establishment 3 days ago. If others learned that he was about to advance to late foundation establishment just 3 days after reaching mid-foundation establishment, they would be utterly shocked. But in Qiannian's world, it hadn't been just 3 days. In his own world, he cultivated. In the dream world, he could still cultivate. Moreover, no matter how long he stayed in the dream world, his cultivation would continue to grow in reality, even while he slept. Coupled with the enhanced profound spirit jade pendant, the serenity pearl, and the tenfold amplification of his physique near Su Shuiyao, his cultivation speed had reached an astonishing level. Especially yesterday, 10 full hours had passed in the dream, and with the 20-fold amplification of cultivation speed, it was equivalent to over 20 days of additional cultivation. Thus, in just 3 short days, he had touched the threshold of late foundation establishment. Perhaps one more journey into the dream world, staying a little longer, and he would fully step into late foundation establishment. He cultivated until nightfall, stabilizing his cultivation at the peak of mid-foundation establishment before finally ceasing his efforts. It was time to enter the dream once more. A flicker of anticipation crossed Qiannian's face. He took a deep breath, returned to his room, activated the defensive formation, and closed his eyes in meditation. Without external disturbances, falling asleep took only 3 minutes. In an instant, he entered the dream world. Opening his eyes and surveying his surroundings, this time, he found himself not in Su Shuiao's room or the peach blossom grove, but in a secret chamber. Not far away, an ethereal fairy sat cross-legged upon a prayer mat, her snow-white robes fluttering with an otherworldly grace, as though she were a celestial maiden untouched by mortal dust. Her eyes were gently closed in deep meditation, emanating an aura of sacred purity and transcendent mystery, like an immortal descended from the 9th heaven. This was the most critical moment of her breakthrough, a time when the slightest disturbance could lead to chi deviation at best, or fatal consequences at worst. Yet Qiannian was clearly not among those whom Su Shuiyao needed to guard against, for his presence posed no threat to her cultivation. Comprehending the Tao's essence, could Her Highness be ascending to the nascent soul stage? Qiannian marveled inwardly, astonished by Su Shuiao's cultivation speed, which surpassed even his expectations. Merely a year ago, she had been at the late-stage Golden Core realm, and now she was attempting the nascent soul breakthrough. The path beyond the Golden Core's pinnacle was no longer a matter of mere accumulation. It demanded forging one's own Tao, grasping the essence of one's enlightenment. Countless Golden Core masters spent lifetimes without ever touching the threshold of their destined path, forever barred from the nascent soul realm. Yet Su Shuiyao, having only recently reached the Golden Core's peak, was already charging toward this ascension. Qiannian sighed silently. Such were the privileges of prodigious talent. Before the Golden Core stage, cultivation relied on resource accumulation, but from nascent soul onward, no amount of treasures could substitute for innate comprehension, vision, and enlightenment. Legends of enlightenment abounded in the cultivation world. An elder who sat 8 centuries by a riverbank until, upon seeing a koi leap the dragon gate at his life's end, he suddenly grasped the Tao and ascended. A genius who sought his path fruitlessly for a century, only to achieve enlightenment the moment he relinquished all attachments. A cultivator who lived as a mortal, wandering the earthly realm until he perceived heaven's truth in the mundane. The nascent soul realm marked the first true contact with the Tao. Upon breakthrough, the great Tao would bless all within 10,000 li. with those closest receiving the greatest boon. After brief contemplation, Qiannian understood Su Shuiyao had deliberately chosen this day for her ascension, ensuring he could receive the heavenly blessings of her breakthrough. Who in this world would allow another to stand beside them during this perilous moment? Only Su Shuiyao would trust him so unconditionally. What path will Her Highness walk? Curiosity flickered through Qiannian as he settled nearby, both cultivating and observing Su Shuiyao's state. Gradually, an increasingly profound and mysterious aura enveloped her, swirling with the rhythms of the Tao. Qiannian reached out, touching these Tao patterns, and through them perceived fragments of her essence. A laughing child by a noble woman's side, a grieving girl comforted by a kneeling man at a gravesite, a lonely princess in palace depths whose isolated world was unexpectedly illuminated by a stranger's arrival. He witnessed the maiden blossom into a breathtaking beauty, her heart brimming with concern for her nation, her smile reserved for those she cherished, and her eyes alight with hopeful anticipation for the future. Scene after scene unfolded before him, each imbued with joy and contentment. Familial love, friendship, patriotic devotion, compassion for the people, delight, romance. Until, in the end, all that remained was a single word: love. One of the 36 supreme paths, the path of love. In an instant, Qiannian understood the nature of Su Shuiyao's enlightenment. This path was exceedingly rare and profound, scarcely attained by any in the world, for it was too pure. Only one nurtured in such an environment as the princess, with a heart so inherently kind, could ever comprehend it. At the same moment, aided by the divine resonance of enlightenment, Qiannian effortlessly ascended to the late stage of foundation establishment, his cultivation soaring to its very peak, just one step away from foundation establishment perfection. Simultaneously, Su Shuiyao opened her eyes, her gaze, radiant with warmth, settling upon Qiannian, as if recalling the very first moment they had met. Verse 8. Within the chamber of enlightenment, the essence of love flows boundless. Love, a beacon guiding the way. Affection, stars illuminating the night. Chapter 69. Su Shuiyao steps beyond the palace gates. You've come. Su Shuiyao rose gracefully, her snow-white robes cascading like celestial silk, as though an immortal maiden had descended from the heavens. Every subtle movement of her brows and lips tugged at Qiannian's heartstrings. Congratulations, Your Highness, for transcending into the extraordinary. From this moment, the vast world lies open before you, free and boundless. Qiannian clasped his hands in reverence. Upon reaching the divine transformation realm, one truly separates from the nascent soul stage. In the northern continent, the presence of a divine transformation sovereign alone defines a supreme power. No amount of nascent soul cultivators could compensate for its absence. Though the cultivation systems of their worlds differed, both divine transformation and transcendence bore equivalent significance. A saying echoed through the ages: to ascend to divinity, one must first embrace mortality. Only by comprehending the myriad trials of mortal existence could one pierce through illusion and achieve enlightenment in a single epiphany. Transcendence, to rise above the mundane, to sever worldly ties, to stand beyond the masses. And the next step? To ascend from transcendence into sainthood. Take my hand. I shall lead you beyond the palace walls. Su Shuiyao extended her slender, jade-like fingers, tracing a flawless arc through the air. Without hesitation, Qiannian clasped her delicate, almost ethereal hand. Whoosh! In the next instant, space twisted beneath their feet. When the world resolved before his eyes, they stood before the grand gates of the imperial palace. The entrance was heavily guarded, with 2 squads composed entirely of nascent soul experts. Their captains, towering figures at the peak of nascent soul, commanded the ranks. The mere gatekeepers alone nearly rivaled a supreme sect lacking a divine transformation sovereign. Qiannian was stunned, but before he could react, Su Shuiyao guided him forward, striding toward the palace exit. The emperor is absent. None shall detect us. But the palace is warded with forbidden arrays. Attempting to tear through the void would trigger lethal formations. Thus, we must walk out, she explained softly. Qiannian nodded. Such impregnable defenses were only natural for a place of such importance. Even supreme sects maintained arrays, though none as formidable as these. Your Highness, with guards stationed here, will they permit our passage? As they approached the heavily patrolled gates, Qiannian voiced his concern. Su Shuiyao paused slightly, turning to him with a serene smile. Just follow me. And so, in broad daylight, the two passed before a dozen vigilant nascent soul guards, yet none seemed to perceive their presence. Even when their gazes swept in their direction, their eyes slid past as though nothing stood there. Hand in hand, Su Shuiao led Qiannian through layer after layer of defenses until, at last, they stepped beyond the palace walls. Turning back, they beheld the towering majesty of the gates, the soaring ramparts, a sight that exuded overwhelming grandeur. I cannot recall the last time I walked beyond these walls, Su Shuiao murmured, her voice tinged with wistfulness and quiet relief. Before attaining transcendence, the world had been fraught with peril. Remaining within the palace had been both her sanctuary and her vigil over the empire's future. Now, she had stepped into the extraordinary realm, one of the supreme paths, and few in the world could assassinate her. She could finally leave the imperial palace and see the world beyond. Princess, seeing the somewhat melancholic expression on the beauty beside him, Qiannian felt a pang of heartache. A golden canary may be beautiful, but to be caged for 30 years. It's all right. I'm out now, aren't I? Su Shuiao smiled, her radiance eclipsing even the most splendid blossoms. Her smile was sweet, like brilliant sunlight, warming the depths of Qiannian's heart. Let's go then. A faint smile graced Qiannian's lips as he gently grasped Su Shuiao's delicate hand. Like a pair of deeply enamored lovers, they strolled leisurely along the street, chatting and admiring the scenery along the way. The streets bustled with people, and with the princess's beauty, she would naturally be the center of attention. Yet, no one glanced their way, not because they were unseen, but because their presence was effortlessly overlooked. Qiannian even noticed people making way for them. After a moment of contemplation, he understood the reason: to transcend the mundane and blend into the mortal world. To outsiders, they appeared as ordinary passers-by, faces so unremarkable that they were forgotten the moment one looked away. Even nascent soul cultivators would fail to see through their guise. This was why tales often circulated of nascent soul experts carelessly bullying mortals, only to stumble upon a disguised divine transformation sovereign, kicking an iron plate they never saw coming. As they walked, Su Shuiao suddenly halted, her gaze fixed ahead. Following her line of sight, Qiannian spotted a small stall selling candied hawthorns not far away. Candied hawthorns for sale. Delicious candied hawthorns. Come and try them, the elderly vendor called out, the sweet aroma of the treats wafting through the air and drawing a crowd of eager customers. Mother, I want some. I want some. A rosy-cheeked little girl tugged at her mother's sleeve, pleading with wide, sparkling eyes. The woman affectionately patted her daughter's head before buying a stick and handing it to her. Here, eat slowly. The little girl happily took a big bite, her eyes crinkling with delight as she murmured, so yummy. I want some too. Nearby, a young woman and a couple playfully tugged at her partner's sleeve, her eyes shining with anticipation. The young man indulged her, buying a stick and handing it over with a smile. Here you go. The girl beamed, planting a sweet kiss on his cheek in gratitude. One after another, customers came and went, yet Su Shuiao remained still, quietly observing. Boss, one candied hawthorn, please. Qiannian stepped forward, reaching into his pocket like any ordinary mortal and producing a few coins. Here you go, enjoy. The old man cheerfully handed over the treat, accepting it with a smile. Qiannian turned to Su Shuiao and offered it gently. Prin Shuiao, would you like to try? Su Shuiao blinked in surprise before a soft laugh escaped her lips. Taking the candied hawthorn, she delicately placed it between her lips. The bittersweet flavor blossomed on the tip of the tongue, instantly sweeping through the chambers of the heart. How does it taste? Qiannian inquired. Sweet with a hint of tartness. Not as delectable as imagined, yet not unpalatable either, Su Shuiao responded earnestly. Qiannian smiled faintly. I was the same. In childhood, I yearned to taste everything yet couldn't, and when adulthood finally granted me the means, I discovered the reality rarely matches anticipation. Thus, it's not these childhood coveted delicacies we truly crave, but rather nostalgia for that era of unadulterated innocence and unrestrained freedom. Having spoken thus, Qiannian clasped Su Shuiao's hand as they continued their leisurely promenade along the boulevard. The caged bird perpetually yearns for the boundless skies beyond its bars. The pond-confined fish instinctively swims toward wider rivers, and grown souls often find themselves shackled half a lifetime by the unattainable desires of their youth. Chapter 70. Accompanying you to gaze upon the vast landscape, the imperial princess, a cultivator at the divine transformation realm, resembled a young maiden stepping into the city for the first time, her eyes alight with wonder at every sight. Candied hawthorns, oil paper umbrellas, kites, clay figurines, cloth dolls, an array of delicate pastries, and vibrant lanterns, each held a newfound fascination. Having just emerged from her gilded cage to breathe the air of freedom, Su Shuiao reveled in unbridled joy, her laughter as radiant as blossoms in spring, her steps light and carefree. Watching the enchanting figure beside him, Qiannian's expression softened imperceptibly. This moment, more precious than any treasure, was one he would cherish eternally. "Come, let me show you the majestic expanse of the great Su Empire," he murmured, reluctantly. After lingering for what seemed an eternity, Su Xueya finally departed the imperial capital. In an instant, they stood atop a towering mountain peak. "Look there." Su Xueya pointed into the distance, where a magnificent city loomed on the horizon. It was a colossal metropolis, its walls soaring hundreds of zhang high, exuding an aura of grandeur and antiquity, as if bearing the weight of countless centuries. Spanning over 1,000 li, it sprawled like a mighty dragon coiled upon the earth. The great Su imperial city, Qiannian gasped, awestruck by its sheer magnificence. "This is the heart of the great Su Empire," Su Shuiyao explained softly. "Every emperor of an empire cultivates the imperial sovereign's method. The mightier the empire, the stronger the sovereign. Should the empire decline, the emperor's power wanes, even to the point of falling from the saint realm. And if the empire perishes, so too does its ruler." Qiannian listened intently, nodding in understanding, though inwardly marveling at such a mystical cultivation art, one that bound an emperor's fate inextricably to his empire. "Does this not mean an imperial sovereign must fight to the bitter end?" he mused. "For while subjects may surrender, the emperor faces certain doom should his empire fall." Moments later, Su Shuiyao whisked him away once more, this time to the banks of an immense, roaring river. "The Su River," she declared, gesturing toward the churning waters, "traverses the entirety of Great Su, nourishing hundreds of cities and sustaining half its populace." Qiannian gazed upon the torrential expanse, its currents surging with unrestrained might, stretching endlessly toward the horizon where sky and water merged. Waves crashed against the rocky shores, their thunderous echoes resonating like the drums of time. "What a sight," he murmured, his eyes alight with admiration. A line of poetry surfaced in his mind. The mighty Yangtze flows ceaselessly east, its waves sweeping away heroes of ages past. Altering but a single word, it became, "The mighty Su River flows ceaselessly east." How many legends had the great Su Empire birthed across its long history? How many peerless heroes had risen, only to vanish like froth upon these relentless tides, lost to the relentless march of time? "Let us proceed," Su Shuiyao said, taking his hand once more. This translocation lasted far longer, suggesting a journey of considerable distance. When they reappeared, Qiannian beheld a sight that stole his breath, a sinuous, million-li-long dragon coiled across the land. This is not a true dragon upon closer inspection. It is a towering wall constructed of brick and stone. That direction marks the territory of Great Chu, while this magnificent wall stretching thousands of miles serves as the lifeblood of our Great Su, safeguarding our people through generations. Spoke Su Shuiyao, her gaze turning solemn. "Perhaps this could be called the Great Wall," murmured Qiannian. "The Great Wall? What a splendid name. I adore it." Su Shuiyao replied with a gentle smile. The two continued their journey along the wall, observing numerous patrolling soldiers along the way. A 1,000-mile wall demands an army of 3 million just to guard this section alone. It is an extraordinarily costly defensive line that drains the nation's resources, Su Shuiyao sighed, her eyes shadowed with deep concern. If the world were unified under enlightened leadership, war would cease, allowing people to live in peace and prosperity, Qiannian remarked softly. Indeed, a continent united under one nation would flourish for ages. Yet the world remains fractured, with rival kingdoms refusing submission, destined for endless turmoil. Your Highness seems intimately familiar with Great Su's affairs? Qiannian suddenly realized. You've never left the palace before, have you? This must be your first time. Though confined within palace walls, I have memorized every inch of Great Su's territory, Su Shuiyao replied with a knowing smile. Qiannian was struck silent. Behind her light-hearted words, he sensed profound longing for freedom. What depth of devotion did this represent? What a pity the north is already blanketed in snow. Had the Northwest King not defected to Great Chu, I could have shown you the Snow's Capes at the northwestern border. Su Shuiyao lamented wistfully. Snow's Capes? Fear not, Your Highness. We shall witness them together someday, Qiannian assured her, clasping her hand firmly. Su Shuiyao nodded, her face radiant with happiness. Yes, I believe we shall. Hand in hand, they strolled along the Great Wall, savoring the breathtaking scenery. As the sun began its descent, Su Shuiyao gazed at the horizon and said mysteriously, Come. I'll take you somewhere special, the finest place to behold the sunset. Where might that be? Qiannian inquired. Just follow me, taking his hand. She transported them through space. First, close your eyes, she teased playfully. As you wish. Moments later, Qiannian felt soft earth beneath his feet. Yu Mei looked now, opening his eyes. He beheld an unforgettable vista. The setting sun's golden rays transforming the vast desert into a shimmering sea of gilded splendor. Every grain of sand refracting the light into dazzling brilliance. Before him stretched an endless expanse of radiant gold, as if they had stepped into a kingdom of treasures. The fading sunlight bathed the celestial maiden beside him in ethereal glow, enhancing her serene elegance and breathtaking beauty. Do you like it? The fairy's sweet smile emerged as she gently inquired. Yes. Qiannian nodded emphatically, a soft smile curving his lips. Then, will you stay and watch the sunset with me today? Su Shuiao murmured, her cheeks flushed with a charming rosy hue. Of course. With that, Qiannian extended his arm, entwining it with hers as they settled together upon the dunes. The sun gradually dipped westward, casting golden rays that scattered fragmented reflections across the sands. How I wish time could stand still, frozen in this very moment. Su Shuiao whispered dreamily, leaning slowly against Qiannian's shoulder, her eyes half-lidded in blissful intoxication. Qiannian tilted his head, gazing tenderly at her, his face adorned with a smile brimming with happiness and contentment. I too wish eternity could be ours, he murmured softly. Su Shuiao smiled sweetly, her lashes fluttering, her eyes alight with hope and longing. As nightfall gradually descended, the sky became studded with glittering stars, composing a new verse in the poetry of the heavens. Verse 9. Hand in hand with my princess atop the peak. 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains unfold before our eyes. May I forever walk beside my beloved, together savoring the boundless beauty of this world. Below are a few lines the author wrote in middle school, when I reign over the world, commanding lands vast as the horizon. I shall grant you a lifetime of splendor, bestowing endless tenderness. I will take you to witness the lone smoke over the desert, and accompany you in admiring the setting sun upon the endless river. Hand in hand, we shall observe the shifting tides of the world, laughing together as we watch the rise and fall of ages. The author has always loved literature, memorizing the Chu Biao in just one self-study session back in 8th grade. Even then, pen and paper were used to secretly draft stories, though too shy to share them. If you find these lines pleasing, a small token of appreciation would be warmly welcomed. Chapter 71, the 7th of July. The Cowherd and the Weaver Girl. The marketplace on the 7th day of July was bustling with an unparalleled liveliness. Along both sides of the street, vendors shouted their wares, their stalls displaying a dazzling array of goods. Performers showcased their talents, adding to the vibrant atmosphere. The crowd surged like a tide, the clamor of voices rising and falling, far surpassing the daytime in its fervor. Countless stalls lined the streets, offering an endless variety of merchandise. The air was filled with the cries of hawkers, the chatter of bargaining, and the laughter of merrymakers. Boss, a bowl of hot beef soup, extra meat, less broth. Boss, a stick of candied hawthorns for my little sister. Miss, how about a warm embroidered skirt? It's both cozy and beautiful. You'll look stunning in it. Sir, try some baked cakes, crispy on the outside, tender inside, and utterly delicious. The calls and shouts intertwined, suffusing the scene with the warmth of mortal life and the rich aroma of earthly existence. How wonderful this is! Su Shuiao's gaze was drawn to the lively spectacle, and a faint smile graced her lips. Watching her expression, Qiannian also felt a flicker of tender amusement. This world of mortals, so different from the scheming and deceit among cultivators, brought him an unexpected sense of peace and serenity. As night deepened, lanterns were lit, illuminating the streets in a riot of colors. The festive glow made the scene even more vibrant, with decorations and flower lanterns hanging everywhere. Shall we go watch an opera? Suddenly, Su Xiao spoke in a mysterious tone, a mischievous glint in her eyes. An opera? Qiannian blinked, puzzled. I heard there's a special performance tonight. Let us go see it, all right? She tugged lightly at his sleeve, her large, lively eyes sparkling with anticipation. Seeing her playful and adorable demeanor, Qiannian couldn't help but chuckle. Shaking his head with amusement, he replied, if the princess wishes to see an opera, then we shall go. Shoo, you may call me princess in the palace, but outside, just use my name. Su Shuiao huffed, her cheeks tinged pink. Very well. Shuiao, Qiannian answered earnestly. At his words, a blissful smile bloomed across her face, her eyes curving like crescent moons, clear, radiant, and utterly enchanting. Let us go with that. She took his hand and led him toward the most renowned opera house in the imperial capital. The opera house, named Tianxiang Pavilion, stood in the most luxurious and bustling district. At this moment, the pavilion was packed with spectators, their murmurs and discussions filling the air. Have you heard? Tonight's performance is supposed to be spectacular. Of course, they invited the most famous troupe in the land. Haha, splendid. I mustn't miss a single moment. Listening to the chatter around them and observing Su Shuiyao's secretive expression, Qiannian felt a flicker of curiosity. What kind of opera could make her so eager? Seeming to sense his confusion, Su Shuiyao pressed her lips together in a mysterious smile. You'll find out soon enough. After a moment, with the sharp sound of the gavel striking the table, the room fell into silence. All eyes turned toward the stage, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. As the curtain was drawn aside, a figure emerged, a mortal maiden living a simple, unadorned life. Though her features were plain, there was an effortless grace in her every smile and frown, a natural beauty that could not be concealed. As the music swelled, she began to dance, her movements elegant and enchanting. But just then, a celestial being descended from the heavens, watching the mortal girl in quiet contemplation. Yet, after only a brief moment, the immortal vanished, leaving the audience bewildered. A red cloth unfurled on stage, bearing the words, "1 year later, the immortal returned once more," only to disappear again as swiftly as before. This cycle repeated, each departure followed by another year's wait, while for the mortal maiden, each absence spanned an agonizing year. As confusion rippled through the crowd, Qiannian froze in recognition. Wasn't this the story of him and Su Shuiyao? He felt her small hand tighten around his, and when he glanced at her, he saw her utterly absorbed in the performance, so he remained silent. The play continued. Finally, on the fourth encounter, the two characters met and exchanged names. Murmurs of curiosity arose from the audience. Why does the immortal call himself the Cowherd? Cowherd and the Weaver Girl? What peculiar names? I still don't understand. Why can he only descend once a year? The years passed within the play, and the two characters grew from acquaintances to confidants, then to lovers. Yet no matter how reluctant the Cowherd was, he could only linger in the mortal realm for a few hours before returning to the heavens, forced to wait another year before their next meeting. Just as the audience's confusion deepened, the perspective shifted. Each night, the celestial Cowherd would descend in dreams to meet the Weaver Girl. It was not that he could only visit once a year, he came every day. But the rules of the immortal realm dictated that each of his visits spanned a mortal year. In an instant, understanding dawned upon the spectators. I rewrote the fairy tale you once told me and shared it with the world, Su Shuiyao whispered softly. Qiannian nodded. If this world were to adopt the tradition of the Qixi festival, it would make for a beautiful story indeed. A day in heaven, a year on earth? What a wondrous rule. Do you think such a celestial realm truly exists? Perhaps. If there are cultivators, then surely there are immortals. The tale unfolded further. The cruel disparity of time, keeping the lovers forever apart despite their devotion. Please, let them be together. These absurd celestial laws, have they no compassion? These so-called immortals, how are they freer than us mortals? At long last, the two protagonists in the play overcame countless tribulations, shattered the shackles of time, and could finally be together in truth. Yet before the celebratory cheers of the crowd had faded, celestial soldiers descended abruptly, seizing them back to the heavens. In the end, the lovers were transformed into the stars Altair and Vega in the night sky. The heavens decreed they could meet but once a year, on a single day when divine magpies would form a bridge across the Milky Way, allowing them to reunite upon its span. This day of their annual meeting became known to the mortal world as the Qixi Festival. The Great Su Empire had no such tradition before, for over 2 decades prior. This day had been celebrated nationwide as the birthday of the empire's most beloved princess. Yet as this theatrical tale spread, it was certain that in years to come, the world would embrace Qixi as a festival of love. The play had drawn to its close, and all were deeply moved by the lover's story. Many enamored couples embraced, vowing eternal devotion, while those separated from their beloveds wept bitterly and shared sorrow. Qiannian gazed at the beauty beside him. Motionless, her eyes remained fixed upon the stage. Yet tears streamed unbidden down her cheeks. For others, this was merely a play, a tale. But for her, it was a memory, vivid and real. Chapter 72. The Jade Lantern and the Peach Blossom Mask. Even after all the patrons had departed from the opera house, Su Shuiyao remained seated, motionless, observing her dazed expression. Qiannian slowly knelt before her, tenderly wiping away the crystalline tears that traced her cheeks. Shuiyao, he murmured softly, do not grieve. I am not grieving, she whispered, her voice barely audible. I was merely pondering, when our tale reaches its end, shall we too become stars in the heavens, forever gazing at one another from afar? That is but a fairy tale, Qiannian replied with quiet conviction. The true ending shall be written by our own hands. Look, each time I return, I linger longer than before. Last time, I remained until dawn. I believe that one day, we shall shatter the chains of time and space. This I vow. At his words, Su Shuiao lifted her gaze, a fragile smile gracing her lips. Just then, lanterns began to ascend into the night sky, one after another, their glow piercing the darkness like scattered stars. Jade lanterns, Su Shuiao breathed, her eyes fixed upon the luminous orbs. Jade lanterns? Qiannian tilted his head curiously. Which Yao is this jade? When I was a child, she explained, stepping onto the opera house balcony, her gaze lost in the sea of lanterns. My father would have me make a wish upon my birthday. Each time, I would release a lantern into the sky. Thus, they came to be called jade lanterns. Deep within the palace walls, they were too distant to see. I had only heard that on this night. The people would release them with their hopes. Now I see, it was true all along. Qiannian stood beside her, their shoulders nearly touching as they watched the lanterns drift heavenward. One floated particularly close, its surface inscribed with delicate characters. May we be together forever. Their eyes met. And without a word, they clasped hands, fingers intertwining. Shall we release one as well? Qiannian suggested. Su Shuiao nodded, and together they descended into the streets. 2 jade lanterns, please, Qiannian requested at a nearby stall. The vendor beamed, presenting them with 2 lanterns. May joy bind your fates, he offered warmly. And may suns grace your halls. Qiannian blinked in surprise. Had the man discerned their identities? Su Shuiao stifled a laugh. To others, we are merely a pair of sweethearts, she murmured, glancing pointedly at their joined hands. Each took a lantern, inscribing upon it a secret wish. Shuiao, Qiannian ventured, what did you write? She shielded the characters with a playful tilt of her head. A wish spoken aloud. She chided, eyes dancing with mischief, loses its magic. Very well, he conceded, unable to suppress a smile at her coy expression. They carried their lanterns to the central square, where countless others had gathered for the moment of release. 3, 2, 1. As the final count reached 1, everyone simultaneously released their sky lanterns. Instantly, thousands of lanterns ascended into the night sky. At the same time, all closed their eyes, clasped their hands in silent prayer, whispering their deepest wishes. May Tsue Hua and I be together forever. May my child return safely from the battlefield. May my hens lay eggs sooner. Once the wishes were made, the 2 opened their eyes, gazing at the myriad lanterns adorning the heavens. Thousands of lanterns danced in unison, resembling a grand celestial spectacle. Ah, how breathtaking. Su Shuiao couldn't help but sigh in awe. Qiannian smiled softly as he watched her, finding her even more enchanting in this moment. Lifting his gaze to the lanterns, each carrying countless hopes, his heart suddenly transcended a profound realm of enlightenment. At that instant, he finally understood why so many sought divinity through worldly experience, because within the boundless mortal realm lay infinite paths, though still at the foundation establishment stage. This epiphany planted the seed for his future ascension. One day, when he reached the peak of nascent soul, breaking through to divinity transformation would become far easier. His path to divinity was now firmly etched in his heart. Shall we go see the lanterns? Su Shuiao suggested moments later, her luminous eyes shimmering with anticipation. Qiannian nodded. Very well. Side by side, they strolled into a bustling lantern market. The streets teemed with life, lined with exquisite lanterns, delicate, translucent, and lifelike. Many passers-by wore masks, blending into the festive anonymity. Let us wear masks too. Though their true visages were already veiled, they embraced the local customs, immersing themselves in the mortal world. Soon, they approached a stall selling intricately crafted masks. What kind would you like, young ones? The silver-haired vendor, kind-faced, greeted them warmly. We'll browse, Su Shuiao replied, examining each mask, rabbits, cats, foxes, even ghastly visages. Then, her gaze settled on a peach blossom mask, painted in soft pink. It bore a vivid bloom encircled by fluttering butterflies. Though mere artistry, it pulsed with vitality, unforgettable at first glance. You've a keen eye, miss. This is my proudest work, the old man beamed. How much? She asked. If the mask finds its destined wearer, no price is needed. If not, no fortune could buy it. He waved dismissively, refusing payment. Oh, elder, which mask do you deem fated for me? Qiannian inquired with burgeoning curiosity. The aged man circled Qiannian several times before halting before a particular mask. This one suits you well. Qiannian's gaze fell upon a plain white mask, devoid of any adornment. No one would willingly choose such a mask. It was far too unremarkable, eclipsed even by the simplest silver design. Elder, why would this blank mask bear any connection to me? Qiannian questioned, perplexed. The old man chuckled softly in response. Fate is an inscrutable thing. When the moment arrives, you shall understand. If you say so, then we shall take these masks. Are you certain no payment is required? Qiannian pressed. None at all. The elder replied with a shake of his head. Then we thank you for your generosity, Qiannian expressed with sincere gratitude. With that, he claimed the unadorned mask, while Su Shuiao took hold of the peach blossom patterned one. Farewell, young ones. You are welcome to return, the elder said, straightening his posture as he bid them farewell. Su Shuiao offered a sweet smile. We shall certainly visit again. Tugging gently at Qiannian's hand, she turned to depart. After walking a mere 10 paces, Qiannian glanced back, only to find the mask stall still present, yet its proprietor had inexplicably transformed into a youthful couple. Verse the 10th, a day in heaven, a year on earth, love between realms knows no rebirth. 10,000 lanterns, endless yearning, the peach blossom mask, its meaning still burning. Chapter 73. Peach Blossom Forest in Yunming Marsh. What are you looking at? Su Shuiao asked, glancing back at the small stall where they had just purchased masks. Nothing. Qiannian replied with a smile, turning away, though his grip on the mask in his hand tightened slightly. Some elders enjoy wandering the mortal world. We were fortunate enough to encounter one, Su Shuiao said with a soft laugh, holding up her own mask. Will you help me put it on? Hearing this, Qiannian nodded and carefully placed the mask over her face, obscuring her breathtaking features, save for a pair of radiant, star-like eyes. Those eyes sparkled like distant constellations, and within their depths, he could see his own reflection. Now it's your turn, Su Shuiao said, taking Qiannian's plain white mask. Rising onto her tiptoes, she fastened it gently over his face. Her fingers were slender and delicate, brushing against his cheek with a faint, intoxicating fragrance that lingered in the air. Hand in hand, they wandered through the bustling market, taking in the lantern-lit festivities, an unspoken warmth blossoming between them. As time passed, the crowds gradually thinned. The hour approached midnight, and the world fell into silence, save for the full moon hanging high in the sky, casting its silver glow upon the earth. Sensing the lateness of the hour, the two paused beneath a tree and sat down together. A night breeze stirred, tousling Su Shuiao's hair and gently tugging at Qiannian's heartstrings. The moon is so beautiful tonight, Su Shuiao murmured, gazing up at the sky with dreamy eyes. I wonder if we'll see such a sight again next year. She added with a wistful sigh. Hearing this, Qiannian frowned slightly. Has the war begun? Yes, it was inevitable. The Great Song and Great Su have formed an alliance. But it's clear neither side truly trusts the other, Su Shuiao replied softly, lifting her face to the crescent moon above. After you leave, I'll be heading to the battlefield as well. No matter what, I can now contribute to Great Su's cause. Shuiao. Qiannian hesitated, words caught in his throat. Before finally whispering, take care of yourself. Don't worry, I'll be fine, Su Shuiao reassured him with a gentle smile, lifting her hand to remove her mask. Before you go, I want you to see me clearly. Qiannian nodded, tucking his own mask into his robes before turning his gaze to her, his eyes filled with tenderness. At that moment, the moon ascended to its zenith, its luminous glow spilling over them, enveloping the pair in its ethereal light. When Qiannian opened his eyes again, he had returned to the real world. He stared at the plain white mask in his hand, running his fingers over its surface before sighing softly and storing it away. Unnoticed by him, however, was the faintest trace of color that had begun to appear at one corner of the mask. The scripture pavilion. Qiannian found himself there once more, searching through records related to the Qixi festival. However, after scouring the entire scripture repository, he found no records whatsoever about the Qixi festival. It was as if such a thing had never existed in this world. Are we not in the same world? Qiannian sighed softly, his mood plummeting instantly. Perhaps the Tao sect's scripture repository simply lacked the records. After all, the world was vast. He comforted himself with this thought. Truly terrifying. Even a nascent soul grand cultivator couldn't break through, and not even his nascent soul managed to escape. This is no mere 5-star mission. It's a forbidden land of death. Even a nascent soul grand cultivator perished. Whose ancient ruins could this be? After so many years, it still retains such formidable power. The murmurs of several golden core stewards nearby caught Qiannian's attention. The fall of a nascent soul grand cultivator was no trivial matter. Since the end of the great war between righteousness and evil a century ago, apart from those who died naturally of old age, the number of nascent soul grand cultivators slain by others could be counted on one hand. The death of such a venerable figure would send shockwaves through the spirit realm. After all, even a supreme sect typically had no more than a dozen nascent soul grand cultivators. As for the weakest sects, like the Great Blade sect, they could barely muster 10. Esteemed seniors, what mission were you discussing just now? Qiannian approached and inquired. Upon seeing him, the stewards immediately bowed respectfully. Though these stewards were centuries old, likely many generations senior to Qiannian, their status and seniority paled in comparison to his. In a supreme sect, the status of a chosen disciple was second only to nascent soul elders. And for one who had achieved earth-grade foundation establishment with the potential to reach divine transformation, their standing was nearly equivalent to that of a nascent soul elder, with his heavenly Tao foundation establishment and being the sole disciple of the Tao monarch. Qiannian's status and seniority were on par with the sect master himself. Replying to the chosen one, we were discussing the peach blossom grove that recently appeared in the Yunming marshlands, suspected to be an ancient ruin. However, that grove is perilous beyond measure. It is said that none who forced their way inside survived, not even a nascent soul grand cultivator. Given the extreme danger, the sect has already withdrawn the mission. But now that word of this ancient ruin has spread, it will likely cause a great uproar. If it truly is the ruins of an ancient sage, and a supreme sect were to obtain the sage's legacy, they would soar to unprecedented heights. The stewards explained one after another. Yunming marshlands, Peach Blossom Grove. Ancient ruins? Qiannian murmured, frowning slightly as he recalled the peach grove Su Xiao had planted. Could there be a connection? With this thought, he returned to the ancient texts he had previously examined. If he couldn't find records of the Qixi festival, perhaps there was something about the Yunming marshlands, which had existed in the spirit realm for ages. Indeed, before long, he uncovered records of the Yunming marshlands. The Yunming marshlands, an 800-mile swamp left behind by the Great War of Antiquity 10,000 years ago, regardless of cultivation level. Any who entered would find their speed and divine sense utterly suppressed. Even a divine transformation expert was no exception. Thus, the vast expanse of Yunming Marsh may appear diminutive. Yet beneath its oppressive aura, even a divine transformation cultivator stepping within would feel but an insignificant speck. Within Yunming Marsh lie numerous ruins, and many rogue cultivators venture into its depths seeking treasures at great peril, all for the sake of cultivation resources. But what connection could there possibly be between Yunming Marsh and the Peach Blossom Grove? As Qiannian continued his perusal of ancient texts, meticulously combing through every recorded tome within the Tao sect's archives, a sudden flash of insight illuminated his mind, revealing a crucial detail he had previously overlooked. It was this: no matter what was recorded, there existed no records predating 10,000 years ago. For instance, the origins of the Tao sect could be traced back 10,000 years, and the founding sage of the Northern Spirit Holy Academy was also a figure from that same era. Yet, not a single institution or power existed from a time more ancient than 10,000 years ago. The ancient texts bore no accounts of history stretching further back into the distant past. There was only one brief yet chilling record: 10,000 years ago, the Great War of Antiquity. Chapter 74. Invincible in Foundation Establishment. The 16th Dream, the Great Ancient War. It sounded like nothing more than a fleeting phrase. Yet when Qiannian pieced together all the clues, he realized the scale of that ancient conflict far surpassed his imagination. What kind of devastation could have erased every single superpower from the continent before the war? Moreover, it seemed all ancient texts deliberately avoided mentioning the cause of the war or the factions involved, as if sealing the truth in silence. If the princess and I existed in the same world, but separated by 10,000 years, Qiannian's thoughts grew turbulent for a moment. He hoped it wasn't so. Perhaps she and I were never from the same world to begin with. Or perhaps she existed 10,000 years later. Shaking his head, Qiannian cast aside these chaotic musings. His current strength was far from sufficient to uncover such secrets. Even if he knew, what could he possibly change? Take the Peach Blossom Grove, for instance. Even a nascent soul grand cultivator had perished there. What use was he, a mere foundation establishment cultivator? Even if his combat power rivaled a core formation expert? Qiannian of the Tao sect, I am libation, ranked 9th on the Northern Continent's Heavenly Pride list. I challenge you to prove my Tao heart. Just as Qiannian was lost in thought, An arrogant voice rang out from the direction of the Tao sect's arena. At the sound, the disciples of the Tao sect erupted in excitement. Libation, 9th on the Northern Continent's Heavenly Pride list. A late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator with a 60,000 Zhang spirit C. His strength surpassed even Yi Kanglin's. This was undoubtedly a renowned prodigy. A figure of great renown across the entire Northern Continent. Already vexed, Qiannian narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing the challenge. Moments later, he arrived at the arena. Now crowded with spectators drawn by Libation's declaration. The Tao Sun has arrived. The #1 prodigy of the Northern Continent is here. As Qiannian approached, the Tao sect disciples cheered enthusiastically, some deliberately emphasizing the title #1 prodigy of the Northern Continent. Hearing this, Libation on the arena platform frowned slightly. The Tao sect disciples' flaunting of this title was clearly meant to overshadow his own 9th place ranking. Qiannian, the Heavenly Pride list ranks by the size of one's spirit C, not by cultivation realm or true combat strength. I wonder, can a mere mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, even with a Heavenly Tao Foundation, truly claim to be the strongest? Do you dare face me in battle? Standing with his hands behind his back, Libation stared at Qiannian, his gaze brimming with provocation. As a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator with a 60,000 Zhang spirit C, what did Qiannian's mid-stage Heavenly Tao Foundation matter? Even if his spirit C spanned 100,000 Zhang. That was only 40,000 more than Libation's at best, a little over half again as strong. But the gap between minor realms was more than double. Thus, Libation was utterly confident. He would be the first to defeat a Heavenly Tao Foundation cultivator. Tao Sun, accept his challenge. Teach him a lesson. Haha. Let him learn the might of our Tao sect. What 9th or 10th rank? All trash. Exactly. Just looking at him irritates me. Crush him. Humiliate him thoroughly. Around the arena, disciples of the Tao sect chimed in with fervor. Had it been before, they wouldn't have dared provoke a supreme genius with a 60,000 Zhang spiritual C. But now, their Tao child was heaven's chosen, foundation built by the Heavenly Tao. What was there to fear? Qiannian remained silent, ascending the platform step by step. Yet the more composed he appeared, the more it seemed like arrogance in the eyes of the crowd. Shall we begin? Qiannian uttered impassively. Humph. Don't blame me for bullying the weak or suppressing you with my cultivation. I'll let you strike first, 3 moves. I'll only defend. Begin. Libation crossed his arms behind his back, exuding haughtiness. You're certain you want me to attack first? Qiannian inquired once more. Of course. The moment Libation's words left his lips, a gale-force wind surged toward him. No, not a gale, but the shockwave from Qiannian's blinding speed. In the next instant, Libation felt a crushing impact against his chest, followed by his body being hurled backward. Qiannian's single punch shattered Libation's protective spiritual energy, sending him flying off the platform. Silence. The entire arena fell into a deathly hush, breaths held in disbelief. Who could have imagined that in the blink of an eye, the tides would turn so drastically? Libation, who moments ago had seemed assured of victory, had been sent sprawling with a single strike. Even the most devout disciples of the Tao sect, who held Qiannian in reverence, had assumed their Tao child would need a fierce battle to prevail. Libation spat blood, his gaze toward Qiannian brimming with shock. How? Is this possible? What kind of speed and power was this? Though ranked 9th. Aside from that monstrous Jew witching at the great perfection of Foundation establishment, none of the top 10 prodigies could easily defeat him. Wasn't Qiannian said to be only at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment? This was no mid-stage. This was unmistakably great perfection. Note, Qiannian was actually at the late-stage peak of Foundation establishment, but his overwhelming strength led to the misconception. Had the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's rankings become so outdated? After a stunned pause, the crowd erupted. The Tao child is invincible. 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 So formidable. The Tao child has only been in Foundation establishment for half a month. Yet he's already this powerful. As expected of a reincarnated immortal, his advancement speed is peerless. The Tao sect disciples roared with exhilaration, their pride swelling at Qiannian's display of absolute dominance over Libation. Hey, do you know Qiannian, the #1 prodigy of the Northern Continent? The first heavens chosen in a millennium? That's our senior brother, the Tao child of our sect. After defeating Libation, Qiannian showed no trace of excitement. With detached indifference, he turned and strode away without a backward glance. At the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, he had already been unrivaled among peers in the spirit realm. Now, It was no exaggeration to declare him the undisputed strongest in foundation establishment across the northern continent. Once he advanced further, reaching great perfection, he would stand peerless within the entire foundation establishment realm. As night fell, Qiannian entered the dreamscape shared with Su Shuiao for the 16th time. The clamor of battle shook heaven and earth, blades and swords clashing as blood stained the earth crimson. Mu! A deafening roar echoed through the air as Qiannian looked up to behold a colossal elephant towering 100 meters tall, its massive form clad in impenetrable azure armor. The beast reared its head and trumpeted towards the heavens, jets of flame erupting from its nostrils as it charged toward him. A nascent soul realm mystical beast. Qiannian's eyes narrowed in concentration, yet before he could react, an arrow whistled through the void from behind him. Thud. The formidable azure armor shattered like glass as the arrow pierced cleanly through the beast's forehead. The gargantuan creature collapsed with earth-shaking finality, a nascent soul realm behemoth slain by a single arrow. Turning, Qiannian beheld a striking figure astride a snow-white steed not far behind him. The silver-armored warrior wore a peach blossom mask, her waist-length tresses tied back to dance in the wind like a battle standard. With bow in hand, she cut the very image of a Valkyrie descended upon the battlefield. Though the mask concealed her peerless beauty, her eyes shone like twin constellations, radiant as blooming peach blossoms. Riding forth, she extended a graceful hand toward Qiannian. Mount up, came her voice, gentle as spring waters yet firm with command, unmistakably the princess he knew so well. With a quiet smile, Qiannian grasped her hand and vaulted onto the steed, his arms encircling her slender waist. Hiya! Her battle cry rang clear as the magnificent horse transformed into lightning incarnate, streaking across the vast battlefield. Chapter 11. The Royal Sapling. Tender blossoms graced palace halls, soft whispers danced tween gilded walls. When war's dark clouds obscured the sky, her arrows rose to guard on high. Chapter 75. The roll of the blank masked the clamor of battle shook the heavens and earth as countless towering beasts, each 100 meters tall, roared endlessly, their numbers stretching beyond the horizon. The stench of blood saturated the air, assaulting the senses and stirring primal instincts. Amidst the chaos, Qiannian witnessed golden core cultivators locked in desperate combat, while nascent soul experts clashed in uncountable multitudes. Even divine transformation sovereigns, those capable of rending the void with a mere gesture, were present, and he counted no fewer than 10 of them. What astonished him most was that the weakest warriors on this battlefield were all at the foundation establishment level. Judging by the scale of the conflict, both sides had deployed armies numbering in the millions of cultivators, each at least at the foundation establishment realm or higher. This was the true expanse of a cultivator's war. Compared to this, the so-called battles between righteous and demonic factions in the spirit realm seemed like child's play. After all, even if every faction in the spirit realm combined their forces, they could never muster such an overwhelming number of elites. Don't let them escape. Before the white steed could gallop far, 3 supreme experts closed in from both flanks, intent on cutting off their path. In a battlefield of this magnitude, divine transformation cultivators, those at the transcendent realm, were closely monitored, their movements restricted by mutual deterrence. And as one of the foremost transcendents, Su Shuiao was a prime target for enemy forces. The 3 transcendents pursuing her were no ordinary foes. Even the mounts they rode were demonic beasts of the transcendent level, true sovereigns among beasts. Hold on to me. Su Shuiao's voice was soft, almost tender. Qiannian hesitated for only a fraction of a second before tightening his arms around her slender waist. Drawing her bow, Su Shuiao knocked 3 arrows at once. With a single release, they transformed into blazing phoenixes mid-flight, streaking toward the 3 monstrous beasts blocking their path. Screech. The phoenixes collided with the beasts in a deafening explosion of fire and fury. Thud, thud, thud. The beasts howled in agony as they crashed to the ground. But their riders, the 3 supreme experts, leapt into the air, undeterred, and continued their assault. Su Shuiao stowed her bow with a flick of her wrist, then scattered a storm of peach blossoms toward the trio. In an instant, the sky was awash with a sea of pink petals. She's grown stronger. The 3 experts exchanged grim glances as they struggled to break through the floral barrier. Their combined might had once been near invincible beneath the Saint Realm, allowing them to suppress Su Shuiao in past battles. But now, they found themselves powerless against her. In just a year, her strength had surged beyond their reach. Whoosh! Unhindered, the white steed accelerated, vanishing beyond the horizon in the blink of an eye. The three pursuers gnashed their teeth in frustration. Chasing her now was futile. Soon, Su Shuiao brought Imo Qiannian to a stretch of the great Su Empire's border wall. Dismounting, Imo Qiannian stood atop the ancient rampart, the breeze caressing his face. His gaze lingered on the distant haze of smoke and fire, while the faint tremors beneath his feet carried the echoes of battle, tightening his chest with unease. Su Shuiao remained astride her steed, gazing at Imo Qiannian with a complex expression, her eyes reflecting a trace of remorse and resignation. "Forgive me," she murmured softly. Her voice tinged with apology. "This time, I cannot accompany you." Imo Qiannian turned his head toward her, his eyes flickering with understanding and tenderness. Su Shuiao continued, her words imbued with a sense of duty and mission befitting her role as the Empire's princess. "Our warriors are engaged in bloody combat ahead. I cannot depart now. So I beg your pardon for being unable to join you this time." In years past, she had always cleared her schedule during this season, solely to await Imo Qiannian's arrival. But this year, the outbreak of war was beyond her control. Drawing a deep breath to steady herself, she gently urged her white stallion to turn away. "Princess," Imo Qiannian suddenly called out, halting her departure. At his voice, Su Shuiao reined in her mount and turned back, her exquisite eyes rippling with emotion as she asked softly, "What is it?" With solemn gravity, Imo Qiannian declared, "Protect yourself well. I shall await your return here." Warmed by his words, she nodded gently. "Yes, I shall." Compelling herself not to look back, for fear that a single glance might shatter her resolve to leave, she urged her white steed forward without hesitation, disappearing in a cloud of dust. When homeland and kingdom face peril, personal sentiments and romantic longings must temporarily be set aside. Long after the white stallion had vanished from sight, Imo Qiannian's gaze remained fixed on the horizon, as if etching the image of her departure indelibly upon his heart. For he feared that by the time he left this dream world, Su Shuiao might not yet have returned. And the more one fears something, the swifter it seems to arrive. Scarcely had Su Shuiao departed when Imo Qiannian felt his form beginning to blur. He was being forcibly ejected from the dream realm. This sensation, more intense than any previous sudden disappearance, suggested a terrible possibility, that his stay was limited whenever he strayed beyond a certain distance from Su Shuiao. No, he couldn't leave. Not before witnessing Su Shuiao's triumphant return from battle. He couldn't bear to make her wait another year. Frantically, he retrieved treasures from his storage ring, hoping to find something that might prolong his stay. His master's talismans, useless. The jade pendant containing a sage's strike, futile. One after another. Normally priceless magical artifacts and scrolls proved utterly ineffective. As his form grew nearly transparent and his consciousness began fading, Imo Qiannian's hand closed upon one final object, and miraculously, his dissolution ceased. Looking down in astonishment, he recognized it instantly, the blank white mask from before. Though countless questions swirled in his mind, there was no time for contemplation. Without hesitation, he placed the mask upon his face. After donning the mask, Imo Qiannian noticed his form gradually solidifying, returning to normalcy. He had successfully remained within the dream world. This realization brought him immense relief. Though the mask's miraculous effects remained a mystery, it had undeniably rendered him invaluable assistance. With a pensive gaze, Imo Qiannian turned his attention toward the battlefield, in the direction where Princess Su Shuiao had departed. "Your Highness, may you return safely and sound," he murmured under his breath, his voice laced with quiet fervor. Chapter 76. My world cannot be without you. The setting sun cast its crimson glow upon the horizon as dusk descended. Imo Qiannian had waited anxiously for hours, until finally, he felt the earth cease its trembling. Had the great battle come to an end? Before long, he saw troops returning, their armor disheveled, their bodies bearing wounds, yet their faces alight with quiet triumph. Imo Qiannian exhaled in relief. It seemed the great Su Empire had emerged victorious. But where was the princess? His gaze swept the surroundings. Yet there was no sign of Su Shuiao. A sudden fear gripped him. Had something happened to her? He shook his head, dismissing the absurd thought. With her current strength, few could harm her. She would be safe. Then, at last, he saw her, a familiar silhouette at the rear of the army, riding a white horse, approaching slowly. As if sensing his presence, the horse paused briefly before trotting toward him. Imo Qiannian smiled and stepped forward to meet her. As they passed the city walls, Su Shuiao reached down, pulling him onto the horse before continuing onward. "Too many people here," she murmured. "Let's go somewhere else." "Of course," he replied softly. They rode for what felt like half an incense stick's time before stopping by a quiet stream. Imo Qiannian's heart clenched at the sight of blood staining her robes. "You're hurt?" he asked, reaching for her arm to examine her wounds. Su Shuiyao shook her head. It's not mine. The blood belongs to our enemies. Relief washed over him. You frightened me. I thought you were injured. A faint smile touched her lips. I know how to protect myself. With that, she stepped into the stream, letting the cool water wash away the traces of battle. I thought you would have left by now, she said suddenly, her voice gentle. I didn't expect you to still be here. Qiannian gestured to the plain white mask on his face. This is the reason. If not for it, I might have departed long ago. It made me stay. She tilted her head slightly. The old man we met before. He must be far more mysterious than we imagined. Emerging from the water, she moved gracefully to his side and settled beside him. Ever since you placed this mask on me that day, she murmured, gazing at him, I haven't taken it off, not once in all this year. Qiannian fell silent. Words caught in his throat as he met her clear, luminous eyes. After a moment, he gathered his courage and whispered, May I remove your mask? I wish to see you properly, he added softly. Su Shuiyao's gaze lowered slightly, her delicate hands resting on her knees subtly tightening their grasp. All right, hearing this. Qiannian's eyes instantly brightened, a radiant smile spreading across his face. Slowly, he raised his right hand, his slender index finger fluttering like a delicate butterfly as it gently traced the edge of the peach blossom mask adorning Su Shuiyao's face. The mask lifted gradually, as though unveiling a mysterious treasure chest, concealing boundless beauty and wonder within. When it finally fell away, Su Shuiyao's exquisitely flawless visage was revealed to Qiannian in its entirety. The phrase a beauty capable of toppling cities and kingdoms seemed utterly inadequate to describe her at this moment. Her features were crafted like masterpieces of art, every curve, every contour was perfection itself, as if nature had sculpted its most flawless creation. Her cherry lips, lush and tempting, her proud, upturned nose, carved like fine jade, those deep, mesmerizing obsidian eyes, as though they held within them an endless galaxy. One glance was enough to ensnare the soul. Such celestial beauty could bewitch the masses and stun the world. Qiannian stood transfixed, his breath growing shallow, his pulse quickening, a faint flush rising to his cheeks. Their gazes locked, both holding their breaths. The air grew still, even the rustling of leaves in the wind fading into silence. Only the frantic pounding of two hearts betrayed the emotions surging between them. After what felt like an eternity, Su Shuiyao's lips curved into a soft smile. Have you looked your fill? Qiannian jolted back to awareness, his ears burning. Princess, witnessing his flustered state, Su Shuiyao let out a light, melodious laugh. From now on, only you may remove this mask. Understood? Her voice was tender, like a spring breeze caressing the skin, unbearably soothing. Only you may remove it. My face is for your eyes alone. Qiannian froze momentarily, a sweet warmth blooming in his chest before he nodded solemnly. Seeing his affirmation, Su Shuiyao's smile deepened, her entire being glowing with a radiance that was impossible to look away from. Qiannian gazed at her, the world around him dissolving into a dazzling brilliance. Never had he imagined a woman could possess such peerless grace. Every tilt of her head, every curve of her lips exuded an intoxicating allure, as though enchanted, drawing one deeper without resistance. Unable to restrain himself, he reached out and pulled her into his embrace. The faint, elegant fragrance that enveloped him sent his heart racing even faster. He clung to this tranquil bliss, wishing time would freeze in this very moment. Sensing the fervor and longing in his touch, Su Shuiyao did not resist. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his waist in return. The yielding softness of her against him sent a tremor through Qiannian's heart. What had begun as a simple embrace now ignited a deeper yearning, to hold her tighter, closer. To never let go. Beneath the silvery moonlight, the world was veiled in a dreamlike mist, as though they stood within a celestial realm. Did you know? At our first encounter, I truly despised you. After a long silence, Su Shuiyao murmured under her breath. In her eyes at that time, Qiannian was nothing but a despicable lecher, a shameless rogue. I know, Qiannian said with a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips, reminiscing about their initial meeting. In the princess's eyes, my first impression couldn't have been worse. But later, I realized you weren't so detestable after all. Su Shuiyao continued. Is that so? Qiannian chuckled softly, his eyes glimmering like stars, radiant and mesmerizing. The misunderstanding could only be resolved because Su Shuiyao had not yet matured at the time. Had she grown into the formidable woman she later became, she would have given him no chance to speak. She would have struck him down the moment he appeared. By our fourth meeting, when I danced the peach blossom dance before you, It meant I had already accepted you, Su Shuiao added after a pause. Mo Qiannian nodded. The princess's peach blossom dance was breathtaking. I wonder when I might have the privilege of witnessing it again. Su Shuiao pressed her lips together in a faint smile but offered no reply. Then came the time you didn't appear by my side. Suddenly, I realized. At some point, you had already taken root in my heart, she continued. Why? Mo Qiannian asked curiously. Because at that moment, my heart was in turmoil. For an entire year afterward, I couldn't focus on my cultivation, wondering if you would never return. Su Shuiao lifted her gaze to meet his and spoke deliberately. From that moment on, I understood, my world cannot be without you. Verse 12. Love stirs without reason, plucking heartstrings unseen. The princess's gentle smile reflects in my gaze serene. In one embrace, warmth lingers, tender and true. Boundless affection sweetens the years as they accrue. Chapter 77. What image do you see in me? My world cannot be without you. This single sentence surpasses sweet nothings, tender confessions, and all the words in this world. Especially at this moment, after uttering these words. Su Shuiao seemed to have exhausted all her strength. A delicate blush graced her peerless face, her shy expression utterly intoxicating. Mo Qiannian's heart trembled violently, his eyes slightly reddened. He sighed softly. How could I possibly deserve such affection from your highness? How fortunate he was to have encountered such a breathtaking princess. How honored he felt to receive the favor and love of this unparalleled celestial beauty. Were it not for the mask concealing his face, he might have already succumbed to the urge to press his lips against that alluring blush on her cheek, savoring the sweetness that would seep into his very bones. Yet, despite the yearning that burned within him, he did not remove the mask. He feared that once it was gone, he would have to leave this place, an outcome he could not bear. Having already experienced the agony of fading once, he could not endure it again. Especially not with Su Shuiao by his side. The time they had together was already fleeting. If he could prolong it, even if only behind the mask, he would be content. At least this way, he could stay with her a little longer, could he not? Before you appeared in my world, Su Shuiao murmured wistfully. I once overheard a conversation between my father and his ministers. At that time, I was filled with uncertainty about the future. A faint melancholy settled upon her exquisite features. Her gaze distant and profound, as if she had returned to that moment when she had first heard those fateful words. Frowning slightly, Mo Qiannian's eyes flickered with curiosity and concern. What did they discuss? Back then, the allied forces of the Six Nations had not yet attacked Desu. But there were already signs of their collusion. The ministers urged my father to consider marrying me off to an empire in exchange for their support. She spoke calmly. Her voice steady, though her sigh carried the weight of resignation. Her eyes lingered on some unseen horizon, lost in recollection. In the annals of history, when 100 kingdoms vied for supremacy, every empire needed to establish its credibility to gain recognition from others. And political marriages were the most effective means to that end. Many princes and princesses have been wedded for alliance, and indeed, such unions have often stabilized relations between nations. So even then, I understood, no matter how much my father loved me, if there truly was no other path, he would have no choice but to send me away in marriage. There is a saying in this world, those born into imperial families have no right to choose their own happiness. Standing in such a position, one can never find true love. I have yet to hear of a political marriage that brought happiness. All were endured for the sake of one's kingdom. Bearing the weight in silence, her voice softened, tinged with an inexpressible sorrow. To sacrifice my own happiness for the salvation of an empire, when I returned to my chambers. I wanted to weep, but no tears came. For this was the fate of an imperial princess. Su Shuiao recounted the past events with a tranquil tone. Yet Mo Qiannian felt as though he could hear the piercing sound of a blade slicing through flesh, a poignant manifestation of helplessness and sorrow when fate slips beyond one's grasp. Later, I met you. In truth, when you arrived, I wasn't cultivating but contemplating my destiny. Su Shuiao turned her gaze toward Mo Qiannian, her eyes reflecting the weight of her thoughts. The war has already begun. No matter how one looks at it, Desu cannot win. And for me, a political marriage has become an unavoidable choice. She lifted her eyes to the night sky, a trace of bitterness flickering within them. Mo Qiannian's heart ached for her. He grasped her hand tightly, as if seeking to impart warmth and solace. The second time we met, the war had already erupted. Back then, it was only an alliance of 3 nations, yet even so, Desu suffered continuous defeats. Before our third encounter, Desu had been defeated, suffering devastating losses and ceding vast territories. The ministers repeatedly urged for a marital alliance with Chu to secure peace, and my father's hair turned white overnight. I had already steeled myself, knowing this fate was inescapable. When you appeared for the third time, I had no intention of killing you, nor did I expect you not to evade. A faint smile graced Su Shuiao's lips. By then, my resentment toward you had faded. Yet your arrival that day irrevocably altered my fate and saved Desu. The turning point of her life had been Mo Qiannian's third appearance. You taught me 3 stratagems. That very night, I relayed them to my father. Do you know the astonishment and elation in his eyes when he heard? Su Shuiao smiled at the memory. It was the first time I had ever seen such an expression on his face. At our 4th meeting, Desu's crisis was finally averted. My father held a banquet in my honor, proclaiming to all that the strategy to repel the enemy was my doing, though its true purpose was to silence the whispers demanding my political marriage. Su Shuiao tilted her face toward the heavens. I was grateful to you. It was then that my impression of you transformed entirely. Suddenly, the shackles binding my destiny seemed to shatter. In that moment, I glimpsed a future brimming with hope. Her gaze returned to Mo Qiannian, a soft smile playing at her lips. And so, to express my gratitude, I performed my most exquisite dance for you. Unbeknownst to me at the time, your presence had already left an indelible mark upon my heart. The 5th time we met, a delicate blush tinted Su Shuiao's cheeks. Mo Qiannian's lips curved slightly as well. That encounter had indeed been the swiftest catalyst in the evolution of their relationship. At the time, he had struggled to break through the bottleneck of Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, teetering on the brink of failure, until Su Shuiao aided him through dual cultivation. The resonance of their souls had deepened their bond immeasurably. What image of me lingers in your eyes? Su Shuiao murmured, a trace of nervousness threading through her voice. After all, this was the first time she had bared her heart so openly, and with such unguarded sincerity. Chapter 78. 365 times the emotion when I first saw you. It was as though I beheld a celestial maiden. In my initial impression, you were enchanting, exquisite, and brimming with an ethereal grace. Mo Qiannian smiled faintly, his eyes suffused with tenderness. Humph, so upon encountering a stranger, you simply kiss them just because they're beautiful? Su Shuiao pouted, feigning indignation. Mo Qiannian gave a rueful chuckle. Truthfully, by nature, I would never have acted so impulsively. Yet for reasons beyond my comprehension, the moment I laid eyes upon you, it was as though I lost all control over my actions. He paused briefly before continuing. A thought seized me, that if I did not kiss you then, I would regret it for eternity. Thus, as if bewitched, I leaned in. Su Shuiao burst into soft laughter. Had you not kissed me then, perhaps none of what followed would have ever transpired. Mo Qiannian nodded. Who can truly discern the threads of fate? Had he merely admired her from afar during their first encounter, how differently might events have unfolded? Su Shuiao would never have noticed him, for she had been deep in meditation, unaware of his presence. His stay had been fleeting, and he would have departed swiftly. By their second meeting, when Su Shuiao finally saw him, her instinct as a stranger suddenly appearing in her chambers would have been to summon the guards in alarm. Yet during their first encounter, when he kissed her, she had not cried out, partly because her strength was inferior to his, but also because she had been bathing, utterly alone. Had matters progressed otherwise, any subsequent meeting would have surely ended with Mo Qiannian swiftly apprehended and handed over to the guards. And thus, their story would have ended before it could begin. Indeed, everything, every moment that followed, sprang from that single, fateful kiss. Have you ever kissed another girl before? Su Shuiao suddenly inquired, her voice barely above a whisper, laced with an imperceptible tension, her gaze fixed intently upon Mo Qiannian, as though searching his expression for the truth. Mo Qiannian was momentarily taken aback by the question. Meeting her eyes, he sensed the quiet yearning and unease within them. Drawing a slow breath, he answered solemnly, "Rest assured, Your Highness. That was my first kiss, and thus far, my only one." His tone was resolute and sincere, as though pledging an unspoken vow. Silently, he appended within his heart, "Walls do not count as people, of course." Hearing his words, Su Shuiao visibly relaxed. "And afterward, how did your perception of me change?" She pressed. "At our second meeting, I was astonished to find myself still within this dreamlike world. Yet you seemed so altered, it puzzled me greatly. Only upon our third encounter did I realize, for every day I experienced, a year had passed for you. No wonder the transformation was so profound. The fourth encounter was on your 18th birthday. They say a girl blossoms at 18, yet just the day before, in my mind's eye, You were still that little girl who hadn't quite grown up. And then, the very next day, there you stood, graceful, poised, breathtakingly radiant. I remember watching you become the center of attention, barely able to believe my eyes, yet unable to deny the truth. You had truly grown. And after that, well, you already know. I found myself longing more and more for the moments by your side, drawn to you in ways I couldn't resist. Then came that night when my dreams were shattered, and I felt as though I had lost something irreplaceable. My heart ached with emptiness, and in that moment, I knew I could not lose you either. At this, Qiannian paused, his gaze softening to the utmost tenderness as his fingers gently traced through Su Xiao's silken, raven-black hair. I can't lose you either, Su Xiao murmured, her eyes lightly closed. In that instant, she felt as though she had grasped the entirety of happiness itself. Love knows not where it begins, yet once it does, it runs deep. Qiannian wrapped his arms around her, burying his face against the delicate curve of her shoulder. Su Xiao, in turn, rested her hands lightly against his waist, leaning into the warmth of his broad chest, savoring the moment. After a long while, she lifted her head to meet his gaze. I have never been one to express my emotions easily, nor am I given to affectation. That I could comprehend the path of love so swiftly. It was because of you. Her fingertip brushed gently against the space between his brows. This is my path, and also, my feelings for you. A faint blush graced her exquisite features as she spoke. And Qiannian, it was as though he had stepped into the depths of her thoughts, witnessing scenes he had never known before. On the rooftop where they once watched sunsets together, she sat alone evening after evening, whispering to the empty space beside her. In her room, the beautiful maiden would lose herself for hours, gazing at the paintings she had drawn, unwilling to look away even after countless viewings. Beneath the peach blossom tree, she would lift her eyes to the starry sky, her gaze brimming with longing and nostalgia. Sunset after sunset, night after night. Each stroke of beauty in those paintings seemed to whisper tales of unspoken love and quiet yearning. 16 years, 192 months, 5,840 days, 70,080 hours. The time Qiannian had spent by Su Xiao's side had surpassed the years she had lived before meeting him, and he had appeared in the most radiant years of her youth, breathing life back into a heart that had begun to wither. To her, he was the angel who had saved her, the light that had redeemed her very soul. He had woven himself into the most beautiful years of her life, and for a young maiden, how many such 16-year spans does one truly have? And this was not the end. There would be another 16 years, and another after that. Qiannian's heart trembled violently as he looked at the girl beside him, an overwhelming urge to protect her surging within him. He wished not to see her weep, nor to witness her sorrow. This unfamiliar, yet hauntingly familiar sensation stirring within him, a delicate fluttering of the heart known as palpitation. Indeed, to him, mere 16 days seemed fleeting to confirm such sentiments. Yet multiply those 16 days by 365, Su Xiao's affection for him surpassed his own by that very magnitude. Chapter 79. My blush speaks louder than words in her every glance, every smile, every lingering look, and every softly spoken word. He could sense the profound affection she carried within her heart. When I first stepped onto the battlefield, I witnessed soldiers who had been laughing and jesting mere moments before, now lying cold and lifeless. In that instant, I realized with piercing clarity just how fragile life could be. I still remember one soldier in particular. Before leaving home, he had spoken of his wife, heavy with child, and how he longed to return after the war to embrace his family. He had even chosen a name for the unborn child. Yet, he never returned. His entire squad perished during a mission. Su Xiao spoke slowly, her voice low and heavy with sorrow, lost in the torment of those memories. From that day onward, I was always the first to charge into battle and the last to leave. During the most perilous moment, when I was surrounded by a half-step transcendent being and on the verge of collapse, I thought of you, of all the words I had yet to say. And so, I fought my way out. But in that moment, I realized, what if, one day, like so many soldiers before me, I too would never have the chance to voice the emotions buried deep within my heart. That is why I speak them now. At least this way, there will be no regrets. As she spoke, a delicate mist gathered in her eyes, shimmering like pearls, threatening to spill over at any moment. In that fragile state, she appeared even more heartbreakingly tender. Qiannian's heart ached unbearably. Gently, he brushed away the tears tracing her cheeks. He knew all too well how arduous this past year had been for her. Nothing will happen to you. That day will never come. Never. Mo Qiannian clasped her hand tightly, his voice firm and resolute. A faint, contented smile curved Su Shuiao's lips at his words. The night deepened, the moon retreating behind the clouds, leaving only scattered threads of light to grace the earth. Then, a faint sound emanated from within Mo Qiannian's body, like the shattering of invisible chains. His cultivation had broken through. Foundation establishment, great perfection. Heavenly Tao foundation establishment. Great perfection, unrivaled within the realm. This past year of battle, it must have been difficult? Mo Qiannian asked softly. Yes, more so than I anticipated, Su Shuiya replied. What you witnessed today was one of Chu's elite beast-taming legions. Highly disciplined, accompanied by formidable demonic beasts, their strength was overwhelming. It took countless stratagems to corner and ultimately annihilate them. But this was merely one skirmish. Compared to the main battlefield, it was insignificant, though it dealt a heavy blow to Great Chu. Despite the victory, Mo Qiannian could see no joy in Su Shuiyao's expression. Shuiya, is the situation on the main front unfavorable? He asked with concern. The combined might of Desu and the Great Song could indeed sweep across the lands unimpeded. Yet, as you well know, allied forces can never truly unite in purpose. Moreover, we fundamentally lack the authority to mobilize the Great Song's armies. Though this alliance exists in name, their troops always arrive at a snail's pace, repeatedly missing crucial opportunities for encirclement and suppression. Thus in battle, despite our numerical advantage, the price we pay remains exorbitantly steep. Su Xiao finished speaking with a melancholic sigh, her eyes shimmering with unspoken apprehension. I should have foreseen this earlier. Xiao, remember, we must remain vigilant against the Great Song, lest they turn their blades against us when we least expect it. Mo Qiannian cautioned solemnly. Xiao nodded in quiet acknowledgement. Time slipped through their fingers like grains of sand. Though countless words lingered unspoken between them, they could no longer ignore the inevitable truth. Dawn approached once more. A heavy silence descended as their fingers intertwined tightly, hearts aching with the torment of impending separation. I cannot bear your departure, Xiao suddenly whispered, lifting her gaze to meet his, brimming with desperate yearning. Mo Qiannian parted his lips, yet no sound emerged. For he could not grant this simplest of wishes. How he longed to stay, yet knew he could not remain. The day will come when we need never part again, my love. But that time is not now, he murmured tenderly, stroking her raven tresses. A shadow flickered through Shuyao's eyes before she smiled bravely. I know. That you visit me each night is happiness enough. Mo Qiannian cradled her closer, vowing with solemn intensity. I will find you, not in dreams, but in waking life. Truly? Her smile blossomed like first dawn. Then I shall wait. With firm resolve, he nodded. This oath he would fulfill. This mask seems but a sliver of metal, yet creates a chasm between worlds, Shuyao mused, tracing the icy contours obscuring his face. You stand before me, yet remain unseen. Her fingers trembled against the frigid surface. Remove it, beloved. Let me behold you properly before you go. As you wish. Time's cruel hour permitted no refusal. With reverent care, she lifted the mask away, revealing his noble countenance at last. Now nothing separated their locked gazes, not distance, not time, not even the thinnest veil. The barrier between their worlds dissolved in that crystalline moment. No poetry tonight, he whispered. Only truths. My blush outshines any confession. My gaze outsparkles the firmament. My smile outblooms the peach blossoms. Chapter 80. The story of one's own master when Mo Qiannian awoke. He found the white mask still clutched in his hand. If memory served him right, this mask had last been in Su Shuyao's possession. Yet, inexplicably, it had returned to him once more. Mo Qiannian noticed a faint, delicate hue at the center of the mask's forehead, no larger than the tip of a chopstick, a soft pink resembling a blossoming peach flower. As he donned the mask and ventured into the back mountains, he spotted his master sitting alone at the summit, drinking in solitude. It was the first time he had ever seen the old man, usually so carefree and seemingly indifferent, appear so desolate and forlorn. Mo Qiannian's steps faltered. Just as he removed the mask from his face, his master shuddered violently and, in the next instant, materialized before him like a ghost, his expression grave. You wretched brat. Couldn't you announce yourself before sneaking up on me? At the same time, Qin Xian Daojuan's gaze locked onto the mask in Mo Qiannian's hand. This mask is extraordinary. It can even block the divine sense of a nascent soul cultivator. Master, is there perhaps some misunderstanding between you and the Blue Flower Fairy? Mo Qiannian ventured cautiously. Bah, What misunderstanding? More like you. You little rascal. Even the 100 Flowers fairy couldn't catch your eye, yet you still haven't brought me a daughter-in-law. Qingxian Daojun glared at him, his tone sharp with irritation. Master, when one loves someone, is it truly difficult to forget them? Mo Qiannian pressed on. Qingxian Daojun froze momentarily before snapping back to reality, grumbling. You brat, still wet behind the ears. What do you know of love? In the end, Mo Qiannian was unceremoniously shooed away by his master. Undeterred, he sought out the sect leader, Lin Tianya. Qingxian Shirshu's past. Lin Tianya mused for a moment before speaking slowly. In his youth, Shirshu was the foremost genius of the spirit domain. Dashing, unrestrained, and utterly free-spirited. He wandered the entire realm, captivating the hearts of countless female cultivators, some even boldly confessing their affections. Yet Shirshu never indulged in such distractions, treating all with indifference. Except for one. Mo Qiannian's ears perked up at this. He suspected this must be related to the blue flower fairy his master had mentioned. During his travels, Shirshu encountered a woman, a vision of ethereal beauty, as if an immortal had descended from the heavens. At first sight, he confessed his feelings to her, declaring his love 7 times in 3 days. Yet she rejected him each time, even mistaking him for a rogue. Only much later was the misunderstanding resolved. They aided each other, gradually becoming friends. Two such extraordinary individuals naturally gravitated toward one another, journeying together through perilous secret realms, from Foundation establishment all the way to Golden Core. Hearing this, Mo Qiannian already had a rough premonition in his heart. This woman must be the blue flower fairy. And then, Mo Qiannian couldn't help but press further. Your master's uncle is someone whose outward demeanor is casual, but his heart is filled with pride. After being rejected multiple times in his confessions, he never again revealed his true feelings. They traveled together for 10 years, and at the moment of parting, the woman asked if he had anything left to say to her. Your master's uncle merely tossed out a light-hearted "until we meet again," Lin Tianya finished speaking, shaking his head with a sigh, seemingly deeply moved. Mo Qiannian's lips twitched slightly. His master was truly a tsundere old man. He had thought there would be some twists and turns in the story, but who knew it would turn out like this? After your master's uncle returned from his travels, he drank for 3 days and nights, utterly intoxicated. At that time, when my own master went to see him, he overheard his drunken murmurs. Lin Tianya sighed softly. Thank you, sect master, for enlightening me. Ahem, you mustn't tell your master's uncle that I was the one who told you. After bidding farewell to Lin Tianya, Mo Qiannian gradually pieced together the story of his master. In one sentence, both of them were far too concerned with pride. Centuries had passed, yet neither was willing to bare their hearts. If this continued, even 1,000 more years would be of no use. Mo Qiannian glanced up at the sky. It was still early, barely noon, with plenty of time ahead. After leaving the sect, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward the direction of the flower sect. Normally, only those at the core formation realm could sustain flight, as it required the ability to continuously absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth to maintain the exertion. Though Mo Qiannian had yet to reach core formation, he could not be measured by ordinary Foundation establishment standards. His spiritual sea, spanning 100,000 zhang, granted him a spiritual energy reserve no less than a core formation cultivator, and his tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones ensured he had no fear of depletion. Thus, his speed was extraordinary, so swift that even an average core formation cultivator would struggle to keep up. By dusk, he had already arrived within the territory of the flower sect. From afar, the flower sect appeared surrounded by a kaleidoscope of blossoms, enveloping the entire sect in a vibrant embrace. Petals of crimson, violet, amber, tangerine, emerald, and gold shimmered resplendently under the sunlight. Some burned like flames, others sparkled like gemstones, some gleamed like jadeite, while others dazzled like molten gold, all interwoven into a breathtaking tapestry of nature's artistry. Mo Qiannian couldn't help but marvel. So this is the flower sect? Truly worthy of its name. As he drew closer, he noticed that the architectural style of the flower sect also differed from other sections. Most of the buildings and palaces here were constructed from mahogany, their walls, roofs, and windows inlaid with exotic flowers and rare herbs, exuding a delicate fragrance. Amidst the floral sea, disciples could be seen tending diligently to the blossoms. Mo Qiannian felt as though he had stepped into a realm of fairy tales. Everything was so serene and enchanting. When he landed at the entrance of the flower sect, he immediately caught the attention of the gatekeepers. May I ask who you are? Esteemed guest, what brings you to our flower sect? A female disciple stepped forward, her eyes shimmering with admiration as she gazed upon the handsome young man clad in pristine white robes. Adorned in an elegant pink gown with a delicate peach blossom gracing her hair, her exquisite beauty reflected the renowned aesthetics of their sect. With a graceful bow, the young man introduced himself. I am Qiannian, a disciple of the Tao sect, here to pay my respects to your esteemed sect today. The maiden's eyes widened in surprise at his identity. Ah, a senior brother from the Tao sect. Please wait a moment. I shall inform our sect master at once. With that, she departed swiftly, leaving Qiannian standing in quiet anticipation. Before long, a procession of elders and disciples emerged from the flower sect's gates. After all, Qiannian's reputation now resonated throughout the spirit realm. His heavenly Tao foundation marked him as a figure of boundless potential. Chapter 81. The Marriage Proposal, the 17th Dream. How dashing. He is the perfect cultivation partner I've envisioned. Absolutely magnificent. Numerous disciples of the flower sect gazed at the elegant and handsome young man in white robes standing before them. Their cheeks flushing crimson, eyes shimmering with admiration, utterly lost in infatuation. Though the flower sect consisted solely of female disciples, it did not forbid them from forming cultivation partnerships. However, due to sect regulations, male cultivators were barred from entering the inner sanctum of the flower sect. As a result, many disciples rarely encountered male cultivators, let alone someone as renowned and strikingly handsome as Qiannian. Thus, a crowd of female disciples quickly gathered around. So it is the esteemed Taoist heir of the Tao sect who graces us with his presence. Please, come in. Sect Master Red Blossom Fairy personally welcomed him, her demeanor exceedingly courteous. Faced with Qiannian, who had achieved heavenly foundation establishment, she naturally sought to foster goodwill. Beside Red Blossom Fairy, Qiannian noticed a familiar figure, the first beauty of the spirit realm, Hundred Blossoms Fairy. Her aura had grown significantly stronger, likely indicating a successful breakthrough to the late-stage foundation establishment realm. You honor me too much, Senior Red Blossom. This junior's sudden visit is rather presumptuous. I hope you will not take offense. Qiannian spoke humbly before following Red Blossom Fairy into the flower sect. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Taoist heir? Red Blossom Fairy asked with a warm smile, exuding kindness. To be frank, this junior has come to propose marriage to the flower sect, Qiannian replied truthfully. Red Blossom Fairy froze momentarily, while the surrounding disciples erupted in shock, staring at Qiannian in disbelief. A peerless young prodigy who had achieved heavenly foundation establishment, here to propose marriage? And the intended bride was. This sect consents to the union, Red Blossom Fairy hastily declared, as though fearing Qiannian might change his mind if she delayed even a moment. Nearby, Hundred Blossoms Fairy lowered her head slightly, her fingers nervously clutching the hem of her skirt, her veiled face now flushed crimson. Clearly, everyone assumed Qiannian's proposal was directed at Hundred Blossoms Fairy. After all, within the flower sect, who else but her could possibly be deemed worthy of Qiannian? Qiannian was momentarily stunned. So quick to agree? Wouldn't they consult Blue Blossom Taoist herself? Senior Red Blossom, I believe this matter requires Blue Blossom Taoist's personal consent. Qiannian ventured uncertainly. To his surprise, Red Blossom Fairy waved her hand dismissively. This sect's approval suffices. Moreover, were my esteemed master to learn of this, she would undoubtedly agree as well. Rest assured, Taoist heir. Qiannian rubbed his nose helplessly. Something about Red Blossom Fairy's tone struck him as odd. Since when did a disciple presume to accept a marriage proposal on behalf of her master? For him to propose on behalf of his own master was already an unprecedented event in the cultivation world. Could it be that Red Blossom Fairy had misunderstood something? A sense of foreboding crept over Qiannian. Senior Red Blossom, this matter should not be decided so hastily. This junior must personally seek Blue Blossom Taoist's opinion and ascertain her thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Qiannian spoke slowly. In that case, this disciple shall report to our master. However, as night has already fallen, the Taoist may rest here for now. The Crimson Blossom Immortal readily agreed without hesitation. Disciple, escort Taoist Qiannian to his quarters. As you command, master. The Hundred Blossoms Immortal responded, turning to Qiannian with a slight bow. Young Master Qiannian, this way please. My gratitude for your guidance. Qiannian cupped his hands in salute before following the Hundred Blossoms Immortal deeper into the flower sect. The sect's grounds were vast, adorned with intricate pavilions, jade towers, and winding paths. The air was thick with spiritual energy, fragrant with the scent of countless exotic blossoms swaying gently in the breeze, a sight of unparalleled beauty. After traversing a serpentine path, they arrived at an elegant courtyard. At its center stood a peach blossom tree, its lush branches heavy with delicate pink flowers, their fragrance suffusing the air. Young Master Qiannian, does this residence suit your liking? Would you prefer another? The 100 Blossoms Immortal paused, turning to him with an inquiring gaze. No need. This place is perfect. Qiannian waved his hand dismissively. The presence of the peach blossom tree had already captured his favor. Very well. She nodded softly. My dwelling is not far ahead. Should you require anything? Do not hesitate to seek me. Understood. My thanks once more. He cupped his hands again. Additionally, he added, I wish not to be disturbed during my nightly cultivation. Kindly inform the others. The 100 Blossoms Immortal assented, offering a few more words of introduction before departing. Yet, as she left, she cast a lingering glance at Qiannian. A quiet doubt stirring within her. From beginning to end, his demeanor had been distant, treating her as nothing more than an ordinary acquaintance. Perhaps the one he sought to propose to was another? But within the flower sect, was there any disciple more exceptional than her? At this thought, she exhaled softly, her eyes dimming with melancholy. Qiannian remained motionless outside the courtyard for a long while before finally stepping inside. Standing before the peach blossom tree, his thoughts drifted to the dreamlike peach grove he had once known. Compared to Su Shuyao's ethereal forest, this solitary tree lacked the same transcendent serenity and quietude. With a faint sigh, Qiannian settled beneath the tree, resting his head against its trunk and closing his eyes. Above the heavens, for suns blazed, their scorching radiance searing the earth. 3 of them moved at terrifying speeds, colliding with thunderous force, not celestial bodies, but supreme beings locked in battle. Their power was beyond mortal comprehension. With every gesture, mountains crumbled, seas roared, and the very heavens trembled. The brilliance of their sacred energy burned like miniature suns, blinding and overwhelming. Every movement and stance contained immense power, enough to shake the entire continent. When Qiannian opened his eyes, he witnessed this battle between supreme experts, beholding an epic duel of legendary proportions. The Holy War. He glanced beside him, where the beauty wearing a peach blossom mask was gazing intently at the battlefield high in the sky, though her expression remained hidden. The tension in her eyes betrayed her inner turmoil. Shueyo, relax a little. Qiannian stepped closer, taking her delicate hand in his, offering warmth and comfort. The moment he held her, Su Shuyao's anxious heart seemed to find solace, calming slightly. Do you think my father can win? Su Shuyao turned to him, her beautiful eyes brimming with worry. He will. He must. Qiannian nodded firmly. I hope so. Otherwise, I can't bear to imagine the consequences. Su Xiao bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. 13th verse, penned by reader Qing Shuangnian, which the author finds quite lovely, inscribed here. Who knows when, in the endless cycle of time, we shall meet again, eternally bound? The night deepens, lost in love's early slumber, awakening from dreams. Only the lingering warmth remains in empty arms. Chapter 82. The final battle of national destiny. All armies ceased their attacks, silently gazing at the decisive battle unfolding in the heavens. The forces of the 3 great empires, including Su Shueya and Qiannian, held their breath, awaiting the final outcome. The war had raged to this point, and now the emperors of the 3 nations had finally clashed. This battle would determine the fate of the continent. No one remained unshaken. Every soul was fixated on the sky. The confrontation between the 3 emperors grew increasingly fierce, their terrifying auras sweeping outward, suffocating all beneath them. The holy war had lasted 3 days, and the emperor's strength had been pushed to its limits. Today, victory or defeat would be decided. Su Shueyo clenched her fists, murmuring to herself, her eyes brimming with concern. She was afraid, terrified of failure, terrified that her father might truly perish in this battle. Though her current strength rivaled that of a half-step saint, she was still far from matching a true saint, leaving her powerless to intervene. They will prevail. The Emperor of Great Chu is already at a disadvantage, Qiannian said intently, his gaze locked on the sky. Though his current strength prevented him from discerning the exact state of the 3 supreme warriors, he could still perceive subtle signs. 3 suns clashed in the heavens, their movements too swift for the eye to follow. Yet, faintly visible was the sight of 2 smaller suns besieging a larger one. As time passed, The radiance of all three suns dimmed, but the largest one faded faster. Clearly, the emperors of Great Su and Great Song held the upper hand. And yet, my eyelids keep twitching. I can't shake the feeling that something terrible is about to happen, Su Xiao murmured, her unease deepening. Qiannian reached out, gently touching the peach blossom mask on her face. Don't dwell on it. Have faith in your father. He will succeed. His words steadied her heart somewhat. Perhaps she was simply overthinking things. After all, an emperor's strength was bound to their nation's destiny. The stronger the nation's fortune, the mightier the emperor. After 2 years of war, Great Chu's national destiny had been severely weakened, while Great Su and Great Song's had only grown. I hope so, Su Shueyo sighed softly. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted in the sky. Rumble, the earth trembled violently, as if on the verge of collapse. From across Great Chu's territories, mountains, rivers, spirit stone mines, endless streams of vital energy surged upward, converging in the heavens. Above, the largest of the three suns suddenly underwent a drastic transformation. Roar. A dragon's cry shook the heavens as the great sun erupted with blinding golden light, coalescing into the form of a golden dragon. To manifest a true dragon from national destiny, regardless of victory or defeat, the nation's fortune will suffer irreparable damage. This is an emperor's final resort. The emperor of Great Chu has resorted to this. He has no other path left. Ayo. The golden dragon roared, its overwhelming might pressing down upon the land, commanding the submission of all things. With claws bared and tail lashing, it surged toward the two smaller suns, its power sweeping across the heavens. In an instant, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked. The void shattered as two suns were forced to retreat under the overwhelming draconic might. Yet, their retreat was but momentary. With two resounding roars, the other two emperors transformed into true dragons, coiling through the 9 heavens to engage in a fierce battle with the golden dragon. Above the sky, 3 colossal dragons clashed with savage ferocity, none yielding an inch, unleashing cataclysmic forces that shook the very fabric of existence. The firmament trembled, the earth convulsed, and space itself fractured into countless fissures, a sight so terrifying it defied comprehension. From the formations, on the ground, the armies, composed of ordinary soldiers at the Foundation establishment realm, struggled to maintain their footing. They had no choice but to activate their joint defensive arrays. One after another, intricate runic patterns emerged, weaving together into vast protective barriers that shielded the entire army. Without these defenses, the weaker warriors would have been crushed under the sheer weight of this terrifying pressure. The battle raged on for another 2 hours, an unrelenting struggle of life and death. The 3 dragons, manifestations of national fortune, had diminished significantly, their once majestic forms now dull and weakened. From dawn till dusk, the golden dragon in the sky grew increasingly ethereal, as though on the verge of dissipating. The figures of the 3 emperors flickered indistinctly, as if they might plummet from the heavens at any moment. Every heart pounded in suspense, for even the untrained eye could see the decisive moment was near. The fate of the entire continent hung in the balance. Qiannian felt the icy chill of Su Xiao's delicate hand and clasped it tenderly, his warm palm pressing against her jade-like fingers in silent reassurance. At this moment, he could offer nothing more than his presence, a feeble attempt to dispel the shadows of uncertainty. Crack! A sudden, crisp sound echoed across the sky. A dazzling firework erupted, scattering golden brilliance across the firmament, radiant and blinding. The golden dragon, the manifestation of the Great Chu Emperor, had been shattered. The Great Chu Emperor had fallen. In that instant, whether it was the ministers of Great Chu or its millions of soldiers, despair painted every face. They watched, dumbstruck, as the golden dragon dissolved into a shower of starlight, drifting into oblivion. They witnessed their mountains and rivers dim, their officials weakened as the nation's fortune dissipated. Ah, how could this be? How could this be? Your Majesty, our Emperor. Wails of grief and anguish flooded the lands of Great Chu, a chorus of unbearable sorrow. The fate of Great Chu is sealed. The Grand Preceptor of Great Chu, a master of esoteric arts, collapsed to his knees, clutching his astrolabe in despair. As for the common folk, they stood in stunned silence, unaware of the significance of these events. To them, it mattered little who ruled the land. What concerned them was whether they could fill their bellies, whether they had shelter from the storms, whether they had warmth in their beds. Meanwhile, the armies of Great Su and Great Song erupted in triumphant cheers, their victory now within reach. Who would claim dominion over these vast lands? The answer was clear. Great Su and Great Song stood on the brink of triumph. Slaughter them. The two monarchs roared in unison, charging towards the severely weakened Emperor of Great Chu to deliver the final blow. Meanwhile, Qiannian noticed Su Shuyao's delicate frame trembling slightly, her fists clenched tightly, her beautiful eyes brimming with anxiety and distress. Understanding her concern, Qiannian gently embraced Su Shuyao, tenderly stroking her silken tresses as he murmured softly, "Do not fret. All shall be well." Suddenly, the situation shifted. One of the twin dragons abruptly turned upon its ally, striking with ruthless precision. The Emperor of Great Song had chosen this critical moment to betray them. Su Xiao reacted the swiftest, her heart leaping into her throat. Her deepest fear had come to pass. I was prepared for your treachery. Yet the Emperor of Great Su seemed to have anticipated this betrayal. With a deft sidestep, he evaded the lethal strike. Boom. The ambush had failed to deal significant damage, but with the mask of alliance now shattered, there was no turning back. Die. The Emperor of Great Song lunged forward once more, unleashing a frenzied assault. The Emperor of Great Chu was already on the brink of collapse, no longer a threat. If he could slay the Emperor of Great Su, the world would be his. Great Song would emerge victorious, and he would reign as the sole sovereign beneath the heavens. Chapter 83, Sudden Mutation, the fourth Saint Whoosh. Whoosh. Two towering surges of spiritual energy erupted into the heavens, sweeping across the land like a tsunami. The shockwaves dispersed the surrounding clouds, shattered the rocks upon the earth, and fractured the very sky itself, obliterating everything in their path. Upon witnessing her father evade the ambush unscathed, Su Shueyo, who had been tense for days, finally exhaled in relief. With precautions in place, at the very least, the situation had stabilized. Just as you predicted. The Emperor of Great Song attempted a sneak attack at the critical moment. Fortunately, I repeatedly warned my father to remain vigilant against him, Su Shueyo remarked to Qiannian. Naturally. After all, a successful ambush would grant him dominion over the entire realm, allowing him to establish a unified empire. What weight does a mere pact hold in the face of such ambition? Qiannian replied with a faint smile. At this stage, the outcome was all but certain. Great Chu had no chance of resurgence, and would be the first to withdraw from the war for supremacy. As for the struggle between Great Su and Great Song, whether in terms of national fortune or sheer strength, the Emperor of Great Su held the advantage. The scales of victory had already tipped in favor of Great Su. This realm belongs to Great Song. The Emperor of Great Song roared, his power surging once more, surpassing even his previous might. He had been holding back. His earlier battles were mere displays, and defeating Great Chu had only been a pretense. His true objective had always been the world itself. Su Shuiao seethed with anger, her disdain for him deepening. Not only had he withheld his strength during the Saint War, but in the conflicts of the past 2 years. Great Song's armies had also been deliberately lax, repeatedly failing to cooperate and inflicting heavy losses upon Great Su. Had the two empires truly united their forces, how could the war have been so arduous? It's all right. At least the outcome favors us, Qiannian reassured her. Though it was not the best possible conclusion. Neither was it the worst, a fact worth some solace. Boom! The two emperors clashed violently, their battle stirring the heavens and shaking the earth. Though the Emperor of Great Su held a slight edge in strength, his earlier exertions had drained him, preventing him from gaining the upper hand. Nearly every transcendent realm expert could foresee that unless the two emperors fought to the death, no victor would emerge today. And if the battle remained unresolved, the Emperor of Great Su, with his superior strength, would gain a tremendous advantage after a period of recuperation. This logic was evident to all. Thus, the Emperor of Great Song would not relent until the very last moment, for this was his closest chance to unify the realm. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its radiance fading, 2 of the day's 4 suns had already set. The remaining pair grew dimmer, their light waning. Amid the ranks of the Great Su army, the white-haired grand astrologer gazed at the starry night sky, laying out a divination array upon the ground. He sought to divine the future ruler of this realm. Crack! At that moment, the tortoise shell in his hands suddenly split apart. Blood spilled from his lips as his spirit withered, his vitality draining away. Princess! Struggling to his feet, he sought out the Empire's second-in-command, the princess. Grand astrologer, what troubles you? Su Shueyu spoke up, inquiring. The elderly imperial astrologer cradled the shattered tortoise shell, locating Su Shuiao's position before approaching. His gaze lingered momentarily upon Qiannian standing beside her, his clouded eyes flickering with an unreadable emotion. All knew that the Empire's princess, Su Shueyo, was akin to an ethereal celestial maiden, noble, aloof, and formidable. Never had she been seen in close proximity to any man, let alone allowing one to hold her hand. Yet now, she clasped another's fingers, even intertwining them tightly. Such a sight nearly caused the onlooker's jaws to drop. Yet these were not matters he ought to question, for a far graver concern loomed before them. "You may speak freely, Grand Astrologer," Su Shuiyao said. "Your Highness, this old servant has performed divinations. The imperial star dims ominously. His Majesty's life is in peril." The Grand Astrologer declared after a solemn pause, his expression grave. "What?" At these words, Su Shuiyao's face paled, her delicate frame nearly collapsing. "The imperial star wanes?" Qiannian frowned deeply. He lifted his gaze to the heavens. The great Song Emperor, in his current state, could not possibly triumph over the great Su sovereign, at best, a mutual ruin. How could this be? What crucial detail had he overlooked? "Grand Astrologer, could you have erred?" Su Shuiyao's voice trembled, her luminous eyes brimming with tears. This old servant prayed it were so, yet 8 separate divinations yielded divergent outcomes. The Grand Astrologer sighed, shaking his head. Such a phenomenon was beyond his experience, inexplicable. For destiny was immutable. How could multiple fates manifest? What outcomes? A ripple of unease stirred within Su Shuiyao as she pressed for answers. Of the 8, only once did fate favor the great Su royal line. The Grand Astrologer uttered bitterly. In other words, victory was not impossible for Great Su. Yet its likelihood was vanishingly slim. How could Great Song prevail? Su Shuiyao murmured, tears now streaming freely down her cheeks. "No, this cannot be. Nay, Your Highness, in none of the 8 did destiny rest with Great Song," the Grand Astrologer corrected. "Not Great Song? Then, Great Chu?" Qiannian was equally stunned. Could Great Chu possibly reverse their fortunes? Though their emperor yet lived, even if he somehow escaped, with 2 other Saint Realm beings present, he would surely fall from that exalted state. By what means could Great Chu recover? Destiny eludes the great Su royal house. This old servant cannot discern its bearer, but it assuredly does not lie with Great Song. The Grand Astrologer shook his head. Though versed in fate reading, determining the chosen one exceeded his art, even bound to Great Su's national fortune. He could only vaguely sense whether destiny resided with its rulers. Above, the 2 emperors clashed, both bloodied and battered. Were they not fighting to the death? This would be the moment to withdraw. All signs pointed to Great Su's imminent ascendancy, now the mightiest among the 3 empires. Once the great monarchs recover from their wounds, they shall sweep across the realm, invincible and unrivaled. Ha ha ha. At this very moment, when one emperor lies half dead and 2 others are grievously wounded, a sinister laughter suddenly echoes through the night sky. A figure shrouded entirely in black robes materializes silently in midair. Boom. With a single step, an overwhelming aura surges across heaven and earth, forcing the 2 injured emperors 3 paces backward. Beneath this terrifying pressure, the millions of troops from 3 great empires below find it difficult to breathe, their protective barriers trembling on the verge of collapse. This mysterious black-robed figure is actually a saint-level powerhouse. Moreover, one at the peak of his strength. "I have concealed myself for 1,000 years, awaiting this very day. The world shall ultimately belong to me." The black-robed stranger cackles maniacally, his eyes brimming with madness and exhilaration. It's him. Su Shuiyao's beautiful eyes widen in disbelief as she gazes at the black-robed figure. When did he attain sainthood? What a cunning old fox. 14. As 7 kingdoms clash in fiery strife, 3 empires vie for supremacy. For whom does destiny reserve this eternal dream of dominion spanning millennia? Chapter 84. This realm shall ultimately belong to the Sima clan. None could have foreseen that a 4th saint-level powerhouse still existed in this world. Thus, when the black-robed figure emerged, millions of soldiers trembled in unison. Judging by his tone, this enigmatic figure did not belong to any of the 3 imperial dynasties. Did this mean that the bloodshed and strife of countless years had merely paved the way for another triumph? Sima Jin, the king of the Northwest. Both the emperor of Desu and the dying emperor of Dechu widened their eyes, their gazes locked onto the black-robed man. Previously, whether defecting from Desu or pledging allegiance to Dechu, Sima Jin had only displayed the cultivation of a half-step saint. Yet who could have imagined that he was no mere half-step saint, but a true saint? Moreover, his aura was profoundly condensed. His ascension to sainthood must have occurred long ago. Kakik. This venerable one attained sainthood a millennium ago, even before you. The reason for concealment was not for the dominion of a single kingdom, but the entire realm. Today, the world shall bow beneath my feet. Sima Jin's maniacal laughter shook the heavens as his overwhelming might swept across the land. Before him, the million-strong army seemed no more significant than ants, utterly powerless to resist. Beneath the saint, all are but insects. You shall not succeed. The Emperor of Dessous roared through gritted teeth, struggling to rise for one final stand. Humph, overestimating your worth. Sima Jin sneered, his eyes brimming with disdain. With a single outstretched palm, he pressed downward through the air. Boom. The strike landed like a colossal hammer, crushing the Emperor's chest and sending him hurtling backward in a spray of blood. Had you been at full strength, wielding the Imperial Dragon's Qi, even I might have hesitated. But now, watching the Emperor's defeated form, Sima Jin curled his lips in contempt. With your strength reduced to a mere fraction, how could you possibly oppose me? No, oppose your Emperor. At this sight, countless Dessous soldiers wept. Your Majesty. After a prolonged silence, the Emperor of Dessous spoke. I never imagined that a saint, when pledging allegiance, would kneel so readily. His lack of vigilance stemmed from sheer disbelief. How could a saint ever lower himself to such submission? To rule the world, what is temporary humiliation? Once I reign supreme, such trifling indignities will mean nothing. Sima Jin declared without reservation. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. The Emperor of Dessous erupted into mad laughter, though whether from joy or despair, none could tell. For 1,000 years we warred, annexing countless kingdoms to form our tripartite balance. Yet in the end, it was all for naught. Ha ha ha. None of us prevailed. Dessous lost, and Dessous lost as well. The laughter of the great Song Emperor was utterly desolate, an outcome unforeseen by all. He had envisioned Great Chu's victory, or perhaps Great Su emerging triumphant, even indulging in fantasies of Great Song reigning supreme over the realm. Yet never had he imagined defeat at the hands of a mere half-saint he once deemed insignificant. The tide has turned, murmured the Great Chu Emperor in despair. Though he would have lost regardless of Sima Jin's intervention, he would have preferred defeat at the hands of Great Su or Great Song rather than this usurper. At least those were adversaries he had long respected. Decades of warfare, even in defeat, would have been honorable. Most aggrieved were the Great Su Emperor and his warriors. Against all odds, they had clawed their way back from the brink, waging a bloody decade-long struggle, only to see their dream of unification snatched away at the final moment by an unforeseen dark horse. It ends now. Slay you all, and I shall stand as the realm's sole saint. Above the void, the black-robed figure struck again, his movements a blur of terrifying speed. A single palm descended like the crushing weight of the heavens, carrying boundless annihilation. Boom. The Great Chu Emperor was instantly reduced to gory fragments, not a trace of his remains left. A mighty sovereign, thus extinguished. Retreat, cried the Great Su and Great Song Emperors in unison. Though they themselves might perish, they sought to preserve their empire's strength. Even as a saint, Sima Jin's path to unification would not be smooth. Usurpers face endless turmoil in legitimizing their rule. The two empires might yet seize a fleeting respite. Perhaps, just perhaps, a new saint would emerge. A faint hope, yet hope nonetheless. Whoosh. At their command, the imperial armies began their withdrawal. But to Sima Jin, these ants were beneath his notice. A saint's rivals are saints alone. These petty soldiers couldn't even stir his interest. But wait, he had nearly forgotten one. His gaze snapped toward a graceful figure adorned with a peach blossom mask. Truth be told, among these would-be saints, you are the one I most desire to kill. Sima Jin hissed. Barely decades of cultivation, yet you dual half-saints. Given years more, might you threaten even me? His target was Su Shuiyao. Her talent was monstrous, a mere 30 years of age, yet she trounced millennium-old veterans. Such a prodigy could not be permitted to live. A future calamity, without question. Locked under a saint's gaze, Qiannian found himself paralyzed. Even Shuiyao, for all her prowess, stood no chance against true sainthood. Shuiyao flee. The Great Su Emperor surged forward, his body ablaze with sacred light as he hurled himself at Sima Jin. He would spend his life to buy her escape, for in Su Shuiyao lay Great Su's sole hope of resurgence. Enough. I have no desire to see this realm fall into the hands of a petty villain. The deranged Emperor of Great Song let out a maniacal laugh as he ignited his sacred radiance, embarking upon his final battle. Feudal, you may obstruct us momentarily, but not eternally. Once you are slain, who in this vast empire shall shield her? This realm shall inevitably belong to the Sima clan. Boom. The ultimate holy war erupted as the warriors of Great Su and the Emperor of Song, burning with their very lives and souls, united to halt Sima Jin's advance. They harbored no illusions of vanquishing Sima Jin, but sought merely to preserve a glimmer of hope for this crumbling empire. Chapter 85. May I hold you while we sleep? Father? Witnessing the scene before her, Su Shuiyao felt an overwhelming surge of sorrow. Tears streamed down her face, slipping beneath her mask. I must save Father. Her delicate frame trembled as she spoke, poised to rush forward. Shuiyao. Qiannian seized her wrist firmly. Listen to me. Have you forgotten what I told you before? You must live well, so you can avenge your father. His voice was urgent, pleading. He couldn't bear to see her act recklessly. After all, Sima Jin was a saint-level powerhouse. No, Father is the most important person to me. I cannot abandon him. She shook her head, wrenching her hand free. Don't. Qiannian wrapped his arms around her, refusing to let her go. Shuiyao, look at me. Look at the soldiers of Desu. Look at its people. They need you. You are not just yourself. You are the hope of all Desu. Can you bear to see them enslaved? To watch this land fall under the Sima family's tyranny? Your father is fighting for your safety. Will you let his sacrifice be in vain? Shuiyao, promise me. Promise your father. Promise the people of Desu live. He held her tightly, knowing his words might wound her, but he had no choice. Fear gripped him, fear that she would do something irreversible. He couldn't allow it. Within his embrace, Su Shuiyao's tears fell harder. I know all of this, but I can't just stand by and watch. I can't watch Father die. Her voice broke with sobs. She understood, of course. Yet when faced with this moment, acceptance was impossible. Below them, the Emperor of Desu sighed inwardly, sending a final message to his daughter. Shuiyao, obey your father. Live well. My heart died the day your mother was taken from us. The only reason I remained was because you and your siblings were not yet grown. But now, you have matured. I can depart at last. Your mother. She has waited for me long enough. Forgive me, Shuiyao. I will not see you wed, nor witness your happiness with the one you love. But remember, you promised me, and your mother, that you would live on. With that, resolve hardened in the Emperor's eyes. Sima Jin, this world will never be yours. He charged towards Sima Jin. Boom. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, shaking the heavens as if the sky itself had collapsed. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward, heralding doom. A saint's self-destruction was annihilation incarnate. Crack, crack, space shattered. The void dissolved into darkness, swallowing everything in its path. Cough, cough. Even Sima Jin, mighty as he was left in wretched disarray, his robes torn, his aura withered, his face deathly pale. That strike, though not fatal, had drained a tremendous amount of his sacred essence, rendering him incapable of recovery in the short term. No, Father. Su Shuiyao stared blankly at the scene before her. Her eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming down from beneath her mask. Thud. She collapsed to the ground, her vision blurred by tears. Her father had chosen death, had chosen self-destruction, just so she could live. At that moment, she felt as though her heart had been torn apart, bleeding and aching with unbearable agony. Shuiyao. Qiannian held her tightly, his own heart shattering at her suffering. He understood the depth of her pain, a torment that seeped into the very marrow of her bones. Elder, take the princess away, Qiannian said, turning to the Grand Preceptor. The old man sighed softly. He had never imagined such an ending. As a transcendent powerhouse, the Grand Preceptor could teleport, moving with incredible speed. You think you can escape? Sima Jin roared, chasing after them. Not before you get past me. The Emperor of Great Song blocked Sima Jin's path once more, his voice a furious bellow as he glanced toward the direction of the Great Su Emperor's self-destruction. Rest in peace, old rival. Boom. A cataclysmic collision erupted, shaking the heavens and earth. Even mortals thousands of miles away could see the night sky illuminated as if by multiple suns, their jaws dropping in stunned disbelief. Two saintly powerhouses had self-destructed in succession. Night and day alternated violently. The entire sky dyed a deep, bloody crimson. Damn it all. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will find you. Sima Jin howled, his body drenched in blood, his appearance wretched, severely wounded. With the spatial disturbances from the saint's self-destruction disrupting his teleportation, he had lost track of Su Shuiyao. And now, with the chaos of Great Chu's affairs demanding his attention, he had no choice but to temporarily abandon his pursuit. The Grand Preceptor brought Su Shuiyao and Qiannian back to the Great Su Palace. Qiannian carried her to her chambers. Gazing at the heartbroken beauty before him, he tenderly removed her peach blossom mask and wiped away her tears. Shuiyao, don't cry anymore. Your eyes will swell, he whispered gently into her ear. Wu. Su Xiao buried her face in Qiannian's chest, weeping uncontrollably, her sorrow unlike anything she had ever known. Her tears soaked his robes. Seeing her like this, Qiannian's heart twisted violently. He held her even tighter. "Xueyao, don't cry," he murmured softly. I don't have a father anymore," she whispered, lifting her tear-streaked face. Her peerless beauty, marred by grief, was enough to move anyone to pity. "I don't have a father anymore." The sorrow in those words was unbearable, a grief so profound it could shatter hearts and draw tears from stone. "You still have your royal brother. You still have the hundreds of millions of great Su subjects. You still have me." Qiannian gently caressed Su Xueyao's cheek and spoke slowly. "You still have me." These words touched the softest place in Su Xueyao's heart, causing her tears to once again slip uncontrollably down her face. "Don't leave me," she whispered softly, burying her head in Qiannian's embrace as if seeking solace. "I won't leave." Qiannian's lips trembled slightly as he held Su Xiao tightly in his arms, as though wanting to meld her into his very being. "I'm so tired. Can you hold me while I sleep?" After a long while, Su Xueyao lifted her head and gazed at Qiannian with pleading eyes. Now was Su Xueyao's most vulnerable moment, unrelated to her cultivation strength. In this instant, she was fragile. "Of course I can." Qiannian nodded, carrying Su Xueyao to the bed. Then the two lay quietly together, holding each other close. Only after a long while did Su Xueyao gradually calm down, resting against Qiannian's chest, listening to his heartbeat while embracing his waist. She slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 15. Sima Yin, the Hidden Schemer. Concealed plots bring calamity to mortals. The emperor falls in battle, loyal souls scatter, the princess weeps, drenching her silken robes. Chapter 86. I shall temporarily assume father's throne now. In the dead of night, Su Xueyao abruptly opened her eyes, her delicate face pale and drenched in cold sweat. She had been tormented by a nightmare. That horrifying scene had haunted her once more. "It's all right. I'm here," Qiannian murmured softly, his arms still wrapped protectively around her. Seeing her awaken, he hastened to soothe her. "I will have my vengeance. I must," Su Xueyao declared with steely resolve, her beautiful eyes burning with intense hatred. "I know. The debt must be repaid," Qiannian replied earnestly. "But promise me, until you possess sufficient strength, do not act recklessly. Do not be impulsive." "Agreed?" He could not stay much longer, and his heart ached with worry for her. The mere thought of Su Xueyao facing danger was unbearable. "Xueyao, these are 3 letters I've written for you. Do not open them now. Only when you feel utterly exhausted, read one, as though I were by your side." With solemnity, he handed her the letters, his gaze overflowing with tenderness. He could not bear the thought of her encountering any peril. A year for this 1 year. He could only pray that she would remain safe. Su Xiao accepted the letters, silent for a moment before nodding firmly. "I promise." Her voice carried an unshakable determination, as though sealing an irrevocable vow. Then, her eyes sharpened with resolve, her words dripping with venom. "I will not seek out Sima Jin until I am strong enough. But when that day comes, I will cut him down." Her tone radiated boundless hatred and unwavering conviction, stirring the hearts of those who heard it. At this moment, Su Xueyao was no longer the sheltered and adored princess, but a resolute and fearless warrior, a goddess of war, standing tall against adversity. A profound sense of duty surged within her to uphold this crumbling empire. She knew the path ahead would be fraught with hardship, yet she faced it without hesitation, stepping forward with unyielding courage. "Xueyao, when we meet again, you will be well, won't you?" Qiannian gazed at her intently, his eyes brimming with concern and hope. Su Xueyao paused in thought, assessing the situation before replying seriously, "Rest assured. Sima Jin is gravely wounded. It will take time for him to recover. Moreover, he must now consolidate his rule over the great Chu Empire, establishing his own dynasty. For at least half a year, he will not dare approach the great Su capital." "Half a year," Qiannian murmured thoughtfully. And after that, he understood all too well. No matter how treacherous Sima Jin was, one had to admit his cunning was formidable. A man who had endured humiliation for a millennium, kneeling in submission, a saint bowing to a mortal emperor who had not yet ascended. What depth of patience did that require? Now, in this land, Su Xueyao was the sole threat to his future. He would never let her go. Su Xueyao fell silent for a long moment, her expression complicated. With a faint sigh, she whispered, "My elder brother, his talent is mediocre. Even if he ascends the throne, at most, he will reach the transcendent realm." Qiannian's expression subtly hardened. Mediocre talent. If his memory served him right, Su Shuiao had mentioned her imperial brother was merely 2 years her senior. In his 30s, at the nascent soul realm, with mediocre aptitude. Then what of those so-called Tao children of the northern continent? Those peerless geniuses in the eyes of mortals? The previous generation's sword sect Tao child, Qiannian, already 40 years of age, hadn't even formed his golden core yet. I shall temporarily assume Father Emperor's position. With the great Su dragon veil protecting me, my cultivation can briefly ascend to half-step sainthood, though still no match for Sima Jin. The disparity won't be overwhelming, Su Shuiao continued. Currently at mid-transcendent realm, she could sweep through transcendent experts and contend with half-step saints. With the great Su's national fortune elevating her to quasi-sainthood, she'd be verging on true sainthood. Even temporarily, it would suffice to resist Sima Jin. Most excellent. Then I may set my heart at ease. Qiannian exhaled in relief. Don't concern yourself overmuch with me, it'll affect your daily life. Su Shuiao shook her head gently, her voice soft as morning mist. I can tend to myself well, there's no need for worry. Silly girl, for me it's merely an ordinary day. But you must traverse an entire year of peril. How could I not be concerned? Qiannian tapped her delicate nose affectionately, his smile tender as spring sunlight. Su Shuiao fell silent momentarily before nodding slightly. I promise you I'll be well. She nestled into his embrace, murmuring like willow catkins brushing against still water. Shall we pinky swear then? Qiannian extended his little finger. Must you still treat me like a child at our age? Though pouting, Su Shuiao nevertheless intertwined her slender finger with his. Their digits entwined like twin vines seeking sunlight. Oh, this jade pendant you entrusted me with previously, I believe you'll have greater need of it now. Qiannian produced the talisman containing a single saint-level strike that Su Shuiao had given him earlier. As Su Shuiao blinked in surprise, Qiannian pressed a finger to her lips. No refusals. You require it more. When you ascend to sainthood later, you can craft another for me. His smile held the warmth of a winter hearth. Lowering her lashes, Su Shuiao accepted the pendant with silent acquiescence. Good girl. Qiannian's radiant smile blossomed like summer peonies as he ruffled her silken tresses with indulgent affection. Had this pendant remained with me, I'd likely have expended it long ago. Su Shuiao mused, her eyes glistening like dew-kissed petals. During her first battlefield year, when besieged by 3 elite transcendents, possessing the talisman might have compelled its use then, a saint's strike exchanged for 3 peak transcendents. What seemed worthwhile then now felt wasteful. For such foes had become trivial beneath her blade. Witnessing her melancholy, Qiannian's heart constricted. He enfolded her delicate hand within his own. Shuiao, I believe in you. You will undoubtedly prevail against Sima Jin. His gaze shone with unwavering conviction, like lighthouse beacons piercing stormy seas. Su Shuiao lifted her misty eyes, blinking away crystalline droplets before whispering a soft affirmation, fragile yet resolute as morning's first snowflake. The night was deep, with a sky full of twinkling stars, and the silvery moonlight cascaded down, illuminating Su Shuiao's delicate profile. Nestled against Qiannian's chest, she slept soundly. He held her closer, gently stroking her lustrous raven hair. Her long lashes fluttered slightly, and her porcelain skin seemed so delicate it might shatter at a touch. With a tender kiss upon her forehead, he whispered softly, "Wait for me to return." As his words faded, his figure vanished into the night. The world fell into hushed stillness, save for Su Shuiao's serene breathing and a single tear tracing silently down her cheek. 3 lifetimes are but an elusive dream. I only crave this one. A year is far too long. I yearn to seize each fleeting moment. Our meeting was already fate's greatest blessing, yet I selfishly desire so much more. It is not space that confines us, but time that binds our hearts. Chapter 87. Proposing marriage on behalf of my master to Senior Lanhua when Qiannian awoke. He was still seated beneath the peach blossom tree. He raised a hand to touch his cheek, only to find that tears had silently streaked his face. Gazing upward at the sky, the morning light spilled through the branches, illuminating the blossoms, and for a fleeting moment, he thought he saw a familiar silhouette. She turned, offering him a radiant smile before waving farewell. Her name was Su Shuiao. Shuiao, he murmured, his eyes clouded with nostalgia. Are you truly in the same world as I? Strength. Everything hinged on strength. If only he possessed the power of a saint, he could sweep away all obstacles for Shuiao. But alas, he did not. Young Master Qiannian, I noticed you were resting earlier and did not wish to disturb you. The voice of the 100 Blossoms fairy drew near. Today, she wore a delicate gown of pale blue, her skin as flawless as snow, her attire exquisitely refined. Is there something you require? Qiannian closed his eyes briefly, suppressing the emotions within, his tone indifferent. Master has emerged from seclusion and awaits you in the grand hall, she replied softly. I see. Nodding. He rose and strode toward the flower sect's grand hall. Behind him, the 100 Blossoms fairy bit her lip, glancing down at herself. Despite her meticulous adornment, had he still refused to spare her even a glance? The grand hall of the flower sect was a sight of ancient elegance, resplendent in gold and jade. At its head sat a dignified and graceful matriarch, her posture poised, her bearing noble, though time had etched faint traces upon her. The remnants of her once stunning beauty were undeniable. Beside her stood the sect master, the red blossom fairy, whom Qiannian had met the previous day, standing with deference. Greetings. Taoist Lanhua. Qiannian approached swiftly, offering a slight bow. As he observed her, he nodded inwardly. No wonder his master had confessed his feelings to her 7 times in the past. A heavenly foundation cultivator, her aura was indeed extraordinary. To think that old fool had been fortunate enough to take on a disciple with such a foundation. Taoist Lanhua's eyes gleamed with intrigue as she regarded Qiannian. A heavenly foundation. For centuries, she and Taoist Qiannian had been locked in a silent rivalry, each striving to surpass the other in sect development. This generation's chosen disciple, the 100 Blossoms fairy, had established an earth-grade foundation. She had believed this would finally tip the scales in her favor. Yet now, he had produced a disciple with a heavenly foundation. With Qiannian's emergence, the competition had been decisively settled. Taoist Lanhua, I have come on behalf of my master, Taoist Qiannian, to propose marriage. I hope you will grant your approval. These are the betrothal gifts. With that, Qiannian produced a storage pouch and presented it to Lanhua. She accepted it, opening it casually, only for a surge of dense spiritual energy to burst forth, causing her pupils to contract sharply. Shock flickered in her gaze. Spirit stones. Every last one of them was a spirit stone. The sheer quantity was staggering, and each spiritual stone, as large as a thumb, radiated a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the entire hall. 52,000 premium-grade spiritual stones. Beside him, the crimson blossom fairy's breath quickened uncontrollably. Such an abundance of spiritual stones, merely as a betrothal gift? Was this the extravagance of a heavenly Tao Foundation establishment? Truly befitting of one who has attained the heavenly Tao Foundation. Such a grand gesture was beyond the means of that old fool. The azure blossom fairy took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within her. Speak. To whom do you propose this marriage? Upon hearing this, Qiannian cleared his throat softly. On behalf of my master, Taoist Qiannian, I come to propose marriage to you, Taoist Azure Blossom. The moment these words were uttered, the atmosphere in the hall fell into absolute silence. Just then, the 100 Blossoms fairy happened to enter and caught the tail end of his declaration. She froze momentarily, her expression dimming with sorrow. As expected, he had not come to propose to her. Take back your spiritual stones. My Blossom sect has no need for them. The Azure Blossom fairy's demeanor instantly turned icy as she flung the storage pouch back at Qiannian. The Crimson Blossom fairy watched with longing eyes, her gaze brimming with desire, wishing she could accept on her master's behalf. How could they refuse such an abundance of premium-grade spiritual stones? Senior Azure Blossom, my master holds deep affection for you. If you share his feelings, why refuse? At the mention of Taoist Qingshuan's affection, the Azure Blossom fairy trembled faintly, though she quickly composed herself. Why does he not come himself, sending only a reckless youth in his stead? Her expression darkened further, a flicker of anger surfacing. Did Taoist Qingshuan truly lack the courage to face her? Senior, my master wished to come many times, but he feared rejection as in the past. You know well his prideful nature. Qiannian sighed helplessly before continuing. Thus, he sent me, in his stead, with a message for you. Speak it. The single word she uttered was frigid. My master said, he has loved you for 1,000 years. Boom. The word struck like a bolt from the blue, shaking the Azure Blossom fairy to her core. Her body trembled violently. She had waited a millennium to hear those words. 1,000 years. A pang of bitterness welled within her, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She had waited for him for 1,000 years. Throughout those long years, she had never married. Even when countless brilliant young prodigies had sought her hand, she had refused them all, because her heart had always belonged to one, the one she yearned for endlessly. Did he truly say that? After a long silence, she finally lifted her gaze, fixing Qiannian with an intense stare. She feared she had misheard. Yes. Qiannian nodded solemnly. You know my master well. In the past, he never drank. Yet after returning from his travels with you, he drowned himself in wine daily. Moreover, for 1,000 years, he has never accepted any woman. In his youth, he was peerless among prodigies, pursued by countless admirers, just as you were, senior. For 1,000 years. Have you not remained the same? The blue flower fairy gazed blankly at Qiannian for a long moment before suddenly breaking into a smile, one tinged with bitterness and sorrow. So, he still remembers. Proud and aloof all her life, she had disdained every man who crossed her path. Yet Qingxian Daojun alone had captured her heart. But because both were stubborn and unyielding, their love had come to nothing in the end. Chapter 88. The 18th Dream. Who is this empress? Looking back now, had she softened even the slightest bit back then, perhaps the outcome would have been different. How foolish she had been. Seeing the blue flower fairy in such a state, Qiannian had already made up his mind. Senior Blue Flower, do you accept this betrothal gift? The blue flower fairy hesitated, but the red flower fairy beside her coughed lightly. Master, our flower sect has been lacking spiritual stones recently. Of course, the red flower fairy wasn't truly concerned about the stones. She was merely giving her master an excuse to step down gracefully. Everyone knew the blue flower fairy was proud and valued her dignity. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the blue flower fairy sighed deeply and reached out to take the storage pouch. Slowly, she said, I shall reluctantly accept this. However, this is merely compensation for my losses. A faint smile curved Qiannian's lips. Naturally, if you are willing, on the 8th day of the 8th month, my master will arrive in grand style. 8 bridal palanquins, drawn by nascent soul realm flood dragons, to marry you with utmost splendor. 8 palanquins? That's not enough. The blue flower fairy snorted coldly. He made me wait 1,000 years. I demand 1,000. Hearing this, Qiannian's smile deepened. Rest assured, master's wife, I will relay this condition to my master. However, since you have accepted the betrothal gift, might you send a reply to my master? Otherwise, he may think I deceived him into believing you agreed. The blue flower fairy nodded, retrieving a jade slip and pressing it to her forehead. After a moment, she handed it to Qiannian. I've left an image within. Deliver it to him. As she spoke, an uncharacteristic blush tinted the blue flower fairy's cheeks. Witnessing this expression, the red flower fairy nearly gasped aloud. In the centuries she had served the blue flower fairy, this was the first time she had ever seen her master display such maidenly shyness. Thank you, master's wife. I shall return to report to my master. Please prepare yourself. On the 8th day of the 8th month, my master will come to welcome you. Qiannian clasped his hands in salute. Wait. The blue flower fairy nodded, stopping him. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes brimming with tenderness. I have nothing worthy to give you. But take these medicinal herbs. With a graceful wave of her hand, rows of vibrant, exotic flowers and herbs materialized in the air, each exuding a rich, intoxicating fragrance. These were all rare, high-grade spiritual herbs the blue flower fairy had painstakingly collected over the years, treasures she had always guarded jealously. Yet today, she decided to bestow them all upon Qiannian. Many thanks, master's wife. Qiannian's eyes gleamed at the sight of these priceless herbs, and without hesitation, he stored them away in his spatial ring. 50,000 high-grade spirit stones, definitely not wasted. Go now. Tell him. I will wait for him. The blue flower fairy spoke softly. Understood, master's wife. I take my leave. Qiannian bowed deeply before retreating. At the grand hall's entrance, the 100 flowers fairy murmured. Young Master Qiannian, may I ask, what place does the one you love hold in your heart? Qiannian paused briefly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he continued his stride outward. Yet his voice carried back to her, irreplaceable, for simple words, yet laden with profound weight. Qiannian was aware of the tender sentiments the flower fairy harbored for him, and thus maintained a deliberate distance, hoping she might one day relinquish her affections. In this lifetime, Su Shuiyao alone sufficed for him. Midway, a sudden recollection altered his course, leading him to the vast expanse of the 800-li Yunming Marsh. To avoid unwanted attention, he discreetly donned a white mask before stepping into its depths. Before long, a peach blossom grove materialized before him. At its entrance, clusters of cultivators gathered, debating the mysteries and perils concealed within. From afar, Qiannian lifted his gaze. Amidst the peach blossoms, the silhouette of a maiden seemed to appear, seated upon a swing, soaring high, her smile directed at him. Yet when he blinked, she vanished like mist. He stood motionless for an hour, lost in unspoken thoughts, before silently withdrawing without disturbing a soul. His master and the Blue Flower Fairy had waited a millennium for their resolution. But what of him? Did he possess a definitive timeline? A decade? A century? A millennium? Or perhaps 10,000 years? Soon after, Qiannian returned to the Tao sect and sought out his master without delay. "Master, behold this," he said, presenting the newly acquired jade slip to Taoist Qiannian. With a single glance, Qiannian's attention was riveted. "9-colored phoenix jade," he murmured, as if dredging up long-buried memories. "Where did you obtain this?" Qiannian abruptly raised his head, his gaze blazing with fervor. "An elder entrusted it to me, instructing me to deliver it to that old, undying one," Qiannian replied. "Old undying one." At these words, Qiannian trembled, his eyes instantly moistening. A century ago, when the Tao lords of the spirit realm convened to strategize against the unorthodox sects, this was how she had addressed him. "It's her." Taoist Qiannian hastily unsealed the jade slip, eager to discern her message. As it opened, the ethereal projection of the Blue Flower Fairy materialized before them. Her delicate cheeks faintly flushed. "Qiannian, if you truly wish to wed me, prepare 1,000 bridal sedan chairs, not one fewer." Taoist Qiannian stood frozen, staring at the apparition, his shock rendering him speechless for an interminable moment. At length, he regained his composure and turned to his disciple. "What exactly have you done?" "Nothing much. I merely visited the flower sect to propose on your behalf, venerable master," Qiannian declared matter-of-factly, spreading his hands. Thereupon, he recounted the entire sequence of events, including the Blue Flower Fairy's reactions and expressions. After a prolonged silence, Taoist Qiannian exhaled a self-reproachful sigh. "I failed her, making her wait 1,000 years." Observing his master's expression, Qiannian understood. The matter was settled. With his task accomplished, he quietly withdrew, not wishing to disturb his master's reverie. May all lovers in this world find their happy ending. On this night, Qiannian entered the dreamscape for the 18th time, his heart fraught with tension. A year had passed. How was Su Shuiao faring? And what of Sima Jin? What heights had he reached? Slowly, Qiannian opened his eyes, and before him emerged a figure of striking presence. She stood with her back to him, poised at the forefront like an unshakable mountain, exuding an air of indomitable strength. Behind her stretched a sea of subjects, their gazes filled with reverence and devotion, as though she were the very axis upon which the world turned. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall down to her waist, shimmering with an inky luster. She was clad in an opulent phoenix robe, embroidered with lifelike golden dragons, a magnificent tapestry of auspicious symbolism. Upon her head rested an exquisite crown, studded with dazzling gemstones that radiated brilliance, as if infused with boundless power, further enhancing her aura of nobility and solemnity. Qiannian mused inwardly. Who is this empress? Yet deep down, he already knew. As long as she was safe, nothing else mattered. Then, from the heavens above, a voice laced with malice pierced the air. "Su Shuiao, how much longer do you think you can hold out as a mere half-saint?" Verse 16. Once a delicate princess, tender and fair, now a phoenix sovereign, shaking the heavens with her might. The realm lies within her commanding sight, and all beneath the sky bow in humble reverence. Chapter 89. Su Shuiao confronts Sima Jin. "Su Shuiao, how much longer can you hold on?" With this furious roar, the heavens and earth seemed to tremble. Violent winds howled, dark clouds churned, and thunder rumbled as though the apocalypse loomed. Yet Su Shuiao, now the Empress of Desu, stood resolute. Raising her delicate hand, a radiant light flashed, and an immense protective barrier materialized over the imperial capital, shielding it from the terrifying pressure descending from the sky. From above, Sima Jin's deep, ominous voice echoed once more. "Su Shuiao, surrender, and I shall spare your Su bloodline. Otherwise, I will reduce all of you to ashes." His voice reverberated across the land, carrying boundless authority and dominance. High in the sky, Sima Jin stood clad in gray imperial robes, black war boots beneath him, like a god of war gazing down upon the mortal realm. Beside him stood armored generals, their banners emblazoned with the bold character Jin, now a true emperor. He had overthrown the great Chu Empire, renaming it Jin. His power had surged, elevating him to the mid-saint realm, making him the mightiest existence on this continent, unrivaled. From the clouds, he watched Su Shuiao with icy eyes, brimming with confidence and pride. He would make all bow before him, reigning supreme with unrivaled glory. "People of Desu, will you surrender?" Su Shuiao turned slowly, her clear eyes sweeping over her subjects. "Rather die than surrender," Defend the capital to our last breath. We pledge undying loyalty to Desu. The next moment, deafening cries erupted from the city, resounding in all directions. Stubborn fools. Then perish. Sima Jin snorted coldly. In the void, a spear materialized, radiating destructive energy as it hovered above the capital. Break, he commanded indifferently. The spear trembled, unleashing a dazzling brilliance as countless attacks cascaded downward like a meteor shower. Though the capital's barrier had been reinforced by multiple saints, without a saint-level guardian, it wavered under the assault, teetering on collapse. Su Shuiyao's expression turned solemn. Raising her slender fingers, a crystalline sword, as if forged from pure crystal, manifested in her grasp. Endless defense will only invite weakness. The best defense is offense. Shuiyao. Qiannian couldn't help but call out. Su Shuiyao turned. Behind her peach blossom mask, her peerless beauty remained hidden, yet Qiannian recognized the familiar determination in her gaze. Though she was the empress of Desu, she was still the princess who adored peach blossoms. I will be fine. Wait for my return. With that, she soared into the sky, meeting the storm of attacks head-on. Clang, clang, clang. With a crystalline sword in hand, her graceful figure danced through the air, each strike shattering a terrifying assault. Within the capital of Desu, her cultivation had ascended to the threshold of sainthood, and with her unparalleled combat prowess, she was not incapable of challenging a true saint. Boom. Boom, boom. Above the heavens, violent collisions erupted, flames surged, and radiant light spilled forth. The shockwaves of unimaginable power rippled outward, shaking the very foundations of Desu's imperial city. This was a battle of dragon and phoenix. Sima Jin had transformed into a colossal gray dragon, while Su Shuiyao took the form of a blazing phoenix, soaring through the 9 heavens as they clashed in mortal combat. Their movements were too swift for mortal eyes to follow, leaving only the piercing howl of torn air and the ceaseless thunder of their strikes. May your majesty triumph once more in this war. May your majesty claim victory again. Countless citizens of Desu knelt upon the earth, their voices rising in unison. Su Shuiyao was now the empire's sole hope. She could not afford to fall. And from their fervent cries, Qiannian gleaned a crucial revelation. This was not the first time Su Shuiyao had faced Sima Jin in battle. The celestial duel raged on, growing ever fiercer. Su Shuiyao, you truly are a prodigy, Sima Jin mused, his voice laced with lethal intent. To challenge me at the cusp of sainthood, if you were to truly ascend, what then? Her existence shattered the myth that all beneath sainthood were mere ants. It was a truth that gnawed at him, driving him to eliminate her at all costs. So long as Su Shuiyu lived, he would never know peace. The most devastating exchange erupted as the two collided, unleashing a tempest of energy that swept outward in violent waves. Boom. Then, in an instant, a third saintly aura manifested, a single, unseen strike slamming into the gray dragon's underbelly. Clearly, Su Shuiyao had unleashed the jade pendant's saintly strike. With a pained roar, the dragon recoiled, blood painting the heavens crimson as it fled into the distance. Su Shuiyao, I will return. Sima Jin's voice echoed across the sky as his form dissolved into black mist, vanishing beyond the horizon. Your Majesty, you've left us behind. His generals stood frozen in horror, their bodies trembling as they hastily tore through space in desperate retreat. Humph! With a single slash of her sword, Su Shuiyao shattered the void, annihilating the fleeing transcendence in an instant. Then, blade in hand, she hovered in the sky, her gaze fixed upon the direction of Sima Jin's departure. Long live Her Majesty! Long live Her Majesty! Below, the people of Desu lifted their heads, tears streaming as they cried out in exultation. Once again, their empress had repelled an invincible foe, saving the empire from ruin. In that moment, Su Shuiyao's prestige reached its zenith, revered by countless souls. Assured of Sima Jin's retreat, she sheathed her sword's radiance and descended gracefully before Qiannian. I await you in the peach blossom grove. You know the way. Su Shuiyao transmitted her voice, then vanished on the spot without uttering another word. Qiannian was slightly startled. He swiftly donned his mask, concealed his traces, and hastened toward the depths of the imperial palace. For he had just noticed, something was profoundly amiss in the expression and demeanor of Su Shuiyao's eyes. Chapter 90. I may not live to see you again. When Qiannian arrived at the peach blossom grove, the sight of bloodstains on the ground filled his heart with an ominous premonition. He quickened his pace, weaving through the dense peach trees, until he finally found Su Shuiyao. There she lay, silent beneath a blooming peach tree, her robes drenched in crimson. Shuiyao. Mo Qiannian's voice trembled with profound concern and urgency. He rushed forward, carefully gathering her into his arms, cradling her against his warmth. Gently, he removed the peach blossom mask from her face, revealing a countenance of unparalleled beauty, now as pale as parchment, drained of all color. A delicate trail of scarlet lingered at the corner of her lips, the stark contrast between the vivid red and her pallid complexion striking a harrowing image. I have healing herbs, plenty of them. You mustn't give up. Mo Qiannian hastily retrieved precious spiritual herbs, each brimming with potent life essence, remnants of the Blue Flower Fairy's millennium-long collection. Foolish, unrefined herbs, unprocessed into elixirs or medicinal brews, retain but a tenth of their efficacy. Such waste. Su Shuiyao's eyelids fluttered open, her gaze soft yet weary. If it means you recover, no amount is wasted. Mo Qiannian's hands trembled as he wiped the blood from her robes, his handsome brow furrowed with distress. Su Shuiyao fell silent, her eyes lingering on him with an inscrutable emotion. After a long pause, she lifted a frail hand, tracing the contours of his face with delicate fingers. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice carrying the weight of unspoken sentiments. The words pierced Mo Qiannian's heart like a blade. He clasped her hand tightly, his voice quivering. "Between us, why speak of gratitude?" Agony twisted within him. He would gladly endure any suffering if it meant sparing her this pain. He must attain the power to oppose the Saint Realm, no matter the cost. Sima Jin has annexed Great Shu, harnessing its imperial fortune to ascend to mid-stage sainthood. Now, he has seized most of Great Su's territories. His strength is formidable. Su Shuiyao murmured weakly. Mo Qiannian's expression darkened. The threat of Sima Jin loomed large in his mind, and fury coiled in his chest. Damn Sima Jin. How could I have overlooked him? I should have anticipated this. Great Su's imperial fortune has been waning. Were it not for my breakthrough to the late transcendent realm, even with its blessings, I could not have reached half-step sainthood, she continued, a trace of resignation in her tone. During our first clash, with the full might of Great Su's fortune, I barely held my ground and forced his retreat. Her eyes dimmed slightly, recalling the fierce battle. The second time, I could only trade wounds, making him reluctant to risk further injury. Her voice grew heavier, exhaustion seeping into her gaze. Mo Qiannian gazed at Su Shuiyao with a heart full of sorrow, acutely aware of how arduous and brutal this war was for her. The hopes of the entire Daisu rested solely upon her slender shoulders. No one could share even a fraction of that burden. Today marked their third confrontation. Had it not been for the jade pendant that critically wounded him at the crucial moment, Mo Qiannian doubted he could have even forced the enemy to retreat. Shuiyao. His teeth clenched so tightly it felt as though his heart was bleeding, wishing desperately he could bear all this suffering in her stead. Don't be like this. Su Shuiyao offered a faint, bittersweet smile. 3 defeats, and now this grave injury. Sima Jin won't return anytime soon. Yet, how could Sima Jin possibly leave such a formidable threat unchecked? Mo Qiannian pulled her tightly into his embrace, absorbing her warmth and presence. His heart drowning in guilt and self-reproach. He knew his ability to aid her was pitifully limited. Each time, she had to endure the pressure and hardship alone. Lowering his head, he whispered hoarsely, "Shuiyao, I'm sorry, so sorry. I've done so little for you. Every time, you've had to shoulder everything yourself. If I could, I'd take all this pain and torment from you." Su Shuiyao chuckled softly, lifting her gaze to meet his. "Who says you haven't helped me? Those 3 letters you gave me last time. They filled me with such anticipation for our next meeting. That hope became my strength, the reason I repelled Sima Jin 3 times. She paused, then continued, "And because of it, I even comprehended a sacred tear sword technique, frost and snow of 1,000 years. This technique elevated my power immensely. Without it, I might not have lasted till now." Mo Qiannian shuddered at her words, murmuring under his breath, "Frost and snow of 1,000 years." The name seemed to carry boundless depth, frost and snow symbolizing Su Shuiyao, while 1,000 years naturally referred to him. Their bond, like the name itself, had withstood the trials of time, unyielding as bedrock. "If, just if, you meet a wonderful girl who truly loves you," Su Shuiyao murmured, her eyes closed. Voice feather-light. "Hold on to her tightly, all right?" Mo Qiannian stiffened, his eyes widening in disbelief. What are you saying?" "I wanted to be selfish, to wish you'd remember that girl who appeared in your dreams for less than a month." Her voice remained soft. Yet each word cut into his heart like a blade. But I can't be that selfish. So, just forget me. Tears spilled from her eyes, landing on Qiannian's hands. Shuya. He suddenly crushed her against him, his own eyes reddening, voice trembling. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I ever forget you? Even if I forgot everything in this world, you would remain. Qiannian held Su Shuiao tightly in his arms, as if fearing she might vanish into thin air. I may not live to see our next meeting, Su Shuiao murmured with a voice that carried the weight of sorrow beneath its calm surface. Chapter 91. Is there a way to defy the sacred realm? Bonus chapter, impossible. We will meet again, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Until eternity. Qiannian held Su Shuiao tightly, his voice resolute and unwavering. Su Shuiao smiled faintly, tears tracing delicate paths down her cheeks. She lifted her gaze to the window, murmuring, perhaps. If we could truly meet forever, how wonderful would that be? She had grown accustomed to his presence, his embrace, his scent. If only they could remain like this. Even if eternity in reality remained beyond their grasp, it would still be enough. Yet the threat of Sima Jin loomed over them like a blade suspended above their heads, poised to strike at any moment. What if she truly couldn't wait until next year? The thought of leaving him was unbearable. Qiannian clenched his fists, nails biting into his palms as he suppressed the fury and murderous intent surging within him. Sima Jin, Shuiao, wait for me, just one more year. I will find a way to defy Sima Jin. I swear I won't let anything happen to you. His voice was ice, sharp and unyielding, filling the space around them. At his words, Su Shuiao's lips curved into a radiant smile. She reached out, her slender fingers brushing lightly against his cheek. All right, she whispered, her voice soft but determined. I'll do my best to hold on for one more year. Though weakened, her smile remained luminous, warm as sunlight. Qiannian studied her intently, her delicate features. Slightly pale, yet still breathtakingly beautiful. Promise me, he murmured hoarsely, that when we meet again, you'll still be by my side. Su Shuiao nodded, her voice tinged with quiet sorrow. I can't promise, but I'll try. For you, for Desu, and for my father. I will make Sima Jin pay the heaviest price. Qiannian vowed, his tone frigid, eyes blazing with ruthless resolve. Never before had he desired someone's death so fiercely. I believe in you. Su Shuiao replied with a gentle smile. Though Qiannian's strength was still limited, fate had brought him to her side, proof that he was no ordinary man. Destiny had its own designs. All she could do was strive with all her might, hoping fate might favor her just this once. The night was cool, stars shimmering like scattered diamonds. A soft breeze stirred the air, rippling across the tranquil palace bathed in the moon's silver glow. Qiannian looked up. For him, mere days had passed, yet in this world, nearly 2 decades had slipped by. He knew how unjust this was for Su Shuiao. Words were powerless against the relentless march of time. How he wished to trade places with her, so that a year for him would be but a day for her. Yet the choices of fate were never theirs to make. If there was anything to hate, it was his own weakness. Qiannian raised his head and let out a resounding roar, unleashing a surge of overwhelming power that erupted like towering waves, piercing through the heavens. His vast spiritual sea, spanning 100,000 zhong, violently compressed in an instant, transforming into a liquid state, yet it did not cease, continuing to condense further. At last, a blinding golden radiance shot into the sky like a streak of lightning, tearing through the firmament and illuminating the entire darkened void. Above Qiannian's head, a fist-sized golden core materialized, shimmering with dazzling brilliance. It rotated slowly, exuding an aura so terrifying it could steal one's soul, suffocating in its intensity. This dreadful energy spread ceaselessly outward, shaking the heavens and striking fear into all who sensed it. The perfect golden core realm. In the spirit domain. After foundation establishment came the core formation stage, which was further divided into tiers based on the quality and color of the core. The most common was the white core, followed by the superior silver core, the pinnacle violet core, and the legendary perfect golden core. Generally, ordinary foundation establishment cultivators who advanced to core formation would condense the most basic white core. Those with mystic-grade foundations had the potential to form a silver core. Earth-grade foundations almost always resulted in the mighty violet core, and among the most exceptional, traces of faint gold might even appear within the violet. But only those with heavenly Tao foundation establishment could condense the fabled perfect golden core. A perfect golden core meant absolute invincibility within the core formation realm. Yet, Qiannian was not satisfied, because even with the strength, he still could not help Su Xueyao in any meaningful way. Above core formation was the nascent soul stage, then the divine transformation stage, and only beyond that, sainthood. No matter how powerful a perfect golden core was, it only ensured supremacy within the core formation realm. At best, he could contend with a nascent soul cultivator, but against a divine transformation expert, let alone a saint, he stood no chance. Breaking through realms too quickly is not good. Su Xueyao was somewhat displeased, but Qiannian cut off her next words. With a time difference of 365 times, I know I can never catch up to your cultivation level, but I will do my utmost. I don't want you to always be the one protecting me. Qiannian fell silent for a moment, his deep obsidian eyes filled with solemn determination. From this moment on, he was no longer the carefree youth of the past. He had truly grown. Su Xueyao was momentarily stunned, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Fool. Wait for me. I will find a way, and the strength, to oppose Sima Jin. Every suffering you endured, I will return it upon him 100-fold, 1,000-fold. A trace of bloodlust flickered in Qiannian's gaze as he spoke with unshakable resolve. Su Xueyao pressed her lips together, then nodded softly. All right, meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. You are my lucky star as well. Two hearts pressed tightly together, vowing to be each other's guardian angels. Gazing at the now slumbering Su Xueyao, Qiannian left behind 10 soul jade slips, each containing all his words of love and encouragement. Then, with reluctant longing, he kissed her forehead before departing slowly. Master, is there a method in this world to oppose a saint? At the back mountain, Qiannian spoke earnestly to Taoist Qiannian. Why would you seek a way to oppose a saint? Qiannian frowned in suspicion. Master, your disciple wishes to attain the power to oppose the saint realm in a short time. Even if it means paying any price, be it destroying my heavenly Tao foundation or burning my perfect golden core. Qiannian declared with unwavering determination. The Taoist Qiannian was about to speak, but upon seeing the resolute expression in his disciple's eyes, he swallowed his words. Though he did not understand why Qiannian needed such power, it was clear that nothing would deter him. There exists no method within the spirit domain to oppose the saint realm, Qiannian began, then paused meaningfully. However, according to this master's knowledge, the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy possesses a supreme secret treasure. Its wielder can temporarily unleash the combat strength of the saint realm, the very foundation that has maintained their dominance for 10,000 years. Master, take me to the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy, Qiannian demanded urgently. We must go now. Chapter 92, The Northern Spirit Sacred Academy. The Northern Spirit Sacred Academy, situated at the heart of the Northern Continent, lies 3 domains away from the spirit realm. It does not belong to any single domain, but stands as an independent entity, solely the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy itself. Unlike the great sects, clans, or aristocratic families, the Academy functions primarily as an institution of learning. All the prodigies under heaven may participate in its entrance examinations, and those who pass are granted the privilege to cultivate within its hallowed halls. The Academy serves as the cradle for nurturing extraordinary talents. It can be said that across the hundreds of states in the Northern Continent and the thousands of superpowers housing divine transformation experts, nearly every major faction has disciples training within the Sacred Academy. For instance, the former Tao child of the Tao sect remains within the Academy, having advanced to the Golden Core realm and now standing as a core disciple. Yet, despite its formidable reputation and influence spanning the Northern Continent, the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy has not been without its trials. 5,000 years ago, an unrivaled hegemon emerged from the Western Continent, led by a sage who sought to unify the world and devour the other 3 domains. Who would dare challenge the might of a sage? The ensuing battle shook heaven and earth. The sage even breached the Academy's defenses, and as all believed the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy would fall, the unthinkable occurred. The sage was slain. No one knows what transpired within the Academy that day. The only certainty is that the Academy's strongest cultivator was merely at the half-step sage realm. From that moment onward, the Academy's prestige resounded across the land. Even without a sage, no force dared challenge its authority. Even the most powerful factions of the Northern Continent, those with half-sage experts, treated it with reverence. A millennium ago, I spent time cultivating within the Academy and learned secrets unknown to outsiders. The treasure that slew the invading sage 5,000 years ago was left behind by the Northern Spirit Sage, the Academy's founder 10 millennia past. Yet, this artifact remains deeply concealed. Beyond the Academy's successive headmasters and a select few elder custodians, none know its true nature. However, it is certain that it is not a single-use talisman, for it has been activated thrice, 8,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, and 3,000 years ago. If you seek this treasure, even becoming a sacred son would grant you little hope. Along the journey, Taoist Qiannian offered Qiannian this warning. How could such a peerless artifact ever be entrusted to an outsider? I understand, but I must try. There may yet be a sliver of hope. Qiannian's gaze remained unshaken. Even if the odds were but 1 in 100, he would strive for it, without the courage and resolve to fight. How could he speak of protection or vengeance? Very well. Since you are determined, I shall accompany you. Taoist Qiannian sighed. Moments later, he ceased his spatial teleportation and proceeded by flight. Within the Academy's domain, teleportation is forbidden, Taoist Qiannian explained, and Qiannian nodded. All major powers enforce restrictions against spatial displacement, lest formidable figures intrude upon their most guarded sanctuaries. Soon, they descended before a grand palace complex. Taoist Qiannian produced a token, and the two gatekeepers bowed deeply. Greetings, honorary elder. In his youth, Taoist Qiannian once cultivated for a time at the Sacred Academy. After attaining the rank of divine transformation, he was granted the token of an honorary elder. Though it held little practical use, it at least spared him certain troubles. Moments later, an elderly man robed in flowing garments emerged. Ah, it's you, old ghost. What brings you here today? The elder inquired with a jovial smile. This is my disciple. Taoist Qiannian introduced. He seeks an audience with the venerable dean, and thus I have brought him here. Your disciple? To see the dean? The elder's eyes widened in astonishment. Old ghost, are you trying to pull strings? My disciple is named Qiannian. Qiannian continued. What does his name have to do with, wait? What did you say his name was? The elder sucked in a sharp breath, his gaze locking onto Qiannian in disbelief. Had he misheard? This youth was the legendary prodigy, Qiannian, the heaven-defying foundation builder. He's actually your disciple? Good heavens, you've trained a heaven-defying foundation builder? Our Sacred Academy hasn't produced one in 10,000 years. The elder beamed with delight, eagerly pulling Qiannian forward. Quick, bring him inside. The dean will be overjoyed. Such a peerless genius is most welcome in our Northern Spirit Sacred Academy. Taoist Qiannian shook his head with a faint smile. This old friend of his hadn't changed, still the same temperament as before. They had once been fellow students, sharing a deep camaraderie. Though Qiannian had since departed while the elder remained, now a core elder of the Academy. Shortly after, the three entered a grand hall where several figures had already gathered. Zhu Wuqing, if you can condense a pseudo-golden core, I shall grant you the title of Holy Son. A white-haired elder clad in coarse hemp robes paused mid-sentence, his gaze shifting toward the newcomers. Dean, look what treasure I've brought you, a heaven-defying foundation builder. The elder laughed heartily, presenting Qiannian. What? A heaven-defying foundation builder? The assembly gasped, their eyes alight with awe as they scrutinized the youth. Yet, they could not perceive his depths. Ever since obtaining the white mask, none could see through Qiannian. Were he to don it, he could even slip undetected behind a divine transformation sovereign. This junior, Qiannian, pays his respects to the Dean of Northern Spirit and to all esteemed elders present. Qiannian greeted with a courteous bow. Qiannian, the 18-year-old heaven-defying foundation builder from the spirit domain, a hero among youths. The first true heaven-defying foundation builder in 10,000 years in the northern continent. What exceptional talent! The crowd erupted in admiration. Young one, simply address me as Dean, the white-haired elder said warmly, rising to his feet. Do you wish to join our Northern Spirit Sacred Academy? Qiannian hesitated briefly before replying with deference. Dean, this junior has come to make a request. Speak freely. Young man, the dean encouraged, stroking his beard. Qiannian remained silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the assembly for but a breath. The Northern Spirit Academy's dean understood and chuckled softly, saying, Esteemed guests, let us discuss the matter of the Holy Son tomorrow. For now, you may all retire. Upon hearing this, the assembly respectfully withdrew, including Taoist Qiannian and the core elder who had escorted Qiannian here. Yet suddenly, a voice whispered into Qiannian's ear. Qiannian, have you come here to seize my position as the Holy Son? Chapter 93, The Sacred Armor from 10,000 Years Ago. Qiannian raised his gaze to behold a tall, imposing young man with resolute features and piercing eyes. Among the younger generation, he was formidable. This would not be easy. After casting one last glance at Qiannian, the youth turned and departed without lingering. His name was Zhu Wuqing, a prodigy closest to achieving the heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. The elder had previously promised him that as long as he condensed a pseudo-golden core, he would be granted the title of Holy Son. Of course, if you're willing, this position of Holy Son belongs solely to you. The Northern Spirit Academy's headmaster said with a faint smile. This took Qiannian by surprise. The Holy Son position belongs only to me? Headmaster, why do you say that? He asked, puzzled. The headmaster stroked his beard, his expression turning solemn. Because the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy needs a heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. The Northern Continent needs a heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Qiannian frowned slightly. What do you mean by that? To be precise, we need a saint. A saint? Indeed. A saint, one who belongs to the Northern Continent. The headmaster sighed, his voice low and heavy. You must have heard something of the Great War 10,000 years ago that nearly destroyed everything? I have some knowledge of it. Qiannian nodded. The headmaster continued. 10,000 years ago, when the Northern Spirit Saint established this sacred academy, he prophesied that after 10,000 years, they would return. And now, those 10,000 years have passed. Qiannian's pupils contracted sharply. The calamity of 10,000 years ago had been hailed as the end of an era. Countless supreme sects and ancient clans had perished, the world itself collapsing, leaving devastation in its wake. It could be said that an entire epoch had been buried. And now, were they truly returning? Who were they? A single being? A faction? Or something else? Headmaster, becoming a saint doesn't necessarily require a heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, does it? Qiannian couldn't help but ask. Those with a heavenly Tao Foundation establishment possess the potential to become saints, but that does not mean only they can achieve it. Even some top-tier Earth-grade Foundation establishment cultivators, given the right opportunities, may ascend to sainthood. Take Zhu Wuqing, for example. He is one step away from heavenly Tao Foundation establishment and holds great promise. But time does not wait for us. Who knows when they will arrive? Will they grant us the time to forge a saint? The headmaster sighed deeply. Qiannian fell silent. Time waits for no one. These words resonated deeply within him. Had he possessed enough time, perhaps he could have protected Su Shuiyao. By the way, what important matter brings you to seek me out? The headmaster studied Qiannian once more. Recalled to his purpose, Qiannian straightened. Headmaster, to speak frankly, I have come to request the use of the Sacred Academy as treasure, the one capable of slaying a saint. The air grew still. The headmaster regarded him in silence. Qiannian took a deep breath. He knew the treasure he sought was of immense significance. It seemed he would have to offer a sufficient price. Headmaster, I understand the value of this treasure. I am prepared to pay any cost, he vowed solemnly. Yet the headmaster continued to gaze at him, deep in contemplation. Qiannian took a deep breath and stepped forward. A dazzling golden core emerging from within him. Perfect golden core realm. At the age of 18, the headmaster of the Northern Spirit Academy narrowed his aged eyes slightly. A trace of astonishment flickering in their murky depths. Such cultivation speed. I only need to borrow it for a day or two. I swear that if I ever attain sainthood, I will protect the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy for a millennium and leave behind a treasure no less valuable than that secret artifact. If you have any other requests, I will fulfill them all. I vow upon the heavens, if I break my word, may the heavenly Tao strike me down. Qiannian declared solemnly. After a long silence, the headmaster finally spoke slowly. I want you to become the sacred son of our academy. Sacred son? Qiannian was stunned. That's the only condition? Did he misunderstand something? Ha ha ha, young one. The very reason our sacred academy needs a sacred son is to wield that artifact. The headmaster laughed heartily. Then, what do you mean, headmaster? Qiannian grew even more confused. Little one, as long as you become our sacred son, that artifact will be entrusted to you, on the condition that you do not leave the academy. If you depart, you must leave it behind. The headmaster continued with a knowing smile. Well, what do you think? Qiannian exhaled deeply. I am willing to become the sacred son, and my earlier promise still stands. If I ever attain sainthood, I will protect the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy for a millennium. The headmaster nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. You suit my tastes, young man. I admire you greatly. Perhaps you are the one foretold by the Northern Spirit Saint, the one who will bring hope and change to this continent. Prophecy? Qiannian was taken aback. Like the celestial prophecies of the Grand Sioux Nation's imperial preceptor? Indeed, 10,000 years ago, when the Northern Spirit Saint left behind that sacred armor, he prophesied that the one who would one day wield it would bring hope and a turning point to the land. The headmaster sighed wistfully. Sacred armor? Qiannian seized the key detail. Correct. That secret artifact is a suit of sacred armor. When worn, it grants the power of a saint, but only a true heavenly Tao foundation-level prodigy can unleash its full might. Otherwise, even someone like Zhu Wuqing, who forcibly attained a false heavenly Tao foundation, would require 100-fold more resources to activate it just once. The sacred armor has been activated 3 times, nearly depleting the Academy's entire reserves. The headmaster shook his head with a bitter chuckle. 100-fold? Qiannian's heart pounded. How many resources does a single activation require? For a true heavenly Tao foundation cultivator, 1 saint stone suffices. But for a false one, 100 saint stones. That is why our Academy has long yearned for a sacred son with a genuine heavenly Tao foundation. Qiannian inhaled sharply. 100 saint stones? A single saint stone was equivalent to 100 supreme-grade spirit stones, or 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Yet no one would trade supreme-grade for high-grade spirit stones at such a rate, and even if they did, the cost would be far steeper than mere numbers suggested. Sacred stones are even more so. With a single one, you could effortlessly exchange it for 100 supreme-grade spirit stones. But to trade 100 supreme-grade spirit stones for a sacred stone? That would be sheer fantasy. The rarer and more exalted the treasure, the more it defies conventional valuation. Take sacred stones, for instance. At the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, they are explicitly priced at 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. 100-fold increase would mean a staggering 100 million high-grade spirit stones. Moreover, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion's sacred stones are finite in supply. Their value soars ever higher as they dwindle. Such an astronomical quantity of resources would overwhelm even the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy. Hence, their desperate need for a heaven's chosen saint, an investment of 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones per initiation is still within the bounds of acceptance. Chapter 94, The 19th Dream. This time I shall protect you. Bonus chapter. From this moment forth, you are the holy son of our Northern Spirit Sacred Academy. Remember these 3 tenets, declared the headmaster of Northern Spirit with solemnity. First, fratricide and betrayal of the Academy are strictly forbidden. Second, the slaughter of innocents and oppression of the weak shall not be tolerated. Third, as the Holy Son, you must uphold the sacred rules of our Academy. You bear both its glory and responsibility. When the time calls, you must fight for the Sacred Academy. Can you fulfill this duty? The headmaster's piercing gaze rested upon him. Headmaster, rest assured, this Holy Son shall not disgrace his mission. Qiannian vowed with unwavering resolve. Good. Follow me. Let us see if the sacred armor deems you worthy. With those words, the headmaster strode forward. Qiannian hastened after him, not daring the slightest delay. After winding through numerous passages and descending into an underground chamber, they arrived before a sealed room after a quarter-hour's walk. 2 elders stood guard before the door, their robes dust-laden as though they had stood motionless for ages. These are the supreme elders who guard the sacred armor, both at the half-saint realm, the headmaster explained. Half-saints. Qiannian's heart trembled. Such is the might of the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy, truly formidable. Were it not for the absence of a true saint, their strength might rival even the great Sioux Empire. And to think their sacred armor once slew a saint. If a mere armor could achieve such a feat, what unfathomable power did the Northern Spirit Saint, who left it behind, possess? Disciple Qiannian pays his respects to the 2 supreme elders. He bowed deeply. The elders gave a slight nod but remained otherwise silent. The headmaster then opened the chamber door and stepped inside, Qiannian following closely. Before them stretched a vast plaza, at the center of which stood an ancient, weathered statue. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, its face remained indistinct. The Northern Spirit Saint was an enigma. He founded this academy but departed soon after. None have seen his true visage, the headmaster sighed. Rumble, as the headmaster activated an array, the statue's arm slowly rose, revealing a suit of black armor. Gleaming darkly, forged from some arcane metal, the armor radiated a chilling aura, its oppressive might suffusing the air. The sacred armor. Place a drop of your blood upon it. Let us see if it accepts you, the headmaster instructed. Without hesitation, Qiannian pricked his fingertip, allowing a crimson droplet to fall onto the armor. In an instant, the armor erupted in blinding light, liquefying and enveloping Qiannian in its metallic embrace. Moments later, it solidified anew, encasing him in its formidable form. This, 100% compatibility? The headmaster's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the armor now fused with Qiannian. Could such perfect compatibility truly exist? In ancient times, the Grandmaster of generations past had merely achieved a 60% compatibility, yet managed to slay a saint. Full compatibility. It was as though this divine armor had been tailor-made for Qiannian himself. And Qiannian stood utterly dumbfounded. This was no mere saint's armor. It was a supreme treasure beyond compare. The armor possessed 3 tiers of power. A single saint stone could only activate its most basic, first tier. The second tier required 100 saint stones, unleashing the might of a saint king. As for the third tier, 10,000 saint stones were needed to summon a power surpassing even that of a saint king. Such inconceivable potency. Just what manner of being was the Northern Spirit Saint? If this armor was indeed his legacy, his true strength must have been utterly unfathomable. Ha ha. Indeed, you are truly the prophesied one. Even if they return, the continent shall still have hope of survival. At this moment, the Northern Spirit Academy's headmaster became visibly agitated, his voice trembling with emotion. Found at last. We have finally found the one destined to wield the saint's armor. Retract, Qiannian murmured softly. The armor upon his body seemed to melt into his very flesh, vanishing without a trace. Witnessing this, the headmaster was further astonished. Not only full compatibility, the armor had willingly acknowledged him as its master. One must understand. This artifact had been passed down through generations, with countless academy heads attempting and failing to claim its allegiance. Yet now, it had chosen Qiannian of its own accord. Headmaster, I require a saint stone. Might I inquire as to the cost? Qiannian steadied his tumultuous emotions before speaking. Hearing this, the headmaster composed himself, taking several deep breaths to calm his excitement before replying with a chuckle. So long as you abide by the Academy's rules, as our saint child, you need only ask. With that, he produced a translucent stone and handed it to Qiannian. The saint stone was the size of a fist, oval in shape and emerald green throughout, pulsating with vast, surging energy. Remember this, no matter what power you possess, never wield it for wicked deeds, the headmaster cautioned solemnly. This junior shall heed your wisdom. Qiannian nodded gravely. As the saint stone settled into his palm, a surge of exhilaration finally rose within him. At last, he possessed the strength to protect those he cherished, even if this power was but borrowed. Su Shueyo, you are spent. Submit to your fate. Manic laughter echoed across the imperial capital as Sima Jin's voice boomed. Once you fall, this entire realm shall be mine. The citizens of Desu gazed skyward, their expressions a mixture of fury and despair. Boom. The capital's defensive formations trembled on the verge of collapse. Having already devoured the great song, Sima Jin's power had grown monstrous. Now only Desu's capital remained beyond his grasp. With such immense fortune of nations bolstering him, he had reached the late-stage saint realm. Truly, invincible under heaven. Ahem. The broken sword in Su Shuyao's hand and her blood-stained gown painted a tragically beautiful picture. She turned to gaze upon her people with tender sorrow in her eyes. Forgive me, Father Emperor. I have failed to protect the great Su dynasty. Her gaze then drifted toward the distant peach blossom grove. In the end, I couldn't wait for our 19th meeting. How I long to walk life's path with you, but I cannot wait any longer. If I depart, perhaps you'll no longer dream of this world. May it be so, forget me and begin anew, for you deserve better. These years with you have been enough. Farewell, my beloved. A bittersweet smile graced her lips as tears streamed down her face. When she raised her head again, a sacred radiance enveloped her being, her aura becoming ethereal. A sovereign never surrenders, only dies in battle. Suddenly, a familiar hand rested upon her shoulder, interrupting her self-immolation. Foolish one, you promised to wait. How dare you leave before me? That voice. She whirled to see a face she knew so well. He had come, yet his arrival only deepened the despair. Qiannian stepped before her, whispering tenderly, "This time, let me protect you." Chapter 17. The Empress' heart holds millennia of devotion, as rivers and mountains intoxicate the soul. Endless yearning spans countless autumns, an eternal love that never fades. Chapter 95. It's simple, I'll just ascend to sainthood for Su Shueyo. This year had been one of immense hardship. Internal strife plagued the imperial court, while external enemies lurked with covetous eyes. Sima Jin, the continent's sole saint-level powerhouse, left a trail of submission wherever he went, Those who resisted met only merciless slaughter. His ruthless methods instilled terror in all. Within a single year, he had razed over 10 major cities. Under such circumstances, even though the great Su imperial capital had yet to fall to Sima Jin's grasp, many high-ranking officials, paralyzed by fear, had already surrendered. Yet those who remained were the empire's true warriors. In truth, the great Su Empire now existed in name only. Her phoenix robes and imperial crown, those symbols of supreme glory, also bore the weight of crushing responsibility, so heavy it nearly suffocated her. When night deepened and silence reigned, she would often slip alone into the peach blossom grove. There, she could momentarily shed the burdensome phoenix robes, donning instead a simple princess gown. Only then did she feel she could reclaim fragments of her former self, the carefree, radiant girl she once was. With delicate care, she would retrieve the soul jade slip Qiannian had left her, within which lay recorded images and words he had preserved. Some showed him seated with solemn dignity, others standing with heroic poise. Some captured his gentle smile, while others held him in an embrace. Though mere illusions, in these moments, Su Xiao could almost feel an ineffable warmth, like a clear spring flowing through her parched soul, assuring her that even in absence, Qiannian remained by her side. Watching over her in silence, amidst the peach blossoms, she poured out her anguish and longing, while those phantom images became her most treasured solace, granting her boundless strength and courage. Yet such respite was always fleeting. As dawn's light spilled once more across the land, Su Xiao would don again the heavy phoenix robes and gleaming crown, especially in battles against Sima Jin. Each time, she forced herself to appear unbroken, lest her weariness embolden him. On several occasions, had Sima Jin pressed just a little further, she would have faltered. Yet it was he who retreated. For Sima Jin would never truly risk his life. He cherished it too dearly, not yet having claimed dominion over all beneath heaven. This was why she had repelled him time and again. After her last grievous wound forced his retreat, Sima Jin had left her undisturbed for months. But this was no mercy, it heralded a far graver trial. Temporarily abandoning the conquest of Great Su's capital, he had turned instead to devour the vast territories of Great Song, forging his eternal hegemony. Under the crushing might of a saint, mighty Great Song collapsed overnight. Its crown prince, once Su Xiao's betrothed in a proposed alliance, knelt personally to welcome Sima Jin into the imperial city. Now, save for Great Su's lone capital, Sima Jin's Great Jin ruled 99% of the continent. The fortunes of the Great Jin dynasty had reached their zenith, shining as brilliantly as the midday sun, attaining the pinnacle of glory. Under such circumstances, a month prior, Sima Jin relinquished the title of Emperor of Jin, proclaiming himself the sacred emperor, the first sovereign in the continent's history to rule over all under heaven as the supreme sacred emperor. With the vast fortunes of the empire bolstering him, he had ascended to the late stage of sainthood, wielding unparalleled power that dominated the world. A millennium of patience had culminated in an explosive rise to supremacy. Su Xiao understood all too well that against Sima Jin at the late stage of sainthood, she stood no chance. Even though she had cultivated to the peak of transcendence, the dwindling fortunes of the great Su kingdom could barely sustain her at the half-step sainthood level. Against a mid-stage saint, she might have fought desperately, but late-stage sainthood. The only reason she had endured until now was the faint hope of seeing him, just one more time. There were still so many words left unspoken. Yet, before the appointed hour arrived, Sima Jin launched his assault. In the end, she would not live to meet him again. But then, at her final moment, he came. With a gentle smile, he said, "Let me protect you this time." Warmth surged in Su Xiao's heart, her vision blurring with tears. Summoning the last of her strength, she forced a fragile smile and stepped forward, shielding him once more. "You're the fool here," she whispered, her voice trembling yet light. "How could you possibly protect me in your state?" Even in her frailty, she refused to let him see her weakness. "Leave this to me," Qiannian murmured, his hand brushing through her disheveled hair. "Wait for me," still whispering sweet nothings on death's doorstep. A cold sneer echoed from the heavens, drawing Qiannian's sharp gaze upward. "I stand peerless in this world. Let us see who can save you now." With a single motion, Sima Jin unleashed a torrent of sacred energy, crashing against the defensive barrier. Crack, crack. Fissures spiderwebbed across the formation, teetering on the brink of collapse. A cruel grin twisted Sima Jin's lips. Once the stronghold fell, he would etch his name into history as the continent's first and greatest ruler, the sacred emperor Sima Jin, immortalized for eternity. "Sima Jin has reached late-stage sainthood. You're no match for him. Go." Now, Su Shuiyao gritted her teeth, agony flashing in her eyes. She could no longer sustain the barrier. Late-stage sainthood? Qiannian chuckled. His voice serene as a breeze, yet brimming with quiet confidence, the assurance of one unrivaled within his realm. As long as he remains within sainthood, I have a way. What way? Su Shuiyao stared, bewildered. Against a late-stage saint, what could he possibly do? Simple, he replied, his smile gentle. I'll just ascend to sainthood. Sainthood. The words struck her like thunder. If sainthood were so easily attained, would she have suffered so? Huh, such arrogance. Sima Jin roared with laughter, fury lacing his mockery. A mere whelp dares claim sainthood is simple? Do you even comprehend what sainthood entails? Sainthood, the ultimate aspiration of countless souls across the continent. Since time immemorial. How many had ever achieved it? In truth, the majority of sage emperors actually possessed cultivation levels at the pinnacle of semi-sage realm, only ascending to sagehood through the fortune of an entire nation. One may criticize Sima Jin's methods as underhanded, but never question his formidable strength. Those who achieve sagehood through their own power can be counted among the most exceptional figures across the annals of history. This is the supreme realm that billions of souls dream of attaining. And this young man dares to claim sagehood is simple? Does he believe becoming a sage is as effortless as eating a meal or drinking water? Chapter 96. Beneath the Saint. All Aran's Qiannian gently brushed away the disheveled strands of hair from Su Shuiyao's forehead, a faint smile playing upon his lips. Do you trust me? Su Shuiyao gazed at him in a daze. For some inexplicable reason, an overwhelming sense of security filled her heart in that moment. He always had a way of calming her, of making her feel safe. Logically, she should have refused him. After all, Sima Jin was a perilous existence. Yet, as if guided by some unseen force, she found herself nodding. Perhaps, he truly could perform miracles. Boom. The defensive formation shattered violently. Sima Jin sneered at the pair, his voice dripping with contempt. Tell me, how do you plan to resist me? At this moment, victory was assured in his eyes. He regarded Qiannian not as a worthy adversary, but as nothing more than an insignificant insect. In all the world, who could possibly stand as his equal? Qiannian chuckled softly. He offered Su Shuiyao one last reassuring smile before turning away. First, he donned the white mask, precaution against straying too far from her during the battle and being forcibly ejected from this world. Then, with a mere thought, the sacred armor materialized upon his body. The armor was a resplendent obsidian, exuding an aura of solemn dignity. It fit him as though tailored specifically for his form, its dark plates gleaming with an otherworldly sheen. A suit of armor? Sima Jin burst into mocking laughter, as if witnessing the most ludicrous spectacle. Ha! Pathetic. My armory holds 1,000,000 such sets. He had expected something formidable, yet all he saw was a mere piece of armor. How laughable. Qiannian's lips curled into a faint smile. With another thought, the sacred stone embedded in the chest plate activated. He took a single step forward, and the armor's aura surged violently. Nascent soul realm. Another step. The power multiplied exponentially. Divine transformation realm. Sima Jin's expression finally shifted. What? How could a person's strength escalate so drastically in an instant? Unless there was something unnatural about that armor. Shatter for me. Without hesitation, Sima Jin struck. His fist descended like a collapsing mountain, carrying the force to obliterate all in its path. Qiannian raised his right arm with effortless grace, meeting the blow with a slow, deliberate swing. Boom! A deafening impact erupted. Shockwaves of raw power exploded outward, tearing through the surroundings. Splat! A streak of crimson spilled from Sima Jin's lips as he staggered backward. His face twisted in disbelief. His fist was a mangled ruin, blood seeping between his fingers. How? Sima Jin's voice trembled. He was at the late-stage saint realm. You. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at Qiannian, whose aura was no longer that of a mere mortal. Saint realm. He had ascended to sainthood through the power of a single suit of armor. Sainthood. Su Shuiyao stood frozen, her mind reeling, unable to process what she had just witnessed. He did not deceive her, for he truly possessed the strength to protect her now. Humph. So what if you've reached the saint realm? How much of that armor's power can you even wield? I am already at the late-stage saint realm, and from your aura, you've barely stepped into the initial stage. Sima Jin sneered, gathering his sacred energy once more as he lunged toward Qiannian with lethal intent. His earlier misstep had been mere carelessness, a momentary lapse that allowed him to be wounded. Now that he had gauged Qiannian's limits, what fear remained? Whoosh, Sima Jin moved with the speed of lightning, closing the distance in an instant. Swish, 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 his hands danced through the air, unleashing torrents of sacred energy that manifested as countless palm strikes, blotting out the sky and enveloping Qiannian from all directions. Yet Qiannian stood unmoving, allowing the barrage to crash upon him. Thud, thud, thud. The dull impacts resonated through the void like fireworks, dazzling yet futile. Each strike rippled across the surface of his sacred armor, yet failed to leave even the slightest mark. How is this possible? Sima Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. The armor's defense was this formidable? Not even a late-stage saint's assault could breach it, not even shake it. But from Qiannian's perspective, everything was different. He could hear the faintest whispers from miles away, discern the movement of an ant at an impossible distance, track the path of every fish in the waters, even the delicate descent of each falling leaf. Every motion in the world unfolded before him in agonizing slowness. Where once Sima Jin's attacks had been a blur, now they crawled, riddled with flaws laid bare before his gaze. Is this the world as seen by a saint? Below the saint realm, even those at the transcendent level appeared as stumbling infants before him. No wonder the saying existed, below saints, all are but ants. No. Wait. In a fleeting moment of clarity, Qiannian sensed something deeper. The original master of this armor, their comprehension of the Tao, was it. Time. The Tao of time, surpassing even the supreme, was a path of the highest sovereignty. Never before had he heard of one capable of wielding such a profound law. Yet though he could not command this Tao himself, its residual influence slowed the world around him, rendering Sima Jin's every motion sluggish and predictable. To him, the once feared emperor was no longer a threat. I refuse to believe I cannot break you. Sima Jin gnashed his teeth, eyes blazing with fury as he channeled his sacred energy once more. This time, his assault was fiercer, more ruthless. But Qiannian had fully adapted to the saint realm. With a slight sidestep, he evaded Sima Jin's strike, then soared into the air, descending upon him with a devastating punch. Boom. Caught off guard. Sima Jin was hammered into the earth, sending plumes of dust skyward. A late-stage saint? In Qiannian's eyes, he was nothing but a pitiful weakling. Gasping in unison, the onlookers recoiled at the astonishing sight before them. Who was this man, wielding such formidable power? Particularly Su Shuiyao, whose eyes shimmered with wonder as her heart pounded wildly. Beyond the imperial city, those who had accompanied Sima Jin swallowed hard, their feet retreating involuntarily. Could it be that this nascent empire, barely 2 years old, was already on the brink of collapse? Coughing weakly, Sima Jin struggled to rise, his once proud demeanor reduced to disheveled wretchedness, crimson droplets staining the corner of his lips. Gazing up at the majestic figure hovering imperiously in the heavens, an uncontrollable dread took root in his heart. Chapter 97. Upon my ascension to sainthood, I become invincible within the saintly realm. Who are you truly? Such bizarre armor does not exist upon this continent. Fate has decreed that I alone am the sovereign destined to rule this world. From whence have you emerged? Sima Jin's composure shattered after merely a few exchanges, for he found himself utterly incapable of harming Qiannian. This realization alone plunged him into despair. Moreover, his opponent's strength was terrifyingly formidable. Grand astrologer, where did this man come from? Sima Jin bellowed. In the distance, an elderly man at the peak of the transcendent realm trembled, his body quaking with fear lest Qiannian turn his wrath upon him. Gazing at the celestial chart in his hands, the old man stammered, Your Majesty. He exists beyond the threads of fate. This humble servant cannot discern even the slightest trace of his origins. The grand astrologer prostrated himself upon the ground, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his heart gripped by overwhelming terror. Sima Jin's pupils contracted violently before he snarled with fury, Useless wretch. What purpose do you serve? The grand astrologer shuddered and pleaded, Spare me, Your Majesty. He is too enigmatic. This lowly one cannot divine his path. Thwip. A streak of crimson light pierced through his throat, extinguishing the last flicker of his life. The mandate of heaven is mine. For 1,000 years, I have bided my time. Do you think I would abandon my destiny because of you? Sima Jin hissed venomously, his arms spreading wide. In an instant, the winds howled, dark clouds roiled, and the heavens themselves seemed to convulse. Roar, transforming into a colossal black dragon. His massive form blotted out half the sky. Screech. The dragon's deafening roar, majestic and overwhelming, shook the firmament as if to sunder the very heavens. Empowered by the nation's fortune, Sima Jin now stood at the pinnacle of his might. Perish. He thundered, his razor-sharp claws tearing through the air, intent on claiming Qiannian's life. Qiannian remained impassive, his gaze tranquil as he observed the oncoming dragon. With effortless grace, he raised his right hand and clenched his fist. His obsidian armor gleamed with a sinister chill before he unleashed his strike. Boom! In that instant, the surrounding saintly energy erupted like a raging tsunami, surging forth to engulf the black dragon. Crack! Crack! Under the overwhelming force of Qiannian's indomitable power, the dragon's body fractured inch by inch, disintegrating into nothingness within moments. Aarg! Sima Jin's agonized wail echoed across the land, striking terror into all who heard it. His face contorted with horror, unable to fathom his own defeat. Even with the nation's fortune at his command, he had been crushed in an instant. Your aura. It is only at the early saint realm. How can you be this powerful, surpassing even the peak of sainthood? Sima Jin gasped, his soul trembling before the terrifying presence Qiannian exuded. It was a sensation akin to staring death itself in the face. Upon my ascension to sainthood, I become invincible within the saintly realm. Qiannian's icy voice, colder than the abyss, sent shivers down Sima Jin's spine. Each word struck Sima Jin's ears like the tolling of a death knell. Invincible within the saintly realm, such audacity. Who dares claim invincibility? Flee. At this moment, Sima Jin lost all courage to continue the battle. With every ounce of his strength, he tore through the void in a desperate attempt to flee into the distance. Run? Qiannian's gaze turned icy. If Sima Jin escaped, what would become of Su Shuiao's safety after he left? Sima Jin, you must die today. Closing his eyes slightly, Qiannian absorbed everything within a radius of 10,000 miles into his vision. Countless fragments of the void arranged themselves before him like innumerable mirrors. These mirrors were the destinations of his teleportation. Any one of them could be reached in the span of a single thought. In other words, within 10,000 miles. He could arrive anywhere with but a flicker of intent. Moreover, he could perform multiple teleportations in the span of a single breath, traversing millions of miles in mere moments. Such was the power of a saint, mastery over the laws of space. Then, he spotted Sima Jin, appearing within one of those mirrors. Before the man could initiate a second teleportation, Qiannian struck. Boom. With a single palm strike, the mirror shattered, and Sima Jin plummeted from the void. In the next instant, Qiannian took a single step and appeared before him. Splat! Sima Jin coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes wide with terror as Qiannian materialized before him. Who are you? He roared, his voice laced with venomous hatred. I endured humiliation for 1,000 years. Bore countless indignities. Why must you take everything from me? The mandate of heaven is upon me. If you kill me, you will face divine judgment. His eyes burned crimson, consumed by resentment and despair. He had been so close, so agonizingly close, to unifying the world beneath his rule. The mandate of heaven? Qiannian's voice was frigid. If such a thing truly exists, then I alone shall bear the consequences of this karma. His hand extended slowly, immobilizing Sima Jin in place, rendering him powerless to move. The mandate cannot be defied. Sima Jin shrieked, his voice raw with madness. He refused to accept this. After 1,000 years of struggle, after paying such a steep price, how could it all crumble now? Rumble. Above the heavens, a terrifying aura surged forth. Apocalyptic thunder gathered, radiating waves of annihilation, as if preparing to unleash divine retribution. Yet before Qiannian could react, the ominous presence abruptly dissipated without a trace. The mandate of heaven had retreated. Sima Jin's spirit shattered. His body went limp as he collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of will. Even the heavens had abandoned him. Sima Jin, I must admit, I admire your tenacity. In another world, you might have succeeded. But Qiannian gazed down at him with detached indifference. You harmed her. That alone made you my enemy. Mercy toward foes is cruelty to oneself. With those final words, he raised a finger and flicked it lightly through the air. Bang! In an instant, Sima Jin stiffened. A brilliant crimson flower blossomed at his brow before he toppled backward, lifeless. The emperor of the great Jin Empire, who had ruled for less than 2 years and proclaimed himself the holy emperor barely a month ago, Sima Jin, met his abrupt demise. Simultaneously, in the former capital of Great Chu, now the imperial capital of Great Jin, the black dragon statue embodying the nation's fortune abruptly shattered. The subjects of Great Jin watched in stunned disbelief. Could their invincible holy emperor truly have fallen? Meanwhile, in the capital of Great Su. Tension gripped the air as everyone awaited news with bated breath. Had the enigmatic figure succeeded in vanquishing Sima Jin? And who was this mysterious stranger? He seemed to share an intimate connection with Her Majesty the Empress. With a sudden rip in the void, Qiannian stepped forth, casting aside the lifeless body in his grasp before turning his gaze upon the vast army of Great Jin assembled beyond the city walls. Sima Jin is dead. Those who resist shall perish without mercy. His voice, resonant and commanding, echoed across the heavens. A clamor arose as the soldiers of Great Jin, hearing his decree, cast down their weapons and knelt in submission, too terrified to defy. Meanwhile, the people of Great Su erupted in jubilant cheers, their morale soaring to unprecedented heights. Su Shuiao rushed forward and embraced Qiannian tightly, her heart still trembling with the fear that had consumed her moments before. Now, with his safe return, relief washed over her like a soothing tide. It's over. This time, I finally protected you, Qiannian murmured, gently stroking her silken hair as a tender smile graced his lips. From now on, as long as I am here, no one shall ever harm you again. Chapter 98. Which version of me do you prefer? Amidst the peach blossom grove, Qiannian stood silently beneath the largest tree, gazing at the flourishing scenery. The newly reborn grove was even more vibrant and breathtaking than before its destruction, lush branches heavy with blossoms, their delicate fragrance intoxicating the senses, filling the air with sweetness that seeped into the soul. His thoughts drifted to the peach blossom grove in Yunmeng's, which had been even more resplendent. Would this grove, if left to grow, one day rival its splendor? A faint rustling sounded behind him. Turning, he saw Su Shuiao approaching with graceful steps, her figure ethereal in a flowing gown of indigo and violet. Her waist was slender, her skin fairer than snow, tinged with a delicate flush. Raven-black tresses cascaded down her back, still glistening faintly with moisture, and a fresh, soothing fragrance enveloped her like an intoxicating aura. At this moment, Su Xiao resembled a lotus newly emerged from water, so breathtakingly beautiful it stole one's breath. She glided to Qiannian's side, a gentle smile gracing her lips. That Sima Jin was formidable. Are you unharmed? She asked, concern evident in her delicate features. Rest assured, I'm fine, Qiannian replied softly, shaking his head. I don't believe it. You've only just reached the spirit transformation realm. Borrowing the power of a saint must have taken a toll on you. Unconvinced, Su Shuiao took his hand, carefully channeling her spiritual energy through his meridians, inspecting every inch of his body with meticulous care, unwilling to overlook even the slightest irregularity. Watching her earnest expression, Qiannian's lips curved into a faint smile, warmth flickering in his eyes. Only after confirming that he truly bore no injuries did Su Xiao finally relax, her radiant smile returning. But to wield the power of a saint, surely the cost was great? She pressed, brows knitting together. From their earlier conversations, she knew his faction lacked any saint-level experts, let alone the means to borrow such power. What price had he paid for such strength? If a mere suit of armor could unleash the might of a saint, how terrifying must its true master be? What unimaginable price had he paid to borrow such a relic? None at all, Qiannian reassured her. That armor, it seemed, prepared specifically for me. I paid no price. None. Su Shuiao blinked, disbelief coloring her voice. Are you lying to spare me worry? Her eyes dimmed slightly as she murmured the question. Of course not, Qiannian chuckled, ruffling her hair affectionately. I truly paid nothing. Look, this is the portrait I painted of you last time. He produced a scroll, a habit he had maintained after each of their meetings. Su Shuiao unrolled the painting, revealing the dignified figure standing at the forefront of the assembled officials. Adorned with an imperial crown of amethyst and gold, draped in a resplendent robe of phoenix and twilight hues, her countenance veiled in the delicate blush of peach blossoms. Her piercing eyes brimming with vitality, she exuded an aura of majestic solemnity. Behind her stood a grand procession of palatial structures, towering and magnificent, opulent beyond measure, evoking a sense of awe-inspiring dignity. That was her, the sovereign empress of the Great Su dynasty. Do you like it? Qiannian gazed tenderly at Su Shuiao, his voice soft. Su Shuiao nodded, her eyes shimmering with admiration as she carefully stored the painting away. Your artistry grows ever more refined. This piece is breathtaking, so lifelike. It feels as though it could step off the page. Qiannian's pupils reflected Su Shuiao's exquisite beauty as he gently took her delicate hand in his. It is not my skill that has improved, but rather, you who grow ever more radiant. A faint tremor coursed through Su Shuiao, her heart swelling with sweetness. Though his words were familiar, they still stirred warmth within her. Then, do you not favor the phoenix robe? Qiannian chuckled lightly, his gaze lingering on the violet gown she wore. Su Shuiao shook her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. I adore it, but I choose not to wear it. She sighed softly, her voice barely above a whisper. It weighs too heavily upon me, stifling my breath. I much prefer myself as I am now. Tilting her head slightly, she regarded Qiannian with a playful glint in her eyes. And you? Which version of me do you prefer? Qiannian smiled, his gaze tender. I cherish them both. Su Shuiao pouted in mock displeasure. Such a vague answer. Qiannian hastened to clarify. It is no evasion. When you don the imperial robe, you embody majesty, nobility, grace, and solemnity, the empress who commands the world's reverence. Yet now, you resemble a celestial maiden descended to earth, enchanting and serene, your laughter like chimes in the breeze, drawing others near. His voice softened, brimming with affection. Su Shuiao covered her mouth as a melodious laugh escaped her, her face alight with joy. Her already exquisite features bloomed like a radiant peach blossom, exuding an intoxicating allure. But if you had to choose just one, she murmured, her luminous eyes fixed upon him. Which would you favor? Qiannian answered without hesitation. As long as it is you, I adore every guise. Yet if pressed, I would choose you as you are now. Why? Su Shuiao pressed, curiosity flickering in her gaze. Qiannian drew a deep breath before replying, because I would rather my Shuiao remain the carefree, spirited princess, unburdened by the weight of an empire. Su Shuiao fell silent, her eyes holding his with unspoken emotion. This response took her by surprise, yet profoundly resonated with the deepest chords of her heart. Indeed, to live as a carefree princess had always been her most cherished aspiration since childhood. Chapter 99. The fairy dancing in snow. Now that Sima Jin is dead, the great Jin Empire will crumble, and the path for the great Su to unify the world is clear without any obstacles. Su Shuiao smiled softly, her gaze gentler than before. Over these past 10 years, the burden weighing on my heart has vanished in an instant. I don't know how to thank you. What I owe you, I could never repay in this lifetime. Qiannian chuckled lightly, reaching out to smooth the stray strands of hair at her temple. These past 2 years, they must have been exhausting, haven't they? Su Shuiao didn't answer, but in her eyes, Qiannian saw everything, especially the last time they met, when he saw her wearing the imperial crown. He had known then just how much she carried upon her shoulders. Thinking back to their first meeting, she had been a girl on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by sorrow. Come with me somewhere, Su Shuiao murmured, her voice tinged with melancholy and longing. Qiannian looked at her and nodded. All right. Soon after, the two arrived at a solemn and dignified imperial mausoleum. Here rested the ancestors of the great Su's royal lineage, each gravestone bearing witness to a glorious history. Su Shuiao walked silently ahead, Qiannian following quietly behind. They passed through a forest of tombstones before finally stopping before the newest one. Su Shuiao knelt slowly, bowing deeply before the grave with reverence. Father, mother, Shuiao has come to see you. Qiannian stood to the side, watching everything in silence. A ripple of emotion flickered in the depths of his eyes, but he remained wordless. Shuiao has brought someone to meet you this time, Su Shuiao continued. It is because of him that the great Su Empire endured. It is because of him that we have reached this moment. It is because of him that the path to unifying the world has been cleared. His name is Qiannian. At this, she turned her head to look at him. He is the hero who saved the great Su. Father, mother, your Shuiao has grown up. She is no longer the little girl who clung to you, begging for birthday gifts. Now, Shuiao can protect the world just as you did, father. She can safeguard the people. But you will never see it. Never see the great Su unify the world. Never see how Shuiao has grown. Never see the day she is wed. As she finished speaking, Su Shuiao lifted her head, tears tracing down her cheeks. Qiannian's heart ached at the sight. He reached out, gently wiping away her tears. Shuiao, don't grieve. If your parents watch from beyond, they would surely be proud of you, he murmured softly. Su Shuiao wiped her tears and forced a faint smile. It's all right. It's just, I haven't spoken to father and mother in so long. These past 2 years, I never had the time to visit. Her eyes glistened as she gazed at the tombstone, whispering, I miss them so much. Every night, when I wake from dreams. Her voice broke. I miss them. Truly I do. Silently, Qiannian tightened his grip on her hand, as if lending her his strength and support. Su Shuiao closed her eyes, tears tracing delicate paths down her cheeks as she bit her lip, valiantly restraining her sorrow. Qiannian held her gently, a silent pillar of support. After what seemed an eternity, she opened her eyes again, wiping away the tears with her sleeve before mustering a fragile smile. "Let's go," she whispered. Slowly, they walked out of the cemetery, their steps carrying them toward the distant horizon. Before long, they stood atop the highest peak beyond the imperial capital. "Do you remember?" Su Xiao asked softly, her voice barely louder than the wind. "When I once told you about the snow in the north?" Qiannian nodded, the memory vivid in his mind. Back then, the northern lands had been enemy territory, forbidden to them. Now, with all threats vanquished, the world lay open before them. "Now that there are no more dangers," she continued, her eyes shimmering with hope, her tone tender, "would you accompany me to see the snow?" "Yes," Qiannian answered without hesitation. Her laughter, light and joyful, danced through the air as she took his hand, and together, they soared into the sky. Moments later, they arrived in the north. Snowflakes descended in a graceful ballet, swirling and twirling in the crisp air, painting the world in pristine white. Everywhere they looked, an unbroken expanse of snow stretched before them, pure, untouched, a realm where white reigned supreme, veiling all beneath its ethereal embrace. They wandered through the snow-laden landscape, surrounded by the silent cascade of falling flakes, as if stepping into an exquisite painting. The serenity of the scene washed over them, dissolving all weariness and sorrow. "The day I was born," Su Xiao murmured, tilting her face toward the sky. "It snowed just like this. That's why my name carries the character for snow." Qiannian watched her, his dark eyes softening with warmth, a quiet smile gracing his lips. "I love the snow," she confessed, turning to him with a radiant expression. "Wait here for me. Let me dance for you, a dance of snowflakes. Would you like that?" "Of course," he replied, his voice rich with affection, his striking features alight with tenderness. "Then here I go." With a bright laugh, she stepped forward. Snowflakes spiraled around her as she moved, her robes fluttering like wings, her skirts billowing with each graceful turn. She was a vision, a celestial being woven from winter-esque breath, her laughter blending with the whisper of falling snow. Qiannian watched, mesmerized, as she danced. Every motion was fluid, every gesture imbued with elegance, as though she and the snow were one. Her smile, warm as sunlight, seemed to brighten the very world around them. The snowflakes, delicate and crystalline, adorned her like jewels, swirling in harmony with her steps. They became her companions, ethereal spirits drawn to her radiance, framing her as the sole enchantress of this wintry realm. Around her, the snow fell like petals, each flake a silent witness to her beauty, their descent a dance of their own, mirroring her every movement in perfect synchrony. Her every twirl and leap was executed with such ethereal grace, as though she bore no weight at all, tracing exquisite arcs through the air. In this moment, she became the snow fairy, radiating a sacred, mesmerizing luminescence that stole one's breath away. Qiannian's gaze remained fixed upon Su Xiao, unwilling to blink. Time was fleeting, each passing second unbearably precious, for he feared missing even a single glimpse of this transcendent vision. Chapter 100. The Law of Time. Wishing to preserve this moment, how he longed to eternally gaze upon her in such tranquility, to witness every delicate expression, to listen to her voice, and to behold the grace of her dance. After what felt like an eternity, Su Xiao finally ceased her movements, turning back to cast a radiant smile at Qiannian. In that fleeting moment, golden rays of twilight pierced through the clouds, bathing her in their glow. The sky blazed with crimson hues, framing her delicate features like blossoms, her brows and lashes as dark as ink. Her eyes shimmered with a crystalline brilliance, akin to the stars above. Qiannian stood transfixed, utterly entranced by her beauty. Noticing his dazed expression, Su Xiao pressed her lips together in a suppressed laugh, gliding toward him with effortless elegance. The breeze played with the hem of her dress and the silken strands of her raven hair as she moved. "What are you staring at? Did my dance not please you?" she teased, her smile as radiant as spring blossoms. "No, it was breathtaking," Qiannian hurriedly replied, snapping out of his reverie. "Oh, truly?" She feigned surprise, a mischievous curve gracing her lips. "Of course, I have never deceived you," he answered earnestly. At this, Su Xiao tilted her head playfully, her gaze drifting toward the sunset over the snow. "Stay with me and watch it," she murmured, lifting her face to him with a soft smile. "Sunsets in the snow are the most beautiful." Qiannian nodded, wrapping an arm around her and drawing her close as they admired the waning light together. She leaned against the solid warmth of his chest, savoring the comfort of his presence. The sun dipped lower, painting half the sky in resplendent hues, while delicate snowflakes descended upon them, dusting their hair and shoulders like a dreamlike veil. How beautiful! Su Shuiyao sighed in genuine awe, resting her head against his arm. She studied the sharp contours of his face, her heart trembling faintly. He was her salvation, the angel who had rescued her. Closing her eyes, she surrendered to the serenity of the moment, her fingers tightening around his. The warmth of his palm eased the burdens she had carried for so long. These past years had been exhausting, suffocating. Now, this fleeting peace, she clung to it, unwilling to let go. Qiannian gazed down at her tranquil expression, his heart brimming with contentment. He wished time would stand still, preserving this instant forever. As twilight surrendered to night, the moon ascended, casting its silver glow across the snow-laden landscape, ethereal and enchanting. Time together always slipped away too swiftly. Before they could even grasp it, the moments were gone. Shuiyao, do you possess any sacred stones? Qiannian murmured hesitantly. When he had slain Sima Jin, clad in divine armor, he had sensed the resonance of time's law. If only he could harness its power. Sacred stones? I have a few left, though most were depleted maintaining the defensive array. You may have them all. Su Shuiyao had no idea why Qiannian needed the sacred stones, but since he required them, she simply handed over the last 3 in her possession. Wait for me a moment, Qiannian said as he took the stones and stepped aside. Silently invoking the sacred armor, it materialized around him, encasing his entire body in protective plating. He inserted one of the sacred stones, reactivating the armor and briefly attaining the power of a saint. Closing his eyes, he immersed himself in the sensation of the temporal laws woven into the armor. The great Tao manifests in countless forms. Upon reaching the divine transformation realm, every cultivator may comprehend a single path, though some prodigious geniuses might grasp multiple. At this stage, supremacy is determined by the strength of one's Tao. Among the 3,000 great Taoists, 300 are considered dominant, 36 are supreme, and 3 stand as the paramount sovereigns. A cultivator who achieves divine transformation through the mystic grade foundation, if capable of comprehending even one of the 300 dominant Taoists, would far surpass those with earth-grade foundations who grasp lesser paths. In truth, the vast majority of divine transformation cultivators, even those with earth-grade foundations, only comprehend ordinary Taoists. Those who grasp dominant Taoists are virtually guaranteed to step into sainthood, as exemplified by figures like Sima Jin. Su Shuiyao's Tao of Passion, however, was one of the supreme Taoists, the reason she, at the half-step saint realm, could contend with Sima Jin, a mid-stage saint. A master of a supreme Tao, upon ascending to sainthood, becomes invincible within that realm. The supreme Taoists represent the pinnacle of worldly attainment. As for the 3 sovereign Taoists, none have ever mastered them. Not mere saints, nor even the supreme emperors, could so much as graze their essence. Space reigns as king, time stands supreme. Where fate remains absent, causality claims dominion. The law of space can be touched at the divine transformation realm and mastered at sainthood. But time, causality, and fate, these sovereign Taoists remain eternally beyond reach. Yet, this sacred armor contained traces of the temporal law. This filled Qiannian with profound curiosity about the northern spirit saint who had left it behind. What kind of existence could have wielded the power of time? For now, such heights were beyond him. All he desired was to prolong his stay in this world. Raising his hand, he attempted to grasp the temporal law, but as before, it eluded him. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his surging emotions and turned his gaze to Su Shuiyao beside him. If he could not touch time, how could he truly be with her? Must she wait a year for a single day with him? He longed for her presence at every moment. The temporal law, he would master it. Closing his eyes, he merged fully with the sacred armor's power. In a fleeting vision, he glimpsed its former owner, though the figure remained indistinct, save for the faint outline of a mask upon his face. A distant, ethereal voice whispered into Qiannian's consciousness, "Destiny cannot be defied. Causality cannot be reversed. Time cannot be controlled. Defying destiny comes at a price. Reversing causality invites backlash, controlling time." The voice grew fainter until it dissipated. Qiannian opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing through the dark starlit depths of his armored gaze. So it was. Though he couldn't yet command the laws of time, the temporal treasure had always been upon him. That white mask could make time stand still. Only. The figure's final words remained unspoken. Judging from the initial warnings, manipulating time would exact its toll. But what form would this price take? Removing his sacred armor. Qiannian produced the white mask. He lifted his gaze to the night sky. The hour approached dawn. Would donning this mask allow him to remain in this world? Chapter 18. A solitary beauty stands amidst swirling snow, as dancing flakes adorn her silken ropes. Though time flows ceaselessly, affection endures, leaving but her graceful silhouette to accompany the millennia.